They'll get up and leave. Because it's not for them, for the leave. All right in this room. It's a few people, mainly on the East Coast and then scattered throughout the country in pairs, all the way to the West Coast, but mainly it's a few people, that remnant of people that they were talking about in the last days. So how do you say, how do I know this? How do I know this is true? I mean, he's saying that, but how do I know this is true? Because as you know, if you monitor everybody else, for the mere fact that you are even sitting up in here on a damn Friday night with some interest in somebody saying anything to you, means in actuality that your spirit is already advanced. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come here.
That's right.
You wouldn't be able to come here. I've seen people come in lectures, they come for the wrong reason, they come up in there and they'll rock back and forth a little while and they'll get up and leave. Because it's not for them, for the myth. So you're saying, well, how do I know that I am the spiritual one? Well, first of all, we take the test. How many of you people knew that you were special ever since you was a child? Raise your hand. And every time we know that most people do. So the other point is that you know this particular part based on, again, if you were not at that level, your mind could not even conceive it. You see what I'm saying? So this is one thing. So what we want to do is, first of all, we want to, and I'm sorry I didn't do this. This is one of the things. I'm going to do it tomorrow. We got to get back Kinko's because we got to do this with this brother. First of all, we want to dedicate this lecture. The next 2 nights, we're going to dedicate this lecture to this brother right here, because I've been doing a series of dedications. And the magazine is off the stand, but then again, we got Xerox in now, so you don't necessarily need it. Some of you remember this story, but a lot of people don't understand the outcome. This is a story of a brother by the name of Terrence Johnson, I think his name is. Terrence Johnson.
Prince George County.
Now, where's Prince George County?
Prince George County is a county outside of Maryland.
Outside of Maryland, right. Anyway, this brother,
Near Washington, D.C.
yeah, this brother, when he was 15 years old, the police somehow got him in the place. He didn't do anything wrong, but they somehow got him in the jailhouse anyway. You know how they do. And they was beating his ass, and they was going to kill him, but he ended up getting the gun out of the police holster and shot both of these cops when he was 15. Anyway, the brother went to jail, and he had got 25 years or anything, and he stayed 15 of those 25 years. So this brother got out of jail from 15 to, I think he was 34. And he got out of jail, and he basically, in the article, he graduated Morgan State, which is the black college in Baltimore. He also went to law school. But when he got out, he realized that there was no different than being out here than in there. And it's really a sad story, and I want you to, and so we're going to get some copies of this, because we want you to get this story in your hands, because it's not just a sad story, just to say, it just show you how slavery, the severe slavery is in this country, and it's not necessarily talking about servitude slavery. It's stories like this that make us enslaved. So this particular brother killed himself last year, and I believe he killed himself because he got out of this bullshit. You see, ain't no way in hell you're going to lock me up in a motherfucking place for 15 years. So I thought about this, and what happened was it was spiritual. I was flying back from New York. I did a lecture in New York, week before last, flying back from New York, in the airport, and something said, go in the place and buy a magazine. And I bought this magazine, a fashion magazine, this black fashion magazine from a girl. She looked at it, she said, this shit is done piss poor. Said, go back and get a better one. And went back in there, and I didn't know the whole time that this brother's spirit was actually leading me towards. And I said, well, I'll get a GQ magazine. I said, whatever, I'll get a GQ magazine. So, because it had my man Hugh Grant on the cover, I said, well, he's the guy that got caught with the hooker, but he was a big actor from England. I said, well, I'll read his story, whatever. And then I saw this picture. I said, well, I've been wanting to read this picture because I grazed at it. And his spirit actually called me, so we read the picture on the way, read the story on the way back, and it actually gripped me. I Xeroxed these copies and gave them out the last 2 weeks. But my point is, this brother took himself out after a while for the simple fact that, can you imagine being locked up when you're 15? I can't even remember when I was 15. I can remember when I was 15, but my mindset is different than it is now, even if I wasn't even in the consciousness. So can you imagine getting out of a world from 15, getting out of the world at 35? It's almost like it's almost like being born in the world for the first time. Because at 15, you're just trying to figure shit out. So out here, you know, understand what I'm saying? It was almost like a whole new alien world for the simple fact that since 1978, the actual world has changed. See, if it was 1988, 1998, it ain't too much the difference. You see, even fashion was almost damn near the same. You see, but 1978 to 1995 or something like that, that's a drastic difference. You see what I'm saying? So the brother literally took himself out, and I was glad that he killed himself. See, you don't get into that, because everything you see, because we are on the survival thing, everything is based on living, and it costs no. Living ain't shit. That's that old Christian mentality. Oh, I'm just glad I woke up this morning. Well, a goddamn dog just woke up this morning. How you know there's God? He woke you up this morning. Hell, a fucking rat woke up this morning. That don't mean shit. But at what level? What capacity? You see what I'm saying? So based on the capacity, you understand what I'm saying? The right thing to do was to take yourself out for the simple fact that this ain't shit. And for the mere fact that he did that is letting you know that it's a doggone gesture, that this shit is over. He's only going where we going anyway. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to start thinking that particular mentality and stop valuing life as so precious. Fuck the dumb shit. You understand what I'm saying? You grasping for straws, Russian roulette, spin the fucking bottle. You understand what I'm saying? This is nothing. This is over with. And for the mere fact that life is tedious and repetitious, and you got to develop new ways to even enjoy yourself, or new drugs to take yourself out of this, it means that the earth plane is gone. End of story. You understand what I'm saying? And you should be looking at that every day. Every day you wake up, you go, well, it's another damn day I got to invent something new, you understand, to drug myself out about this poisonous bullshit down here. You see what I'm saying? And it's even like that in the scriptures, in the Gospel of Thomas, the one that they took out of the Bible, said, if for those people seeking, may you find, and when you find, you should be distraught and disturbed when you find knowledge based on the world around you. But if you are disturbed, start rejoicing, because the kingdom is at hand. You see what I'm saying? But it's saying that all this, when your eyes are open, you see the bullshit for what it is. And you shouldn't enjoy this particular stuff and say everything gonna be all right. These drug things. You see what I'm saying? And it's a beautiful day. What makes it a damn beautiful day? You understand what I'm saying? When your people can't even enjoy shit. At what level is this a beautiful day? At a drug thing? Because I got a new damn dress? Because another white motherfucker in the world ended up liking me? You see what I'm saying? Another thing you got to stop doing. And not you, but then again, on the other hand, we're talking about the few that's left. Don't get around white people and talk no goddamn small talk. If a white person come up to you talking that small talk, either you get out of the conversation or you tell them, look straight up. I don't want to hear that small talk shit, because you think that you talking, they patronizing you, and they always come down because they don't think you know shit. So they always gonna talk to you about some small talk shit. How about them Atlanta Braves? How about them goddamn Yankees? Fuck that shit. You see what I'm saying? But he talked down on you that particular way. So there's another thing, like I said, this white boy came up, you know. I don't know if I was here the last time I told you about that. My girl, she works at the Atlanta Journal, and she's writing obituaries. She works at the paper. And all, she get all the inside scoop and all, any type of news, they don't put that shit in the paper. Anyway, this white boy worked with her. She was off that day. She went to pick up a check. And we was getting ready to go to, I said, well, there's a new vegetarian restaurant down the street. She said, you want to go check it out? The white boy was like, yeah, I want to go too. So we was like, cool, he's supposed to be this, white boy, sunflower kid from Berkeley. You know, they go to school naked, go sit up in the class naked. They don't eat no damn meat, and they don't wear no leather shoes. You know, all that old let-live shit, and everybody, and this beautiful shit. So I go down, so for the mere fact that she's telling me he into all this radical liberalism, I said, well, come on, I'm gonna go, so we go down to the thing and we start talking, and he's all just talking small talk about the job. Yeah, and so and so. And I'm like, wait a minute. So sooner or later, I got on all this stuff. I knew he gonna get into a conversation. Yeah, but I heard the Egyptians was doing brain surgery, years ago. And I said, okay, now that's a damn entry, because sooner or later, I was gonna put it on his ass anyway. You ain't gonna sit up here and talk to me about no bullshit. But since before I was getting ready to bust in, but since he did it anyway, I said, okay, boom. He came in and we started talking. And all right, and I said, I'm going to lead to some stuff, because I know he's going to try to challenge me, because first of all, they always think that you're ignorant. I don't care how much education you got. So I was saying, so I said, the Western man, I said, the Western man, the problem with the Western man is he thinks that primitive means stupid, and primitive just means primal. And I say the only reason why he thinks it's stupid because he's the one that's actually stupid. I kept saying the Western man, you know, that's the same thing as saying the white man. And so he said, well, explain. I said, well, you know, the primitive, you go in and go cut open a heart and hit or miss. You might save a few patients, a heart transplant and all this old bloody shit, and really you just basically dispatching people up. I said, well, the ancient man would come back and he would understand that he would get an egg, he'd get a coconut, he would get some sunflower, he would get some this and that, and he'd do the same thing with the heart. And he said, I got your ass now, Kirk, nigga, because you're going to have to explain that shit to me, you know, Mr. Intellectual. I set his ass right up. He said, I got you now, and you know what? I've been doing the ritual. I've been actually doing the rituals. I've been doing some ritual stuff for a while, but I didn't understand how the process went for the simple fact the actual science behind it was lost thousands of years ago. But he said, I got you now. You're going to have to explain this thing to me, how that works based on the heart surgery. I said, well, it's like this. Everything has electromagnetic force field, doesn't it? He said, yes, it does. And I said, so if electromagnetic force field goes with everything, then we understand that everything physical is connected with electromagnetic force field also. He said, yes. I said, as well as everything is the organs of the bodies is also made up of electromagnetic force field. It's just slowed down vibratory rate. He said, yes, you know. I don't even think the cracker even knew this, but he knew that I knew what the fuck I was talking about. I said, so the African understood that if you got electromagnetic force field and everything in your body is also connected with the electromagnetic force field in nature, he understood that he could go and get an animal, or he can go and get some type of plant or root that has the same electromagnetic force field that of the part in your body, and he could match that electromagnetic force field with the part in your body, and from that he can cure you by manipulating the electromagnetic force field or manipulating the physical. The white boy's like, you know, blew this motherfucker mind, and I start laying it on his ass. I start just beating him down with the shit, just beating him up. Then all of a sudden, I realized that no white person don't like to feel stupid. See, the problem is that white people, most of them are stupid any damn way. But they automatically know that black people have a black inferiority complex, so therefore they can tell you anything, and they know you're not going to challenge them because they automatically think that you are dumb, so they can come up to you and just say any kind of shit. It's just like college. Anybody ever saw the thing when college debated the Jews out in California back in 1988, 1985? And they all came up in there with just their body. All the Jewish race and so, and he came in with books and beat up on them. He said, hey, man, he said, you don't even come up in here running off at the damn mouth. But they figure because these are black people, and because I'm white, I can come and say anything because it's accepted. You see what I'm saying? Because it's accepted. You see where I'm coming from? So that's the key right now is they now, and plus the thing about it is this is not the perception based on black people that didn't have an education. They know that the average black person with a college education, you always are going to cater to him because you feel inferior.
Hello.
Always grinning and shit. So I say, I see this girl, she works up in the law. I think the girl is a damn lawyer. I see this girl every damn day. Beautiful black girl. She comes down with these white girls and she always grinning. I'm like, goddamn, shit can't be that funny. Not in the same world I live in. But I realize, you understand what I'm saying? She's showing her teeth because she's around these white people and she want to let them know that I'm not prejudiced. Nobody ever said you was prejudiced. That's the reason why they pimp you, because they know you're not prejudiced. You should be prejudiced because they only respect people who don't like them. You understand what I'm saying? It's the same psychology with a beautiful man or a beautiful woman. You got a beautiful woman. We went to see some sister, one of my friends from Philadelphia, went to go see this particular sister. This particular sister, he said, I give her all this particular tapes, and I give her all this particular stuff, and this woman, when she see me, the only thing she want to know is, where's my tapes? He said that it's almost like I'm not even a human being. And the problem is this woman, I saw this woman is in her late 50s, and this mug here, shit, she make a damn 19-year-old bent over backwards in her late 50s. So you know when she was 19, this mug had to be an awesome smoker. But the problem is, she's had that attention all her life, that she's beautiful, and people always treated her different because she's beautiful, so she only respects a motherfucker who don't give a shit about him. That's how goddamn white people are when it comes to you. They don't like your ass not unless you got something to offer by not liking them. So the key is it's wrong to even accept them as your fucking friend because they don't respect that shit. You see what I'm coming from? So that's the key on it right now. And because the plight of black people in the last doggone 6 or 7 or 8 years has become so degenerated until now their perception of you is all of you ignorant. So what happened is the last 6 or 7 years with the LA gangs, all of the doggone stuff they're dealing with, the welfare and all that, we know that most of that is invented stuff. But my point is it has not helped the perception of you people, you understand what I'm saying, around white people, period. So therefore, if your image is damaged, then you are always in a state of repairing your image, and you can't let this motherfucker off the hook. You understand what I'm saying? By not letting him know you know something. Even if you don't know something, you just stand there and look at the motherfucker like, you know, I don't like you. He's saying, oh, that's one that knows. That's the whole, you know, even if you don't know shit, even if you just have the appearance that I'm not dignifying your motherfucking white ass, he'll say that's one that knows, and they will buck dance to you. They'll bow down to you. But the key is you got to quit this particular stuff for the simple fact they think that we are inferior. Another point, now I'll get off that, but case in point, last week, I'm at this exclusive mall, Lenox Square Mall, one of the most exclusive malls on the East Coast. So we at the mall, we go catch the train to go down to the other train station because you can park at one train station. This one they charge. So we going to go get to the car. We're sitting in the train station. This white boy, see 3 college girls sitting there. And he's talking about language, English, about how his mama taught him how to speak English and all this type of thing, and you're always supposed to speak this particular way. And I thought that basically, he said I'm from the South, but yet I sound like I'm from someplace else. So I thought that this was one of these anal crackers that just was in on that old English shit. But into the conversation, I realized that he literally was talking about black people, and he said, well, and he said it's about this laziness, and you got to learn how to speak and all this kind of thing. I said that don't sound like white people he talking about, that old lazy shit. Then he said, well, most Africans sound better because they have better education than black people over here. And I stood, I said, oh, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute, I got to get up. And it was a bunch of white people there and all. And I said, wait a minute, hold on. First of all, and I said, no, I'm not going to even play this cracker this way by coming up there with some emotion shit. I said, no, I'm going to go to school on this fucking ass. That's why it's always get you a damn dictionary to know some shit. You got to know it now because you're in battle based on your life, based on perception. And it's not because you want white people to feel good. You got to feel good about your damn self. So we ain't getting into that thing on how we look around white people. This is therapeutic for our own good. I said, wait a minute now, hold on. We got education, 140 years of education, Wilberforce University, Lincoln University, 130 black colleges. I'm saying this to the white boy. 130 black colleges of education. We got black people going into white colleges in 1970 that has now transcended the black colleges, and we got more black people in white colleges. And out of all, we got about 15 to 20,000 black people graduating from college every year. I said, meanwhile, we've become the most educated more than the brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and in Africa. He said, are you sure of that? I said, yes. I said, first of all, I told him, you don't let this cracker come up and say some blanket statement to you. He can say that shit because he realized that you're inferior, and plus he's white. He can say what the hell he wants to. I said, but this cracker don't know shit. I said, I bet you don't know 5 Africans in your motherfucking life, nigga, to even talk about some shit about some Africans being more educated than us. I said, first of all, Africans, when you see them, most of the ones that only get out of the country is educated. I said, well, that's not even the doggone point. I said, that's a doggone stereotype. We are 40 million people. You don't know 40 million. You don't know 2 black people. We're 40 million strong conservatively. And yet you're going to make a stereotype, that's called a stereotype, when you make an assumption based on 40 million people on some blanket statement. And all right, now this the kicker. And I said, you don't let this cracker, I call it a cracker, all the white people out there. Then I said, now first of all, And I said, no, then I got to do better than that. Now I got to be mean your monkey ass. I got to give you some damn shit. So I got to make you feel less than a human being. I said, first of all, fuck the English language. 150 years ago, it wasn't even completed. It was only completed a couple of hundred years, about 120 years ago. You were still talking about this, thou, thing, that. I said, why is that? I said, because the English language is made up of German, French, Latin, Arabic, African, Greek, all that shit composited. I say, so fuck, that's the bastardized language anyway. I say, that's why most other Europeans that don't speak English have a hard time with it. I said, number one, you look down on in your country. I say, because you're the only people in the world that's not don't at least know 2 languages. You are not bilingual, and other Europeans don't like you because of the shit. The French hate you, the English hate you, and all of the motherfuckers hate you. I said, you the Jethro Bodine. I was giving this shit to him and all. Then, now, you would feel that these girls would be proud because I'm defending the black race. Oh, no. Well, first of all, you broke into the conversation. It wasn't your conversation. Number one, he was complimenting us. I said, wait a minute. You fucking idiot. Anybody come up to you in this day and age and start talking about English or language, that's not a compliment. This motherfucker is patronizing you and he's speaking down to you because he don't think that no black people sound like a damn thing, or intellectual, period. I said, he's talking down to you. You some damn college, some juniors in college, what the hell are you supposed to be sounding like? You know what I'm saying? Step and fetch it? I said, that's not a compliment. This man is degrading you. And he don't know it because that's his fucking nature. Yes. Let's get that straight right now. And they was like, but you call him a crack? I said, oh, I get it now. You all are not interested in what I'm saying. You're only interested that I even challenge this white boy in front of you all because you are inferior and nobody's supposed to say nothing to the white man no damn more. I said 10 years ago he wouldn't have dared even came in your face because they were scared of you. I said, now them crackers done got fucking bold because they think you degenerated to the point where they can even say some shit to you because you sound like you educated, because the majority of the educated people now are bootlicking and buck dancing to them. And anytime they see a black educated person, they figure you one of them now or you one of their flunkies. You see what I'm saying? So I had to get that shit straight. So I'm trying to say, the key is, going back to my perception here, is that our image is damaged. So you must fight to clean up your image, not because of to look good for white people, but for your own therapeutic inner behavior. You get where I'm coming from? It's for your own therapeutic sanity. You see, and that's why I had to go to that cracker ass. You see what I'm saying? I could have sat down and didn't say nothing. Let the damn old dumb ass could have talked about how dumb they were, but I said, no, I'm gonna go battle with your ass. Because he has to know also, excuse me, that's an anointing. He has to know also the next time he won't open his fucking mouth, because he's learned that maybe 2 or 3 people in the country that's black is educated, not by that kind of bullshit education, because that makes you inferior. What you going to say?
Oh, I had a tape recording the information you gave him so he could learn a few things himself.
You never know. You never know. But let me get this thing on the way with the gods. Let me get me a list. Let me get me a list, and then we can go into some things. But it's interesting. I had to put that out. Sometime when the spirit is talking, you got to go with it. So I had to say that. Let me get a list. And we're going to go through a few things today. So anyway, we're dedicating this lecture to this particular brother here, Terrence Johnson. And so for the people that want this article, we're going to probably get some, or we'll at least go ahead and Xerox one, and you can always come back by and pick up yours. It's about, pick up your particular copy of this particular thing. But this is one for the record books that we need to deal with also, too. Because the brother came to me and wanted me to tell his particular story, you see what I'm saying? It's other than some white motherfucker telling the story. You see what I'm saying? This is a clear case of slavery. And this is one, and what really makes me, what really makes this so bad, this is one of billions. You see what I'm saying? That got caught up in some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And so that's very key. So let's deal with this right now. I want to scratch that. Amen Ra, Ashe, and I'll tell you in a minute. Ka, Ashe Ba, Ashe Ab, Ashe Ku, Ashe Sahu, Ashe Ka, Ashe Captain, Ashe Cat, Ashe Sekim, Ashe Osef, Ashe Sut Nesi, Ashe Sut Nubit, Ashe Nu, Ashe Ama, Ashe Neama, Ashe Ba, Ashe Na, Ashe Ama, Ashe Nomo, Ashe Yugaru, Ashe Kuntu, Ashe Digitario Stages, Ashe Uzimu, Ashe Buzimu, Ashe Muzimu, Ashe Marambo, Ashe Kamara, Ashe Kagingu, Ashe Kamara, Ashe Mubuli, Ashe Marambo, Ashe Raramkari, Ashe Muzimu, Ashe Bodo, Ashe Vo, Ashe Do, Ashe Seldo, Ashe Ja, Ashe Fa, Ashe Yi, Ashe Mawa Lisa, Ashe Si, Ashe Mawa Lisa, Ashe Mawa, Ashe Legba, Ashe Akanapan, I say Accra, I say Natron, I say Sansaman, I say Nanampo, I say Sansaman, I say Akanapan, I say Kimi, I say Sansaman, I say. Hold on. Ain, I say Ain Soda Uda, I say Keba, I say Shakma, I say Bina, I say Das, I say Shes, I say Gebera, I say Tipperet, I say Nasser, I say Had, I say Yasser, I say Malkut, I say Osea, I say Raheru Kahudi, I say Heru Raha, I say Parsefu, I say Tetanin, I say Apep, I say Tahudi, I say Maya, I say Sekma, I say Mut, I say Patar, I say Sut, I say Amen Rimpensar, I say Abra, I say Heru, I say Nebhert, I say Anpu, I say Brahmin, I say Brabini, I say Shakti, I say Shima, I say Ramasandra, I say Shiva, I say Indrasuda, I say Sita, I say Hanuman, I say Lakshmi, I say Dambawalawedo, I say Jinsia, I say Papagade, I say Bodo, I say Loa, I say Hu, I say Du, I say Marasha, I say Bridget, I say Adam Greti, I say Ogu Pirelli, I say Ogu Shango, I say Zuli, I say Edawedo, I say Legba, I say Ishu, I say Zaka, I say Oshosi, I say Ife, I say Babaluaye, I say Olakun, I say Olarun, I say Alafi, I say Abatala, I say Odudawa, I say Arunla, I say Ogun, I say Shingo, I say Lekba, I say Yeminja, I say Orisha Oku, I say Oya, I say. Okay, 1 minute, hold on. Omi Tutu, I say Ani Tutu, I say Ili Tutu, I say Tutu Lekba, I say Kosi Ka, I say, hold on. All right. Kosi Ka, I say Kosi Arun, I say Kosi Iyo, I say Kosi Opo, I say Kosi Indana, I say Kosi Ka, I say Kosi Fataba, I say Akara Babawaya, I say Mojo Obo Alafi, I say Mojo Obo Irisha, I say Mojo Obo Itun, I say Mojo Obo Iku, I say Nilarase Olurase Ilarun, I say Nikamasi Gobobo, I say Babalasa Ilasa Obo, Babalasa Yogobo Ilasa, I say Nikamasi, I say Cthulhu, I say Shubnigarab, I say Hastar, I say Yog Satos, I say Nilahotep, I say Dagon, I say Dogon, I say Sudhar, I say Layla, I say Lilitu, I say Inanna, I say Tayamat, I say Kingu, I say A, I say Labu, I say Abu, I say Allah, I say Layla, I say Newt, I say Sutnubit, I say hold on. Awas, I say Ovas, I say Ibas, I say Thunderdog, I say Sunbear, I say Sunbird, I say Catchidi, I say Azazel, I say Azathos, I say Athra, I say Ath-Earth, I say Tetanin, I say Satis, I say Upwaret, I say Sheba, I say Seba, I say Minta Sibara, I say Mintap Singting, I say Okula Kulu, I say let's see. The Titans, I say, Prometheus, I say, Hera, I say, Dionysus, I say, Heracles, I say, to all gods known and unknown, I say, Shut-On, I say, to 1, 2, 3, the Hemmitt family, I say, the Saul family, I say, the Davis family, I say, all my family members, I say, start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3, I say, I say, I say, I say, I say, I shake, 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 all the Ginger family members, I shake, 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 to all gods known and unknown, I shake, to all ancestors known and unknown, I shake, and we're gonna also as we do for the whole year out. This is always an ongoing celebration of the greatest, one of the greatest scholars of all time, John Henry Clark.
Mama, that's where I was.
Do you love me? 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 Do you love me?
Damn, man, and I'm on parole. Ain't this about a bitch?
Do you love me?
No, man. Come on, man.
She answers.
As we know now, the complete center of consciousness in the particular aspect of, we had a great conscious movement throughout the country. Probably the inception was late 80s, early 90s. And then it kind of petered off. And there's conscious people throughout these other major cities, but they're hidden. And they come out doing the events and all, but other than that, you don't see them at all. Except New York, you know, it's still a prominent presence here. And also this, when they used to say that Harlem was the capital of Black America, New York, mainly the 5 boroughs, was the capital of Black America as far as when it comes to this particular consciousness. And not saying they don't have consciousness in other cities, it's just that when the dust cleared and the dust finally settled, New York is still has more of what the other country had 10 years ago. It's still prominent here and prevalent here. In the particular aspect of, we know now, and I talked about this the last time, that one brother said, man, whenever I see, last time I was brother said, whenever I see somebody with some consciousness or meet somebody new, because you meet the same old people, but it's anytime I meet somebody new with some consciousness, it's almost like meeting an angel. It's so few far in between, you know. And I said, yeah, I said, well, I understand. I said, because that would be equivalent of an angel, because you might meet someone with something on their mind, especially in the rest of the country. Every 2 months, every other month, you might meet somebody with something on the mind other than the people that you automatically know in the circle. So we talk about how precious this particular aspect is, or this particular consciousness is. This consciousness is. So I'm glad to be in a place where it is more prevalent and stuff like that, and we can get down to a lot of business and stuff. So we're gonna try to run this thing until they put us out, you know, till they put us out and stuff like that and all, and try to see what we can get out of this thing. I just listed a bunch of boats, and we'll go into this more. Mayat boat, Mayatet boat, Setek boat, Seka boat, Hindu boat, Horus boat, a Turkey boat, Hin boat, Satis boat, Af boat, Hindu boat, Ra boat, Antu boat, Nut boat, Osiris boat, Isis boat, Hathor boat, or Het-Heru boat. Now, the preference and stuff is not that necessarily important whether you pronounce it by the Greek name or the Egyptian name, because
What we want to reiterate now is that particular culture that you call Greek culture of the ancient world was a complete black culture. Now we need to listen closely to what was said by Count Varney. If Count Varney said that the book Ruins of Empire, that said that we had to teach Europeans how to speak, so how in the devil, if they said we had to teach Europeans how to speak, how in the world could they come up out of the ice and produce a language like Latin and Greek, which even John Henry Clark said the Greek language is one of the most profound languages ever existed. Right? Because it's a black language. So now there's new things that come out. There's a new book that's putting this stuff under, coming out of England, because we know of the Black Athena thing that went down and that was spawned from your stolen legacy, George G.M. James, but Martin Bernal's Black Athena that went down at the turn of last decade, the turn of the late 80s, early 90s. And that whole debate, and later on the white folks trying to come back on it with putting out a little small book, a small book. What's the woman named? Mary Lefkewis or whatever, you know, not out of Africa. Well, since then, there's a book that's coming out of Oxford called The East Face of Helicon. It's challenging the Greek stuff because they're saying that they have evidence and origin that based on the mythology, they can trace the mythology back to Babylonia, Mesopotamia, Sumeria, and Phoenicia, and all those black cultures. So there's not only did we have the Egyptian or the Camite origin of the whole Greek aspect, but we also have this new book that's showing that this particular, the language, the mythology, especially the mythology, is, we can trace it from Mesopotamia, Babylonia, or whatever, or what you call Northeast Africa. That's the very key thing, is Northeast Africa. Because we want to encapsulate this whole Iraqi thing that's going down. And you must understand history and the geographical locations on where we find ourselves in this map of geography at this particular time and why they are doing the things that they're doing. Even that, when we talk about that particular area, you must understand that both Greece and Rome, which is the land of the Etruscans, the Etrurians, the Tyrrhenians, and Typhonians. These are nothing but pre-dynastic Egyptians. The Minoans, the Typhonians, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian, the Tyrrhenian, the Etrurian, the Etruscans, the Phoenicians. We're all talking about black cultures. Now, you can't have it one way. You can't have barbarism on one hand and a people who can't speak and then give this particular culture to the Europeans when it comes to Greek. Now, the next time you're up in Detroit, if you're up in that area, they got a whole section called Greek Town. Go in that area, go in the restaurants, eat some food or whatever, and just look at the people and study the complexion of the people. There was a brother in there that was my complexion. No, he was darker than me, and he was Greek. So my point here is, this was July of 1993 when I was in this Greek restaurant. If a person is my complexion in July 2003, what you think they would look like 2,000 years ago? And remember when Charles Finch said that half of the Greek culture, 85% of the Greek culture had high sickle cell rate, 85% sickle cell rate. You can only get that based on a melanin because the sickle cell is a melanated or a melanin entity, an attribute, which is very interesting. You didn't bring your tarot cards, did you? Good, because I want to pass one of those around and show people in a few minutes. But the sickle, there's a reason, and we'll get into the symbology of that. And where I'm going with this is, the Greek language is a black language. Latin is a black language. Any of these languages can only be of indigenous people. Of indigenous people. Very key because, do you know, they dug up what is called the Nag Hammadi Library in 1945 in Egypt or Kemet. And this was the Gnostic text, which is the Coptic later-day Egyptian, their text. And in there they found translation of, when they talked about Kemet or Egypt, all through the whole text referring to Egypt was Babylonia, or Babylon. In my studies, based on studying Typhonian Egypt, which is different, Typhonian Kemet is pre-dynastic Kemet, which a lot of the materials have been locked down since 1907 after Gerald Massey drafted his 4 books, and his 6 volumes. Natural Genesis, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, the first one, Book of the Beginnings, Natural Genesis, and Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. A lot of the Typhonian material has been locked down except into the occult world. Except into the occult world, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian. Babylon is a pre-dynastic name of Aset Isis. It predates Aset or Isis. This was the equivalent of the Typhonian or Draconian or Ophidian current or pre-dynastic Egyptians. The Babylon was a pre-dynastic Kamite Isis or Aset. That when the Typhonians were forced out, part of them remained permanently in Kemet, because they didn't have a time when Set and the Typhonian traditions weren't worshipped. But when it was replaced by the Ammonites in the monumental phase, your Typhonians traveled out into what is called Mesopotamia and founded a part of Mesopotamia as Babylon in celebration or naming it after the pre-dynastic Aset, which was Babylon. That's why when the Nag Hammadi stuff that was dug up in Kemet, they found this Babylon all through the text. That's because it was of pre-dynastic origin. Nalisi Olodamare Ibayi.
Omi tutu, I say Ane tutu, I say Ili tutu, I say Tutu Legba, I say Kofi Arun, I say Kofi Iyo, I say Kofi Opo, I say Kofi Entena, I say Kofi Bansaba, I say Akababa Waya, I say Mojo Ogo Lafi, I say Mojo Ogo Orisha, I say Mojo Ogo Itatun, I say Mojo Ogo Iku, I say Nila Nalisi Olodamare Ibayi Orun, I say Nikamasi Ogobo, I say Babalasa Ogobo Ilasa, Ashe, Nikamasi, Ashe. Okay. Ain, Ashe, Ain Sa'o, Ashe Keba, Ashe Shakma, Ashe Bina, Ashe Kef, Ashe Gebra, Ashe Tipperit, Ashe Nod, Ashe Yashad, Ashe Naksad, Ashe Had, Ashe Yasid, Ashe Da, Ashe Malkuth, Ashe Aether, Ashe Celios, Ashe Magnameta, Ashe Jupiter, Ashe Mars, Ashe Helios, Ashe Venus, Ashe Mercury, Ashe Diana, Ashe Ceres, Ashe Aether, Ashe Urea, Ashe Rhea, Ashe Zeus, Ashe Ares, Ashe Apollo, Ashe Aphrodite, Ashe Hermes, Ashe Artemis, Ashe Demeter, Ashe Osea, Ashe Tahuti, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Ptah, Ashe Sut, Ashe Sutnesi, Ashe Ra, Ashe Amen-Ra, Ashe Amen-Rintha, Ashe Het-Heru, Ashe Anpu, Ashe Aset, Ashe Nebhert, Ashe Yema, Ashe Odin, Ashe Fragda, Ashe Frigga, Ashe Balda, Ashe Laki, Ashe. It's water. I gotta, and also, hold on, while I'm getting at it, yeah, I gotta another characteristics of the Kamite gods I'm gonna do today also too. I say Laki, I say Thor, I say Fire, I say Freya, I say Zip, I say Nerthris, I say Brahmin, I say Vishnu, I say Pravini, I say Ramachandra, I say Shiva, I say Shakti, I say Sita, I say Hanuman, I say Lakshmi, I say Jinsea, I say Dambawalawedo, I say Papagade, I say Loa, I say Marasha, I say Bridget, I say Bapman, I say Adam Gwardi, I say Ogu Farelli, I say Ogu Shango, I say Azurli, I say Legba, I say Edowedo, I say Zaka, I say Alafi, I say Oshoshi, I say Olakun, I say Ife, I say Abatala, I say Odudawa, I say Orunla, I say Ogun, I say Shango, I say Oshun, I say Legba, I say Jiminja, I say Orisha Oku, I say, still that while I'm doing this, because I got to do this. I have another list of some real Kamite deities I'm going to do. Ra, I say Ka, I say Ba, I say Ad, I say Ku, I say Sahu, I say Cat, I say Cabinet, I say Cat, I say Second, I say Shekinah, I say Osea, I say Soot, I say Ama, I say Neama, I say Ba, I say Na, I say Yuguru, I say Nomo, I say Yuguru, I say Kuntu, I say Digitalia stages, I say, yeah. Where's another one up under there? Yeah, okay, yeah, give me that right now. I say Ikingu, I say Imana, I say Buzima, I say Muzima, I say Kamara, I say Kingu, I say Muzimu, I say Marambu, I say Rarim, Kaki, I say Muzimu, I say Bo, I say Da, I say Seldo, I say Zodo, I say Fa, I say Yi, I say Mawa and Lisa, I say Si, I say Mawa, I say Legba, I say Akanapan, I say Akra, I say Netro, I say Yap Magya, I say Sansaban, I say Malampo, I say Sansamam, I say Oku, I say Kimi, I say Sansamam, I say Nakumpa, I say Umbelinga, I say Nkulakulu, I say Hastar, I say Cthulhu, I say Nilahotep, I say Azathoth, I say Shubnigara, I say Dagon, I say Dogon, I say Great Old Ones, I say Deep Ones, I say Great Ones, I say Sutnesi, I say Sutnubit, I say Pan, I say Inanna, I say Ishtar, I say Marduk, I say Tiamat, I say Nibiru, I say Kuntu, I say Hu, I say Raherukahudi, I say Harpaprat, I say Harmaku, I say Harmakis, I say, okay, Newt, I say Epit, I say Tyre, I say Raziel, I say Kaziel, I say Haniel, I say Bubiel, I say Lakmiel, I say Iniel, I say Elijah, I say John, I say Quetzalcoatl, I say Yeshua, I say Atan, I say Medera Atan, I say Meskinit, I say Tetragrammaton, I say After Earth, I say Abra, I say Bridget, I say Mithra, I say, okay, Tammuz, I say Doozy, I say Amen Rentensar, Ashe Amfet, Ashe Ekar, Ashe Aminet, Ashe Amen, Ashe Andajeti, Ashe Antaeus, Ashe Anpu, Ashe Anukit, Ashe Apis, Ashe. Okay. Astarte, Ashe Atan, Ashe Atum, Ashe Bastet, Ashe Beth, Ashe Butches, Ashe Dadoon, Ashe Dawamutef, Ashe Ejo, Ashe Gab, Ashe. You might want to give me another one of them, and I will keep it rolling. Ha, Ashe Happy, Ashe Harkidi, Ashe Harindados, Ashe Hamarcus, Ashe Hermerti, Ashe Horus, Ashe Heru, Ashe Heru Ashe. Hopocrat, Ashe Heart Shape, Ashe Haristidis, Ashe Heru, Ashe Hetmahet, Ashe Heket, Ashe Hemmitt, Ashe Herus, Ashe Heru's children, Ashe Hu, Ashe A, Ashe Imhotepamutis, Ashe Aset, Ashe Kadash, Ashe Kabasnukef, Ashe Kimutef, Ashe Kentucky, Ashe Kenti Amentu, Ashe Kenti Ertu, Ashe Capri, Ashe Kanum, Ashe Combs, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Meskinit, Ashe Men, Ashe Menovis, Ashe Moth, Ashe Mutt, Ashe Mentu, Ashe Nanette, Ashe Muntu, Ashe Kunsu, Ashe Nepatim, Ashe Nuth, Ashe Negbet, Ashe Neptert, Ashe Nefri, Ashe Nut, Ashe Honoris, Ashe Osir, Ashe Tetbi, Ashe Patah, Ashe Re, Ashe Reshef, Ashe. Few more. Therapist, Ashe Faithist, Ashe Sekhmet, Ashe Selket, Ashe Sashet, Ashe Suf, Ashe Set, Ashe Shade, Ashe Shed, Ashe Shu, Ashe Saya, Ashe Sobek, Ashe Socceris, Ashe Sabdu, Ashe Satis, Ashe Tatanin, Ashe Tamutis, Ashe So, Ashe Thalaris, Ashe Onet, Ashe Upwarit, Ashe. I guess that would do it for that and all. Thunderdog, Ashe Thunderbird, Ashe White Buffalo, Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe, the Hemmitt family, Ashe, the Shell family, Ashe, the Davis family. So when I count to 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe to all gods known and unknown. Ashe to all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe, all right. Spain, and this is where you get your Kabbalah. Spain, and this is where you get your Kabbalah from. Coming from the temple of Komombo in ancient Kemet, or ancient Egypt. And now the Europeans, or what you would call the Israelis, are dealing with the Kabbalistic thing, but we are the origin of the Kabbalistic thing. So we'll bust that up right now, put it in a motherfucker face, so it won't be no shit. Here it is right here. This is the... hold on 1 minute. This is your so-called Kabbalistic tree of life that you've seen. Some of you that have been into the occult have seen the tree of life. The 10 spears, Kelva, Shakma, Bayan, Adarth, Geberah, and we'll go into this hard Mercury, Yesed, Tipperis, Malkuth, chest, not chest. All of this is the Kabbalistic tree of life. But here's the original tree of life, which is the same spears. The other ones are broken off right here in the temple of Komombo in ancient Kemet. So like I say, you put it in a person's face. So what we're dealing with here, number one, let's get this straight. This is not history. You can argue about history all day long. Hell, it was our history and all of it was blacks. So that's the end of that. What we're dealing with here is the deep regions of the occult knowledge, and the word occult means hidden. That which is hidden are the esoteric teachings, which means inner or mystical realms. This is what we're dealing with here. You see what I'm saying? And we're also dealing with eschatology, which means end-time events. And we're talking about
the destruction of the planet Earth. That's your birthright. And you all are the ones, as the book of Enoch say, is going to bring about that and kick that ass. Not no motherfuckers up in heaven. Now, to go on, first of all, I might use, on my first videos, I hardly cursed. And as I became more and more spiritual, I became more and more foul-mouthed. And it teaches a certain discipline here. Number one, there's no such thing as curse words. There's only one real curse word that you know of, and that's the one that people get least offended by. That's damn. And you have to use it in the context of damning someone to curse them. The other stuff is just slogans of the European language. You see what I'm saying? Fuck, man, an English prostitute. You see, shit, do you know the word shit is one of the most ancient names for God? Shut or soot, which is one, we'll break that down, is the most ancient name for God, shit, so shit is good. The word bitch, female dog, is good. That's the dog star, priestess of the dog star, the bitches, priestess of the dog star. You get the word bitch, you get the word vitch, you get the word witch, or Wiccan, which is when it becomes witch or Wiccan, that is the Moors brought up the mysteries of Isis and taught it to the European women. This is all scientific and all historical. Now, so that's one reason there's no such thing as curse words. First of all, even if you big-time Christians up in here, the scriptures, when the scriptures was laid down for that, the English language wasn't even in existence. So how in the hell could something that's not even in existence be a curse word? Since we've adopted this as emphasis and the official language of the ghetto, now my mother, who was an English teacher, used to say, when she cursed, she said, hell, it feels better. That's that accent on it. That's one reason to teach you that in actuality we got to get. The other thing is, that Sister Charmaine, is Sister Charmaine here? Huh? She's not here? She didn't come? Or she didn't make it? Okay. The other thing here is, I often wondered why, as I became more and more illumined or spiritual, I got more foul-mouthed and more, with less tact and no scruples. Well, number one, because we understand that the government can take your stuff and put it on the doggone TV, and character assassination is one of the number one things for the government. The spirit later on came and said, well, you know, we raised that energy in you to curse like that, because if they put you on TV, all they have is a whole bunch of beats. So they can't use your material. So this is a doggone safety device to block out the bull. You understand what I'm saying? So we must clarify this for those particular ones who are shallow enough to not go deep into their minds and understand there's no such thing as curse words. And that's just a programming. Because you was taught something when you were a child. And you can't break that condition of that programming. You understand? So we do certain things spiritually so you don't get programming. Is Sister Shakira back yet? Or whenever she come in, just tell her seat is up front, you know. And it's interesting because Sister Shakira was been a pillar of the black community for years. She moved to Atlanta for 6 years, and she was a part of the whole concept of the whole birthing of my career, basically, when I was early into it. And then she moved back here, I think last year, or this year or something, in '99, and fell right back on the scene. And it's interesting because she's born in on November 28th, and I'm born on November 28th. I'm 38, she's 68. You see? So this is a spiritual, real spiritual thing going on and all, and we were related in another life. So this is how things go. So on one hand, we pour the libation. The other thing is when you pour the libations, these entities that you call out, they line up inside of you. And when they line up inside of you, they make you stronger. So in actuality, you're supposed to pour libation when you go to court. We'll go through some magical stuff you can do. You know, to keep people from fucking with you. Keep the bill collectors off. We'll give you a money ritual. We can give you one that you can receive money in 7 days, and then we'll give you one for big money. Big money. Hey, I know y'all like that shit. You sisters, we're gonna give you one. This is a tragedy, and this whole world has to end because there's a tragedy that is going on in the United States. And that tragedy is we have at least 15 million black women can't find no mates. And when the black woman, the species half, cannot find a mate, it's time for the great goddess to end this bitch. But since we got black men defecting your ass at an alarming rate going to the other side, I don't know, white, Asian, whatever, they don't want you. So we're going to give them an attitude adjustment so we got a good love ritual for their ass. And don't to try to curb that shit the other way and bring them brothers back to you. So yeah. So we got a good love ritual for you behind and put it on them. Before the Chinese girl get them, hit them in the head. See what I'm saying? You know, and this is interesting because my mate for the last 7 years just departed. So I said, man, this is the worst place to go, all these beautiful women, and you single now. But one of the keys here is she didn't depart. It was a mutual agreement. The sister that I was with, I met her when she was 20. So I got her when she first got out of the house. And then she looked up about a month ago and she just turned 27, and she was like, damn, I never stayed on my own. I never did anything on my own, so I just want to go out there and see how it is to be on my own. And I said, I guess you're right. I said, because shit, I partied from age 14 to 30. I said, I used to open up clubs for niggas. I said, personally, I said, being spiritual enough to understand this, I said, I think you need to, you know, I said, it would be different. I'm 11 years older than you, but it would be different if I met you at 27, when you was 27, but I met you at 20, you just got out of the house. And I mean, we had a good run. We flew all over the country and we did a whole lot of things together. And she's a master psychic. You see, I'm gonna miss that. But, you know, I said, I think you need to go. Plus, she was one of them kind, you know, you look the wrong way, she'll know. So if I messed around, she would know. You see that on the which way is up? See, you mess around, I know. You see what I'm saying? So I thought the wrong way. She said, oh, something up. So, but anyway, so I told her, I said, you're right, you know, I think you need to go on out, and she didn't miss a beat getting the hell out the door. Man, shit, she got a place in a week, phone in a week, gas in a week, lights in a week. I'm like, damn. You act like I got the plague or some shit. And she didn't miss a beat getting out the door. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, that's good for her, but that ain't too good for me, you know. And also, all of a sudden, I'm back on the single zone after all these years and stuff. And you know how it is? It's like, that would be cool, but it's one thing if, you know, if something wasn't going right for years and you just had your eye. But, I mean, it just was abrupt, and we both agreed, hey, because we did this major ritual. And after the ritual in January, she said, I got to leave. I said, yeah, they forcing you out. But anyway, so since I'm not even socialized, I don't even know how to even act around a woman. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you've been out of the game, you know. You used to everything, so, you know, you ain't even socialized now. Because there's a whole socialization when it comes, you know. So I'm like, you know, but I also, it's kind of messed up because I am the brokest man in the Western Hemisphere. Literally. I gave up everything, and the only money I have is the money I have in my pocket, and right now I think I got about $5. So I'm the brokest man in the Western Hemisphere. So, I mean, you know, so I guess that'll cut that in half. All right. But then again, I can stimulate you mentally. Yeah. 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 So, but then again, you know, but anyway, going on, we need to do these libations because we need to block out this, and we need to line up some stuff. So, you want to get in the habit of pouring libations weekly. I mean daily, every morning. So I got 2 or 3 good libation lists that I'm going to leave behind. Brother Prentice, you can get this stuff printed? Brother Prentice.
No one has done before. I wanna love. I wanna love. I wanna love.
Can you get these 3 libation lists printed up? You know, print these up. You know, print up about 100. Print up about 100 of these, and they can stop back by the shop. You know, and you know, sell it for like $1 or $2. You know. And these libation lists, you know, they have the Voodoo, the Yoruba, the Kabbalah, the Egyptian, the Hindu, the Santeria, the Greek, which is Etruscan. The original Greeks were the black Etruscans, the Phoenicians. And they started Greece and Rome. So these names are African names. The Etruscans, the Phoenicians, the Etrurians, and they were the Typhonian Egyptians that was pre-dynastic Camites. We'll go into all of that. So we're going to, for the people that are interested in the libation list, we'll leave this behind. We'll leave this behind. We'll go through some mystical and magical things that you can also do. You can also do things, like I said, money, love. There's a good one for your nature to rise, a voodoo one called, you call on Papa Gede. When time don't rise to the occasion, you call on Papa Gede, and Papa Gede is a voodoo deity, and he pretty much works pretty damn good, you know. So that be good for some brothers, but that might be good for some sisters, and you know, if the brother ain't coming to the occasion and all, you know. Good man is hard to find, but a hard man is very good to find. So we'll give you the Papa, you know. So we'll also do that. So let's go into the libations, and then we'll go into the libations, and then we'll get it on. So for the people, I suggest that you max it out because I'm going to be here probably till the people go home. So that's 3 o'clock. That's when I'll leave. You know, usually I do the maximum. The minimum is 6 hours. That's pretty rough. 6 hours, and the maximum is 8 or 9. But don't worry about it because it's going to seem like 2 hours. See, what happened is you change the atmosphere in the room with the libations, and it'll seem like 2 hours. Now, so all the agents and stuff, y'all want to get funky. These are the babies from the voodoo. Now, you can take your goddamn chances. But you fuck around and catch on fire up in here getting funky. You see, we're not dealing with some regular old bullshit here. So all the agents or the people that come and disrupt stuff, remember you're doing it at your own risk. Because you mess around and you get them babies, they're voodoos, and I got another set called Apollo. you get them mad and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Your ass might catch on fire. So, the deal is, you can act funky all the hell you want. But, because all your hair you want. But, I'm telling you, take your damn chances when you're fucking with them babies and the, what you call the lower or the Apollo. That's our high magic, because we deal with high magic. You see what I'm saying? And I ain't the motherfucker to fuck with. You can ask the white boy about that shit. You ask the white boy about that shit. I'm not the nigga to fuck with. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't want to mess around with them cats the wrong way. And don't worry, you might get funky, but they'll get you when you get to your house. That's right. They'll get you when you get to your house. Now, they got a Ghanaian ritual that the women use in Ghana to take a brother penis away. This was real deal shit. See what I'm saying? And I think I pretty much got that shit. So fuck around, and you'll be pissing through a tube for the rest of your life. For all y'all agents and shit, I pretty much got that stuff. And if I don't get it now, by the time I get back to Atlanta, your shit is gone. So y'all fuck around now. You see what I'm saying? Because we at war now. You see what I'm saying? So we ain't got time for all old foolishness for these niggas that don't respect black people. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You will get killed fucking around with this shit here. So come on with it. Get funky if you want to. So I'm gonna pull out some other ones, some even stronger ones. So if you want to get nasty, you in at your own damn risk with all that government agent shit. You see, because we gotta set the example for assholes. You know, because a nigga will get an asshole on you in a minute. You see, so we ain't playing around. So you don't have to give me no respect. You know, country talking nigga, you know. But hey, you're at your own risk. You see what I'm saying? So let me do something first. Hold on. Bear with me 1 minute. I will talk while we're doing this. While we're going through while I'm looking for these other ones, and it's interesting because it popped in. I guess they must have told me, you better put us up, brother. Because it's interesting. These other ones. You all right? Okay. Number one, I have a book out. This is a small thing coming from a white Luciferian group of upstate New York. We have a limited amount of copies, probably about 20 copies, so first come, first serve. And what I'll do is I'll leave one behind with Prentice, and if you don't get one, you can get with Prentice, and he can probably produce them. So that's what we'll leave it behind. And if you don't get one today, just come back up here and they can go and spend their money to get it. It's only 20 pages, so 20 pages times 5, you can produce some. It's called Melanin People, How to Eat and Devour Their Energy. White Luciferian Group Reveals Their Secrets. Edited by Bobby Hemmitt. And you need to stay out of them damn churches. That's why there's one on every corner. That's one on every corner. You don't think the white man love you that much to let you build a church on every corner? Come off that shit. Who do you think gave you that church? That's to zap your energy. That's right. And so I got it on several tapes. I did one in Philly during the day of the Million Woman March, and the spirits came and gave me this information. And then lo and behold, here it is. I got the white boys talking about how they do it. Zap that energy. We're going to go into all that today, too. So that's one place you don't need to be messing around, is a doggone church. It's very dangerous dealing with the Lord. You know what I'm talking about. Because that ain't the Lord at all. That's slavery. You see what I'm saying? That's slavery. And other than mind control, but it's very dangerous. You know, see what I'm saying? But, you know, it's cool, whatever you do. But, hey, You've been warned. I want to get these follow. And I'll talk as we go on. This esoteric science, well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to just pour the libations, and then as I talk, I'll be able to line them up. Yeah. Yeah. And so we can do this and all. Obviously, they hiding, because they must have said, you know, maybe there's somebody up in here and they don't want to kill nobody, so y'all spared. I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, let's do this. Get me water. Okay. All right. Let me call out an invocation to Ishu first. And for the people that never seen libations poured before, we'll call out the invocation to Ishu Elegba. It's Ishu Elegba in Hemmitt. It's Anubis. It's Anubis. It's Tahuti. All this is the same entity, the opener of the way. Ibaku, Ibaku, Malambu, Ishu, Ibaku, Malambu, Ibiku, Marambu, Mayambu, Omi, Kangichu, Ibaku, Omoki, Akau, Mabu, Ishu, Kalu, Ibaku, Malambu, Omi, Ku, Ibaku, Malambu, Obiku, Ibaku, Malumbu, Aku, Ishu, Kala, Aku, Abiku, Malumbu, Aku, Ishu, Kalua, Ibaku, Malumbu, Malum, Omaku, Ku, Oko, Ashi, Orom, Laro, King, Lari, Ishu, Colombo, Ishu, Koma, Colombo, Aki, Anaku, Lea, Anaku, Lea, Aku, Chi, Ibaku, Guana, Ishu, Laro, Akanu, Aro, Aroli, Aroli, Anaku, Lori, Anaku, La, Guana, Lori, Ashe. You all right? Okay, ready? Ishu Oro, Ishu Ipun. There you go, Ashe as loud as you can. Ishu Oro, Ishu Ibakun, Ishu Akutu, Ishu Osi, Ishu Ogobo, Ishu Mari, Ishu Jatu, Ishu Ayi, Ishu Adora, Ishu Dodo, Ishu Agawa, Ishu Gabya, Ishu Okon, Ishu Orari, Ishu Alua, Ishu Katasi, Ishu Kori Duni, Ishu Elegba, Ishu Imaja, Ishu Lori, I say Ishu Akani, Ishu Okruni. I say, okay, all right, let's do it. Okay, y'all ready? Okay, let's do this. Agasu, Agari, Edoedo, Zane, Barasundi, Basmati, Bridget Uttaraquax, Dambala, Azuri, Wadi, Wahanbari, La Serene, Legba, Zaka, Marasha, Mystery, Ogun, Simbi, Papa Zaka. I say Omi Tutu, I say Ani Tutu, I say Ili Tutu, I say Tutu Alegba, I say Kosi Ku, I say Kosi Arun, I say Kosi Ofo, I say Kosi Idina, I say Abba Kasa Babawaya, I say Mato Ogo Olasmi, I say Akababa, I say Mojobo Alasu, I say Mojobo Orisha, I say Mojobo Ilatun, I say Mojobo Iku, I say Ilarame Odorame Osun, I say Moko Ikamasi Ogobo, I say Babalasa Ogo Ilasa, I say Nikamasi, I say, okay, let's do it. Aim, I say Aim Soda Uda, I say Aim Sod, I say Dab, I say Keva, I say Shakma, I say Bina, I say Tibber, I say Shay, I say Jazia, I say Tamarana, I say Tibberus, I say Nexed, I say Had, I say Yased, I say Malkut, I say Cthulhu, I say Yosatos, I say Nilin Hotep, I say Azathoth, I say Hestar, I say Subnigara, I say Great Ones, I say Great Old Ones, I say Kulu, I say Nakumpa, I say Amelinga, I say Sutnesit, I say Sutnubit, I say Lakshmi, I say Jansia, I say Edoedo, I say Ewa, I say Oba, I say Iva, I say Inanna, I say Ishtar, I say Vashashetu, I say Pataneta Unra, I say, oh, okay, let's roll on. Osea, I say Aset, I say Tahuti, I say Mayat, I say Patah, I say Sut, I say Amenra, I say Amenrithasa, I say Amensa, I say Satis, I say Tetanin, I say Upwaret, I say Anpu, I say Anubis,
I say Brahmin, I say Brahmini, I say Ramasandra, I say Siva, I say Inasuda, I say Sita, I say Hanuman, I say Asura, I say Hinsaman, I say Lakshmi, I say Jinseya, I say Dambawalawedo, I say Marasha, I say Bridget, I say Adamgwedi, I say Ogufarelli, I say Ogushengo, I say Azuli, I say Edawedo, I say Zaka, I say Alafi, I say Loa, I say Ife, I say Oshosi, I say Olakun, I say Olaroon, I say Adudawa, I say Alafi, I say Obatala, I say Aruna, I say Ogun, I say Shango, I say Oshun, I say Legba, I say Yemenya, I say Orisha Oku, I say Oya, I say. All right. To all gods known and unknown, I say. To all ancestors known and unknown, I say. The Hemmitt family, Davis family, all my family members, 1, 2, 3. Start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. I say, 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 Zarabanda, I say, Zarabanda, I say, Zarabanda, I say, Makumba, I say. All right. Now, you're at your own risk now.
Have asked me to tackle, to look at. And it is the topic of from ancient Pharaonic Egypt to enslaved Negro and the empowerment of the black race. So we want to go from our classical history and look at what that history was in terms of its spirituality, who we are, who we were, who we are. And that reflected in terms of the temples, why were they built, what were the meaning of how we lived as a people and related to one another, what happened that we lost our great abilities to balance ourselves with the universe, to have the great powers of the spoken word. In fact, in ancient times, we believed that our word was so powerful that when we spoke, we brought things into being. I want to look at what happened that we lost that great ability, that great insight we had to the universe. Or perhaps maybe we haven't lost it, but let's look at how we became an enslaved people after looking first at our great accomplishments. And looking at who we are now, that we have been a conquered people, but are we really conquered? So we want to look at beyond slavery. So Bobby, if you would, let's begin with looking at that great period of time when we were masters of ourselves and rulers of the world.
Okay, my entry into this is going to be one, not so much clearly the historical period of where we, the pharaohs, because that's clear. We are the pharaohs. We are the Kamites or the Egyptians, and that has been well covered.
Can perhaps, Bobby, would you touch on that? What are some of the things that today we can look at and say, yes, we are?
We are.
In terms of coming together?
Well, there's a good argument was made. One that was not entered into the great Afrocentric movement, where we covered so much of this information. Because we didn't have this particular piece, which would have been Exhibit A, and not only that, it would have clarified some things. We know that we are the Egyptians or the Kamites, but if you talk about documentation, unfortunately, this one single piece would have been something that would have been so awesome. At that particular time, 9, 10, 11, 12 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago. But never late we do have some document that I want to speak on that is profound. There's a guy, let's see, this guy's name is, he wrote a book in 1937 called God Wills the Negro. His name is Theodore P. Theodore P.
No, I have that. You want me to get it right quick?
Yeah.
I have that.
Yeah, a copy of it.
Looking at some of the evidence that we can put our hands on that can show us that we are really descendants of ancient running Egyptians.
Yes, document came out in 1939. A guy that went to the University of Chicago named Theodore P. Ford, PhD. Yep, Theodore P. Ford wrote a book called God Wills the Negro. And in that book he gave a great synopsis of what went on in Kemet during the last invasion, which would be the Arab invasion of Kemet. And in so many words, what happened was a lot of people fled Kemet. The Egyptians fled and basically went en masse to West Africa. And in so many words, what the book is saying is that once the slave trade came years later, that the West Africans, in so many words, when the slave traders came, they allowed the slave traders to capture the Egyptians and the Hemmites because the Egyptians were homeless. They didn't have a home anymore. So let's just say that you are a leader or a king. Your loyalty and your responsibility is to the people in your tribe, your kingdom, or your nation. So since the Hemmites were no longer in power, didn't have a nation because it was overrun by the Arabs, they were looked on as homeless. And so some of the chiefs or the actual kings gave the Egyptians up as some of the first slaves because their loyalties was with the people that they had to rule over. So as a result, some of the first population of the Americas and of South America, of Central America, South America, and North America, but especially especially Central America and South America, were in large Hemmites or Egyptians, based on the people who gave them up said, you know, but they don't have anything to hide. These people are homeless, or we're not really losing anything. These people are not a part of our nation, and they're homeless. And these were very advanced people, people that had a certain air about them, that even if Theodore P. Ford said, it raised certain attitudes towards them as being people that were so advanced till other tribes or other nations got jealous of them and had no problem enslaving them or catching them and capturing them for the white slavers.
So we're talking about perhaps 15 to 1800 years later.
Yes.
You know, somewhere from 13
yes.
to
Exactly.
1800 years
exactly.
later. How would they still be a homeless people?
Homeless as if they might not necessarily have been indigenous to the area, and to the point where as they probably set up their own state. But remember, because we know the Dogon, case in point, is descendants from the ancient Egyptians. You know? Because even the Dogon even say that they came to the West Africa during the time of Timbuktu from Kemet. You see, from Kemet. You know we talk about people that have a profound oral history. West African, East African. So the West Africans could doggone sure know who just got there lately. Even if it's, 1800 years? You see what I'm saying? They sure could tell who just got there lately. For the simple fact that even in modern Africa right now, customs are very important. You might go up the street and do something, and they might love it. And you might do the same thing up the street in another area, and they might offend somebody. So we're talking about people that literally can identify new people to the area even 1,800 years later just by their customs. And these people had to have been some people that if they were Egyptians, then there had to be no mistake about it that they were some very sophisticated people. And this is where Theodore P. Ford is saying that there was some jealousy going on. You see what I'm saying? I'm much inclined to believe him on this particular aspect. Number one, he went to the University of Chicago. He went at a time in the early ages of Egyptology, because even at the beginning of the 20th century, it went at a time of the early ages of Egyptology. We're talking about around the time that Rockefeller was pumping a whole lot of money up in there, who basically, literally, built the School of Egyptology with James Henry Breasted. So this person, by him being a person that is at the University of Chicago at a time when it was not...
Actually, it was 1919.
Yeah, 1919. University of Chicago at a time when, because the book came out in 1939, at a time when it wasn't even popular for blacks to even be in some type of program like that, because today it's still not popular. We have only a few people. So therefore, he would probably be able to get a little more access to things back then than you can now, based on the political aspect of them, the Europeans, knowing that we're looking for our ancient history. And he was probably the prototype and the model in which the Europeans looked at and said, we're going to make sure that nobody else gets deep into this particular information to write this type of book, because the government came in and confiscated the majority of the books of his book in 1939. This guy even went as far as to showing the black women in Chicago at the time that's not so much far removed from slavery. If you're talking 1919, we're not talking about a people that could be amalgamated in European features. We would even say that before 1950, there was probably tons of black people, you see what I'm saying, with the original stock of the original phenotypes of Africans.
In the South.
In the South and in Chicago, because remember now Chicago is a great migration point from Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. You see what I'm saying? New York is a great migration point, you see what I'm saying, from South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. So in Chicago, we still have these Southerners that is migrating into the North. And this migration period, although it was a great migration, it's probably started as early as the late 1800s. It probably wasn't a boom, but they've always had a migration pattern. And we got to also break this stuff down, that things happen that's spiritual. So we can't never rule out the the possibility that everything has to be on a European left-brain scholarship in the way that things happen. Things happen spiritually. Now, in his book, he showed the phenotypes of Chicago women, black women from the South, put up against statues and drawings at the University of Chicago of the Pharaonic people. And it was an uncanny resemblance. You see what I'm saying? It was an uncanny resemblance. I mean, you know, there's no way that if they, let's put it this way, if we argue that these people had European mixture, they still wouldn't look like the Egyptians. And if they didn't have it, then where did they get these phenotypes from? They got it from ancient Kemet, because this means that we had a heavy Camite or Egyptian settlement in America. Give you some other history other than that one. And I try to, because history is always an ongoing process. I think whenever we say, no, this is absolutely, positively the way history is, history shows us different.
Correct. Yes.
And it busts up our thesis. You see? Now, we know that these people, the Egyptians, had full access to the earth. We have maps that is drawn on the complete earth, of the complete earth. Thousands and thousands of years old. And there's only one way this could have happened. Number one, they got it from a concept of space, or they actually traveled the globe. Now, one of the other stories is coming that I got from Memphis, Tennessee in 1993. Now, I don't let people tell me how scholarship is supposed to come to the conclusion of how scholarship is done. There is such thing as empirical evidence, case study, field work, and anthropological study, where you get certain things based on folklore, based on narratives of people in geographical locations just as authentic as you find on a rock or some type of artifact. Now, interesting story, when I was in Memphis, Tennessee in 1993, doing a lecture down there. Did a lecture for the Nation of Islam. Sister came through, one of the sisters of the community. She invited me to a house on the Underground Railroad. And we went in the house and I did a lecture in the house, and then she took me downstairs where the slaves used to have to hide out in the basement. And she shut the doors on a couple of us, and it was pitch black under the house. And she even mentioned that how they had to either drug the babies, or by keeping the babies drunk half the time, or they have to knock them out if company came to the house with the white man upstairs. And these babies start crying up under the house. This particular point on the Underground Railroad, it was said that they made it to this particular point in Memphis, Tennessee, that it would be a breeze to go straight up north, undetected. But they had to go through rough terrain from all parts of the South to make it to this particular house in Memphis, Tennessee. This is a woman that did the history on this. She said, what made this house so special was one thing that we witnessed when we went up under the basement where the slaves used to hide out. There was actually railroad tracks up under the house. And she's saying that this house could very well be the house in which the word Underground Railroad was named. Because there was railroad tracks under the house. We actually did see this. And we know the house was one of the last stops in Memphis, Tennessee, before you go on into Freedom in the north, where the other safe passages. But if you got to that particular house, you pretty much could bet that it was going to be an easy ride. But she told me a curious story. A white person knew about her, knew that she had done a lot of work in the black community, and knew that she was about uncovering knowledge of her people. And she said somewhere in the late 80s or the early 90s, white guy was dying. And he called on her, because he'd seen pictures. He always saw her popping up in the newspaper, uncovering this and uncovering that. And she had already done a whole lot of publicity and a whole lot of information on that Underground Railroad. So he called her, that house. So he called her over. And apparently there was a little island in the river near Memphis. And the water subsided and the island got bigger and bigger and bigger. The University of Tennessee, which got the big old glass pyramid down there. You've been down there and saw this thing?
I've seen it.
And in the statue of Ramesses, that the president of Hemmitt gave them a replica of Ramesses. They went and excavated the land, and they dug up a lot of ancient black bodies. In that land, on that island in the river in Memphis, Tennessee. The lady went on to say that based on legend has it, that when the Europeans got to Memphis, Tennessee, they didn't name Memphis, Tennessee based on their knowledge of Memphis, Egypt, or Memphis, Kemet, based on them being Masons or whatever. In this particular case, what happened is, the legend has it, is when they first settled the land, the Native Americans, or the Native Indigenous people that we call Indians, or the Native Americans, said that this particular place is called Memphis. And they insisted upon it that this place was to remain Memphis. And it was the Native Americans that taught the European settlers about Memphis. And they went into the story. This is remarkable stuff. They went into the story that at their first beginning of whenever they migrated in, there were these Egyptians living on the land in Memphis. That was a subsidiary of original Memphis, Egypt.
What period are we talking?
It's hard to say because we have to find out the period of when these particular Native Americans got there. So it had to be a very early period, probably a couple of hundred years before the European settlers got there. So it's not going to be that hard to do the work on when the Europeans settled Memphis. And they said, the story goes that this is Memphis, named after groups of Egyptians or black people that was here when we migrated into the land, the Native Americans. And the story goes that, as you know, in Africa and in Egypt, they didn't have a real jail system. Because certain things were taboo. So somebody says it's kind of hard to believe that death is taboo because we have so much people being murdered around us till it's a way of life, until it's kind of hard to perceive that death can be taboo. But if you just notice black people right in the 20th century, before the 1980s, we had several things in our community we just didn't do. You know, there's several things that was taboo, and we could go on and on list of things we just didn't do.
For an example.
For an example, let's even talk about killing. Now, John Henry Clark said that he believed that Malcolm X was murdered by a higher power as far as the United States government, because you have to study black people's killing style. He said a black person will never go stand over somebody and empty the gun in them, not unless they was ordered specifically to do that. We usually just kill because we get probably mad and out of our mind. But after we shoot the person, we come to our senses and probably recognize what we did. But we wouldn't violently stand over a person with the purpose of emptying the guns in the chest. That's just not our killing style. And we talk about if we got killing patterns, we could take the killing patterns from just the 20th century when we fell into this foolishness of murder. We just didn't do certain things. You see what I'm saying? This might be a little raunchy for some people, but I remember as late as the 1980s and as late as the early 80s and the mid 70s, where it was taboo for a black man to even admit that he had oral sex. You just didn't do it. You see, even Richard Pryor commented on it on one of his tapes. You know, black man don't never admit that he ate something. You see what I'm saying? So we know that there's several taboos that we just didn't do. You see what I'm saying? There's several things that we see white children would do that we wouldn't dare do in front of our parents.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? In front of our parents. Now, going back to this, because we didn't have a jail system, some of the penalties were, because it wasn't probably some real vicious things, but if you did some stuff that was just taboo or unforgivable at that particular point, you just were allowed to leave the community. And that was enough punishment to be uprooted from your original dwelling place or habitat, which, because culture was everything, but outside of culture, you were nothing. So it would be taboo, or it would be just as much psychological punishment to be banished from a society. Well, the legend has it is that there was a new state set up in the Americas for people who, number one, were banished from the societies, and they would settle in remote places. Well, the legend has it that one of the places was Memphis, Egypt. First it was a settlement for people who were banished from the societies, and later on, based on visitation and trade with these particular people, it later on became a province of ancient Kemet, and was named Memphis. This is the information that the sister gave based on the legends of the Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? Now, there's all kind of Masonic history the European is hiding. In Richard Noon's book, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, he quotes several Masonic organizations that had held on certain information, that is also quoting the early white settlers, here again, in America, when he said that when the white settlers settled Maine, the state of Maine, they found Egyptians or Camites reading, writing, and speaking hieroglyphics in that area. As well as to go on to say that in the early 1800s in Oklahoma, they found a stela or a stone tablet, a writer of Akhenaten. Long before Akhenaten's hymns, long before they even knew who Akhenaten was, long before they even excavated Tel al-Amarna. Because, you know, he was the heretic king stricken from the monuments. But they found stelas or these stone plates in Oklahoma long before they even knew who Akhenaten was. There's reports of whole temples, the temple of Isis, the temple of Osiris, in the Grand Canyon. Now all of a sudden, mysteriously, you can't go to certain parts. Just as that book what's called God Rules the Negro. Why, if it's false, why would the government bother to come in and confiscate almost 95% of all the books that they could find, or 98% of all those books, if it didn't have some truth? You see what I'm saying? If it didn't have some truth. So you hear these Moorish organizations saying that there was Egyptians and ancient people over here long before the slaves got here. And this is probably some of the greatest mysteries on the earth. You see what I'm saying? But we cannot do like the European and set certain standards that later on will hinder us from looking into greater insights, even into history, by saying, no, this is the way it is. You know what I'm saying? This is the way it is. We can't do that. So there's just as much a Camite history of America that's connected with us as it is West Africa. Now let me give you some metaphysical aspects of why this is to be. Because we can always rely on the text. Now the text say,
No, keep going.
okay, the text say that a great text that says, and this is the Hebrew one, and the Egyptian ones, out of Egypt I will call my son.
Yes. All black people know that text.
That text. Out of Egypt I will call my son.
Yeah.
Now to break this down.
Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand to God.
Yeah, Ethiopia will stretch forth her hand to God. Okay. Or you also hear of the Son of Man being in the West. That's also in the Bible, you know. Well, let me give you some deeper insights into this.
Okay.
The esoteric tradition, which is your metaphysical tradition of the Old Testament, would be your Kabbalah.
All right.
Now, the Kabbalah states that there will be what is called a great mixing bowl in the West. The great mixture of souls in the West. And what it means is this, also to give you another one. The Hermetic text that I often quote from say that there will be a land that will be in the West or at the ends of the earth that all types of race would come to and dwell in that land. But there will be an extremity or a appendage or a extract of ancient Kemet that will be in that land also. There will be some Egyptians that will be in that land also. And those Egyptians will establish Mayat.
Okay, all right.
So we have texts. See, if we're talking about several ways we want to look at, what we call truth or proof. Well, we just go and see what the records with the Egyptians said. There's even been translations of the word Osiris or Osar that meant the West. It means the West.
I'm not familiar with that, Bobby.
Yes. It meant the West. It might be, if I'm not mistaken, in this book, Egyptian Book of the Dead, or going forth, the book of Going Forth by Day, translated by Raymond Faulkner. This particular book, that, if I'm not mistaken, I've even found references to it in this particular book about the West being named after Osiris. So it's talking about a western body of Egyptians that is extracted from the mainland, torn apart, and scattered throughout the land, and then put back together in the West by Aset, Isis. But there's a form of Isis called the winged Isis, which is Mayat. You see? Which is Mayat. Now let me give you a greater scientific terminology of what the great mixing bowl in the West is. The people in Africa are so old until there is no birth records.
What do you mean? No birth records?
Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, as a symbolic number, we're 66 trillion years old. It's a symbolic number to represent there is no beginning. As long as you want a doggone record history, we were there. Now, they got some translations of some Arabic texts in Europe. They got there by the way of the Moors. But the texts are so old until the original or your regular Arabs, or what you call your regular Arabic or modern day Arabic, is different from it. It means that this came from an older people and an older dialect and older linguistics of this Arabic. In order for them to translate it, they had to go and search the land in remote parts of Arabia to find people of the Cushite Arab, which was the original people who settled that land before the Indo-European came in and mixed with all different types of race. They had Cushite Arabs, which were Ethiopians.
Yeah, but isn't Arab a recent...
Well, I'm not talking about the recent thing that we call Arab. I'm just talking about Arabians.
Okay.
See, there's Arabia land existed before the modern day person we call an Arab.
All right. But
So Cushite...
They weren't called Arabs.
No, they weren't called Arabs. We just talk about Cushite Arabia.
Okay, right. So we leave the word Arab off.
Leave the word Arab out, and we're only using the word Arabia as a geographical location.
Okay. All right. We got it.
So we're just talking about northeast Kush.
Yeah.
You see?
Right.
And for the lack of a better word, Cushite Arabians.
Okay.
Which which in some historical aspects, including Sheikh Anta Diop, had even recognized Muhammad's, if there was a person, father, as being one of these Cushite Arabians, or these people of Cush. Drusilla Dundee Houston's book, The Wonderful Ethiopians in the Cushite Empire, talks about that settlement of Arabia with Cushite or Ethiopians owned up into Indus Kush, which is your Indus Valley, which is India. So wherever this writing was, they had to go find a family old enough to translate this. When they translated it, it had a timeline on it of 2 billion years.
2 billion years.
2 billion years of not no ape man, but advanced beings.
So we are talking about there have been many, many, many civilizations.
Yes, because see, we have to do this if we're going to say we're superior, then we're going to have to believe in not what modern scholarship says, the way you're going to look at things. We got to believe in what the Egyptians say. The Egyptians, to this day, I'm ready to debate anybody where they can show me that the ancient Egyptians say that we came from apes. Or to say we came from these different hominid stages that they are claiming. So we got two kind of histories. We're not necessarily saying that they didn't find bones of these older people, these older hominid type of animal people or whatever, but it could very well be bones of a series of apes and not necessarily the original man.
Yes.
You see, we still get this foolishness from Charles Darwin. And as far as the European is concerned, if you're going to be in his university, you got to make a choice. You either got to believe in the theory of evolution of this ape thing and natural selection, or you got to believe in theology. You see, you got to believe in theology. So let's say if you say you don't believe in the ape thing, they'll say, well, we'll put that in the category of theology. But let's say if you're saying you are a man of science, and you don't necessarily want to put it under the category of theology, then based on his universities, you got to agree
With the Darwin theory.
with the Darwin theory.
Right, because they only have two ways.
Two ways of looking at this thing. That is his way of defining things. And it might not necessarily be, well, it's not the way that the original man looks at things. And so what we're talking about here is a political way to still shut us out of ancient history by lessening the timeline so that somehow he can fit his way as being the ancient man or not far removed from the ancient man. You see what I'm saying? I want you to hold this thought for a minute. What we're saying here is we're going to have to say if we are the greatest people that ever graced this planet, and if we are so advanced as Egyptians, then we're going to have to believe in what the Egyptians say, what the ancient Africans say. And there's a saying, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, in his book, Who is This King of Glory, and the book, Lost Light, one of John Henry Clark's scholars that he likes to quote a lot, this book, Who is This King of Glory?
Correct.
And in there, one of the chapters, it said that mythology is truer than history. So that means that someone has come in, and over the course of the last couple of 100 years, let's say European scholarship at its apex that we are involved in, it is mainly late 1800s, when we were thrust in this thing, late 1800s and the 20th century.
Well, Bobby, just let me ask you, if you know, how was European history created, initiated? Because history is something that primarily only Europeans write.
Yeah, okay, well let me...
And when did they base it on?
Okay, well I'll answer that one by giving you this particular information. Mainly in this 20th century, they have convinced the world that mythology is some type of secondary, primitive, pseudo saying of ancient people who in so many words didn't know what they were talking about. This is more mind control and by design to cover up truths of history. In Jeremiah's book, Natural Genesis, he said that the word mythology in Africa is called mutu, which means truthful history, or truthful sayings. So because someone tells you that mythology is basically a lie, because we even use it in terminologies, well, that's a myth, as to say that it is unimportant or less important than what he defines as truth and reality. So when we look at mythology, we have a different view on it. My mother, when I was trying to explain to her about Isis and Osiris, she was like, well, that's mythology. Give me something else. That's mythology. As if to say that mythology has no merit when it comes to so-called quote-unquote truth. Well, what is truth? And what is fact? We know that half the thing that the white boy called fact 100 years ago has been disproven. Half the stuff he called fact 30 years ago has been disproven. You know? So fact is always changing every day. You see what I'm saying? So that means there's an old saying, nothing is true, all is permitted, which would be the best thing that you can go by in a modern time of what this is, year 2001. There's so much lies and so much misconception till we'll go, well, nothing is true, all is permitted. And we'll have to sift this down to the least common denominator on what makes the most sense. Now, what do we do as the measurement on how we do this? What you do is you take a principle, an underlining principle, that I don't care what customs you have or what culture or what language you have. If you have a story told around the world and the principle always ends up the same, then that's closer to the truth. Because here it is, how can you have different culture, different language, different people, and a different mythology, or a different folklore, but the underlying principle means the same? That's closer to the truth. And that's how you get to the truth. When you can find a synchronicity and a comparativeness throughout the world, or throughout centralized customs and cultures, where you have the principle underlining is the same. And no other discipline on the earth does this over and over and over again like mythology. And although they'll tell you that mythology is some stuff that you cannot rely on, but yet white people get PhDs in mythology all the time. But it don't supposed to be important. And if you ever studied mythology, you'll find out you're going up against a science. And I believe in some cases it would probably be easier to study mathematical equations than to try to get a a greater understanding and grasp this mythology. The woman Wendy O'Flaherty of the University of Chicago said, I have translated texts 30 years ago in the early 70s, or in the late 60s, early 70s. And now I'm in the 90s, late 90s, and I'm translating the same text and I get something totally, completely different. So it means that these particular mythology can meet the level of consciousness based on where your consciousness is. So it's multidimensional, which makes for a greater science of understanding if we didn't have somebody brainwashing us, telling us, no, it's about the way I say, you got to look at reality. You understand where I'm coming from here? Now, going back to the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Africans as proof, we don't have us coming from no apes in the mythology. But here's the scientific department saying, well, we got all these hominid stages. We got proof, we got all these bones. And we don't necessarily say that these bones don't exist, because clearly they do. What we're saying is, the black man didn't come up out of it. It could very well be different hominid stages of apes. That is something totally different than man. But only because the European, based on the Darwin's theory, who was a part of a secret society that wanted to cover up ancient history of black people being on the earth so old, until when you look at it this way, white people don't even supposed to even be important in the scheme of things based on our age. So that's a very tricky thing. Here you are ruling the world. And if you're going to tell the truth that the black man has been here for millions of years, or billions of years ruling on a high level of intellect, a high level of sophistication, and a high level of technology. But yet you're the new ruler of the world, and this stuff gets out and it is commonplace that we are these type of people. That means in actuality, you would give the people another world view of who these people really are. Well, obviously they got to be a great people because they've been around for millions of years. So what better way, if you're going to rule people or colonize a people, is you got to wipe out that history. And in order to make it authentic, so that you can say that I'm a central player in this game of life or history, tell them we all come from apes. And shorten the timeline to a couple of thousand years. And therefore, white people can justify being around just as long as we were, by saying that in actuality, what the Egyptians say, that when man first hit the earth, he wasn't no ape. We were always here. Right here in this Book of the Dead, right here, they say the great ones. And some say the great old ones. And we don't have any text. So who am I going to believe? See, this argument now, even against anybody, and I don't care how great a scholar you are, this argument is futile, not unless you can tell me or find ancient pharaonic, ancient African records where they say in their narratives, which is called mythology, that we came from apes. Until I get it, I'm not going for the bull. But then again, on the other hand, we have to also look and say, at this particular time, we got to even look and find out, when we define things, is it the white man's definition that we are defining things by as the yardstick where we measure? Or is it our definition? You say, well, how do we know what our definitions are? Because we left enough records behind. Yeah, there's been thousands of records that's been destroyed, but we got enough access to the records behind. If we would just study the ancient mythology to get closer to the truth. And all of that ancient mythology says that we have been on the earth for millions of years. And so this this argument, I'm just as much as legitimate for looking in Egyptian texts and finding us being here for a considerable amount of years and not finding us coming from apes as some fool agreeing to something that some white university standard says is the law of the land.
Bobby, this is very interesting insight. Now, who is if the black man has been here for millions,
Right.
and the European, where did he come from, and when did he get here? What's his history? And we've been here for millions of years and then mutate into a Caucasian,
Right.
and a Caucasian shows up 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, let's say 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, 10 or 11,000 years ago. How did he arrive? What is he?
Well, based on the text, this mutation or this particular climate adaptability that so many black scholars go by is only a theory. We don't have any records on that, but we do have records. One very important one, and it is not anything that's Christian in origin. There's a text called the Apocryphon of John, coming out of the book called the Nag Hammadi Library. Dug up in 1945 in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. And these ancient texts that somehow didn't get translated into English until 1977. But in these texts, especially that Apocryphon of John, they clearly state that you have the original person, what they call the true beings, and then you have what is called a counterfeit spirit or a later spirit or a later being that is separated from the original being by a single essence, which means in actuality you can have a physical body, but that essence that they're separated is the melanin. So now all of a sudden, I don't want to hear a theory when we have texts like this showing up. You see, in text at the Ramesses V tomb of Temple of Abydos in the Holy Land, where they say that the Egyptians and the West Africans created the white man.
Now wait a minute, you said as a text that Abydos is saying?
Yeah, Temple of Ramesses V, Biblium El Manuk. To quote it, you can find it documented in Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, page 27. And you can also get a fuller story of it in Sheikh Anta Diop's book, Ancient African Civilization, Myth or Reality, which, the African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality, where he talks about the Tamahu, which means the Tamahu, but he omits that part when Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, page 27, said that the word Tamahu means, Tama meaning a created, and a Hu meaning white, light, and bright. Thus, Tamahu means the created white people. And it goes on at the end of the text, coming from Biblium El Manuk, or on the walls of the tombs of Ramesses V, where they say the Ruti, which is supposed to be your East African, and your Suti, which is supposed to be your West African, created the Tamahu.
Now, if you want me, I'll go get you Book of the Beginnings, Gerald Massey, Volume 1, and you can point it out.
Yeah.
I can also get you Shakespeare.
Just get that one, the Volume 1.
Okay, I think it's in there.
Yes.
All right, let's hold that up there. Hold the Book of the Beginnings round so I can see what we're dealing with. And that's by Gerald Massey?
Yep.
Yes. Now, okay, turn to that. That's Volume 1.
Volume 1, page 27, Exhibit 8.
All right.
We'll identify where it's coming from and what it is talking about. The Egyptians identified themselves on the monuments as the R-U-T, root. A pictorial representation found in the tomb of Seti I. There are 4 races of people arranged in groups of 4 men each. These are the Nashi, which means Negroes, Hemmu, which means light brown hue, with blue eyes and their hair in a bag. So that would be more of a mixture of a mulatto. The Tamahu, who are fair as Europeans, and the Rut, who are Egyptians. These typical groups, not meant merely for conquered races, as may be gathered from signification of their names. The Tamahu are light-complected people. The Egyptian word Tama means people and created. Hu means white, light, and ivory. Tamahu are the created white people. You got it in black and white right there. The Ne is black. The Na means black ink. Ne means blackbird. Shu means person of birth. Nashu, which means black born, or in Egyptian phrase, the black born from the egg, Shu. Him means rudder to paddle. Fish means hemi, paddle, fish. Hemi to steer. The Hemu is indicated as sailors or seafarers of the people of the Isles. That might be a form of your Phoenicians later on. The Isles of the Gentiles, that might be rendered in Egyptians by the Isles of the Anu, or Amu, or Hemu. Now, to cut to the chase, the Egyptians were the true root ones of primordial people who first took conscious hold of the earth, retained a knowledge of the fact, and retained the knowledge of the fact that they was the first people to be on the damn earth. The land is the footstool. The land of Egypt, is the footstool root, or root. The people were the feet, root, on which the human being first arose erect to attain full stature. Identically, however, when we learn that the Egyptians recognized the black race to be the first created men, the people of Ra were born from the Great One who is in the heavens. The root are born of his eye, and in the persons of superior men. Now this is the key. He also created the Amu and the Tamu, as he has confronted himself with the multitudes who came from him in the shape of Negroes, by which expressly and said, Horus is created him, and he defends their souls. So in so many words, they go in and they say that the Egyptians, in so many words in this passage, created, or the first black man created the Amu, which is another fair-skinned race, and the Tamahu, which is the created white men. This is all coming from the temple of Seti I at Abydos, the first Holy Land. So now we have a page of history that don't suggest no ape man. This is what the Egyptians are saying, and they say they call them the created white people. You see? Diop in his book, it's not Pre-Colonial Black Africa, it's the other one, Egyptian Origins of, African Origins of Civilization, Myth and Reality. In that book, he goes all into the Talmud, but he omits this page where it says they are the created white people. You see what I'm saying? So we have counter history that suggests other than this ape thing. We can prove this over and over through mythology.
Okay, so the white race being a created race. Then how do we sync their history up with being a created people and then overpowering the people who were knowledgeable enough and powerful enough to create them?
My take on it, based on the mythology again, is it didn't really overpower them. If you've been on the earth for a couple of million years, and even Dr. Ben said that he gets more of a deterioration, a time just ran out, than he does someone coming and knocking us from the throne. Which means if you've been on the earth for millions of years, there has to be an intermission. We were weak from our infrastructure of being here thousands and thousands and millions of years. Physically, psychologically, and mentally. You see what I'm saying? Clearly, if the Africans were not weak psychologically and mentally, and the biggest the continent of Africa is, and all those Africans, they could have got together, crossed cultural lines, and stopped the European if they wanted to. We're talking about a small group of people. Here's the people that we say are so spiritually in tune. Why is it that they couldn't communicate with each other? We're talking about mass amount of black Africans in numbers that couldn't stop this thing. But in so many words, what we have is some type of catatonic state where these people were so old until the concept of even securing themselves based on a defense system didn't even register. And one of the reasons why it didn't register, because we had deteriorated to the point whereas we didn't look at each other in unity when it comes to color. The concept of color, if you're on a continent of Africa and everything you see is black all your life, the concept of color would not be the defining factor. It would be culture, language, customs, which in the case of deterioration, we had grown into too many of these cultures that saturated the central power. That meant that in these ancient civilizations, at the height of our power, those civilizations were vast. To have thousands of people under the same culture. As time went on, these civilizations started deteriorating, which creates smaller civilizations on down to tribes. So therefore, the smaller the civilization gets, the weaker it gets. Because they don't have the central power of mass number under the organized culture. So as the civilizations get smaller, customs and culture become sectarian, different, multiple. The ways of communication breaks down. So when the outside invader comes in, there's no such thing as a central organization where you can even communicate on a mass level for a great defense system. Meanwhile, he comes in and pits these people against each other because these people have deteriorated enough down to really think that their culture suggests that they are a different race of people than the brother next door, which is the same thing. Now going back to mythology, mythology say that this would happen. They said that they would have to take an extract. You got all these thousands of cultures. This is very profound here. To try to understand what's going on. In so many words, what went on was not necessarily a fall, it was a divine plan. The ancient mystical masters that ran the earth understood that one day there would be a deterioration period which would separate mass populations of people who had a consensus of knowledge, information, and science under one cultural system, or 4 or 5 major cultural systems which were strong. And they understood that these systems would deteriorate and become multiple systems with fragmented cultures. So they understood that the central plan was to take those fragmented cultures, Egyptian, West African, Central African, extrapolate or extract the best, the strongest out of those cultures, remove them and put them all the way in the West. And then those cultures come together sexually on a procreation process that make a new creation. So those new creation, what would make that new creation a unifying factor that the African didn't have by deterioration? Because in us is something that's going on that the Africa is separated by. What do we mean by that? You got Evo, Hausa, Dogon, Timbuktu, Egyptian, Kushite, Punt, Somali, Libyan, Nigerian, Ghanaian, Senegalese. Right. But over here, you create a new person that is mixed together of all these different Africans, because the simple fact, over here you were just a black person, so they just put you together and made it you. But in our blood system, we got Dogon, because we've been a great mixing bowl in the West that it talks about in the Kabbalah. Out of Eden I will call my son. These houses will come back into covenant, God's covenant, which is the tribes of Israel, Isis, Ra, and Elohim, which is Horus, being reunited. And when they come back together, in our blood, we will have Egyptian, Dogon, Hausa, Nigerian, ancient Yoruba, ancient Bambara, you know what I'm saying, the Fawn, the Dahomey, all in the central blood system which is a reunited Africa of the ancient world in the new people, because we are a mixture. Whereas the other Africa had broken apart and made other cultures. In us, we represent the uniting, the solidarity, and the merging back into those ancient cultures, which is called the smooth ashlar, or the crown jewel, or the finishing product. The ancient mystical Africans, recorded in the doggone mythology, we got so much of it, understood this. And that would become the body of Osiris, connected back together. You see? So here's a whole nother form of history that is told in various forms of mythology. The scattered tribes of Israel. The scattered houses. But in that ancient mythology, they always talk about a gathering. So right in this judgment scene, in the book of Coming Forth by Day, to look at this on another level, you got these different netters, which represents different energies, different aspects of the planet Earth, all assembled, all going through a filtering process of the weighing of the heart and the balancing of the scale, which in turn is the finished product again of Osiris on the throne. So this picture of Osiris, or Osir, these netters, or these particular entities you see here, these gods, these netters, these judgments, are nothing but components inside of this one God. So all of these is in him. And all of these represent the mechanisms that work to put all of these back together.
Now that's interesting. You're saying these represent the mechanisms. Well, let's talk about those mechanisms and what that really means.
Well, you got the feather of Mayat right here. Now let's go into ancient esoteric information. Mayat also is this balancing scales. The royal art of ancient Kemet, or ancient Egypt, is the mystical art called alchemy, which is the study of melanin in so many words. The royal art is going on inside of the body of Osiris, therefore, as representative of inside of the body of the original people on earth, which is us. We are the Osirians. The different Anubis would be a gateway that these gods would filter through to become the one Osiris. Mayat, the feather, would be a gateway or a form of balancing that these netters would come through and filter through and sift through like a milling process to become the body of Osiris. The god Hemmitt, which is the eater of souls, which in actuality would break down the process of the individual souls to mix it back in to make the perfect elixir. And the god Tahuti, which in so many words is showing that these particular entities here are intelligence, because he's recording it in so much as recording it, he's a form of the synthesizing process of this consciousness that's coming up out of this whole thing, which is the consciousness of Osiris, which would be our higher consciousness. So There's a physiological or cultural level of the same court system and how they do all that. They got that from Kemet. But the court system in ancient Kemet that now we even have the judge Osiris. In the modern time, because if you go to England, they might have a white wig on, but the judge, his wig has nappy hair in the top of it. So they have these white wigs on in England. And all the jury or whoever is judging, their wigs is smooth. But the judge, the main judge, he might have smooth hair on the side, but in the top is nappy little peppercorn beads within the white wig. So we have a prototype of ancient Kemet being copied by the Europeans, but even that prototype of the law and the court in ancient Kemet is only a manifestation of something that's going on inside of the body also too. A judgment of energies.
What do you mean? A judgment of energies.
Judging, in so many words, it just means balancing out. Balancing out. Bringing two forces together and balancing them. In our body, the central staff that balances out all of these latent energies in our body that we call our spiritual self or our soul, has one central balancing system that shoots up the spine, which is called a Kundalini force, which is represented in ancient cultures as the staff of Tahuti, the staff of Moses. Moses takes the staff and parts the Red Sea. The Red Sea is the blood vessels that surrounds the spinal system. You see, it's 32 vertebrae in the spine, 32 degrees, and 33 degrees, which is which would be the final one in Western Masonic aspect. All of this stuff is talking about a balancing that's going on in the body, which is recorded as a balance that should go on in society. As within, so without. As above, so below. That's what balance is. You see.
While we're on this, Bobby, I think it's a good place to segue into looking at the spiritual essence of Kemetic Egypt and how that was reflected in everyday life, in social life, in values, in morality, in the ability to accomplish the things like building pyramids. So what did they represent?
Okay. And then we're going to go into that in a few seconds. Aspect of ancient Kemet, we must understand what did they know about their remote history, and what about that remote history that they knew about that would give them the insight in the spirituality to produce a practice and produce various ways of spirituality and scientific ways of looking at things, a research in trying to find out what is needed to be done to get to a higher spiritual level. What was it in their remote past, that brought them to these conclusions? Apparently these are the most illumined people on earth. And they were the most illumined people on earth because they knew something generally about where they came from and how they got to where they were and basically where they were going. And all the stuff in between is the process and the steps that they took to ensure themselves the final solution. So in order to understand that, we must understand the beginning. The Egyptian beginning or the Camite beginning, in so many words, to cut through all of the different aspects of ideology, in so many words, they understood that there used to be another primordial entity that somehow was thrust into a new reality of physical existence. And that primordial entity woke up one day and found itself to be human and having a human experience in a new situation that is totally different than the prior situation of the divine, and to put it in so many words, the prior situation of being gods. Omnipotent beings. That's a hell of a information and a blueprint to start off with that would make you superior in a sense that you know that you were these advanced beings that one day was shifted into a new paradigm of human existence. That's what the Camite and Egyptians knew. That they were shifted into a new paradigm of human existence. And number two, they had to live out this human existence of several eons. Only to come to the final solution or the final metamorphosis or manifestation back into the original aspect, but not necessarily the same. It's the concept of a caterpillar going into a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar was the original larva of creation. The human is the cocoon stage of something that is not finished. I don't care how much of human civilization we go through. It is always in the process of becoming the butterfly, which is a metamorphosized caterpillar, god, cocoon stage human. Butterfly represents the finished product. In Egypt, you always saw this scarab. Let me see if I got my ring. This scarab. This scarab, which represents dormancy, will one day grow into the winged beetle Kephra. Kephra, which is the finished product. But as long as you have these two principles in ancient Kemet, it means that humanity is never going to be the final stage. We can never go back to kindergarten, no matter how advanced we thought it was. We have to become something new. This is the fundamental and central to all world mythology and all world religions. In Christianity, we call it the Christ. That is a metamorphosis. In ancient Egypt, the central royal art, or what you would call the highest mystery that goes beyond worshiping the gods, the highest mystery was what these gods were composed of. What were the energies? What is this energy, this substance, these compounds, these elixirs that later day mythology calls the gods? What is this force? And that's where the royal art of ancient Egypt, which is the highest form of any spiritual science on the planet, is that of alchemy, which is the study of the breakdown of the particles in the universe and the particles in man. As above, so below.
May I just throw out, to interject in this. If we look at the Earth is always traveling through space. We are not today where we were yesterday.
Right.
We are, in effect, millions of miles
Right.
from the point today that we were yesterday.
Right.
And we are breathing air, which is the breath of life, and living and blowing through us, the water, the earth, the sun, which are things that are part of us, which is alive. Without it, we ain't nothing. And these energies are trapped within a vibratory
Right.
point,
Right.
which is us, vibratory.
Right.
But we are the universe.
That's right.
And the ancient Egyptians understood that
this.
principle and began to lay out a study and then reflected it in temples and in its, worldview. And I want you to go ahead and talk about that. I just wanted to throw that in because I wanted you to know I understand where you are.
Okay.
But I want you to break that down so that we can understand.
Okay, first of all, this one saying, both man and God. Whereas God is all potential. He manifests through man. He's all potential. But man is the perfecting agent of the energy of God. God, or the great goddess, is simply called nothingness. But it is from the nothingness that you get the absolute. If I want to hit you up against the head with a rock, I damn sure can't get it if the rock is a mountain. That means I got to break a smaller piece off to be effective. We are the smaller piece. So in so many words, we are the perfecting agent, because we can synthesize that which is mass and cannot know itself only through breaking itself down. The Egyptian temples were astronomical temples, but they were also physiological temples in the aspect that they were built like humans. Clearly you got this in R.E. Swallow and Lubbock's Temple in Man. The same breakdown of the human body is the same building structure of ancient Egyptian temples. Going from the lowest level when you first walk into the door to the sanctum sanctorium when you finish, where it's only the high priest can go in that particular area, which represents highest form of consciousness. So every aspect of the priest that was a part of that building complex, let's take the Temple of Karnak, which is 80,000 students at one time. Those 80,000 students at one time, on a microcosmic level, would be 80,000 cells in the body, all striving to learn and to be unified in a force field, which would be completed as the high priest, which would be all consciousness. So everything works in the universe, works the same way in the everyday life. Meanwhile, in order for the high priest to function as an advanced body of effective brotherhood and sageship, there has to be a vast amount of learning. Man, know thyself.
Is this, can you point out any temple that man know thyself is written on that I may see it?
We know what it is. This is amazing because about 10 years ago, I didn't know what temple it was, and I think it might be the Temple of Karnak. I know it's written on the colonnades. The colonnades that's what you see when you go to France and you see the Champs-Élysées. The two structures, it's like a big doorway. They stood in front of all the temples. Before you walk through the colonnade, then you go down the Hall of Sphinx into the temple, that colonnade.
Yes.
On one of the colonnades, and I believe it's the Temple of Karnak, and it might not even be standing now. But it might be. Man, know thyself is on it. Don't quote me on this, but we know. But I believe it was found on a colonnade. You see.
I want to go back to the temples, and you said that the temples reflected the body of man.
Yeah.
Can you be more precise and illuminate on that?
Well, the different compartments. Now let's take the Temple of Karnak. They got these columns in the Temple of Karnak. One is called a hypostyle hall, these different columns. We know that on the earth level they represent different forms of the reeds of the field or the papyrus reeds. But it also could represent different forms of trees. That's why they're not necessarily, one would be this high, one would be this high, and they won't be in the same proportion to each other. And the Europeans couldn't understand it at a particular time because he was thinking, these people here got the worst architecture in the world, because he didn't understand that they were actually creating the forest. So that's one level. The other level of those columns also represented different structures in the body. You got a spinal column that has so many vertebrae. Well, in the middle of the Karnak temple, out in the yard, where they don't even have it wasn't even designed to have a top on it, you got these columns standing up in the middle of the yard, which also represent not only something that's in the body, certain structures in the body, maybe the lungs, maybe the spinal column, maybe the kidneys or whatever, in proportion. You see what I'm saying? They not only represented the forces in the body, but they could have represented something physiological. You know? We don't have vast representations of these temples left anymore. But R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz, who spent 15 years at the temple of Luxor alone, proved that this was nothing but a breakdown of the body of Osiris. In that case, the breakdown of the body of the black man. So let's go to mythology. Because in ancient Hebrew mythology, before it is turned into a Hebrew history, it is a Hebrew mythology that coincides with all of the Camite people. Camite and Cushite people. The Temple of Solomon, which is supposed to be a great temple that was built and torn down, is nothing but the Temple of Osiris. Built, Osiris is cut up into the pieces. Temple of Solomon is built, then also dismantled. Temple of Solomon, Sol, which means sun, Amen, which means hidden. Hidden sun, Amen-Ra, Solomon. But if it's the hidden sun, what it is hidden into? It's hidden into the temple. The temple is what? The body. And oh, ye I am black and comely, the black body. House of the black god, Beth, house, Ham, black. Bethlehem, house of the black god. You see. Well, what is all this coming from? These are ancient mystical stories that can be traced back to the temple of Luxor. Temple, which is the temple of Osiris, because Osiris is nothing but doggone Solomon. The temple of Amen-Ra at Karnak. Amen, Ra, which is sun, solar, which is Sol, which means sun, Solomon. So Solomon is Osiris, the physical body, or the structure. And inside of Osiris rests the hidden god, Amen, which means hidden, and Ra, which means sun, a particle of light, is inside of Osiris, which Amen, Ra, and Osiris is one and the same. You got the temple of Luxor and the temple of Karnak. You see. And then you got a later mythology talking about the temple of Solomon. They just talking about the same doggone temples that's in Kemet. But Solomon is, oh ye I am black and comely. But Solomon represents the black person. You see, King Solomon. The word king, we can even be found in we don't want to use the word Babylonia, but for the lack of a better word, we'll talk about northeast Kemet. In the mythology, the word Kingu, which means a substance inside of the blood. So the word king actually means melanin. And one must have melanin to be king. The blackness that's inside of the central nervous system and that central nervous system you have a purple looking substance, dark purple, depends on how the light hit it, from black to dark purple, which is melanin. And purple is royalty. You see. In India, they talk about the same melanin in two forms, a plant, but in the body it's also a form, and that substance is called sama. But it says not only sama, that they call king sama. Sama is the substance that is needed to make a person a king. You see, make a person a king. So even the word king, which is Pharaoh, has a connection with the blood and with the alchemical makeup of the body, which goes back down to melanin. There's linguistics modification. The word Pharaoh is the same as the word Hero or Heru. Pharaoh or Pharaoh, Heru, which is the Christ. But the Christ is also called a king. This royal house, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You see. All of this is nothing but the breakdown of the magnitude of who the Egyptians were. A kingly people, a priestly people. But what makes them kingly people and priestly people is the physiological makeup of the body and the spiritual makeup of the body. The physiological structures are also represented in the Egyptian temples. And the spiritual structures that's inside of the body can be traced back all the way to the known universe, called dark matter, which is nothing but carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons.
That's what carbon is?
Yes. And melanin is nothing but carbon.
Blackness.
Blackness. We are carbon beings. Europeans are carbon-based beings.
What's the difference?
A carbon being is the true substance, the original blueprint. A carbon-based being is, number one, a mock being, a hybrid being. And although it might have trace elements of carbon, it's not pure carbon. You see?
What would be the dynamic difference in the two?
One is a residue. One is pure. The difference would be something watered down can only be a shadow of something. So the capabilities of it is limited because it is not pure. You see, it is not pure. Now, give you an example.
Okay. I was going to ask you how that reflected into.
Yeah, let me give you one example on a you could take some acrylic paint You know, he used to have oil paint. Still got oil paint. Let's take oil paint. You could have oil paint. Then you could take some thinner and put in that paint. And you could thin it all the way down to whereas it could be light. Let's say if you take black, you can thin it all the way down till it might be light gray. But that's the weaker strand. On the other end of the spectrum is pure black. So the difference is one can only be a slight phase of the original. It can only have limited capabilities and sometimes very brief capabilities. Whereas the most potent substance is capable of being all the time, if it understands the process and the mechanisms that go into operating that machine. You understand what I'm saying? The other watered down version, number one, might have aspects of greatness at limited amounts of time, or it might just be set. And it can maximize maximize the optimal level of what it can be capable of doing, but not necessarily go beyond that. Whereas the original version can go far beyond that. So, let me give you one other example. We have the ability to transform back beyond creation, but not before there was creation. Whereas the original version, we were. Our world is built off of several of the primal worlds that existed before our world. Not necessarily the earth, but our universe is built off of several other primal universes that existed before this universe. This universe is just the later phase of it. Primal worlds that existed before our world. Not necessarily the earth, but our universe is built off of several other is primordial, that comes beyond known creation. That which is created in the context of creation can only function in the context of creation. You see? And can only have the ability to copy what is already created for it. Whereas the one that comes from beyond creation has the ability to go beyond this, to go beyond creation, because it came from beyond creation. So it has the ability to go beyond the creation pattern that is set for it, because it's greater than the creation pattern that is set for it. And not only is it greater than the creation pattern that it is set in, it can have no problem creating anytime it wants in that pattern of creation that is limited. If it's at its maximum power, it can manipulate that particular creation that it finds itself trapped in. Whereas that which is created in that particular creation, it didn't come from beyond that creation, he can only copy the manipulation that came from beyond the creation, can do so easily by manipulating. So we talk about black man and white man, the essence. You see what I'm saying? In so many words, they only feed off the energy of the real true being. And everything they do from a social aspect to a physiological aspect to a spiritual aspect is nothing but borrowing a limited amount of power from the medium or the true, thorough power, which is us. You see what I'm saying? They don't never create nothing. They only copy, dissect, and even modify sometimes to the lesser degree until they kill it off.
Now I'm going to come back to this, but I want to continually look at the Egyptian society or civilization, is a better word for it. In particular, in one of these books, I'm going to draw it down, when you lay out a picture of the Nile Valley, you see temples all up and down.
Right.
You see pyramids. You see
right.
The creation of things like the zodiac.
Yeah.
You see, and when you look at the pyramids, you're looking at trigonometry, all forms of high math, an understanding of the movement of stars and planets, and the creation of calendars and time. I wanted you to talk about this so we'll get a sense of who we are and what we've done, but that we may know ourselves. Man, know thyself. I mean, you have begun to talk about it, but I want you to expand upon it.
Well, I mean, a lot of it has pretty much been set. Like right here, you have the Temple of Dendera, this zodiac. This was in the top of the Temple of Dendera that now rests in the Louvre in Paris. In the Louvre in Paris. To expound upon this and expand upon this, this zodiac is 90,000 years old. You know, the geomancy states, although the Temple of Dendera that may have this zodiac is one that is built in the Ptolemy period of when the Greek ruled. Basically, the Greeks were not in charge of building the temples. The Egyptian priests were. The Greeks wouldn't know what to put on them. The Temple of Dendera, come to find out that it basically is the same representation of an older temple that just was deteriorating, but had a papyrus stuck in the cracks of the wall that they pulled out and reconstructed the same temple with just new material. So in so many words, the material might be new, but the architecture of the temple, as well as the metaneta on the temple, is 90,000 years old.
90,000 years old?
Yeah.
Where do you get that?
It's geomancy states it. He alludes to it also when he tries to break down this zodiac of Dendera in Book of the Beginnings, Volume 2, on the last couple of pages.
Well, what are some of the indications of it's 90,000 year old? Why would one say? How would you calculate that?
Well, they would calculate it based on the calendar, whether it's a stellar calendar, you know what I'm saying, solar calendar, and you know. And what is the oldest? The stellar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then they would calculate from that is, well, how long the existence can be of the stellar calendar. Then there could be another possibility that would suggest it's 90,000 years old. Is that the white man is holding on to papyruses that suggest, that literally say that it's 90,000 years old. The geomancy, in so many words, had access to when he translated this stuff at the British Museum. Now I know that it can be that way because I in the one I mentioned called the Apocalypse or the Apocryphon of John in the Nag Hammadi Library, they literally go through millions of years of history all the way into the future within 6 or 7 pages. You see. So going back again, mythology can literally tell you that things are that old.
And wouldn't it also change use? My brother Bobby Hemmitt, it is great pleasure that we're here with you again tonight in the studio here.
It's great to be back.
One of the things that I'd like to do is you have a book in front of you on Egyptian history and kind of like the history of the West. But one of the history of Europeans' encounter with Africa. One of the things I like to begin with is there's one picture in there.
Yeah, I think I just slipped up and
where the European
lost it, but I'm gonna find it.
It's saying that that he had the unfortunate pleasure of seeing the African king order the decapitation of several of his villagers to celebrate this European arrival.
Well, first of all, I'll get the picture and we'll put it on the film for the people to see. But first of all, certain things just don't even make historical sense. Now, clearly, the African had been, at this particular time, hundreds of years of antagonistic elements against outside people. So there's no way that he's going to celebrate the same old oppressor to come. You see what's coming in.
Well, I'll put the picture up there a little later. What I want you to do is kind of look into the camera. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know, the oppressor coming in. Remember now, this is Victorian art, which goes along with the same the same attitude towards black people, because remember now, majority of the time the discovery of the Nile was late 1700s, early 1800s, so we weren't even out of slavery yet on this particular aspect of it. We know that the Napoleon expeditions actually started the whole discovery of the Nile again, rediscovery of the Nile. And you know, Napoleon didn't really necessarily like blacks after getting his ass kicked by Toussaint L'Ouverture. So my point is you know, my point is we're not just talking about somebody who's a racist based on some political stance. We talking about a person that's based on the nature. And so it just goes without saying that as we go deeper into it, we're talking about a person that also, I mean, if he calls himself superior, and one brother made this point, if this man calls himself superior, why is it that he has to literally hate other people? You figure if you're superior over most of the races on the earth as they claim, then you would have a little more compassion for the simple fact that you feel you're better than them. You know, you wouldn't really get mad at a dog for being a dog. You figure you could superior. So my point is why is it if he thinks he's so superior, why is it that he never gets along with nobody on the planet? And never has had a history of getting along with anybody on the planet. It's always a master-slave relationship.
Bobby, maybe before we go a little further, you said something tonight about white man being made. I think you said you had read that.
Yeah.
And that some people were made without a soul.
Yeah.
I think we need to
some
explore that a little bit.
Yeah.
And if we can-
Well, you know, the last tape I did for you, I went into some of the science on that. And basically we just have new light into this. As a matter of fact, it was so much information in the ancient world that I've come across. I put out a book, The Human Artificial, back in 1994. And man, the book has been Xerox so much until it's just a piece. It's like connect the dots with the graphics breaking down. But since then, I mean, I've found so much information on the European being created that supports the whole Yakub theory. To literally, I would have to spend all my time just in this subject alone. It's just that much information. Some of the most hard evidence is what is called the corpus hermeticus. Now let me explain what this is. When the Greeks came into to Egypt in the Ptolemy period, they wrestled a whole lot of stuff out of the Library of Alexandria that they so-called built, or also the temples. And some of these materials that they wrestled out of there or stole was in actuality called the Hermetic materials, which is the wisdom of Tahuti. The wisdom of Tahuti. So we're talking about not only that, we're talking about, as some people say, that this particular stuff is the basis to Western civilization, this particular corpus hermeticus, and which is very advanced stuff. I mean, so much that it hadn't even been explored. And in so many words, some of the stuff in the Hermetic text, one I'll give you, because we'll deal with several of it tonight. One will be, there's mention in there that the biggest mistake that the Egyptians made was to make another man. Or the biggest mistake that the most ancient man made was to create another man. And this is documented in the so-called Hermetic materials, which is the wisdom of Tahuti. Tahuti in Greece is Hermes. So Hermes is the Egyptian god Tahuti. The Hermetic material, are we still on?
Oh yeah.
The Hermetic material is very advanced stuff. As a matter of fact, they don't even mention it, but it is basically some of the origin of Western thought. It covers a lot of the basis of Western thought, and basically this has been reserved for the last 700 years since the Moors were kicked out of Spain. Most of your Hermetic material has been reserved for the secret societies. Several books you can get if you can find them. One is called Thrice Great Hermes by G.R.S. Mead. The other one is called Hermetica by Walter Scott. All of these are still in print. Walter Scott's book is in print. You can get the G.R.S. Mead one in print. It was in print in hardback in 1992 for $50, 3 volumes for $50 with black and buy it. So as a result, now you can go to the Kessinger Publishing Company, which is, you know, they do a lot of out-of-print books. They took up where, what's her name left off, Health Research, which now somebody bought the Health Research Company, and now they are now printing the books in regular format. The newer book is called Hermetica by Copenhaver. The other 2 books came out at the turn of Thrice Great Hermes came out at the turn of the century. It's 1907. There was 2 other books that's still available called The Virgin of the World is one, and The Divine Pramanda. Divine Pramanda is part 1, and The Virgin of the World is part 2. They came out in the late 1800s by Anna Kingsford and Maitland. I can't think of the last names, the guy's first name, but Anna Kingsford. It's called Kingsford and Maitland. The Virgin of the World and the Divine Pramanda, and both of those books are still in print. So that's the 18th century stuff. The 19th century would be Thrice Great Hermes, 3-volume sets, 1907 by G.R.S. Mead, which is now in print by Kessinger Publishing Company. Then in the 1930s, you would have Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. And this is the one that I'm quoting from, about, you know, the biggest mistake is for the ancient man or the Egyptian is the biggest mistake that they made was to make another man. Then your newer book that came out in 1992 is by Copenhagen, which is the same Hermetica. Now, in all these Hermetic texts, it also goes in to say that there's various degrees of people that's on the earth. One of the degrees of the people that come to earth is the person who has the soul or the original blueprint. The other degree of the people that's on the earth is some of them, a great deal of them, don't have souls. And it literally says there are people with souls and people that's soulless. All of this is introduced in the Hermetic material. Another thing, one of the greatest things in the Hermetic material is you have a section called the Perfect Sermon. Now, the Perfect Sermon is comprised of a conversation that's going on between Imhotep, which is the first father of medicine, and the god Tahuti. So literally he is either having a conversation by channeling this information and writing it down. And this was a conversation that was going on between spirit and human at the time. The god Tahuti, so it's actually his own inner self that's dealing with this particular information. You will know Imhotep because he is known in the Hermetic material as Asclepius, which, as you know, is the god that the Hippocratic Oath is praying to, is giving homage to, which is nothing but Imhotep, which is also documented in the new book, Copenhagen's book, on Hermetica, 1992. But in the actual book, and in the actual Perfect Sermon, which you can get in all the ones that give you that same caption, which there's a new book that just came out, I think right after Christmas, called Hermetica, another that actually deals with it. A little smaller book, but it doesn't have the great volume of the other books, but it does have the prophecy. And the prophecy is a prophecy that is going on between Imhotep and his higher self, which in this particular case, he's channeling from the great godhead Tahuti. And in there, Tahuti tells him that I have you know that Egypt is the envy of the whole world. It is the most spiritual and centerpiece of the whole world, or Hemmitt. It also says that not only that Egypt, that the gods that used to rule in heaven are now transferred down on earth, and they now rule in the domains of Hemmitt, which is the fountain piece at the center of the earth. He also says, but there will become a time when Egypt, or Hemmitt, well, it's saying Egypt in the text, will not be as it is the glory of the world. And the gods will abandon Egypt. And it said, what once used to be the envy of all religions and of the world will now become one big graveyard. And it says those Egyptians in the later days will take on a form where in so many words it goes and says that the weak man that will be on the earth will be considered strong, and the strong man will be considered weak. And Egypt will be overrun with all different other barbaric races. This is what it says. It says the pious man, which you know is spiritual and righteous, will be considered impious. And the impious man will be considered noble and wise. It also goes in to say that you Egyptians, or you pious people, the people that's impious will be admired and considered noble, but you Egyptians, or you Camites, will be treated as a common criminal in these particular days in the future.
Now that's actually written.
This is actually written, and this is written in every Hermetic text you can get. You can find that particular one. The two that's available right off hands is Copenhagen's Hermetica. And the new one that just came out, although it's a small book, it does put that prophecy on page 1. You see what I'm saying? On Hermetica. But any of the Hermetic texts will give you that particular one.
Now, at what point, what year or what period was that written in?
We're talking about something. We're talking about something that, although Imhotep, who builds the first pyramid at Saqqara, is mentioned, we can say that these texts, although he's getting the same thing, we can say that these texts can go back at a minimum of 5,000 years. You see. It also goes in and says, because he starts to crying, Imhotep starts to crying. They say, "Oh, Asclepius, why are you weeping?" And Imhotep, in so many words, say, "Well, listen, will you think we'll ever get out of this?" The man say, "Well, death will be preferred than life." Imhotep say, "Will we ever get out of this?" He says, Ma'at will be established again, which is, balance, order. He says, but where? He said, "There will be a land that is not yet established, that all races from around the world will speed to by various forms of transportation. That is not yet established. And they will all go to this particular land by various forms of transportation." He said, and in that land there will be an extremities or a remnant of Egypt in that land. Now he's both talking about implant or supplanting of the original Egyptian through lineage, through slavery, that will be in the land. But he's also talking about a new Egypt that was built by Benjamin Banneker and the Moors, and happens to be Washington, D.C., as well as New York City, as well as all major cities have some type of Kemetic structures to them. One of your newest Kemetic cities is Atlanta, Georgia. I think I explained that on the last tape, where all of the buildings are built based on Syriac architecture, where they are built in the circumference of the cycle of Sirius, which is taken from a papyrus from the British Museum, which is also mentioned in the Hermetica book by the Thrice Great Hermes by G.R.S. Mead. But if you can't find it, you need to get Murray Hope's book, Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection, and she has a section in there called Syrian Heritage, where she quotes that actual part on how you build a city with Syriac architecture using pyramids, temples, and obelisks. And that new city that's built that way is Atlanta, Georgia. It's full of pyramids, temples, and obelisks. But all cities have remnants of that. So, in so many words, they say it will be a new Egypt. So the new Egypt will be not only a place to structure, the dollar bill, you've heard all this stuff before. But also they say there will be a people that will be in this land at the last days. And these people will reestablish Ma'at, or literally the kingdom of heaven. Do you know that your Exodus story is copied from this Hermetic text, where they say you'll be in a land in bondage for 400 years that you don't know? Well, before it was Egypt, it was this far off land. Egypt had the same Exodus story. It is this Hermetic text. After, your Torah is written 400 years after the death of Moses, of this Musa priest. And they took the same Hermetic knowledge to make that story, but they historicalize it, and you think that happened in Egypt, when it's called eschatology, and it happens now. So the Exodus story is a story of us in America. That same story travels to Scotland by the Moors. in text that's now under the custodian of the Rosicrucians or some ancient or some secret society that's been established since the Moors. And in that text, we don't have the actual text because it's property of that secret society, but they made a movie of that text in 1985 called Highlander 1, where Sean Connery is talking and he said, we are immortal. He said what? He said, we are immortal and we cannot die. We are supposed to roam the earth until the last days where we will be gathered together in a land that's not built yet. And this is somewhere in the Dark Ages, or right after the expulsion of the Moors, or might be during the time of the Moors, of a land that's doesn't exist yet. And the gathering came about in 1985, when we're basically modern time, as in New York City. So basically, still talking about Egyptians or ancient Africans in America. You see what I'm saying? Now, did you see the movie The Matrix?
No, I missed that.
Well, the movie The Matrix is based on a series of talking about this entire realm that we live on is only an illusion. It's only a series of emanations that is projected through the brain but does not necessarily exist. Well, I've been talking on this stuff since 1995. They just put out a movie to talk about some of the stuff that I've been talking about. But the movie is also verbatim from the Hermetic text, as well as, because the Hermetic text, and I guess we should call this lecture Hermetica, since we're going through that, but we're going to go through some other phases also in a few minutes. The Hermetic text also talks of where there's a conversation with Tahuti talking to his son Tot. Now Tot of the Tat cross is also just talking about the soul. So this is a conversation that's whoever is recording it down. So it's a series of channels that's going on. And in there he says, Tahuti reveals to him that this doesn't exist. And the guy said, well, wait a minute. How can this not exist? He said, if this was real, it could never deteriorate. For the mere fact that this thing is always deteriorating, and nothing on this particular planet never really stays the same as it is. It's always in a process of regeneration or deterioration. Means that it's not real. That which is real is forever. These are a series of illusions. He said, well, is not the man, the baby, real? The woman real? He said, no, the man and the baby and the woman, they are not real as with the way you perceive them in the physical. They are a series of emanations of something that's real someplace else. And it just so happens to appear to be real. It's only a projection of the soul. But somewhere down the line, the soul started believing that this was real. Now, in other texts, it says when man fell into the physical realm, at first he had the knowledge of the universe and everything else. But as time went on, he fell prey to the physical body, and all of the awareness dried up into 5 senses, and he only fell prey to the 5 senses that is around him, and he lost that connection to that other world. In Australia, they call it the dream time. And you go to that other world when you go to dreams, when you go to sleep at night. And it's a whole different world that doesn't look nothing like this. But because your mind because your brain can only receive things on this realm, by the time you wake up, it tries to compensate for the things that you saw on that realm. It tries to put physical objects that you know in this world, and that's why sometimes the dream don't make no sense. That is because the phenomenon that is in the other dimension cannot coincide in this dimension. So your psyche has to overcompensate for those particular things. And sometimes that's why sometimes you having sex, or you riding a bicycle, or eating ice cream, or some crazy shit. But every now and then you have what is called lucid dreaming, where literally you wake up in your dream and you are aware of different things. So this particular material has a whole lot to do with the basis of Western civilization, as well as the white boy has synthesized this stuff now. Whereas the education that he gives most black people, the reason why he can afford to educate us is because somewhere around the late 60s, they abandoned all Western education. And they're not even on the stuff that we generally get educated, trained for a job. They're on new stuff, quantum physics, chaos mathematics. You see, so this whole holographic universe that I was telling you about that doesn't exist, this is accepted fact in physics now and in science. And there's a great book out called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, which is not no voodoo book. You can go right to the physics section and get this. There's several books on the holographic mind. There's a book called June Singer's book, Seeing Through the Physical World. You see, seeing through the physical world. You see. So they have abandoned what we call basic education. There's an excellent book out called The Magician, The Studies in Affected Magic. Now I want you to get the book, and you don't even necessarily have to use the magic in there, as long as you just get the concept of what's going on. And the basic premise to this concept is that your subconscious mind can do anything in the physical world that you want it to do. You just have to convince the subconscious mind that what you want it to do is real. You ever heard Think and Grow Rich? If you can believe, achieve, and these are metaphors, but there's a greater science on that. There's a book called The Magician, The Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper. And I want you to just get the book, costs about $13, just to understand the subconscious mind. And it says the subconscious mind creates what you want. Even after you die, it keeps creating for you. It's just that since you was a child, you have been convinced of certain facts that somebody gave you. The church, the teachers, your parents, the society. Now, what is a fact? Do you know that 90% of what we thought was fact 100 years ago has been disproven? Just about 60% of what we thought is fact in 1970 is just been disproven when it comes to European science. So because you think something is a fact, now doesn't necessarily make it real. And this is the problem that we have as Africans, that we are bought into the white man's world, that everything has to be a certain way of reality, and reality is only a perception. You see what I'm saying? Reality is only what you told yourself it was. Doesn't necessarily mean what it is, what it really is. You see what I'm saying? And black people, the history of black people that has defied all what we call fact. We have shown just from the first, just for the 90 years of the 20th century, we have shown that everything that's so-called fact doesn't necessarily register with us. Give you an example. I thought in 1977 that black people had come up with all the dances they could. It's just dancing. And this was years before break dancing, that pop lock, just things where, just years before MC Hammer. You see what I'm saying? So it was saying that there is no end. Mathematical equation, there is no end in what the black person can do with his human body just in the sphere of dancing. You see? So because somebody says something is a law or the fact, you see what I'm saying? That's just his perception of the fact. In this case, whenever the European gives us a fact, it's usually the opposite, because he keeps The general information that he has about the reality of the world, he keeps that as an exclusive set. Now, to an exclusive people. Now, there's only one other thing also too. See, now it's a little bit different. He doesn't have to keep things locked away in vaults. Just about everything now is printed in books. And you can go to your regular store and just about read just about everything I'm talking about. It's just that now we live in a non-literary society. Whereas he will put it in a book because he knows books is damn near obsolete. You're not going to spend the time to go look the stuff up. You see what I'm saying? That's why we have to do tapes like this. So the real secret to the secret society, there are no secrets. Everything is revealed. It's just that the people are so dumbed down and so zombified until if it ain't about making money or the Kellogg's cornflakes on their table, really they couldn't give a fuck. That's called a postmodern society where you dumb down the people to the point whereas knowledge becomes obsolete. And we've seen that even when it comes to our people, where it's only, we go to these conscious meetings and it be the same people over and over. It's almost like a family reunion. You see the same people over and over. But as far as the influx of new people, other than the initial stage of this thing in the late 80s, early 90s, nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's because knowledge is, this man has made knowledge obsolete because he kept the general knowledge from the people so long until when he starts to give it out, they would not even be trained on what it is. You see what I'm saying? If you keep something from a person so long, it's just like any other faculty. They tell you right now that they used to say with too much sex you won't be able to perform when you're older. Now we know that it's just like any other muscle. If you stop using it, the less you use it, the less it performs. You see? So it's just like any other organ or muscle in your body. The more you don't use it, the more it disappears. You see what I'm saying? So basically he's kept general concept of knowledge away from the people until it's literally something that is out of the ordinary. Because when you go to college and stuff, you're so busy learning some subordinate subsequent education that's based on training until you don't even know what real knowledge is in the first place. You see what I'm saying? That's training. That's not education. Never was and never will be as far as the white man is concerned. You see what I'm saying? As far as the white man is concerned, it never will be education. You see? But on the other hand, he's putting out all these new laws and what they call new physics, making of a new science. And all this shit is stuff that they had since they've been getting it 150 years ago. But the white boy will have some stuff and shelve it, put it out of existence for 100 years, 50 years, 20 years until he comes up with a mathematical formula to explain it. Because he wants to say that I came up with this. And he'll give you his equation. Although the ancients told him this years ago, and he read this thing probably in the early 19th century. Yes. But until he comes up with a way that he can explain it in his field of science, he will say it doesn't exist. And that's a form of mind control. Like Amos Wilson said, you think the white man is great because he's convinced you that he's synonymous to technology. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in actuality, he don't run nothing. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run shit. And what I mean by that is this. I was in New Jersey. I was in Philly doing the Million Woman March. I had a lecture that day. A sister told me of a brother. She said, this brother came to her and said, look, in some of these buildings, they got machines. There's some kind of space age thing that they do something with it. Might be some type of genetic, gene splicing, cloning, just all kind of stuff they do. He said, well, sometime the person who made the machine, maybe over in Europe, or maybe out west. And the machine might malfunction and they don't have time to go get the person from Europe or the person from out west or whatever. They will go and they will get a black man that's standing out on the corner around some fucking liquor store. And the black man will go up in there and go, I can fix that. Just like niggas used to fix cars and nobody taught them nothing. See, we always decided ours and always got something for the white boy when he count us out. He always find out, I've tried everything, and he always got something new for me. This brother that was talking about this was one of those brothers. He said, I don't know what the machine was. All I know is I could fix it. He said, and every so often, it would break down and they would come get me. And I would fix it until they had me on salary. He said, until one day, I decided I didn't want to fix it no more. And they probably, at that time, they probably had a new brother that could fix it. They go, okay, you don't have to fix it. But I tell you what, you can't ever leave Philadelphia. We'll give you a check or whatever, but you can't never leave Philadelphia. He's one of the lucky ones. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He got out with his life. Mm-hmm. So my point is, there is no end to the genius. But that genius that we think Einstein and all that is embedded in every one of us is just dormant. The problem is what really shuts it down is this, and let me explain. This is some advanced stuff, and this is going to be an excellent tape. One thing that shuts it down is monotheistic religion. In this concept of what the white boy was trying to put forth by saying that the pagans worship many gods. First of all, we didn't worship many gods. We understood that we worship different aspects of the same entity. But we were so advanced we could break it down to the mathematical equation, and we needed the different equations to understand a complex thing. So it's like putting a puzzle together. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. In your mind, there's different regions of your mind that it needs to be explored. Mm-hmm. The ancients would map out the different archetypes in the regions of the mind to tap into those regions of the mind, and he did it through the large pantheon of gods, multiple deities that represented the one. When modern day religion came and shut it down and say pray to one God and all this kind of thing, they shut down the important mechanisms in the African brain that made him capable of tapping into advanced levels of his own reality through his own religious and spiritual systems. You see what I'm saying? And after so long of bowing down and not using these latent energies that is used based on multiple deity systems, the brain becomes atrophied or dormant. You see what I'm saying?
Is it possible that some of the things that were attributed to the African priests in ancient times, like transforming, being talked about as a reality?
It was a reality. Rudolf Steiner, in his book, Universe, Earth, and Man, I give text, quotes that they could quote that the African priests, number one, surgery was always the last resort. They could bypass surgery. You could have a busted spleen or messed up liver or whatever. And basically they would take the person into the temple, lay him out. Mm-hmm. They knew that there was different entities. And entities is actually energies. Same as science. Earth, water, air, fire. They were actually energies or formulas that these gods are. And they could take several formulas and call on these formulas or do certain things to these formulas. I'm going to show you how they do it. that would literally come in, and the counterpart that they wanted to be healed within the body, it would actually heal the body based on, they would match up a certain electromagnetic force field in the body by taking something out of the body that has the same component of the same electromagnetic force field. So I was talking to this white boy, and he was like, I said, this stuff was very advanced. And he was like, I said, he'd get an egg, a coconut, some root. And he's like, oh, now I got your ass now. Now you're going to have to explain that. He thought he had me. And at the time, I was just basically observing what I saw the Africans do. But as far as me actually knowing the science on how it really worked, I didn't really know. I never really contemplated on how it actually was done. But that day when the white boy put me on the spot, I literally told him for the first time of me hearing it and his ass hearing it. And I immediately, in a split second, used the same science that I was telling him the Africans did. I did it to explain to him. He said, explain to me how an egg, a coconut, some roots, some leaves, and some stuff like that can heal the body. I said, well, first of all, the Africans, or the ancient ones, knew that everything in the universe had an electromagnetic force field. And they knew that your body has a series of electromagnetic force fields. So the only thing they had to do was find something in nature that was equivalent to the electromagnetic force field inside of your body and match it up, just like a damn TV antenna. And whatever they matched up from nature that was equivalent to the electromagnetic force field in your body, or the energies in your body, they could heal your body by taking a wide range of things out of nature, and they could heal your body by crossing them up. You see? So there's a guy by the name of Peter Redgrave, wrote a book called The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. Book came out, one print. After it comes out the first print, you don't hear from the book no more.
Black Goddess
and the Unseen Real. And he mentioned in there that the African could look at animals and know everything about the nature of the animal inside and outside by observing the animal's movement. Whereas the white boy would have to go and dissect the animal. And it might take him years, based on dissecting about a couple of thousand, till he finally comes halfway to knowing what the damn animal was about. You see what I'm saying? Knowing what the animal was about. So basically they used to heal spiritually, but to get it off of the root doctor work, because they always want to show you the Africans as some primitive witch doctor with some bone. They didn't realize that the African was creating the same science that the so-called scientist was doing with all their chemicals. It's just that he could do it through nature, and the white boy has to break it down to the least common denominator to find it, because his brain don't work that way. You see what I'm saying? His brain don't work that way. You see, and this is some stuff that this is the way that they actually did things on those particular levels. I want to deal with something also to go deeper in this, and I was trying to cover this tonight, but time didn't permit, so this would be the extension of that. The word Damien or demon. Demon comes from the word Damien or Damon, and the word Damon comes from the word Amen or Amen, and the word Amen comes from the word Amen, which means hidden forces. So you took a word, the demon of the Agos Damien, which meant something totally different in the ancient world, ancient Hemmitt, and even in ancient Greece, the black Greece that I was telling you about. And even what Plato and all them stole, they understood this. You took something that meant something totally different. That by the time Paul and them come by at the Christian age, and they're only interested in religious rule, took something and made it into something else. So Damien becomes demon, but demon becomes a negative connotation. And Damien, or demon, is the true essence of these geniuses that I was telling you about that we needed to tap into. But all because you got a new something that tells you that don't mess with none of that, you don't tap into it. And that's what I was talking about, the origins of evil. Now let me explain. In Rome, which is also Phoenician origin, I told you about the Etruscans and the original Greek and the original Romans were black people.
Yeah.
And just like they do now, like the original Americans used to be Native Americans or Moors, and then they killed off them people and, you know, but took the culture. Anyway, and as Hakeem Bey said, the Greeks probably never were white. That was a new fabrication that probably came down recently. But anyway, the word jinn, you hear the word jinn in the Quran and all that, and you think that's the evil. The word jinn comes from the word genie.
Correct.
The word genie also means genius. And one's genius is a combination of entities or spirits that live inside of you. And these entities and spirits is the one that gave the brother the mathematical equation he said came with, he was talking about the brother. Well, that brother basically is tapped into his genius or his genius or his Damians in this Damianic reality, which is all on the inside of you. Which in actuality is dead people in one's head. Now what does it mean by that? When your ancestors die, because we are all a part of the same elemental forces. The melanin is made up of the elemental forces: water, earth, fire, and air. Those same elemental forces that makes you up, that is your soul and everything else, when your ancestors die, they go to live inside of you. You see. So by praying to the ancestors or giving libation to the ancestors, you was enhancing your own spiritual essence, because they go to live inside of you. And those are the ones they call demons or Damians. So to cut off from a multi-deity worship or level of understanding of what you call spooks and images like that is to cut yourself off from the real knowledge. Now what happens is this: after years of believing in, of not believing or not understanding the latent forces that's on the inside of you, when you do tap into them, it's a horrible experience because you're so far removed from that. So they say man looks back in the past and see his original self, and he's frightened at what he sees because he's so far removed from that which he really used to be. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just like, you know, you're a mother and the baby all over you, and the baby just loves you to death, and then you go off and you stay for 3, 4, 5 months, and the baby don't recognize you. Then the baby on the other mama hand or somebody's raising it, and you go to get it, and the baby starts hollering and crying because it's so far removed from what it is, it doesn't remember. So what we're talking about here is this, and what I was trying to tell the people also too, and this may be a greater explanation. Somewhere around the 2,000 year mark that we had the establish of organized religions other than educational systems of spirituality, that the ancient world, they decided that all aspects of the inner workings of the soul had to be isolated and put into something evil. And they turned away from it. So what was called a whole underworld level, which means you go deep within inside. The underworld just means the inner world. The dark side just means the inside. Give you an example. You confused right now. If you confused, the first thing you'll do is you'll close your eyes, then you go, oh, I got it. That means that you had to go in the inside, into the darkness, to pull something out that you needed for this world. So all major religions have been fighting to keep you from that level. And that's to keep you in a state of slavery. So because all of the other modern day religions have cut out that particular force and made all that evil satanic, now all of a sudden you are scared of any doggone thing. You see what I'm saying? And you don't tap into those particular latent powers. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Absolutely.
You see, and so these are some things that's actually happening. And so now we must get over the fears of what we read in some religious book. But remember now, I want to show you this here too. You know, these entities, remember I said that your subconscious mind will create what it wants for you, but you got to convince your subconscious mind that it's real. Well, it works the other way too. If you convince your subconscious mind that that is evil, then it becomes a force of evil. To a child, the boogeyman is real. If you don't think that, see, to you, the boogeyman is just a myth. But if you're a child, the boogeyman is just as serious as the person putting a damn gun in your damn face. And you're a grown man. But as he grows older, he convinces himself that it's not. And some people are never convinced that. You got grown people now that won't sleep in the dark. You see what I'm saying? So my point is all our perceptions and our realities is a series of perceptions on how you perceive things based on a series of programs. So if you are programmed that everything that you can't see or everything that is given to you has to be in the text of the way the European explains it to you or the way modern day religion explains it to you, then therefore everything else is going to look like the devil. Whereas you can go right in that same damn Bible. Where you can go right in that same Bible. See, the Bible, if you go by the Bible from A to Z, page to page, it might not line up. But because the Bible is made of ancient fragments, you can go in the Bible and find just that. One chapter is Matthew, Isaiah 45. Let me see. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 45. It says in there, I will give you the treasures of darkness. So, wait a minute, right? Darkness, why is darkness a treasure? Darkness is melanin. I will give you the treasures of darkness. Isaiah 45.
Treasures.
The treasures of darkness. You see what I'm saying? So if you go and take the Bible and take it out of the theological context on where you was taught it, and go back and just look, you will find these passages throughout the whole Bible. You see what I'm saying? So if Revelations is a book that explains the unveiling of your soul through different seals, different symbols, the dragon, and all these particular things, and somebody teaches you that this is some horrible thing that's going to happen in the last days physically or whatever type thing, and you were trained on it that way, then you will never get the true meaning on what it's talking about, and you will literally be afraid of it. Revelation is 99% of what's going on in your body. You got 7 seals, you got 7 chakras. You got the great dragon, where you got the Kundalini energy, which is the serpent that rises up the staff of Tahuti.
Now that's the great dragon.
That's the great dragon. You got the beast, which is the number of a man. 666. You got 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon. And carbon is the basis of melanin. Melanin is carbon. We are carbon beings. White people are carbon-based beings.
Explain what you're saying. I mean, explain that.
Melanin is the triple blackness of space, which is carbon. We are carbon beings because we have the original blueprint, the melanin, the black dot, the third eye, the eye of Heru. Europeans are carbon-based beings, which means that they are a hybrid species that is based off carbon, but they are not carbon beings.
Ooh, you just said something so heavy, brother. I think you better go deeper. That's heavy now. That goes back to the white man being created.
He's a created, right?
And having no soul. You're going to have to talk with it. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Brother Bobby, you've got to talk about this melon.
We're going to break this thing down.
Break this down.
Okay, we're going to break it down. And I know why I came here tonight. I came here tonight to do this tape. That's what I came to New York for, do this tape.
God is good. God is good all the time. You roll it. You roll it.
The melanin is carbon. And the carbon makes up the outermost ether or fabric of the universe. But of the outer universe. I'll explain what that means also too. And we are carbon beings. Europeans are carbon-based beings. We have the original blueprint of the omniverse. The white boy, by being a created person, he has a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness. Now what does that mean? Anything Mach is something that is not the original, it's a copy. He has a Mach nuclei, and nuclei is the center of the nuclei is literally the 0 point, which is the really us. That is the apex of the soul. The most minute piece particle of the soul, called the God particle or the Dracula particle. I'll get into that in a few minutes. He has a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness, which means we have several rings of consciousness, which is spiral consciousness. He has one ring of consciousness. You see? So they'll tell you, there's the movie Fifth Element. If you get that movie, they'll talk about how the regular DNA is 2 spiral double helix spirals, where they said this particular entity here had hundreds of those spirals. They were talking about black people. The DNA that they're talking about that they can't explain, they'll say we have DNA, which is 2 spirals of DNA for them. Are you still on? It's 2 spirals of DNA for them. The DNA that they can't explain, they call it junk DNA. That means that they can't explain it because they don't have it. This is what we come comprised of. And all of this is in the melanin molecule, which is called the Dracula particle. Now, what do they mean by the Dracula particle? Well, let's look at Dracula, because the whole thing is a mythology that goes all the way back to Greece and even Mesopotamia. And it's not necessarily talking about a person that dies, and then a person that has to live off blood. Melanin, Dracula, sleeps in the day and comes out at night. Melanin is dormant in the day but secretes at night. It's a night hormone called melos in Greece and tosos. Melos means black and tosos means worker. You see, or you get the word Malektos. That's another name for the Most High God in Mesopotamia. The word mel means black. Melos means black. It also means apple. get the apple, you cut the apple, you see the melanin when it browns. But also God said don't bite off the apple. He was talking about don't tap into the third eye, because you will become God. And they tapped into the third eye, they bit the apple, they tapped into the third eye, and what happened? They saw. They could see. See what I'm saying? They could see. The melanin heals overnight. That's why you ever heard the thing, it even, not only just physically, but mentally. You ever heard the whole thing, sleep on it?
Yeah.
And the next morning it is not as bad. But if you sleep on it next couple of nights, each time you sleep on it, it gets minute, where you can look back and laugh at the shit. That's because of a series of psychological healings. But then again, on the other hand, that also has to do with it used to heal us physically. So on the other hand, you see with the Dracula thing, he can heal. So melanin comes out at night. Dracula comes out at night. Dracula sucks the blood. The melanin, what does it do? It bathes the whole central nervous system. You see what I'm saying? Dracula sleeps in a casket. Osiris sleeps in a sarcophagus. Christ sleeps in a tomb. This is mythology explaining deeper aspects of our soul. Melanin is called the dark night of the soul. In Jung psychology, which Jung tapped into a whole lot of African stuff, melanin is also called the shadow. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. You see. And because you have, they say, you will know the elect in the last days because they will shine like lights. That's in Revelation also, in some part of Matthew.
Oh, I read it.
So what do you mean by shining like lights? Because you have the super melanin, your aura extends. So they said, the sky opened and I saw a rider on a white horse and he had the white garments, and the army that was with him had white garments also. What do they mean by the white garments? That means that they are auras. They call the vesture of their auras was shining because they have the deepest part of the black core, the yin and the yang. Light is nothing but the shine off of melanin. In the beginning it was darkness, and then came the light.
Correct.
So the light of creation, you see, or the light, we create the light. We have the original blueprint room, the dark substance, called soot. Our word soot or smut comes from the word soot. The most ancient form of God on the male form, who has a mother, is called Soot. Sutek, Setesh, or later on Set. Now Set later on becomes the killer of Osiris or whatever, or the prototype of the devil. But you got Sutek, Melchizedek. Mel on the beginning is the Greek word means black. Anytime you hear the word male on the beginning, that's Greek for black. You get Robert Graves. If you just get Robert Graves' book, Greek Myths, and just look in the index, and just look at all the words for black. Melos, black. Melanor, Blackfoot. The black one, the black. Melchizedek. It means the black, it means the melanin carriers are the black ones.
Then male, M-A-L-E, means black. Then man, since male is man,
That's
man
right.
is black. Explain that.
Black man. Do you know the original, so they say the word for species, Homo sapiens sapien, Homo habilis, Homo. Do you know the word homo means black?
No.
The word homo in Egypt means Kim, and the word Kim means black.
If I would look up homo in the encyclopedia,
You're not gonna find it in there. It's because the European is so crafty that he can take so many words out of off the world. He could take it out of function within the matter of years. So in the 1800s, you get Gerald Massey's book, Natural Genesis. He shows that the word homo in Egypt is Kim, and the word Kim is black. Let me show you another thing. The word Christ. That's a word that was cut off from something.
Right.
Let me show you what I'm talking about here. You have the yin and the yang symbol. The yin is feminine, which is the black side.
Right.
The yang is masculine, which is the light side. The Christ, or the Christos, is a masculine form. But there's another word that they cut off. So what it is the European can take certain words out of existence. In the ancient world, there was another word for Christ called Chrysomelos, which means the black Christ. And Europeans took it out of existence. Only place you can find it is in some Rosicrucian documents. But the word was brought up into Europe by the Moors, and the Rosicrucians and all those were set up by the Moors. You see what I'm saying? So the word Chrysomelos, it's a word that is not used in no form of the languages, except in few Rosicrucian documents. Secret Society, which is another ancient name for the Christ, which means black. The Christ is anointed with what? Olive oil, right? In Christianity.
Right.
Olives is what? Black and green. And both black and green has melanin in it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So the anointing is melanin. In Egypt, it's anointed by the crocodile. But the crocodile is called the crocodile of Kim. Sebek, the crocodile of Kim. In Egypt, it's called Sebek Kronos, and Kronos represents the planet Saturn, which is called the black planet. And Saturn, you get the word Satan. It's all these are different words for the same darkness. So the prince of darkness is black people. We are the prince of darkness. Got you all scared for the prince of darkness. You get the word Sutek, Setesh, Melchizedek. You also get the word in Egypt, Sutan, Shutan, Shaitan, Satan. You get the word Christ, you get the word Antichrist. These are spiritual terminologies. And you get the word false Christ. And what does it mean? Christ means the light. The false Christ, if you take a shadow, the false Christ would be the shadow of Christ, which is two composites of the same entity. The Christ and the Antichrist is one and the same. This means the black Christ. The word Antichrist comes from the word Ayin in the Kabbalah, which is the triple blackness of space. The Great Mother is also called Ayin. These are terminologies over the course of the Roman, when the Romans took over the church, they turned every high metaphysic thing that is explaining the soul, they turned it into evil, because if you're going to dominate a people, you got to have duality. You can't have a God now unless you have a devil. The word devil comes from the word diabos, but also the word devil comes from the word double. Your double self, your dual self. Your doppelganger, which means your inner self. You see what I'm saying? Which means your inner self. Now, if you don't get to know those selves and stuff, anything that you don't know and you don't know, you fear. The fear of the unknown. So if somebody wipes something out and then tell you it's evil, then you're going to fear it.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? You're going to fear it. So, alchemy is the study of melanin. In alchemy, they have something called the Philosopher's Stone. And the Philosopher's Stone is melanin. Melanin has in it every particle, element that is known in the universe. Before I get into that, remind me, I'm going to go back to that because I want to explain this. This particular emblem that you see that has been known as the devil is called the Sabbatic goat. You get the word Sabbath? Mm-hmm. This is the Sabbatic goat. Before it was the Sabbatic goat, the ram head you see on the god Amun-Ra has ram head. Mm-hmm. You see the goddess Hathor has the horns on the head. Mm-hmm. Because before it became the Sabbatic goat, it was nothing but the god Amun-Ra. Then it became the Sabbatic goat, but it was not talking about anything negative. The goat and the donkey represents some type of animal that goes against the order of things. Mm-hmm. Well, in so many words, that's what the Christ does. You have normal life wave, and then the Christ comes and he's something new. Mm-hmm. Or it is something new. It goes against the order of nature to get you to the higher level of something else. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The donkey is one of the most ancient symbols for the god Set Typhon, which is the prototype of the Satan. But Jesus rides into Jerusalem on an ass. Mm-hmm. Or Christ, before it became Jesus. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rides into Jerusalem on an ass. The donkey or the ass is his true power. Mm-hmm. So when he says, Satan, get behind me, get behind thee, he's talking about the true essence of his power. Behind you is called the mouth of God, the medulla oblongata, which sets, and medulla oblongata has the most concentrated part of melanin, shaitan, melanin. Satan is another name for melanin. In the base of the skull and the top of the spine is the most concentrated part of melanin, called the medulla oblongata of the Barahadna chakra. Satan, get behind me, is talking about the mouth of God and the most concentrated part of melanin, which in India is called akasha, black substance. That's where you get the word akashic records. Yes. Which is melanin. So in the Bible they say in the last days there will be books open up. Yes. Or records. Yes. And he who did not find his name in the book will be cast in a fiery furnace or whatever. Uh-huh. If you don't find your name in the book, it's because you don't have the damn book. The book is melanin. The akashic, what is a book? A book is a records. Mm-hmm. So if you don't have the damn records, you can't find yourself in the damn records because you don't have the fucking melanin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the books that was opened up in Revelation is the akashic records. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see, which is called akasha, which means black substance. Go on, bro. You see what I'm saying? Which is what it is. So the Sabbatic goat was a symbol that was brought up into Europe, that was worshipped by one of the first secret societies that the Moors put in power, which was called the Knights Templar. Now let me explain this thing, how Masonry starts. The Moors ruled Spain for 700 years. They set up 16 universities, University of Salamanca being one of the top ones in Spain, copied from the University of Jena. You've heard all that before. Just as Europeans and now black people, you go to college, then you get inducted into a fraternity. These Europeans, when they were trained, when they got to a certain level, the Moors would induct them into several fraternities: York Rite, Scottish Rite, Rosicrucians, Cathars, you see what I'm saying, and the Knights Templar. But it wasn't like the Greeks that run around drinking liquor and all, drinking beer and all the crazy stuff. They were literally inducted into secret societies to find the greater mysteries. The Sabbatic goat was also named at this time the Baphomet. The Baphometic goat. And it's another symbol for the Most High God. As you can see, it has the horns, but as you can see, this one has the star, the 5-pointed star. You got 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. And in the middle, you also have an inner core, but the 5th element also represents your spirit, comprised of the 4. So all of this is just symbolic symbols, another symbol for the Christ. The Kephra that I have here is another symbol for melanin. The beetle is the core of your soul. But once your soul is illuminated, it grows the wings. It grows the wings. All of these are ancient symbols. The Star of David, 2 inverted pyramids, as above, so below. Star of David was modified, but the Star of David comes out of ancient Kemet. And we get the origin of it probably from the Pharaoh Akhenaten. See, all of that is our symbology. You see, you got the falcon, which represents Horus, the Christ.
What's that snake under there?
The snake represents the Kundalini energy, which raises you to your Christ level, that shoots up your spine.
All right, so on the, say like on the coffin of Tutankhamun, where you see all those snakes and everything, and then if you go in the tombs, you see all
the
these
snake.
snakes.
The snake represents.
That represented?
The snakes represent the fiery force that raises you to your Godhead. Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness. Before you had the symbology that was attributed to Moses, it was attributed to the god Tahuti. You got the staff of Moses, you got the staff of Tahuti, which is your caduceus, which is the same staff of Moses. Moses lifted up the snakes in the wilderness. Well, we are over in the wilderness, and the Kundalini energy inside of you will rise up, and you'll create a new reality. Now, in the Vedic text in India, in the Vedic text, the Indian government got some money in 1975 to do some research on the Kundalini energy. So they did a little bit on it, but they was a poor country, so they could never really keep the information going, the research going. So I guess the British must have gave it to them. But what they had concluded was that there are devices that is in the body, which is this Kundalini fire. Our God is an all-consuming fire. That all-consuming fire is at the base of your spine. That's what the all-consuming fire is, which is called hell's fire. Now, you got heaven, you got hell. Hell represents the lower region. Hell's fire shoots from the south gate, which is the base of the spine, which is called the root chakra, and shoots up to the third eye. That's called hell's fire. But when you baptized, the word baptized, when this Kundalini energy shoots up, you're baptized in the fire. You see, the Indian government concluded, based on reading ancient Sanskrit texts, that these devices that are in the body will come online and destroy everything in its path if it suspects genocide and annihilation in a certain period of time, the last days. So therefore the white boy has to go and he has to kill you secretively by taking you off at a time. But he will never announce the day of battle that I'm coming straight out and do it, because these devices will send a shock and will kill him off.
Now, talk about the kind of studies that the white boy is doing on melanin. Perhaps.
Okay, I'm gonna get right into that.
Okay, I wanted you to deal more too with the white boy as a created entity, because if he's created, how can he do the things?
Okay, I'll explain that too, but let me say this one other thing. Right. Lucifer, which is supposed to be the light bringer, is the pineal gland. That's what Lucifer is. You see, it's important that we take all this terminology and everything that you think is evil. If you study it, you will find out it's not evil at all. Evil is only in your mind. As a man thinketh, so is he. Right? Jacob wrestled with the angel all night. And at daybreak, he saw the face of God, and the face of God was called pineal. Lucifer is the pineal gland, which is the one true God. So somewhere around the conference of Nicaea, wherever you saw Lucifer, you saw Christ. So what they had to do in a lot of texts, and those texts that was destroyed. So this, if you just went and got the lost books of the Bible, you'd still be in the dark, because it was text that was destroyed. They had to limit the amount of times you heard the word Lucifer in the Bible, other than Christ, because you would put it together that Lucifer and Christ is one and the same. Both of them light bringers. But the Christ and Lucifer is the pineal gland, which is the face of God. You see what I'm saying? So these terminologies, we have to turn around, and basically, I've done a study on the dark side, and basically this is, and based on the research, you'll find out that most things that you think is evil, or what you think is so hideous, in its actuality is the missing part of the missing links that have been hidden for the last 2,000 years. And if your enemy gonna rule over you, he's gonna take everything that is divine and turn it against you. You see what I'm saying? Now let's get into some mysteries on what they're doing with the melanin also too. Well, first of all, let's deal with this. He's a created person, but you got to understand that the realm that we are on is such a low realm that it's no problem operating on this realm. It's such a low realm in the first place. It's not that he is operating on this so good, it's just that we are operating so low on our limited capacity. So automatically we meet the white man on his level, which is the low level. You understand where I'm coming from? He's on the subplanes of your lowest planes. It's just that you have dried up and degenerated down to such a low plane until you thinking the white boy is really doing something. And he's only grazing the surface. But what they also say in the last days, the knowledge will increase. That's in the Bible. But it also says, Honorable Elijah Muhammad said they're going to give him just enough knowledge for him to hang himself. But what knowledge that'll be? He will learn half the mysteries. But can he ultimately exercise these mysteries? No. Because it takes the soul and it takes a deeper knowledge. So it's one thing to have the knowledge of an owner's manual on how to do some stuff, but he can't drive the damn car. You see what I'm saying? So whatever he's doing is minute, he's fiddling around. And he's only doing it on the mundane realm, which is the physical realm, which is the lowest realm anyway. That ain't shit. Now, what are some of the things he's dealing with melanin? Well, I was telling you about how they went in, and between 1990 up until now, they have gone into the projects and they have exterminated tons of black people. In Atlanta alone, they've closed down about 20-something projects. And nobody know where the people went, but they disappeared. But when I did the research on those projects, most of the projects in the country, number one, they are built with underground passages. Number two, those underground passages lead to railways. So they can unload a project from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? Or what is it, outside in, or whatever. From the inside, let's put it that way. And nobody suspect anything, and they put them right on the trains. This is a reality. What's happening with those people? Where the hell you think they get them goddamn melatonin pills from? Them melatonin pills, wait a minute. The only way you can get those melatonin pills is from somebody's behind. Somebody. Now, one thing about melanin, once you take it out of the human body, it changes. So it changes form. So it's a melanin. You see what I'm saying? But it's an unactivated melanin. But they need it to survive. The melanin is in all of the sunscreens that they need to survive based on the sun, melanoma cancer. All of your sunscreens, all of your suntans is all melanin. The melatonin pills, they need it for sleep aid, all that's melanin. Your Viagra, that they're going crazy, is nothing but melanin. It's nothing but melanin. That's all this shit is.
But I thought they were growing that on tobacco plants or something. They said they could grow melanin.
They grow what? Viagra?
No, melanin.
Anybody can take something. Anybody can take something and put with something. At first I thought that they were getting it from certain various fruits. Because you know your rye has this, dates have it, apples have it, black beans are high in melanin. The coffee bean is high in melanin. That's why they gotta have it. That's why coffee shops are springing up all over the place. See what I'm saying? All that has carbon in it. But the stuff that they need, the first melatonin bottles, before they took it off, it said, and I quote, and I have the documentation, I might have it in one of my bags, if I don't have it at the house, it says, that melatonin, these are your first ones, because Lilly Pharmaceutical is one of the companies that put it together out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And they had a black woman working for them until she found out what was going on. And then she all of a sudden came down sick. But Lilly Pharmaceutical, some of the first ones that came out are these melatonin bottles. It said this: melatonin is a constituent of pineal tissues. Crushed pineal tissues. So,
I hope you still got some of those bottles.
Oh, I got it. As a matter of fact, I got tapes floating around with it on there, but I have them. Melatonin is a constituent of pineal tissues. Now it's interesting. I was in Baltimore in '97. Did a lecture up there. On the way back, going to the airport, one of the brothers that picked me up, he said he was in high school like '69. So he said he saw a brother that he hadn't seen since high school. One Saturday night, and the brother was driving a long truck from Johns Hopkins Hospital. And they reminisced and all. He said, "What you doing, man? What you got back there?" The guy said, every weekend, the homicides that go down in the city, We take the pineal glands out of the black homicides and we ship them to Johns Hopkins. Now, first of all, this truck was loaded with these pineal glands. They don't have no fucking 30 homicides at fucking night. That's ridiculous. This was in the early 90s when they was killing a lot of black people in D.C. But basically, they was removing all the pineal glands from hospitals and everything. There's a George Washington Masonic Memorial over in Alexandria, Maryland, that has a hand of a black man coming down and white people reaching up to the sky. If you go, you have to go by yourself, and maybe you can get in the room and they'll show it, but if you go with a group of black people, they won't show it to you. But the George Washington Masonic Memorial has a floor on it for the skull and bones. And the skull and bones is not necessarily get their name for just the skull and bones. They also have been known to consume the resin which is in the bones, which is also melanin. They even consumed the head of Geronimo to show the last conquest of the Native American. But one of their main rites, ceremonies, is called the obscene rite, which they eat a live pineal gland. It's documented in Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun, in his epilogue of what he feels the whole thing is about. The Black Sun. And when you get that book, there's going to be a section in there called occultum. Occult means hidden. Occultum is hidden substance. It's melanin. That's another name for melanin. You also hear another word, viril, V-R-I-L, or something like that in there. That's melanin. So the book is about melanin, the Black Sun, but it's also dealing with the Nazis and all that. But they consume a live pineal gland and give them a spiritual high. It's also in the book, the famous book from the 70s, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. They just made a movie from it. It's a real crazy movie on how they go to Las Vegas to get the ultimate high. And he finds the ultimate high at the end of the movie where he eats a live pituitary gland, which, you know, the pineal, pituitary, all that's the same thing. See what I'm saying? It's in the book, The Black Sun. And it's called the obscene rite that he says that the skull and bones deal with. You see? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, the Viagra is a form of melanin. Because you're going to find out that this, you have two penises. Why? Well, they say, well, a person couldn't enter into heaven unless they have a circumcised penis. Which is what we're talking about down here. The Egyptians circumcised down here for sanitary reasons or whatever, cultural things. And also a rites of passage. The circumcised penis is a fully functional pineal gland. An uncircumcised penis is a calcified pineal gland, which doesn't work. So no one can enter in the kingdom unless they're circumcised. It's not talking about it. You got two penises. Because what about a woman? It's talking about the penis of God, which the obelisk and the phallus that everybody, that all Dr. Ben and all them was thinking was the penis down here, with Osiris and the penis and all the obelisks. It wasn't talking about that. The obelisk is a symbol of the pineal gland. Unfortunately, Dr. Ben and all your Afrocentric scholars were not esoterically astute. They didn't study the metaphysics.
Yes.
So the phallus symbol was a symbol of the pineal gland, which also women have. So you have these glands in your head, at least three major ones. I think the pituitary gland has one, and your pineal gland, two, and I think the pineal gland. So it's the three major ones. There's several glands, the hypothalamus gland, but there's three major glands in the head. The chief of the three major glands is the pineal gland. You got 3 stars in Orion's belt. You got three glands in the head. Those are the gates of Zion in the head. The pearly gates is the pineal gland.
Now see, all that makes sense.
It
More
does.
sense than
You got 3 stars on Orion's belt. You got 3 glands in the head. You got 3 pyramids at Giza Plateau. You got 3 crosses on Calvary. Who sits in the middle cross? Christ. The pineal gland is the middle one. You get it? You got 3 wise men. You got 3 glands. Jubilee, Jubilah, Jubileum. See what I'm saying? The Trinity. It's all talking about the pearly gates or the pineal gland. Jerusalem. There is no J in the Hebrew language. So what the fuck is Jerusalem? It's Jerusalem. Heru. Salam. House of Heru. Salam means peace, but you get the word Salam also means hut. Mausoleum. House of Heru. Heru is called hero, and hero is called the face of God. In the Bible, pineal is called the face of God. All this is talking about your third eye.
Preach.
You see, all this is talking about your third eye.
It's a whole new sermon.
Everything you see in threes throughout that Bible, throughout any of these things. You got 3 spears on the Kabbalah. You'll find these threes all over. You'll find those 3 spears. It's all talking about the pineal gland. The upper room.
Now, what does that enable one to do? 2 things. The pineal gland, what does it enable one to do? And the kundalini. When
Kundalini.
It's full of, kundalini, when it's fully operative.
Yeah, okay.
What does it transform?
Okay. In the old cycle, it gave you the ability to manipulate the physical. We now have science that those pyramids were built off of pure thought. When that kundalini energy is rising up in the pineal, they could harness the forces of the universe and bring the elements together. And it was pure thought that some of those was built, as well as other refined science.
I want to ask you something about it. Because when you are dealing with Ma'at is a symbol in the Kemetic pantheon and worldview.
Right.
Which stood for balance, truth, justice, righteousness.
Yeah, and all that, right.
Right. But my understanding, I want you to speak on this, and this is my spiritual
I know where you're getting at. I already synthesized.
When you become truth, when you are living what you say and what you are and what you're doing is all balanced. See, because Ma'at is more than just
a spiritual term. Yeah.
You see, because truth, and I want you to speak on this, but this is just what I'm getting. Truth meant that it was accurate. Say, for an example, that it was. It was correct. I mean, you can't build you can't have a calendar. You can't have you can't build a building straight up like the World Trade Center unless it is true. For an example, in other words, you got to square it, because if it is off one degree as you go up, the building starts to lean. The damn thing will fall by the time it gets up to 100 feet. So truth within my art, and this is the principles of the universe extending themselves into the affairs of man, so much so that one would have to go by those principles. And say, if I wanted to be a friend, I can't be a friend and lie to you.
Well, I'm going to give you another.
But deal with that. I mean,
I'm going to give you another level.
My thoughts.
I'm going to give you another level on it. First of all, the people who taught us mostly about Egypt in the Afrocentric community were historians. They knew absolutely nothing about the occult. Dr. Ben claimed he did, but now after studying, I realized and all he was only grazing the surface on what he knew. He knew mundane knowledge on the actual stuff. I've been studying for the last 10 years. I've been studying this for the last 8 years. And I just got into the zone a little over a year ago. So even the stuff that I dealt with in 94 that you got on the video, I'm just not in the zone that I know what's going on. Now let me tell you what I'm talking about. You go to the Book of the Dead, or the Book of Coming Forth by Day, and you'll see the 47 laws of Maya are negative confessions. This whole shit about, you had to recite that and you didn't do these things. Let me show you what this thing really meant. It's metaphysical. Negative means inner. Now let me explain something. There is no way humanly possible that if you look in the Book of the Dead, which is the original 10 Commandments plus what? How many other more? 33 more. Whatever. The 47 negative confessions, or they say the 100 and whatever. But anyway, you look in the Book of Coming Forth by Day, and you see that there is no way in the human body that you can be in the human body and not have done what those things say. But let me show you the mystery on what it's talking about. When they would recite, I have not done this and I have not done that, they were not talking about what they didn't do physically. They were saying that their soul had not done that, because the soul is pure. They were not talking about the physical body. They recited that to say that their soul hadn't done that, because the soul is the hidden part that is pure. You get the word righteousness. See, remember I was telling you about these ancient terms that mean something totally different? You know the word righteousness, you know what it means? It says the righteous will rise up. It was not talking about righteous based on your behavior. This is a holographic universe. Behavior ain't got shit to do with it. It was talking about right. It was talking about right. See, in the Gospel of Thomas, which is a gospel, one that didn't end up in the Bible, it tells you that the seed that my Father did not plant cannot be plucked up. That means it was something that was made someplace else. Righteous means ripe. The indestructible seed that was planted in the beginning. And it has nothing to do with physical behavior. You see what I'm saying? The laws of Maya, sometimes we think and we reduce down to moralistic behavior. In actuality, it's alchemical. It's a formula of energies coming together to create the perfect crystallization and illumination. You see what I'm saying? This is the higher level of it. Now, they had different degrees. The neophyte would come in and he would do all these things for good behavior or whatever. But ultimately, it was alchemical that was talking about a marriage. The word marriage means the union of two spirits.
Right.
It has nothing to do with some white man giving you a piece of paper. Whoever you fuck, use the expression, or whoever you lay down with, and I like to use them words and stuff because I'm advanced enough in my intellect to use them words to back the shit up. Because there's no such thing as curse words. If the English language wasn't around during the time when so-called spiritual stuff was around, how the hell could something later be a curse word? When you have sex with a person, over a course of time, you have a sacred marriage of union of energies, and that's what marriage means. Now, these energies in your body coming together to make a covenant. of one energies coming together to make a covenant. Represents the Christ. When in alchemy, when these energies come together, it represents man, angel, alien, everything coming together to make form the Christ, which was a title of your higher self. It was called the Great Work. And that's when they say every man will be known by his works. Not talking about what you did out here in the physical. It was talking about whether you're known by your works based on is your shit working on the inside. Do you have the damn melanin for the motherfucker to work? Do you have the seed of God of that works? The head of one of the head Jewish scholars that was in the Kabbalah. Now the Kabbalah is a Jewish mysticism that was so-called found in Spain, so you know where that comes from. It comes from Egypt.
Moors, yeah.
And the Moors brought it up into Egypt and gave it to the European Jews. When they converted those Jews into Jews, the white people, they gave them the Kabbalah. But one of the head scholars of the Kabbalah said that what exists seemingly in God manifests and unfolds in man. Whereas they say God, or if you want to put it, is the potential. He's really nothing. Man is the perfecting agent of the potential and makes manifest what is potential and seemingly in God unfolds and manifests in man. He is the perfecting agent. So you got an old man sitting down, he's a mafia man, but he can't go out and kill nobody, but it is the hit man that does it. So we are the perfecting agent, and the God is our higher self. But hold on, I'm gonna show you one minute. I want to get this point right here.
Please.
It says in Gershwin Schroeder, which is the top scholar for Tel Aviv, that died in 1982. He told the European Jews in his text that he wrote on the Kabbalah. But all of this that comes together as a perfecting agent is done by a Neoplatonic formula. See, he's playing with words because he knows that the average person will never get what the fuck that means. Neoplatonism comes from Hermeticism. Hermeticism comes from the wisdom of Tahutiism. And Tahutiism and Hermeticism is nothing but the mysteries of alchemy. And the study of alchemy is the study of melanin. So when he said a Neoplatonic formula, he was saying that all of this particular perfecting agent that rise up to Christ's level is done by a Neoplatonic formula. He's talking about a melanin formula.
Now, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What does this say about the European, the white man? I mean, you know, we say, the scientists say that everybody has melanin, and he has melanin also. But kind of enlighten us on the difference in that melanin and what is going to happen to him. I mean, where are we?
Okay, I'll get into
where
that.
are we? And you said that he was doing studies on melanin.
Yeah.
And he was seeing that. Okay, we'll get into that later.
The melanin that he has, obviously he has some because he's a carbon-based being.
Right.
And he has some aspect, you see it like they talk about freckles or whatever. But the stuff we're talking about is this. And most people don't get into this because really they're not occultists, so they wouldn't understand this. Inside of the melanin that we have, that reaches throughout the entire nervous system, is a little particle of light. It's a seed. It's inside the melanin. That seed that is inside of the melanin is who the hell you are. Now, do you listen to what I'm saying here? what I'm telling you is this. That my whole big old body and all the organs in it is all being operated by a small particle that's the smallest thing in the universe, which you know of is called the atom. But it's a seed that's the smallest thing in the universe. And the difference between them and us, whatever the stuff they function with, they don't have that seed, which is the soul. There's a particle of light in a seed that is inside of the melanin, encased inside of the melanin. Now, I was getting ready to say this the last time based on the Philosopher's Stone. Every particle in the known universe and on Earth exists inside of your body. And that's what melanin is. Every particle and every herb, everything that ever was exists inside your body. And that's what melanin is. Now I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. Everything that exists in the known universe plus some stuff that is outside of the universe, that is that primal stuff before the universe was created, exists in the melanin. And that seed that's in there is the seed of God. That this is going to really blow your mind. That is above God. Now let me explain this to you.
Yeah.
You got to send me one of these
I
tapes.
think you better. Yes.
The God that we have been worshiping the last 2,000 years is the God of the living. But not the God of the dead. The God of the living is a subordinate deity who is a lesser deity than the God of the dead. Got your Book of the Dead, Tibetan Book of the Dead, Egyptian Book of the Dead, or whatever. The God of the dead is Osiris. The God of the living is a lesser entity. You have a day side God, you have a night side God. The night side God is the son of the mother, the triple blackness of space called Nut, Typhon, Tiamat, Latayaphon, Leviathan, you call the great dragon that's in the sea. That's the great mother. Apit, Gaia, all of that. The God of the day is a subordinate deity. A jealous God. Why is he jealous? You figure if he God, why is he jealous? The God that created the earth is a subordinate deity. It's not the highest God. In your Bible, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm quite sure you read the Bible. Correct me if I'm wrong, otherwise we cut off the camera now.
Come on, let's have a big hand for Brother Dawood. Come on. Big hand for Brother Dawood.
Introducing Brother Dawood.
Do we need this thing?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, we've been doing this for about 12 years. This May, we started out in Long Island City with Dr. John Moore, who was assassinated by some Harlemites and some Detroitites and some Tuskegeeites. Tuskegeeites. And, okay, I just hold it?
Yeah, just hold it.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. And this May will be the 12th year. Started the Feed Foundation, Foundation for the Education and Enlightenment of Dark People. Well, you see, we didn't get too far with that because obviously they're not enlightened and they certainly ain't educated. So, but anyway, valiantly, we've continued on. And when we first started, you speak about the Illuminati, people would run from it. People would run from me. They stop me in the street. They say, well, Brother Dawood, they ain't killed you yet? You ain't dead? They say, you supposed to be dead. So within this type of movement, reformation, of enlightened individuals that come on, a lot of confusion. Since then, you got so many folks, Delbert Blair and folks coming all over the place, and they present things the way they feel it has to be presented. Just like anything else, people have different techniques, different styles, different ways they present certain information. We're just saying that you have to use your spiritual principles to use that. With that, we talk about during this period, Brother Bobby Hemmitt came out of Georgia with a number of observations, and he tends for, it's easier for black people to digest what he's saying only because he always brings a lot of books and a lot of visual aids, because black people are kind of slow. So Bobby has the kind of patience to do that. See? I don't have that kind of patience, so that's one thing I have to take my hat off to him, is that he will take the time to go through all these books. But like I said, Dr. Clark read himself blind, and I think at this particular point in time, you shouldn't have to have somebody to come and give you this over and over and over, give you 19 books. Well, you want to see? The group says it here, you hear it here. Everybody right now, what book is that? What year was it? What publisher was it? You should be on that. But everybody got different styles. So some people can disseminate the information better with Bobby Hemmitt because he's still dealing with a style where you're dealing with a lot of the intellectual, get this bookism and get that kind of stuff. Hey, if you get something out of it, fine. But like anything else, you're always going to have some kind of controversy. So I'll leave it at that. All we're saying is when whatever brother presents anybody else, you have to apply it to just two dogmas we always say. How does this apply to the destruction of Western civilization? And that the sum total of an origin of evil on the planet Earth is the devil or the Caucasian. And with that, not so much a disclaimer, we're just trying to explain things. We're going to give you Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
All right. All right, Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
Oh,
I think I got it.
there you go. All right. You got it. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Well, we've been dealing a long time, Brother Dawood and I. The whole AWAS factor and all that type of stuff. He was the first person to actually, first black person actually to even deal with Crawley's thing. You know, even deal with Crawley's thing during that particular time. I think, especially if you get the interview with Clemson Brown, the one he did with Clemson Brown back in '88, and he did one with Burt too. Like Colin Wilson said, this is probably some of the greatest occult information ever given to break this thing down, starting from Atlantis and Lemuria on in. If you get a hold of that tape, this is probably some of the greatest occult stuff ever put down on a tape. And it's and it actually inspired me. What happened was, in actuality, back in '91, we used to sit up all night trying to find out how we're going to get black people out of this stuff. You know, and basically we was dealing with the physical and the mundane, and everything we would deal with, we come up with a common sense going, you know, black people ain't gonna do that shit. You know, so basically what happened is one day I was walking through a room full of people and sitting around trying to discuss the problem, and the Spirit just told me this shit is a spiritual thing, not necessarily a mundane thing when it comes to taking this beast off the planet. And another brother said, it's interesting you say that, because that's what the brother Dawood said also too. We talk about a spiritual thing, and in so many words, at that particular time, I think he was like one of the few people out here, even telling people, even in the Afrocentric thing, that there is also another way, because
you know, we had people talking about the mystery, but no one could actually ever explain the mystery, because the thing about it is most historians is not occultists. And I remember going up in Brother Dawood's apartment, and he had this book by the Geiger book. The Geiger book. Geiger is the guy who did the artwork for the aliens and all that stuff. So he had Geiger's Necronomicon, and I remember sister, I think it was Sister Myra was like, man, ooh, that was a scary looking book he had up in there, because the Geiger stuff, if you haven't seen it before and all, it's really some spooky looking stuff and all. You know, the alien stuff you can deal with, but his Necronomicon, boy, he really gets into it. So, like I said, dealing with the Tarot deck, the Corrali Tarot deck and all that type of stuff. This stuff was actually unknown and stuff until Dawood introduced this stuff. Brother Dawood introduced this stuff. Like I said, most of the people who came and presented the information presented it from a mundane or physical level, including, it's even the same thing with Steve Coakley. He could tell you about the Illuminati, but I don't think that he ever actually dealt with the occult realm. So also all of a sudden, when you see these white people dealing with this stuff, and you don't study the occult, you'll think that everything in the occult is evil. And the occult means only that which has been hidden. Only that which has been hidden. So to no further ado, what we want to do right now is we want to give the ancestors some. Clemson Brown rode off with my suitcase with all my stuff in it and all. And I had my little rum and all the stuff to do the actual ritual. But what we're going to do is we're just going to basically call out the Ashés and stuff. So we're going to kick this thing off with the Vodun energies. And I just do it off the top of my head. You know, you give the Ashe, and I guess well, we can just hold on 1 minute. I guess we could just take some water and all right. Just set it right here. I guess that'll be theirs. I got a big jug somewhere up under here. And all right, and that's enough. That's enough also too. That's cool too. You know, you want to light them, brother, and just, you know, do some things. And also, you know the deal. We're gonna do the Ashes. Give the voodoo energy the actual power. So with no further ado, we're going to start off with Ishu Elegba, who's the opener of the gateways and stuff. And we're going to actually deal with that tonight also too. So Ishu Elegba, Ashe Razuli, Ashe Gatorado, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Alafi, Ashe Damawalawedo, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Barafa, Ashe Rasha, Ashe Adamwerdi, Ashe Waffleman, Okukureli, Ashe Okushingo, Ashe Razuli, Ashe what Gate, Ashe Papa Gate, Ashe Simba, Ashe Loa, Ashe. So let's go on to the let's go on to the other side. Kulu Kulu, Ashe Nakumpa, Ashe Ribelinga, Ashe Oshosi, Ashe Olakun, Ashe Olarun, Ashe Rumula, Ashe Obatala, Ashe Odudawa, Ashe Babaluaye, Ashe Shingo, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Orisha Oku, Ashe Hoya, Ashe Omitutu, Ashe Anitutu, Ashe Ilitutu, Ashe Elegba, Ashe Newt, Ashe Abbott, Ashe Tired, Ashe Shingo, Ashe. We got to do some loud ones because, you know, we're trying to get this energy up. So, Heru, Ashe Heru Kahudi, Ashe Heru Raha, Ashe Harsefi, Ashe Awas, Ashe Ibas, Ashe Ovas, Ashe Thunderdog, Ashe Sunday, Ashe Thunderbird, Ashe Bataneta Unra, Ashe Sutnesi, Ashe Sutnubit, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Munt, Ashe Minibis, Ashe Bintu, Ashe Bintu Sibaraha, Ashe Bintel Sing Sing, Ashe Mamalatu, Ashe Bashashatu, that'll be good for right now. For all gods known and unknown, Ashe. So 1, 2, 3, the Hemmitt family, Shaw family, Davis family, all my family members, Ashe. 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. To all anti-gods unknown and unknown, Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, so get right into it. A couple of spiritual breakthroughs and stuff. I'm actually literally celebrating and all because before I really go into this and all, and I will go into it, but I have to give a little hard copy and stuff, you know, report in on what's going on. You know, each time we report into New York and all, we'll just tell you some other sides of things that's actually going on also too. But I'm actually celebrating because my entire journey, what I was doing is basically I was doing research and I would come and report the research to you. But on the other hand, I was also doing spiritual breakthroughs to try to gain a certain amount of power, to try to gain a foothold on some actual things also too. And as a result, we worked from 94 up to 96. And although I did a lot of rituals, and those rituals gained a lot of information, I did get a little bit of energy, but the type of power that I was looking for, I wasn't able to get. And I think I had to go through what is called the dark side mysteries or the underworld mysteries. And after coming up out of that underworld mysteries or the dark side mysteries, anyway, let's say the last one I did, I hit dead on the money. And as a result, I ended up getting what I needed. And so we will go into that, and that is a celebration. And in so many words, this is a manifesto tonight to go on the offensive with the United States government, the European powers that rule the world, and their black conspirators or the Uncle Toms that also help them. And when we say go on the offensive, we're not talking about voicing our opinions. We're not talking about that. What we mean when we say go on the offensive, let this be known, we're talking about tonight declaring war on the United States government and the cracker and everything else on this particular planet, and eventually humanity itself, for those people that know what I'm talking about. And so this is actually a manifesto to, it's time for at least me to shit or get off the pot. So basically I received a certain amount of power. I couldn't do nothing up until this time. I hit it and it was dead on the money, and I will go into this tonight. But as a result, I'm not going to use this shit for personal gain. You know what I'm saying? No, personal gain, I mean, and I'm talking about as far as money and stuff, and God knows I sure as hell need it. You know, but this power came, and this power came for one thing and one thing only. And that is to go to war. Fuck the dumb shit. So basically, it's to go to war. And I will go into this and I will explain what this is also. I will explain what this is. Am I transmitting right?
I got you on the open mic.
Okay, you
wanna hook it up?
straight. So I will go into this magical adventure of this record of magical operations that transpired between the years of, let's say, 1994, actually the last 10 years, but basically the real assertive effort to do this between the years of 1994 and now. And so basically what we're talking about is, this is a celebration because we hit gold, but I'm saying in actuality, I found a breakthrough and a contact from the outer dimensions to learn how to kick this cracker straight in his ass. And that's what we're talking about doing. All bullshit aside. Because, and I will get into this and all, because we stand to lose. By the end of 2001, if we let it go to 2001, we stand to lose just about all the Africans off of the continent.
That's right.
Now, they're talking about 75,000 cases a month dying from AIDS. That's 900,000 cases a year. Now, I worked for Outreach, which was, they pass out condoms in the ghetto. I worked for the shit about a week until the Spirit told me, hey, if you're going to spread AIDS, put it in the condom. So I worked for about a week back in 91. You know what I'm saying? Back in 91, because they was paying our ass good money. So why the hell they gonna pay us good money to pass out, you know? So I worked for about a week and got about a check out of it. But they told us something at the little retreat we had. They'll have these retreats, like once a year. It just so happened when I got on the retreat was the damn week after I worked. So I went to the retreat. And they tell you, if you see any AIDS case or you see any case, always, like, if you got one person, always add 9 more to that person. So always count 9 times. So we know that the government is only going to give you a third of what's actually going down. Whereas in actuality, if he's saying it's going to be 900,000 dying, somebody do the math, 9 times 900,000, if you got a calculator or something.
2700,000.
That's 2700,000. Now, that's 2700,000 on the AIDS alone. That's not including UNICEF reports of 5 million children dying from famine a year that they kill. That's not including 5 million babies, infants. That's not including gang warfare that they started. You see what I'm saying? That's not including famine that kill adults and all the other stuff. That's just in the AIDS department alone, 2,700,000. You see, that's just one area. Meanwhile, we know that they only have to give you a reason, and that means that they can wipe the whole continent off. And the reason why is because we as black people, and not necessarily you in here, but the majority of us, suffer from a brain atrophy, which means that our minds don't work. And what we have to even question whether we have been thinking the last 130-something years. From Emancipation Proclamation, which was 130 years in 95, so last 135 years, we must even think and see what we were even using thought at all, or what we was basically running off of was basically instinct, emotion. And then the white boy is not the specimen to base whether you are thinking on a rational level based on having him as a model, because he is a grown-up juvenile delinquent. So that means that we are doggone primary schoolers. But what we're saying is we got to even think whether what we even call thought itself. You see what I'm saying? That we probably haven't thought since they put our ass on the boat and knocked us in the head. And we literally have to push the envelope and say, am I really functioning on the normal level? You see what I'm saying? We must rebel against all comfort zones. We must question happiness. And we must rebel against happiness. Because it's your pursuit of happiness that gets your ass in trouble. We must rebel against finances. Now, I'm not saying that you got to go and get some diapers and walk around with a big-ass stick. But I'm talking about this mentality that I got to get all of this commercial shit just to be human is out of the question. You see what I'm saying? We talking about bare basics. We got to rebel against what we even call being human. Because obviously our explanation of what is human is based off of what some European taught. We don't know. We don't know what our mind was previous to the European's mind. Because we know we have his mind now. We have to question everything. We even have to question love. What the fuck is that shit? And because the black woman is failing miserably at finding that motherfucking superficial love, then you gotta reject that shit. And maybe pain and suffering is the only clear and true thing there is on this planet. You said, oh, that's some crazy shit there. So let's say
reject love, reject humanity, reject happiness, even reject black people. Then you ask the question, wait a minute. You say, but this is insane. Yeah, it would be insane if you were a human. But let's say that you are God or some entity. Rejecting those things that I call a characteristic that make you human wouldn't be such a bad idea if you was God and somebody told you, your ass told you that you were human. You understand where I'm coming from here? You see the concept? Now, all the ancient mythology says that at one time you were advanced entities, rulers of the omniverse. So the things that I just told you, the things that fundamentally make you human, now if you were God, it wouldn't be no problem rejecting that shit. It's only when you are told that you are a doggone human, which in this case, obviously the God thing has got to register up because we fail miserably at being human. At least now. Shit can't work for us. Right? We the masters of screwing up everything. So if things don't work for us, that means in actuality, they're not supposed to work for us. And we must even question the very existence of reality. That's what the Matrix told you, question reality. Right? These are the things that we have to get our mind on a certain level because nothing seems to work. We'll go to lecture after lecture, and yes, everybody comes before you, the comprehensive plans that the black scholars and everybody has, all of them are right. They do work. Common sense, they make common sense. You know what I'm saying? But they don't apply to us. They might apply to some younger race of people, but not us. And that we must go and we must try to find what applies to us. And obviously what applies to us is not in the realm of human existence. And if you eliminate everything that you think makes you human, then your ass is free. What's that, brother?
So, what you saying, everything that is one person.
Speak up, can't hear you.
Speak up, man.
I'm saying, before we can physically do it, and we're not talking about the masses of the people, so don't think, like Colin said, we can't tell the masses about. I said, no, we got to reject moralism. You said you can't tell them, you know, in the conference, right. You can't tell black people except reject communism, moralism. I said, first of all, I'm not talking to black people. This is not a black leadership conference. This is a conference for the conscious people that are just trying to get a grasp on this thing because you're the only motherfuckers there is. Everybody else, you can hang it up. You know, each one teach one, and we ain't gonna take it to no streets.
Right.
You are the best there is, and the gods to come back is you in this room. Not out there in the street. So we're not talking to them. I wouldn't dare go and tell a nigga on the street that you must reject moralism. I'm talking to you. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking to you. But I wouldn't dare be a fool to call myself a black leader. You know what I'm saying? Lead who? A bunch of niggas that I don't like? We even have to question whether we like each other, and because innately we don't like each other, there's a reason for that. Maybe that's spiritual, the reason why you don't like each other. Oh, we gotta do the unity. You know, all the same old rhetoric, but why don't you like each other? Because your spirit is rebelling against human existence. Now, if you're rebelling against human existence, I don't suppose to like you. I'm supposed to like your soul on the inside and the freedom of your energy and your soul is going to another existence. But anything human, I'm supposed to rebel against it. And because we're the only people that hate each other, we're the only people right for this fucking task to get the fuck out of here. Think about it. So we just broke up a whole lot of damn laws here. Everything that we say is wrong with us is good. We don't like each other. Let's deal with that. Why don't we like each other? Because we've been on the planet as humans about 13 billion years. So we're tired of being human. And now it's to go to the next paradigm shift. No more shit than what the Bible said. The good Christians. This is my home. I'm just passing through. The flesh is weak. You see what I'm saying? So now, if we don't supposed to be here, if a caterpillar don't supposed to go into a cocoon to become a damn caterpillar, but supposed to become a butterfly, then the caterpillar has to hate the goddamn caterpillar. Because it don't supposed to be a caterpillar anymore, it's supposed to be a butterfly. You get it? We've done the fucking caterpillar thing, the cocoon stage, for 13 billion years. Now it's time to metamorphosize into a new reality. A new monster, a new demon, a new thing and everything that you scared of in the movies. But from the demon perspective, it's very superior. Like on Hellraiser 2, when he met up with Leviathan, he said, "To think I hesitated." You get where I'm coming from here? It's only if you're thinking like a damn human. But we're talking about 2018 and we ain't gonna be able to take the cracker off the planet physically. All you gotta do is get the movie Hunt for Red October. That's a movie that may give you a reality check. Anybody ever saw Hunt for Red October? Just go back and watch that movie and see how them crackers deal. It's like Leola Africa say, this man is a warfare specialist. But he is a warfare specialist in his realm, the physical realm. We are spiritual warriors, and so therefore you can't become a physical warrior because you are a spiritual warrior. And what I'm talking about is spiritual warfare, and I'm talking about I'm going to do the shit my goddamn self if I have to. Well, now I'll give you the method on how I'm doing it. I advise you not to fuck with this shit because you will die. But don't worry about it. I did it a month ago, and I'm here standing here talking for you. But I'll go into those endeavors. You know what I'm saying? But for the mere fact I'm here talking to you and it didn't dissolve my body, that means that the shit I did was successful. To come back from the grave. Because the whole origin was to go to death. So we'll go into that. But the key and what I'm talking about here is the reason why this sounds strange because I can't come before you and give you stuff that makes common sense. Our brains do not work on common sense. You see, this is some of the greatest times in the world because we are standing before black people and we're dealing with shit that is outrageous. If it was to get out to the national public and they would air this on TV, they would say this guy is insane. But what is sanity? And insanity is only what you told yourself it was. It's right. You see what I'm saying? Now, if Clemson Brown gets back in time to get my books out the car, I got a book called Melanin People, How to Eat Them and Drain Their Energy. And it goes into how they take you when they get you in them churches and drain your energy. It's a Luciferian group and all that stuff. So we'll get into that also when we get the book. It's going for 10 bones, but you need to get the book. You need to get the book and all. So now, let's go into a question and answer. Anybody, now wait a minute, now before we go on, now see this is the thing also too, we cannot be cowards. You cannot sit in the audience and deem this man crazy and then sit the next 3 hours listening to it. You need to clear shit up now if you don't understand what we're talking about, because that's what understanding is. You're supposed to ask questions. We're not talking about questioning anything. But what we're talking about here is a new paradigm shift to get to the God realm. And the God realm means it's got to be anti-human. We have done the human thing. You understand what I'm saying? We've done the human thing. I'm telling you, we are on the brink of whipping this motherfucker ass. We have made this shit, and we have made this shit, and so tonight is a manifesto to say that I'm going on the offensive of declaring war on the United States government, white people, the European powers, and all black people who want to stand with white people, and eventually humanity itself. That's right. We talking about it. So, what I'm saying is that, okay, I've come before you the last, I started speaking here in February of '94, the first time I spoke in New York. So, we always talked about the future, and what's going to happen in the future. So I'm quite sure you're saying, man, we've heard this shit before. We've heard you come and say that the stuff is over. Now this is 2000. But now I'm telling you that the shit is on. And I'm going to go into my endeavors and my magical thing and what I hit and crossed over. We're going to go through all of that tonight also too. But first of all, let's go to some hard copy just to see how the cracker is rolling on this thing. First of all, that Ilion shit. Little Ilion ass. Now, first of all, you gotta understand, number one, it is a form of mind control. It's twofold. It's mind control to distract you. But on the other hand, it's a great big ritual going on. Moses was fished from the water. They got him up out of the water. They showed the 10 Commandments 1 week. They raided on Easter to go get young Ilion's ass the next week. Now come on, the cracker don't damn do nothing on his holidays. Or he'll go home for the damn, you know, one thing you can set your clock to. On his holidays, he ain't gonna do shit. Because he knows that's the time that we gotta indoctrinate people. So he'll come back on Monday, not to fuck with his holidays. You see what I'm saying? So, but on Good Friday, which consists of this shit, you see what I'm saying? Leading on into that Saturday, they made the offensive on their ass. And that was a ritual. Anytime they go in on Easter, and they showed the 10 Commandments the week before, usually it falls on Easter weekend. You see? But anytime they go in on Easter, you see, that's a resurrection of the Christ child. He wasn't white. He was a white Cuban, but he got some little mixed up, contaminated blood in him, as a white man say. You know, a nigga is a nigga. Although he ain't one of us, don't get me wrong. Because there ain't no blacks in no fucking Little Havana.
He's on the low white totem pole.
You see, he just one of the, yeah, right. But still, yeah, they know that by him not being total mutant, that'll do for the Christ. Because the Christ got to be something other than a mutant. Okay? So this is a ritual going on, and they got everybody locked in. First of all, I was kind of happy. Crackers come over here. Now we know if the white man come and say, give him up today, and you disobey their orders and you black, they'll be in there tonight to get this shit. So I figured they was lenient to wait 2 weeks. They ain't never gave a nigga no 2 weeks now. When that judge say, you got 10 days to get out. Now it might be a day that the sheriff might have slept too late or some kind of shit, but on a certain day, I know down in Georgia, they set you, it's different up here, because Georgia's the penal colony. They setting your shit out on the street. You see what I'm saying? So they were lenient. They was lenient actually on this Ilion thing. But it was all a big ritual. A vernal equinox, vernal equinox, which is spring equinox ritual. You see what I'm saying? They didn't find a motherfucker on damn Thanksgiving. Come on now, get the hell up out of here. They find somebody, now isn't it interesting that they find him on Thanksgiving and then they resurrect him on Easter, 2 holidays. Come on now. We saying that the whole shit is set up and Castro is in on the thing too, because he ain't nothing but a government agent. He showed you that when he bucked dance for the doggone Pope.
I know you crazy. I know you crazy.
Huh?
I know you crazy.
Oh please, come on now. Come on now. We can't get emotional here now. We know damn well. Let me tell you something, so we can not be funny with this damn mess. They got the real revolutionaries, they don't never show you on TV. They done killed 400 African leaders since the 1950s, and we don't even know about it. So the mere fact they shoving Castro down your throat, you best believe Castro was in on the shit from the get-go. Now come on, we can't be funny with this damn mess here now. Look, didn't they kill a lot of African leaders on the continent from the 60s and the 50s on up? Did you ever hear about them? No. You be 50 and somebody will tell you about some black leader that died in 1960 and you don't even know about it. For the mere fact they give you Castro, that was a doggone diversionary thing in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? Communism and capitalism, one in the fucking same. You see? Che Guevara ass dead. You see? You see, so the point I'm trying to make here is, this whole shit with Castro now, well, just to make a long story short, he might have had some noble cause in the beginning. We know it was hooked up with the whole Yoruba thing, but also Castro was over there trying to, after he let the Yoruba thing take him to power, supposedly. This is where I'm saying, do you know Castro was over there and he tried to destroy the Yoruba priesthood? That's right. Yeah. Come off the dumb shit. That's right. Castro was over there trying to outlaw Santeria. So let's not be funny with this damn shit because he set up with some damn Malcolm X in some hotel down the street. That don't mean shit. We talking about these people don't give you a revolutionary person that you can latch on to that's the real shit. Never. They got people on the planet right now you don't even know about. They got white people right now that you don't even know about. And you think that they got Castro and they got all these crackers and that whole shit going down, it ain't a part of it? Then this asshole go and send 3 little children, some little black boy. Right. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell you doing sending some little black kindergarten children? I don't give a fuck who he is as long as the room full of toys. He showed that shit. He showed that shit. He was crying and shit. You know, the week before he on the video talking shit. Papa, Papa, I don't want to go back to Cuba. Papa, Papa, Papa. I don't want to go back to Cuba. Just talk, he's a little Indian just talking shit. They done coached me up. Papa, Papa, I want to go back to Cuba. The next day they bust up in there and get his ass. He up there with his papa grinning. Because they had a whole plane full of toys. You know, coming in and broke his little race car bed and that other family shit. Toys of Us outfitted, you know, a damn child. Do you know his daddy? Now he's figuring now, I'm concerned, daddy, because ain't no toys, but daddy plus toys? Fuck them niggas. You know that shit. Why he was grinning? The government said to set that nigga out with a whole bunch of toys.
From Disney World?
All that stuff. So I'm trying to say, this whole thing is a fiasco. And what's the name is in on the shit? Castro. He in on it. You see, let's put it this way. Let me show you how things go. This might have been a noble person that was over there in the 60s. But we got to even question whether that's even Castro now anyway. Because cloning, they didn't have it since 1945. They could have slipped in there and killed that nigga ass a long time ago. So now he buck dancing with the Pope. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the last person to let up in your shit is the Pope. You see, the Pope, you see. So I'm just saying this whole thing is a form of a government conspiracy. And we can't be emotional enough to buy to think that what's on that TV set is really what's really going on. Like that's some real shit. If it's some real shit, it ain't on TV. TV is for deception at all times. Didn't biography do a damn thing on Castro? Let me tell you something. When the Jewish A&E network do a biography on your ass, you government agent. You see what I'm saying? They did one on Farrakhan. You know that nigga called Billy Graham up a month ago or 2 months ago and apologized to Billy Graham? Minister Louis Farrakhan called Billy Graham up and apologized, said, I'm sorry about talking shit about white people. Billy Graham. That nigga called Billy, not the ultimate. You know you done buck dance to the umpteenth. The fifth power. You call Billy Graham? He called Billy Graham up the first of the year and apologized for talking shit about white people. Farrakhan. You can take it or let it alone, as he used to say. And the whole thing that went down and all, the whole thing went down. But everybody should know now, conscious people and people with common sense should know now, homeboy been sold out. Let me tell you something. Wallace Dean, one thing about CIA Wallace. Wallace don't come nowhere near your ass now unless you even down on his party. See what I'm saying? He don't come nowhere near your ass. You see. So these are some things that's actually going on. What we have now is we have a turn of a culture. This basically, let me explain something to you. About 30 years ago to 40 years ago, Uncle Tom used to be a person in the community. You had one every 100 people, or one every 90 people, and they were like a social pariah. He the Uncle Tom. This is the, you know, he was the outsider. He was the persona non grata. You know what I'm saying? He was the minute, he was the exiled, but he was the complete minority, he or she, who was the Uncle Tom 30 years ago. Nobody even wanted to be labeled an Uncle Tom 30 years ago. Now, Uncle Tom is the paradigm, it is the racial identity. It is the majority, and now the conscious brothers and sisters are somebody who's just black aware. You know, aware. Black awareness is now the social pariah, the persona non grata, the exile, the minority. They flipped the script where Uncle Tom is now the racial identity. There is no such thing as a black race, it's just Toms and Thomasinas. Uncle Tom is what the race is now. Tomville. So Uncle Tom is the majority of every nigga you see. And the conscious now is the clandestine, persona non grata, the cancer, the lepers. You get it? 30 years ago, you was pointing your finger at Uncle Tom. Now, no one wants to be labeled black and conscious. Oh, you doing that black thing. Yeah. So they have flipped it. Now, Uncle Tom is the paradigm. It is the thing to be. You see? Now, you can sell out and nobody don't even miss no sleep over the shit. Because everybody's doing it. And it's called career, education, and what we, you know, or what we call education, success, or what they call now prosperity, inspirational prosperity. You see, all this bullshit. Now they're doing the whole census thing. Now number one, they're doing this census thing, number one, to see how many black people they killed in the 1990s. And how many black people that they need to kill to make the damn shit right. Now you know that anytime all the commercials on the census is black, even got a damn census paper talking like a black person, we should be offended by that shit. Or they think about you like you were just a damn fourth grader. They said, no, we just know, because, you know, obviously the children is not the one to sell it, putting out the census. They're saying that we are thinking that grown people in their 50s, their 40s, and their 30s, they will literally get a kick out of a census form talking. Ooh, did you feel me out? This is the year 2000. You are world-class people. This is a blatant insult. It's saying that in actuality, you a 40-year-old rusty-ass nigga or rusty-ass woman, and you walking by to go get you some damn beans off the stove, and you go, damn! Look at that shit talk like that. Did you feel this shit out? You shit. But that's the way they think about your monkey ass. And then this is what you'll get, nothing. You know, the nigga that gets the actor, he bombed out as an actor, you know. Too many police officers or whatever, you know, little background shit. So they got him on the census thing, some black actor nigga. He show all this building up the community, and if you don't fill this out, this is what you're gonna get, nothing. Now wait a minute, hold on now, wait a minute. We know the last 10 years
They sure did.
They done got rid of all affirmative action. They done got rid of everything. They done got rid of welfare. But all of a sudden, they gonna give you something based on you filling out a census form? At least the niggas in affirmative action was building their civilization for them. That just make common sense to you. You want to get your slaves in on building your civilization. But they took that from your ass. But all of a sudden, you mean to tell me they're going to take all the entitlement programs? You know what I'm saying? Construction workers, this and that. And yet then they're going to come back to you and say, if you fill this out, we're going to give you the world? And we are stupid enough to believe that after what happened the last 10 years?
That's right.
That's how they got the Japanese.
You see? And we believe this shit? Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said two things on how this is going down, because they always kill two birds with one stone. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that he's going to give you everything, including his woman, in the last days. So when God comes to kill them, to kill you too. This is a metaphor for a lot of things. Now, two things happening here. The whole reparation thing is up. That's in court now. But now, they done politely pull out that Sally Hemmitt bullshit with Thomas Jefferson, and they having all kind of specials on and DNA things, and they saying that black people, your Y chromosome, you got a lot of black. One nigga on there from Harvard said, I traced my damn roots back to Europe and Nigeria, but the male stuff went to Europe. So what they gonna do is on the little thing, they gonna come up and say, you can't get no money from some reparations because you ain't 100% black. You European. That's one way they're doing it. Then again, on the other hand, I couldn't give a shit about you all getting some money.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Damn some fucking reparations. Like I told you before. Is that what it all boiled down? You got kicked in the ass in slavery, your mama got raped, and that's all it boiled down to is $1 billion? So you can go to the mall? What's that, sister?
If they come up with that, wouldn't it be fair for us to come up and say, then you owe us for raping our grandparents, our great-grandparents?
But the point is this here. Humane-wise, you shouldn't want to put a price tag on the rape of your grandparents. Do you think if you go kill one of their damn, you could have $1 billion? You go kill that little white bald-head child in that damn crib, you could have $1 billion. He say death penalty, and you can't buy your way out of that shit. See what I'm saying? If you're a nigga. We got a price tag. That's what Joseph Cipollone says in his book. Joseph Cipollone in his book, Making Sense of the Madness, What's Going On, and on the website, Joseph Cipollone said that the true beings will do anything for money.
That's right.
We trying to be humane here. Somebody break in your house and rape your little boy, stick your TV up your little boy's rectum. You mean to tell me that this person can compensate you with $1 billion? That's what I'm trying to say. What's the difference between now, if they did it now, because they rape little boys, raise them for pedophilia, and the ancestors before. The point I'm trying to make here is, don't go by how you feel. Go by, don't. Go by the spirit.
Okay, I understand that.
We talking spirit. See, we'll go to church. We'll go to church. And we'll believe in what the spirits say. But then the cracker can pass out money, and we just disregard the spirit. And we're trying to get up out of this on a spiritual manifestation. Now, I understand what you're talking about now. Logically, rationally, economically, it does make sense to get paid reparations. But spiritually, your Bible says don't make no deal with the damn devil. Now, that's just basic fundamental Christianity.
That's right.
Muhammad didn't believe that. Muhammad said he wanted reparation. Mr. Muhammad believed in reparation. Mr. Muhammad put that theory out about the devil. He believed in getting due pay.
You talking about Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah.
Elijah Muhammad was dealing with a system of 30 years ago. He also wrote, but he was conscious enough to write the theology of time and the fall of America. And he said, after me comes God. Now we're in the God stage and you want to get paid off. You understand why we got to destroy humanity now? See, wait a minute. First of all, what we're trying to do with this here, take a deep breath and try to understand something outside of logic and rationale. Logically and rationally and common sense-wise, it makes common sense to get paid. But we're not talking about common sense because common sense don't work for us. We're talking, didn't I tell you first that you must challenge even your own human thought? You understand where I'm coming from here? Try to think on a higher fucking level than some goddamn dollar bill. Does anybody understand what the fuck I'm trying to say here? You the richest people already on the country. How much more shit out the mall you need to buy? How many more cars you need to buy? See, listen to me. This is the problem. There's something based on inspirational theology to make you feel good. What I'm trying to teach you is to be a God. What, you ever see Godzilla? You think Godzilla give a damn about a motherfucking trunk full of money? What are you gonna do, sit up at a bar? I'm Godzilla, I'm drinking some damn cognac. Hey baby, you want a drink? Think on a higher level. This is what we talking spirit here. Don't go by how you feel because they have tampered by the way you feel. Yes. Do you know that the elite don't even live off money? That's right. Tell it. Don't need it. And you mean to tell me that if the white man can produce your happiness based on economics, that means that you saying to me that the white man is God. And we trying to get our people out of this shit. See, we got to start processing. See, what happened is that when we're talking about getting to a higher level, I said that we must challenge, to question even our thought pattern. That means that data has to process. Now let me explain what I'm talking about here. I first started out telling you that they're getting ready to kill. Yeah, I told you that by the end of next year, there won't be no Africans left on the continent. You have to process that. Then I came with the reparations, and you asked the question based on the reparation. Well, up against them doing mass genocide, reparation is foolish. That's right. And the only reason why he is even to the point, yeah. Glad you came. I'm straight. I got it. Okay. The only reason why he is even to the point is because, okay, we wrote it. We wrote it. The only reason why he's even, this is what I'm looking for right here. Now, we need to get a God some real deal juice. All right, no, I got it. You start straight. I'm straight. Now, we just did some libation. Get you some Myers rum. Jamaican rum. Myers rum. Now, if you ain't got no insurance on your car, you do what I just told you to do in your car or on your tires and you won't get stopped. You see? We'll go into this. Now, since I gave the God some, I'll lie that myself. That day. Now, on the serious tip, they don't want no water. You remember your ancestors that used to walk around the house embarrassing you? All drunk, remember them? Them the same niggas in the spirit realm. And they drunks. Don't give them no water. That's the ceremony. But give them some Myers Jamaican rum. 151? Whatever. No, give them some Jamaican rum. There's about several Jamaican rums or any rum coming from the islands like Antigua, Bahamas. You can get some. Give them some rum. This was. But if you drive in the car, you don't want to get on a wreck. You don't want the man stopping you on a roadblock. You got expired license, no insurance, harboring a fugitive. Put this down. Okay? I think I got a napkin in. Now.
Tissue right there, bro.
Okay.
A lot of tissue right there.
Right
under the bag. Right there.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we got tissue. Now you know, we ghetto style. Hey, Bob, when we rolling on the toilet paper thing. But now don't front now. Bob, you know you cooking, and you run out of damn paper napkins. You'll go in there and rob water or some toilet paper to catch that damn grease. Hey, Bob. We innovative like that. What's that?
The crackers, they making the rum, man.
Huh?
The crackers are making the rum. Right.
The rum, this is a god without a physical body.
Okay, brother.
What the fuck he get? I don't give a damn if they put some damn arsenic in here. See, you got the process. I said give it to the gods. You think the gods gonna get... The gods, only way the shit can hurt you is you got a physical body.
Yeah.
And you drink too much of this shit till your liver get fucked up.
Yeah.
But if you're a god and you don't have a physical body, you get it? You gotta start thinking on a higher level. The fucking God give a damn. They can put some fucking bubonic plague up in there. The voodoo energy say they won't run. I'm telling you what they done said. You go to damn Nigeria, you go to any place on the continent, you go to the damn islands, they spitting rum. So get a god some rum, some Mayas Jamaican rum, and any rum from the islands. You see? From the island rum. But this is some good one here. You see what I'm saying too? Now, so the point I'm trying to make here is this. I'm not talking to the masses of the people out there. Now, I will say this much. If they make the decision to start passing out the money, well, ain't nothing you can do about that then, so you might as well go on down there and get your check. But don't say that this is based on compensating you for your ancestors. That's a fucking abomination. Your ancestors died because of money and property. And you mean to tell me that they died for is going to be your redeeming factor? That what put you in slavery can never be your redeemer. But we have to dig beyond. See, the thing about us now, we are unprincipled. We didn't have a lot of money 50 years ago, but we had principles. We have lost principles. We done came and we done gone savage. We done came and we got the white man stink on us. So we think like the white man now. You see what I'm saying? We think like the white man now. That's why all your black leaders can sell out 1 billion people based on money. You see what I'm saying? Now, so they're gonna try to say that ain't nobody in this doggone land is pure black and we're all one ancestry because we all got this genetic link based on slavery. Number two, that's one thing based on the whole reparation, but what they're really trying to do is they're trying to save their ass by trying to say, if somehow we can prove to the gods that we got some black in us, then maybe we can be saved. But the saving ain't got shit to do with the physical body. We're talking about the soul. And that which don't have a soul cannot go to the next realm. So it don't matter what kind of bargain you got. If you ain't an origin, and in order to have a soul, you got to be from the original point of origin. That means that at one time in the universe, you were a star. Now anybody that came about on the earth plane after that time don't qualify. We're talking about you. They're not capable of, even if they were good enough and we wanted them to go. They cannot do it. There's no way a dog can ever be a damn human being. It just ain't happening. You see what I'm saying? But a fucking canine got a better chance of being raised up than a fucking white man. At least we made it. We made the white man too, but at least we made that as a form of the ecological system. Now, how many people saw the movie The Skulls? One thing about the movie, you know, they told you what time it was, but there's one key about the movie. They also showed you that the brother up in there, the one that was a police officer that ended up killing the guy then, that was the Boule. Yeah. Remember now, the Boule relieves the white man of his civic duty. He was connected with what? The senator. So we come in contact with the Illuminati people. Okay, go ahead. Shit sticking on my face like this, and I'm talking over looking at the shit. I said, y'all let a nigga talk for 30 minutes with some fucking paper sticking on his face. So if that happens, y'all let me know. Now. You on. Okay. So they showed that the black guy in there was a Boule member also too. But it also showed, you know, because it was another little black boy hanging out with the white boy. Then the damn white boy, he said, don't tell me you're going to join the Skull and Bones. The white boy looked at him like, see your nigga ass. And then realized he wouldn't be tripping because they killed no black guy. You know what I'm saying? But they had to put that all in the movie, but you just draw the line on what's going on. But there's one thing about that. The reason why I want to say that is this. The guy that wrote the book, Our Kind of People, and boastfully bragged, that's the same thing, boastfully and brag, the same thing. And boastfully told us that he was a doggone Boule member. Whereas 10 years ago, that would have been unheard of because we didn't know about it until Steve Coakley unmasked that. Now we got to give Steve Coakley credit for that because Steve Coakley is the one. He did such a good job until this is what happened. The reason why the boy on the book, Our Kind of People, Otis Graham or something, that guy, the reason why he announced that he was a Boule member out publicly, because the Boule is no longer the conspiratorial organization that it was. See, what they did is this here. Steve Coakley did such a good job unmasking the Boule until what happened is the Boule, the real conspiratorial people, they go underground and form a new organization, and the Boule just become a regular fraternal order, like the AKAs and the Deltas, you see what I'm saying, or the Elks Club or whatever. You see what I'm coming from? Yeah. So, because now you literally see them saying that this Boule member, and it's out in the public, that means that the people that conspire against you, the advisors of the king, that's no longer the Boule. They got a new organization that you don't know about. Same thing with the Skull and Bones. The guy unmasked the Skull and Bones, and really, a lot of the Skull and Bone information came out based on a white boy that went to Yale in 1985, started doing these reports on it. So basically what they did is that they went up underground, and the Skull and Bones is just a regular fraternal order. But remember in the movie, they was talking about, there was about 6 other orders, and they showed one with a snake on it, but they didn't tell you the name of it. So they got other orders that they can go and be up under, but that would just be a fraternal order. You see, so that's a, once one is exposed, they let that just become a regular institution, and the other one goes up underground. So when you're looking for a Boule member now, some people that now join the Boule just gonna just be regular people in a regular postgraduate fraternal order. But it doesn't mean that they're conspiratory people, because the simple fact, the real conspirators have even gone deeper underground. You see what I'm saying? So that's how that goes. You see. So now they got the movie Gladiator that started today. Now, first of all, 2 things happening. Number 1, they're trying to do the Christ story, a slave, but basically it's the same Ben-Hur and Spartacus combined. You get Spartacus and Ben-Hur, I'm quite sure this movie is going to be resemblance to that. But also it's about that whole Roman order again. And so if they can reestablish the Roman order, which is white supremacy, doing this lineup, the movie will be their ritual. But now the movie gonna have some esoteric part relating to you too. So go get Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur is the black man. All the stuff that Ben-Hur goes through, if you look at the stuff he goes through, it's the black man totally. And Spartacus, you see. But also on one line, they're using it for this time to reestablish the white boy as the ultimate gladiator. You see? And I think the guy, Hyman Yunsu, whatever his name is, he even dies in the movie, I believe. The black guy. So that's, there you go again. Just like kill Jim Kelly at fucking Enter the Dragon. Yeah, I never got over that shit. Yeah, you know, and it came out when I was in junior high school or elementary school, so I just thought I was young. But now every time I see it, it bothers me that they killed Jim Kelly in that movie. But what happened was, we come to find out it was a ritual. They showed the three races, white, Asian, that represents the Arab and all that kind of stuff, and the black man, and they killed the black man. And he was better than the damn cracker. The cracker couldn't even fight, John Saxon.
That's right, yeah. You got that right. That's right.
So that was a damn ritual. I mean, one of the greatest martial arts movies ever. But yet, that part right there, I can't get past that damn part to this day. And I thought, because I was young, I saw that shit where I said, well, this is some fucked up shit. Yeah. They gonna kill Jim Kelly ass. You know what I'm saying? You know, I became a fan after that. Well, give me some Three Hardway, some Black Belt Jones, or Black Samurai, whatever. But anyway, the whole thing with the whole Gladiator is another part that they released at this particular time based on this lineup. Now, this planetary lineup is in actuality this entire, from today until the 18th. You see. So they said that the lineup today, the one on the 18th is going to be even closer. But even the one closer, they are not even nowhere perfect than the one they had in 97. The one in 97 was a real planetary alignment. These, it's like a zigzag, it's like a snake. You see what I'm saying? And ultimately, you use this energy to go on the offensive, but nature itself, by and large, cannot destroy itself. In order for this thing to be destroyed, it has to have an alien object from the outside, like a cancer, that will ultimately destroy it. Fortunately, that alien object came to the earth when you first came on the earth, and that alien object is your soul. We'll get into that also too. But still yet, this is a good time to start the offensive now. We got to go into this tonight, and I'm going to show you how I was able to do this thing and what I'm going to get down with. But I advise you not to do this shit. You like to say, don't try this shit at home. Please don't try this at home. Because it might burn down 16 city blocks. Kill everybody in your family and your state. But I was able to survive it about a month ago. So I guess I need to carry this shit out. So I'm going to tell you what I'm getting ready to do. You see, I'm going to war. They don't need no guns or no bombs. As a matter of fact, the Spirit told me today, they said they're going to try to kill you on the goddamn plane today. And here come a little rolling up, a little old Learjet little shit. Wasn't even a regular plane. You know what them express things? Little Learjet shit. I said, God damn, what is this? I said, don't worry about it. I got it covered. I already had the hookup. Got on the plane and showed up. As soon as we got in New York, they circled for 30 minutes and the plane started shaking like this. And I said, they about to crash this shit. And I said, oh, I get it now. They didn't put the regular commercial flight. There only about 50 people on the plane, so they said, we won't miss them crackers. So they didn't have a big 200. I'm telling you, some stuff going down. But then again, on the other hand, if you rolling on the spirit realm, you exempt from all the dumb shit. You see what I'm saying? You exempt from all the dumb stuff. So we'll go into that in a few minutes and stuff. But let's go on to some other things we need to deal with right now. Get Wishmaster Volume 1 and 2. Wishmaster 1 and 2. The movie Wishmaster 1 and 2. Wishmaster 1 and 2. Now let me explain this. The Wishmaster is a jinn, or the jinn comes from the word genie. And the word genie is in a bottle. You ever heard of the genie in the bottle? And you take the genie out of the bottle and you grant the wishes? Well, that's an alchemical That is an alchemical mythology. The genie in the bottle represents melanin. The bottle is the pineal gland. And when you unleash the genie in the bottle, you get the wishes or you get the glory. So the genie is short for jinn. Jinn becomes, you see, then by the time it becomes with Islam, Muhammad and them outlaw all of the ancient Persian and Zoroastrianism, ancient mythology of the Kushite Arabian. So this stuff is some much more advanced stuff that later on was degraded and turned into something evil. You getting it? So the genie in the bottle is basically, when you unleash this spiritual melanated energy, you get the wishes. 3 wishes, three glands, and 3 major glands in the brain. 3 stars in Orion's belt, 3 crosses on Calvary, 3 pyramids in Giza Plateau, 3 spears of the Kabbalah, Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilam, 3 wise men. You see what I'm saying? 3 blind mice. What's the blind mice? The 3 blind mice is the 3 pineal, the 3 glands in your head. It's blind to the physical world because you need these 2 eyes, but it can see in the spirit world when you tap into it. And old George Clinton and them did a damn song, 3 blind mice on your ass. Dropping this shit. Now that's what that's talking about, the 3 glands in the head. Anyway, get that movie because they said, he said, if I get enough people to make a wish, and the last movie was really dropping. She said, what will happen? He said, if you make your final wish, naturally you're going to kill him and save the world. It's always a ritual going on. He said the jinns walk the earth again if we do this wish. You are the jinn. The jinn just means your inner self, one's own genius. You see, all this stuff that was outlawed, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism outlawed the inner nature of man. You see, okay, let's go on. Now, do you hear this thing? See, this is why we got to take the earth off. We got to really use this time to make a statement and a manifestation, you know, and make the spirits do this. And it can't be done, you see. You know, so now, they said now the other night on Politically Incorrect that from 1776 to 1990, 214 years. 214 years. It took them to get 1 million people in prison. It took them 214 years to get 1 million people in prison. And it only took them 10 years in the 1990s to double the million. That it took them 214 years to do, it only took them 10 years to double that, to 2 million. And you best believe that's because they throwed all our behinds in jail. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, we found out some other information based on the melatonin. I want to get this right quick. Now listen to this. Because see, y'all all right? Yeah. Okay. This is the new book, Melanin People, How to Eat and Devour Their Energy. White Luciferian Group reveals their secrets. Also, we have some more of these occult technology and power left over also, which how the white boys say, how you put a nigga in slavery. If you give them freedom and make them think that they are in charge, you can immediately put them in slavery. Now, but I want to show you something. I slept on this book for a while. You see. I slept on this book, and number one, the reason why we give bibliography in books is because the government can exploit you if you don't give bibliography in books. Now, if you come up and you run off at the doggone mouth, the government, they already know that the people out here don't never believe what we're saying. They only gonna believe what the people say on TV. But they don't mess with you if they know you give them bibliographies. This is the difference between them exploiting Farrakhan and not even mentioning Dr. Ben's name. Because they know if you give a person a book, you can convince that person that night that nigga on TV is crazy, but if that person can go to the library and read the book and turn to the back and get other bibliography, he can start thinking for himself. You see? So, in actuality, you should always appreciate somebody coming and giving you bibliography, even if you don't even go and buy the shit. You at least know you got a paper at your house that's got a reference. that you can go to in the future if you want to learn something about it, but at least you can quote that shit to some no good niggas that's gonna try to dispute you, even if you ain't got the book in your house. You just quote what Dr. Ben and them said. Go get Christianity Before Christ, John G. Jackson. You see? Let them go get the shit.
That's
why Phil Donahue couldn't do nothing with Dr. Jeffers. They got him on there, they started to do that shit. They thought it was going to be something like some crazy person, and he came with the ammunition. And at the end, Phil Donahue had dropped his head. Because you ain't dealing with no food. Now here's a book called Melatonin, Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug. Now I slept on this book by Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and Joe Robinson. Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and J.O. Robinson. But Reeder is R-E-I-T-E-R, Reiter, or writer, Reiter, I guess, I don't know. You know, I read it like it says in Africa, Reeder. The white boy say W, the E is silent, so that would be writer. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got a bastardized name and try to justify that shit. And your brain is telling you, you know, so this is called Melatonin, Your Own Body Natural Wonder Drug, by Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and J.O. Robinson. Now, I'm going to read something up in here, but I'm going to clear up some shit, because see, there's some black doctors that got some excuse that the white boy gave them. And they got this excuse, but I'm going to read something here in a minute. Number one, I want to say this. Do you know that the melatonin pills that they got, guess how they figured out how to make them? First of all, they initially put the melanin and the B12 in the crack cocaine to get it to you so it can get up in your brain and you can't never get rid of it. So after they were successful with that, they said, hey, wait a minute. We have discovered a way on how we can break these things down in pill form and give them to regular white people. So therefore, based on doing this initially with the crack cocaine, they came up with the melatonin pills. Because even cocaine, they say if you originally see it, it's black. And then they bleach it into what you got white like that. Now this is the shit. Huh? Yeah, but this stuff here is straight up from synthetic niggas walking down the street. They bleach it. Because this book proves it once and for all. This book proves it. Now, number one, everything that this book says that melanin cures, we got. So the book proves that we don't catch no disease at all. Everything is administered to us by the doctor. Now, anti-aging, we know that. Prevents AIDS. We got AIDS. But we know that they're giving us the bullshit and telling us that whole thing, you know. They're killing us and calling it AIDS. They say melanin prevents this so-called HIV. Built-in protection against cancer. Niggas got cancer. Now, hear what I'm saying? They're saying that there is a cure for cancer, AIDS, built-in thing against diabetes. Niggas got plenty of diabetes. That means if melanin is the cure, that means that they got to be giving you, they have to be giving you this shit. They got to be giving you that. Because what they're saying, that melanin cures all of that. It says it works against PMS. It's a birth control. The niggas got a lot of babies. And extending sexuality in later years. There you go with the Viagra shit. And I told you that the Viagra was made this way? Well, they're saying it right here in the book. So, their result after this book came, you can get it now, it's for like $6, it was $22 but you can get it now for like $6, this same book. Now, the thing with diabetes is this.
Where?
You can, any place sell. You can get this on any Barnes and Noble, any place. This book here. When I was a child, I thought the only people got diabetes was born with this shit. Then they come out with saying you got diabetes because you're overweight. Now they got niggas 25 just come down with shit overnight. Now there's a diabetes epidemic that's breaking out in America amongst black people. You see what I'm saying? And nobody else. That means in actuality, when you go to the doctor, what they do is they shut down your pancreas. Then they put you on insulin that keeps your pancreas shut down. Because insulin destroys the pancreas. You see what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, but they saying in here melanin cures diabetes. That means every disease has to be given to us based on the melanin, based on the doctor. They go into, now it's interesting, remember I told you about last year, the summer solstice, that they had first of all, we got a cure for all that too. We'll give you a cure for the people who got these diseases. You can write your own ritual out, and I'll go through this in a few minutes on how you can do this to get rid of any kind of shit. But remember I told you last summer during the summer solstice, they came out with these sodas. And they put these sodas in the black community, 12 packs, 99 cents. Niggas had 2 and 3 baskets. Well, in here, well, I'm just saying, any sodas, period. In here, they talk about the number one thing, one of the number one things that shuts down melanin is soda. Joe, Mountain Dew, Tab, orange juice, Sunkist orange, Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Pepsi Cola Diet Right, Pepsi, Coca-Cola 7-Up, Sprite, Diet 7-Up, Fresca, Highest Group is Sunkist. I mean, goddamn, that's everything. So they know that the soda shuts it down. Number 2, sleep deprivation. Remember I was talking about the sleep the last time? Sleep deprivation, not getting enough sleep, shuts it down. Fluorescent lights. And we understand why I couldn't. And they got a whole thing in here based on certain, electronic devices, just about everything in the society shuts down melanin. So the white boys built a whole civilization just to shut down melanin. Now in here also, they go in and they give you foods high in melanin, you know, that tryptophan that they had to take off the market. Because you know turkey is in that. Spirulina, seaweed, soy nuts, cottage cheese. It says high in melanin, so chicken liver, pumpkin seeds, turkey, tofu, watermelon seeds, all that, almonds, peanuts, brewer's yeast, malted milk, they got ice cream and yogurt. I don't know, they must be enhanced white people shit. But I do happen to know sometimes stuff like yogurt, anything you got like a fungi, and stuff like any kind of fungus, like mushrooms and shit like that, any kind of fungus is great with melanin because that's what melanin is. It's an ancient fungus left over from the time when we were gods. We'll get into that type of stuff. So that stuff usually does that. But it's just interesting. The bibliography in here and the references is almost damn near 20 pages long on that much stuff on how much research they're doing on melatonin. It's the #1 shit around the world. Right. You see, all the research is based on pioneer research. Now, this is the key on what the damn doctor tried to play on me. I was telling him that every time you look in the supermarket and you see those pills, those are black people. Now that's bovine. A cow got a pineal gland and they get it from cows. I said, you know damn well a cow ain't walking around with that kind of melanin. Well, #1, everything on the planet has a form of melanin, including white people. But the kind of melanin and shit, this shit ain't coming from no cows. So, it was interesting, because this book, in the chapter called The $3 Million, the 3 billion year old molecule, they go into the history on how the white boy tapped in melanin with Aaron Lerner at Yale University in 1953. Some say 59. This book says 53. But it says when he tapped into it, they had to get melanin, and for some reason, they wasn't into killing for melanin like they are now. So as a result, what happened was they had to go out and get some cows. Now look at this. Now this, see, all the thing the white man got to do is give you an excuse. You believe the white man.
Yeah.
Because you programmed to accept him as the authority. When basically he's been just a liar.
Yeah. Big lie.
So the only thing he has to do is say, oh, we getting it from cows. So you go, okay, the white man say you're getting it from cows. Hey, the white man say you're getting it from cows. You mistaken. No, the white man said he getting it from cows. You won't even question it. You must support anything the enemy opposes and oppose anything the enemy supports. So, you know, your boy, Kwame Ture told you the white man don't lie some of the time, he lies all the time.
That's right.
Every time. So now in here, it says, and I quote, page 14, it says that when they went to get the cows, it took 2,500 cows to produce 100 milligrams of pineal extract. Now, 100 milligrams is a third of an aspirin, a tenth of an aspirin. You know, they tell you most vitamin C's, they say, if it ain't past 500 milligrams, you just will not even buy the shit. You know what I'm saying? Most everything got at least 500 milligrams. They saying that it took, you hear this? It took 2,500 cows to produce 100 milligrams of pineal extract. They didn't even say melanin. So that means to get a shelf load in the supermarket, you would have to kill every cow, and to get one shelf load in one supermarket, you got to kill every cow in the whole state of New York. And because cow is used now for damn hamburgers, they done got rid of the original human cows probably in the 1970s. And this shit here straight up clone meat. So therefore, anytime you clone something, you know it don't have the damn pineal extract no more. The 1952 cow had. So this destroys this thing that they're getting it from bovine, because it took 2,500 cows just to make a damn a magnifying glass full. That means that they're only getting it from black people. You see? They're only getting it from black people. Now let's go on. What time is it?
You got about
6 o'clock.
Huh?
got half an hour, about half an hour. It's 10:45.
That's why you don't mess with dairy products.
Huh?
You don't mess with dairy products. The milk,
Yeah, you know, naturally.
butter,
You know.
no cheese, no butter.
Yeah, you know, but like I said, there's ways to override that shit. Also, there's ways to override that also too. But you are right. You are right about that. Now, because it's interesting that you said that, because now the new lactose intolerant commercials that they got that lactate, they showing an old fine ass black woman up there. See, it ain't nothing by accident. Know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing by accident. 99% of the time, they gonna give you that old pine saw woman. You know, that Aunt Jemima shit. They ain't gonna give you no fine ass sister. Going places, sister. Her ass up there, and they're doing that for they're trying to drive it home. And that fine ass sister can drink this lactate shit, you can too. But why would they pick the black girl for that? So that is interesting you said that type of thing also too. Now, let's go on. Down in Atlanta, they got this thing going down with H. Rap Brown. That's gonna be the new shit. That's gonna be the new OJ thing. It's this H. Rap Brown thing. You see what I'm saying? First of all, they came on the news tonight down in Atlanta and said, this guy who shot the police officer, we returned rounds and shot him, and he bled a trail of blood. By the time they get H. Rap Brown, they ain't got a shot on him. But all of a sudden, they're not saying that now about, they spoke too soon. But that's going to be the new thing that's going down. you know, so they can bring that like the O.J. Simpson thing, and you know, Black Panther, you know, so they'll be dealing with that whole thing. And he connected with the Islam thing that already put him in the whole terrorist thing. You see? So that's the new thing that you can watch out for that they're getting ready to get down with in a few months. And it'll be nationwide. I'm just telling you to look out for it also too. Because it's going to be nationwide. Let's go on. Let's see here. You know they're selling human protein in GNC. Human protein in GNC. Now, so you know that means that the leftover stuff that they got from the melanin, after they clean the melanin out of the bodies, they pack all that stuff together and boom, that side effect shit, or the stuff, the side item of the scraps, they're using that and they sell it in all parts of the body. Now, let's go on. Since we pressed for time, I want to get into this particular science right now based on this particular warfare. So to start with this, first of all, let's see here. Y'all all right? First of all, I want to deal with this right now. First of all, in this book, there's always two schools of thought. So Dawood was right. He'll have a way of presenting some stuff. Valentine will have a way of presenting some stuff. And I'll have a way of presenting some stuff. Ultimately, it's just knowledge. You're supposed to at least go out and study for yourself. And by me saying don't follow what I say, I can stand up here and basically give you my side of it. And if you don't go study it, that's up to you. Now, my side of it is a little bit different. Now, this is nothing disrespectful because we can agree as Africans to disagree. But my thing is based on my research. And all the research I got is that the menstrual is normal. This is based on my research. You can take it or leave the shit alone. Now let me explain. Because most people, menstrual cycles, most people, because you are looking at it from a physical or physiological or medical perspective, it don't make no sense. But when you look at it from a spiritual perspective, it makes all the sense in the world. It just depends on what angle you're coming from. Now, in this melatonin book, they tell you about melanin is also for birth control. Now, the reason why a lot of the menstrual cycle might not make no sense physically because you have to go through it now, but it makes sense astronomically because there's a 28-day cycle of the moon, 28-day cycle of the doggone menstrual. So if it's that fucked up, why is it lining up with the damn moon? Huh? Now, the way I'm gonna break it down tonight, we'll give it a little better perspective. Now, I can say in defense of Valentine that maybe he's right. Maybe the menstrual flow was not as heavy as now, and that can, based on diet, can make sure that you can gauge what kind of flow you have based on diet. I will probably agree to that. But what I'm trying to say here is, but for the mere fact that a lot of the scholars are saying that you didn't have a menstrual at all until a bad diet is some bullshit. Right. Because I got the damn Smin rights in ancient Hemmitt dealing with the menstrual. We got Marisa Eckler's book deal with the people in Papua New Guinea. These motherfuckers live in the rainforest, eating leaves and branches and trees. You can't get no more nation in that shit, and they got a menstrual right. The Aborigines got a menstrual right. The Africans got a menstrual right. The Egyptians, you mean to tell me that our diet was better than the Egyptians? And they got a menstrual right. And we got these menstrual rights old as back as pre-dynastic Kemet, the Typhonian line. So I want to know, you see, and I still want to know right now, how many people are staunch vegetarians? I'm talking about sisters, I ain't talking about hardheads. How many sisters are staunch vegetarians? Do you still have a period? That's what I'm trying to say. When the motherfucker gonna stop? Now, what I'm going to explain to you now is based on when I give you this information, it'll make a lot better sense. The system had a built-in mechanism of birth control. And the built-in mechanism was when she wanted to abort, spiritually, she could bring on her period automatically based on her biological makeup and her social condition, rites of passage, and the spiritual know-how being semi-gods. So she had this mechanism to bring on the menstrual cycle to abort whenever she felt that she didn't want something to come down, because a motherfucker coming down here don't mean shit. Incarnation is the worst motherfucking shit you could ever go through. So let's not be funny with this damn mess. Ain't no God sent you shit. You decided whether you want to have a baby, and if not, the damn baby, because if it's a spirit and it's not physical, it just go to another motherfucker. That was solely up to you whether you wanted to incarnate or not. So if you decided you didn't want the baby, for whatever reason, you might have not just didn't want it, but we weren't dealing on no moralistic bullshit based on some patriarchal bullshit about babies being all goddamn sacred. Have one and see if that motherfucker's sacred. Now, there you go. All you gotta do, sisters, is tap into what reality is other than what you was taught. Fuck the dumb shit. Motherfucker waking you up 4 o'clock. If that's a burden or what, that's an asset or a damn liability. But we chose the time when we wanted to psychologically put up with the dumb shit. But if the life flow says this doesn't suggest the time, you could bring your period on and get rid of it. Just basically by signaling into the body. See what I'm saying? So if the menstrual originally was a natural birth control, and you lost the science to it, and now it comes on or whatever, you don't know what's going on, don't just say it's abnormal because some male, and I'm not talking about Valentine, I'm talking about the patriarchal system of Islam and Judaism to tell you that shit is unclean. It's the most sacred time you got. Because the male said some dumb shit like this, and the fucking, most of your Islamic motherfuckers, the white Arab was homosexuals. They hated women. The white Arab, the motherfucker that Muhammad had to change. Muhammad's followers Cushite Arabs of Arabians from Ethiopia. But he had the whole reason why you even got a Quran, because they had to be submissive to Allah based on a savage white man. You don't supposed to even follow no damn Quran. Right. Or no other fucking holy book to tell you to bow down. Right. And not become God. Right. That was for another people. That's why the shit came after you fell. 6,000 BC, your human history was over. If you didn't need the damn book to tell you to bear witness then, what the fuck you think you needed it 6,000 years ago? I mean, 600 years ago. Excuse me, 2,000 years ago. 600 AD, I'm saying. 600 AD, hell, human history is over. That was for another man. That's why they got that book. Now you following that dumb shit. Suppressing your woman. Allah ain't never did shit to you and for your ass. Right now, no more than the Christian dumb shit. You can buy down all the hell you want. Fuck Allah. Now, for all you religious people, Allah is the human body. The arm, the leg, the head, and the Osiris. So I can tell myself, fuck myself. I don't want to literally fuck myself, but I can say, fuck myself. So fuck Allah. But all that's bowing down to some spook mode, you really fuck him. Fuck his ass.
Right. That's right.
So that, now that ain't got, no, that is to the person that you think is this entity out here. Fuck him. And any other damn God out there. You don't know what time it is. If you ain't got the message yet. Now, and we'll clear that up for the people that question and answer and stuff. You wait on damn Allah. See the movie Pitch Black? Go get the movie Pitch Black. That nigga talking that Allah Akbar. That other black motherfucker says it's about the melanin. You gonna fight these motherfuckers, you better learn how to see in the dark. That was in that movie, Pitch Black. That's for the white man. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Even Muhammad said, we fashioned this shit after Bilal and the Ethiopians who knew no wrong. They were just taking the nature of the black man and saying, here, white Arab, follow this. But this ain't for you to follow. You see what I'm saying? Now, the minstrel thing in this book, Dragon Time, by Louisa Francia, Dragon Time, in here on page, you get this page right, on page, y'all all right? On page 42 in her book, Dragon Time, she goes on and says, now I quote from it, this is what she says. What I ask are women remembering when they get into a heavy depressions, those outbursts and tears and sudden acts of aggression, and lingering melancholy. What's going on when our deepest souls, when we turn away from our lovers and we become nauseated and have to crawl into bed alone, Now, what could it be to remember another time? Now I want to get right to the point, right? Let me get right to the point. And what is it about the pineal gland and the mysterious hormone melatonin that the body produces mainly at night, and does it bring on depression and dark days and produce dreams in the dark night? What is known about melatonin now is that it produces a greater quantities when the day is dull. Now I remember that one. I remember back in '96. Every time, that's when I was real into the vegetarianism. Every time it used to be cloudy outside, I would feel a lot better than when the sun was shining. It was really a nice day when it, not raining, but it had an overcast. It was calm and it was cool. But the sunshine, that's when you get all kind of assholes out, fucking with you. But when it's kind of cloudy, people are kind of chill. That's what they're saying based on this melanin. See, sometimes you just gotta just think back. Say, yeah, I remember that too. You know? Okay, hold on 1 minute. Y'all all right? Okay. Let me just finish this off. Then we're gonna go into this warfare shit. Okay? Okay, what does it mean when melatonin now produces the greater quantities when the day is dull? From the conclusion that has been drawn that it is the cause of people's bad moods and depressions in such days. That's why we always feel fucked up. We got this melanin, but we are also nocturnal night people. You see what I'm saying? Of course, at this age, the sun calendar is worshiping light. So also too, that's based on that solar order and that male dominant solar order that we started worshiping the day, and we started turning everything evil towards the night, because the night is Newt the Great Mother's time. And everything comes from the night, the womb. You see, now, and no wonder why we have trouble with the moon and with darkness, because some order done told you that that's evil. You see, couldn't it be that this hormone has some other use? That melatonin is vital to us for dreaming, envisioning, and spinning tales and remembering. that odd male sufferer seek out darkness to avoid the light. Women with strong psychic and spiritual abilities seek out darkness. So they're saying, and in so many words, she's saying that this menstruation, when you have these real mood swings, is because you got more melanin coursing.
So you can get stuff from the mundane psychic realm. That's almost just a little bit over astrology on into a outer realm where you deal with some other transmissions on another level. So based on that, I can just give you my particular rendition of this for the simple fact that I was put down with the task only 2 days ago. So we'll deal with that type of thing also. Since, I don't know what happened, like I said, it's kind of impossible not to be rolling around here without some spiritual protection. Because you can't have enough Negroes around here that's going to get your back. You see what I'm saying? And so it really, in this particular day and age, if you don't have nothing, I ain't talking about no light shit either. We talking about you need to conjure up all your shit, all your stuff and all, and go for what you know. And if you don't have nothing, make up something. Remember, the best stuff is the stuff that you make up yourself because it's coming from your own subconscious mind. You see what I'm saying? And so we're going to deal with that type of stuff also too. And another thing too, in these particular days, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're not getting any nourishment from groups, being in your group and your shit is stifled, something on your mind, but you can't deal with it because you're in a motherfucking group and you got to be with the agenda of the group. In that case, it's time now to get out of all doggone sectarian groups. Now, we're not talking about the masses of the people. We're not talking about the people in the groups. We're talking about the ones that's supposed to be the gods and goddesses that's supposed to rise up that the groups is talking about. That's you. It ain't going to come from some big green-eyed man. It's going to come from you. So right now, it's really paramount that you get out of all types of doggone groups and organizations and all that type of stuff, because that's going to leave you short-handed. You see what I'm saying? You're going to be left holding the bag with that type of stuff because you cannot get the type of a nourishment in the millennium, because this is the millennium, 2001, and in actuality, not even just 2001. Remember now, the African holiday didn't start until Sirius Rising. The African New Year didn't start till Sirius Rising. That's it. Do you know even the Greeks, this book called Karina's book on Dionysus. Now Dionysus, come to find out, is a deity that was foreign to the Greeks, that they basically incorporated into their pantheons, that comes from the Minoans, which worship the bull, Apis, and the bull of Osiris. And this thing goes all the way back, the Dionysus cult goes all the way back to pre-dynastic Hemmitt. When it was the whole Typhonian line, you got Dionysus, goes up into India as the god Shiva. You see what I'm saying? But even in the book Dionysus, called Karina's book, no, the Greeks or the damn Romans didn't jump off nothing until Sirius rose. So they were even on African time, because we're talking about Hellenistic Greeks. We're talking about the Etruscans, the black people that we show in the actual book, in this catalog that we just printed. Catalog book, we got that picture back up in here too, of the black man, the original Greek, that looked like Isaac Hayes. We talked about it. The original Greco-Roman looked like Isaac Hayes. So these people were nothing but Camite origin or African origin. But even in Carl Karina's book, he talks about Icaros, which is Sirius Rising. And nothing jumped off until Sirius Rising. That was the entire New Year for the African world or the ancient world. All this ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Babylonia, and stuff like that. That was the entire African New Year. Now, I agree with Walter Williams, where he talks about that, because I had some of the same problems, whereas Asa Hilliard had a book called When Egypt Ruled the East by Kitskill. And in Kitskill's book, he showed a big square of all the part that Kemet ruled. And all of that
was Mesopotamian stuff, even in the Kick-Skill book when Egypt ruled the East. So I agree with Walter Williams on that because I always knew that. And even Khaled talked about that being Northeast Africa. So he's right, all the Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Samaria, and all that type of thing is later names for just Africa, or what you want to call it, Cam, or Kush, or Punt. You see what I'm saying? And so, but Dionysus come from the Minoan, which is a form of the whole Etruscan thing. So even in this so-called quote-unquote Greco-Roman world, nobody did anything until Sirius rising. So that means that your new year just started about a month ago. Because if we know that the millennium was not 2000, we know that the millennium was 2001, then if you take the African part, the millennium, based on anything, only started in July. Then you understand why the motherfucking sharks is biting the shit out of people's ass, including fucked up niggas. That's a sign there now, because you know they say nature never really hit the ghetto. Nature never really hit black people, but now nature's starting to fuck up Negroes. Niggas down there all snorkeling and shit. The old bourgeoisie niggas, that shark don't know, that's the same old state cracker to him. See? Now there's an astral body and all kind of force fields that come around humans. You go right down to that fucking subway. You'll see rats and shit, they'll run all over that stuff, they won't hit that goddamn third rail. Watch it, they won't hit that third rail at all. Right? They all know electromagnetic force fields. They can tell a damn force field from a white man. And what the hell that shark bit off that black man's leg for? See what I'm saying? But then again, niggas is crackers. Uncle Tom is not one or two people that we used to point out. Remember I talked about this last time? We used to point out the Uncle Toms in the community. Now Uncle Tom is the race. Negroes and negresses. Toms and Thomacinas. It is the race. So we're talking about Uncle Tomism as a racial unit. It is the modern 20th century racial unit. Why is that? Because anytime you talk about white people, Negroes get mad. Get pissed. You see. So we're not so then all of a sudden if you got Toms and Thomacinas as you think, so are you. So you're a Tom and Thomasina, you thinking like a white person. Then the goddamn shark come, you don't know the difference. You know the sharks never fucked up black people. You see what I'm saying? That's the way this shit going. You gotta watch it. Oh, it's a lot of stuff going down and all. It's a lot of stuff going down. A lot of stuff and all. You see, so we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of that now. I have this book catalog that has several articles in here, plus an article from 1951. Did I ever give any of those out here in New York? The article in 1951 that Honorable Elijah Muhammad predicted AIDS and cloning and all that shit in 1951. They got an article up in here that I got about 5 years ago of Honorable Elijah Muhammad predicting all of this stuff, and we have the actual article up in here, plus some new stuff on the Moors. I got an interview up in here and a couple things up in here. So we got this book here. For people that ask what I brought this catalog and all for the people that they want to get that. Also, how many people saw the conference tapes? Anybody saw any of the conference tapes? We have a sister here that is from Long Island. Well, she was from Long Island. She went to Atlanta and slummed down south for about 10 years and all. Became a country girl. Then she came back up here. Now she get ready to go back down south. But anyway, she did a whole lecture on the goddess. And she's like one of the former experts on the goddess and stuff. So, she's in the Hemmitt Summit if you get those tapes. But she's here tonight and all. But also, she did a lot of, if you get the tape, she did some photographs that she had a significant other draw, this artist out of Long Island. And it has Sekhmet, Kali, Lilith, Medusa. So anyway, the people were asking, could they get the actual artwork produced and all. So they produced some of this on the T-shirts of the goddess Sekhmet, and also
the goddess Medusa. You know, the whole dreadlock thing and all. So you might want to get down with this and all. What's the number? 631-254-9103. Well, you going to go by Sky or Dwayne? Just get in touch with Sky. You get that cool name. This Sky. Fuck the dumb shit. This Sky. You know. So you just contact Sky at, one more time, 631-254-9103. And get these, how much they going for? 25. And you know, the color and all, you know, you might can step to the brother tonight and take some off his hands and all. So we had the catalog and all. We doing our little sales pitch. I used to roll for years with nothing. Then people start getting upset. You know, so all of a sudden, you know, but basically all of that because, you know, I rolled for years for nothing and nothing for nothing leaves nothing and end up broke. Motherfucker rolled on me June and cut off my damn gas. He was like, I'm here to cut off the gas. I like, fuck it, it's hot now, shit. I said, fuck it. I borrowed water to wash my dishes. And I take cold showers, shit. It's hard to that. You know, you get in there, you put this shoulder in, you get that one up, you put the other shoulder, and you get all this in. Down here it's so hot, you can just stick this down, it don't matter. Down here, you just stick your head, you know, it's the shoulder and that back and shit. So you stick it in there, and then you go and you get that back. Once you do the back is the shit to fuck you up. That back. But once you get all that going and shit, you know, it's a ritual. It's a ritual. And you know you're gonna do it after 12 because you know in that morning. You know what I'm saying? So it's all I was like, fuck it. I got electricity, you know, and all, you know. And so they cut off my gas and shit. So the nigga was like, you know how the shit is. Let them cut that shit off for the summer. Then by October, especially down south, by October, then you roll up there and you make some negotiations with them people. Get your shit cut back on. You know, get your shit cut back on. So that's one thing. Now I wanna just call out to these particular deities, and I'm gonna say that because the simple fact, these are the ones I'm rolling with for protection. Not because of them calling and stuff, but from protection from some other entities, and I'm gonna go into tonight also too, that rushed on my ass about a week ago. And boy, there's a whole war going on in the spirit world. And anyway, these babies rushed on me about a week ago, and they had it for a while. About an hour, I was like, you know, I'm ready to die, goddamn it. This motherfucker shit hurt. This shit y'all put on my ass hurt. I said, fuck this. So I was like, but these babies here got in my body, and they worked, and they got that shit up out of me. But it was some other ones in the other realm. You got the light in the damn dark. And the light ain't nothing but the ones that rule in this supremacy in this dimension, and they don't want to get up off the goddamn power. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to get up off the power. Now it's time for us to rise, and they want to hang around some more. And we'll get into that type of stuff, but this shit is real. See, I done made contact. We got a lot of stuff to cover because I made a lot of good contact. But when we made this contact in March, all of a sudden, some spirits started bum rushing a nigga. And they hit me, they hit another sister real bad. And I'm not talking about the shit where they come and kill your ass. And so these babies, the ones I got out of South America, is the ones that I roll with now. Because they brought a nigga back from the dead about last Monday. You see, so y'all excuse me, my pantheon I'm going to be dealing with tonight will be these particular ones from the Congo rights. So let's give a shout out to Zalabanda, Madre de Agua, Madre de la Luna, La Santísima Muerte, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, Mama Shola, Los Espíritus and Tranquilos, Francisco de Tritireos, San Simón, La Santísima Peter Eman. Okay, I got a couple of other ones that came through, wanting to get down, wanting to get their shout out. Otincha, Sheola, Tiacha, Shumala, Omagumo, Kakombo,
Lokeo. Takumbo. Lokeo. Ashe, want to give out a shout out to Oshun. I want to give a shout out to Yemen Yah. I want to give a shout out to Aya, Set Mayat, Het Heru. I want to give a shout out to Urzuli. Let's see, Olakun. Olakun. And Aset, Osar, Heru, Heru Raha, Bess, Awas, Mu Awas, Sutan, Sut Nubit, Sut Nessi, John Nessi, Osar Kitiamenti, Echidna, Dionysus, Bacchus, Phanes, Eros, Sheba, Rudra, Pravati, Sati, Kali, Kalima, China Master, Devi, Lakshmi, Durga, Kama, not Karma, but Kama, Agni, Sama, Vertra. And we'll go with that right now. Ashe. Okay, so we got that out of the way, and let's roll with some things. First of all, we want to deal with a couple things. I'll deal with the college, but right now let's deal with this one thing. As you know, we're going to get into this right now, is this particular black hole that we are in. The sister just came up and just backed me up on this, because they also have an article that just came out, Thursday? Talking about the same black hole that they're talking about here in the Discover magazine. So we're going to get into that type of stuff also. But this is one of the keys that's actually happening. And the Spirit gave me this, and I always check stuff up in the spirit realm. There's a lot of mold going around because of it, and bacteria because of that black hole. Now they got this mold that they got in these rich people houses all in Texas and stuff, and they got to move out of these mansions. I mean, huge mansions and stuff. The whole thing and stuff that's getting all messed up. That is because of this black hole we're in. But also, too, if you have dreadlocks, there's a lot of bacteria that can get in your dreadlocks if you don't take care of them in the right way. Because of the mold and all kind of shit that's happening. Now, believe it or not, one of the best things of the bacteria is some fucking antibacterial soap. I'm talking about that Palmolive, that Joy. And remember, our Consumer Report did a special back in 1985, and they said the biggest hoax out here was shampoo. They said you can wash your hair with dishwashing liquid. Same shit. They just laughing at the motherfucker. They dealing with fragrances and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the biggest hoax is damn shampoo. But now that antibacterial, the stuff that now everything is antibacterial. There's a reason why all of a sudden, since 1993, everything became antibacterial. You see what I'm saying? But that's one of the keys, is get some antibacterial shit for your locks and for that type of stuff where you can, for your hair and stuff. Also, believe it or not, fucking antibacterial air refreshener. You can spray that shit on your head too. Serious business. Now, before we got in the country, we used to spray all kind of shit, wig spray and hairspray and all this kind of thing. But we're talking about some stuff, because it's a lot of mold going on, a lot of stuff going around right now. That's very key. That's very key right now. What's that?
The other day, we had a DEA agent in Long Island. He went out to see, he heard some gurgling in his cesspool. His cesspool collapsed. He drowned in a ton of his stuff, stuck in a ton of his own shit. He called him Iron Man because he said he was in a nigger neighborhood, busting niggas in the head for having some reefer. Now, if that's not divine retribution,
there you have it.
He got more than more.
Yeah. There you have it. There you have it. Now, I want to get into one thing. First of all, I want to get into two things. Number one, the West Nile disease broke out in 1999 here in Atlanta, in New York, and it was dealing with the whole malathion shit. So I just knew it. I said, this shit has got to come to the CDC land, Atlanta. And sure enough, 2 years later, this thing is broken out in Atlanta. West
weeks ago, somebody came, the first case came down about 2-3 weeks ago. The first case came down of this West Nile disease, and somebody died. Then last week, another person died, both black people in the black community. So they said, fuck it, we got to spray all of Fulton County, the complete black community in Atlanta. So whatever Negroes had down there, because it's basically, the city has gone mostly white since the Olympics. You know, so, I mean, as far as running shit and all, so basically, they're going to spray the entire Fulton County, so it's the same bull that's going down. And it's going down right in Atlanta, and even the people who tested the actual, they caught about 2,000 mosquitoes one night last Thursday. The people who tested it was a group out of Detroit, out of Chicago, that worked on the one here in Atlanta. The people who are going to be doing the spraying is another group that worked on the one here in New York, excuse me. So they got that hit down there. And so here's another thing, and you know it's there's a lot of websites on chemtrails, and one of the websites on chemtrails said that one of the reasons for the chemtrail is to try to get some types of vaccines and some types of biological warfare to stop the Kundalini energy. They say stop ascension, but it's actually to stop the Kundalini energy. That's what they're talking about. So when David Icke and all them crackers talking about the reptilians, they're talking about the Kundalini energy, and that's a code word. You see what I'm saying? David Icke ain't nothing but a government fucking agent. Him and all the rest of them crackers. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. So when you ever hear this thing here, that's a code word when they're talking about that. Now, he went down to Africa with the guy Kweta Mutwa and got him he kind of slurred him to present what David Icke's agenda was based on these reptilians in Quaker Mutwa's way. But I got a problem with Quaker Mutwa, because Quaker Mutwa used to work for the South African government. And he said in the damn tape that the South Africans almost killed him because they found out he was on Katam in 1976. Rising. Remember they said that on the tape? Quaker Mutwa. But my point here is the guy was given South African mythology. And David Icke was trying to sway him to say something about his agenda based on these reptilians because he knew he had to authenticate it by getting an African to do it. So it's very key. So it's very key how this whole thing goes. But the reptilian that they're talking about, code word, is the Caducer. The staff in the Caducer is the Kundalini race of people. And we're the Kundalini race of people because we're the only people that have the full use of the Kundalini, because the Kundalini has to filter out with what? The pineal gland. So we're the real Kundalini people. You see. So they dropped, so in these chemtrails, one guy said, watch the skies. Because it said, hell, the skies it's not a real blue no more. It can get halfway, but most of the time it's a light grayish blue, but not this real blue. And most days, they'll give you the real good blue day when you're going to have a little festival. But on most of them days, that shit is, even when the sun is shining, that shit is got the look of an overcast. You see. So but in the chemtrails information coming off of the internet, they say they're dropping this shit to stop ascension. But actually it's for the Kundalini people, because now they got the whole Malathion thing going on down in Atlanta. And that's to drop that shit to make sure that nobody's stuff rises. You see, so they got this thing going on. Now, getting back to the sharks. Now, did anybody see this? That they had a shark, this is what the NBC News said. They had a shark convention. You heard this? You saw this shit? It was about 100 sharks, but come to find out it was about 1,000 that met. These sharks that just met were just chilling. And it wasn't no way out somewhere. It was right up there with all the people. They had people swimming around and shit. But it's interesting. My point is if they sharks is biting off their legs, why the hell is one little girl paddling? That would be like buffet for their ass. But they just let her go because they was intelligent. They was having a doggone meeting. They was having a meeting. And they said it was a shark convention. I'm going to break the science on what this shit is really, really about. I'll give you the metaphysical science on the shark shit. So they had about 1,000 sharks. Then come to find out they had another meeting. About a week after they had the meeting, they had a meeting to let you understand the people didn't see this thing. They had a doggone meeting. And they had like just
They were just sharks just swimming around in the water like they was talking to each other. And I mean, it was just tons of them. Now, you know, and the shark experts, all these fucking experts. Oh, it ain't nothing to fear. Wait a minute. You got a fucking 1,000 sharks swimming around in a motherfucking damn your backyard. And that ain't nothing to worry about. You see, but they always got to do it that way. They said they had 2 meetings since then. Then all of a sudden these sharks is biting, so they said, well, you know, oh, they have shark attacks all the time. Well, they bit off the little boy. They said, well, you just ran because they bit a little boy leg off and they got all that attention. They said, we'll show your monkey ass. They bit one little cracker leg off. The next day they bit another cracker, bit 2 of them and one survived. But then they bit that damn brother. You see what I'm saying? That's because they know now there ain't no difference between black and white when it comes to doggone Negroes no more. We have a ride, so your ass will ride right in the mouth of a motherfucking shark. You see? So, they got these sharks biting up everything. There's a reason because of that. Number one, in a lot of the metaphysical information in the early 90s, they was trying to say that the dolphins represented Nomo of the whole Dogon thing. The fish, Nomo, you know the whole fish thing. You got Nomo in the Dogon mythology. You got the fish representing Jesus in the Christian mythology. You got Ionis, the fish man, also in the so-called Sumerian mythology. Now they got all these different aspects of the fish in different ancient mythology, but we know that the one that the Dogon say Nomo will return. They were dealing with the dolphins. You know, the white people saying no, they said no, these are the dolphins. But in actuality, they said that the Nomos was coming to kick some ass. The Hopi Indians say the goddamn Kachinas. The Kachinas is coming back to kick some ass. And they said it'll be some spiritual people going against physical people. So, but you hear this thing here? You heard about it a couple of months ago? They even came on the TV. Dolphins do this shit. So anyway, you got the whole Nomo thing going on. Now to break it down even more, you got to go back to 2 things happen that they know. They know that hurricanes come from where? The Middle Passage. Right? They know that the way of the hurricanes in hurricane season come the same way that the slave ships came. Okay? Now we know that any type of cataclysmic and disastrous event in history will create vortexes of disaster. You got your Bermuda Triangle shit to go on. You got stuff all over the world. You got the Goree Island. Anytime these niggas come over, you know, you big nigga from Washington, D.C. and shit. You know what I'm saying? And all your family work in the White House, and you go up in Goree Island, and next thing you know, your ass is hollering like a damn slave and shit. You seen this stuff here. Even Sankofa showed you that and all, but you know, that really happens. So they have all types of things that happen based on slavery. So you got the hurricanes come through every year based on some shit that happened in the Middle Passage in the Atlantic. That's energy. Those are spirits. Same spirits that got into the 2 lions in Africa. And in the movie, The Ghost in the Darkness. And in the movie, they say, and when they got to the Maasai say, that ain't no doggone that's no lions. Those are spirits, ghosts and darkness. You see what I'm saying? Now, you got different things that happen that way. And they said that they got the 2 lions in Chicago, in the Natural Museum of History in Chicago, and they say, when people look into their eyes today, even though they put the glass eyes and shit up in there, still they say the shit strikes fear in you. So the spirit realm can do things. Now, you got the Middle Passage, you got all that hurricane stuff that start happening. You see?
And they hit the islands first because the islands was the first to receive the slaves. You know, the whole Caribbean. You see. And so, they hit, Hugo came to Charleston, South Carolina, one of the greatest slave ports ever, and tore that shit up back in, what, 91 or 92? You see, so you got this thing that happens in the Middle Passage. All right. In the story of the Middle Passage, I also went down in the Middle Passage was, if you had a slave ship and you had an X amount of slaves that you had to get to port at a certain time, if you didn't arrive on that day, they could charge you less for the slaves. So when the ships started getting slow, they had to abort slaves to pick up speed. And what they say happened, the sharks would follow the slowest boats because they knew food was coming off the side. Now meanwhile, that means they got enough sharks that bit enough slaves and ate on slaves, but what happens? It's in the movie Ravenous. It's in that book Melanin People. They call it Pasquale. When you eat somebody, you take on their spirit. The Native Americans talked about it in the movie Ravenous. Yeah, eating blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh, and all this. There's a book called Jesus, The Last Days of the Vampire. They sell it down in Atlanta. White people sell a book down in Atlanta. We're going to get into some stuff because that taps into the whole Aaliyah shit that went down. Now, so, anyway, these sharks would bite on these slaves, and what would happen? They said that they was aborting literally dozens and dozens and hundreds of slaves over 300-something years, or longer than that. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, the spirit enters into the slave, and it is trapped. Now, let me explain something. There's a book called Death, Dreams, and Vampires. I didn't bring it. This is a critical study. This ain't no, we be like, oh, that's some comic book shit. No, these motherfuckers, Yale University put this shit out. You thinking there's some bullshit, but them crackers be on the shit. You know what I'm saying? State University of New York put out Pascal Beverly Randolph's book, Black Occultists. You see, so we be that's some bullshit. No, you think it's some bullshit. The same shit that's in Forbidden Planet is in State University of New York, Princeton University, Yale University. These crackers don't be bullshitting. You know, we the motherfuckers be bullshitting around in a fucked up religion for years, or some motherfucker who ain't never coming back. You see what I'm saying? You know, now but white people, they don't know if it, you know, they ain't gonna bullshit around. If it don't work, they say, well, fuck that. We got to go to the next system. You know, that's why you go down to New Orleans, and you go to the Marie Laveau's Museum of Voodoo, ain't nothing in there but crackers. Some of their voodoo priests. They got 3 million Yoruba practitioners, white practitioners in the United States. Now, I said 3 million white Yoruba practitioners. You got a white Jew in Chicago that sets over the head of the goddamn Yorubas in the United States. And that ain't including your Santeria, which is all of Latin America and all them crackers. Then you saturate the energy. And that shit don't work no more. Other than, you know, just going to get a little, you know, you feeding and all that shit. But we ain't talking about no major shit. Take no crackers out. Because you done saturated in it. Fucking the damn Nigerians and all them pimp that shit. They sell it to the highest bidder. See what I'm saying? And in the niggas, because we love white people so much, I'm a priest, and the priest means I got to accept all my children. So one sister goes down into, get smuggled into Cuba, real strong sister, get smuggled into Cuba, they tell her that she got all these white motherfuckers she got to deal with because goddamn Oshun and them said so. You see what I'm saying? But I'm going to drop on that too based on the spirit realm and the spiritual war in a few minutes. So, going back, there's a book called Death, Dreams, and Vampires, Yale University. And in there, basically what happens is the soul, when the soul dies, the soul identifies with the body. So basically that soul, now I'm not talking about the spirit. There's a different thing. The spirit is what runs the physical plane. That ain't nothing but energy that runs the matrix. White people have spirits. Roaches have spirits. Rats have spirits. That's just the stuff that makes the shit move. That ain't nothing but energy. You see what I'm saying? That make the shit move. But we the motherfuckers only have souls. A soul is different. A soul is a son that existed prior to creation. That's the difference. A spirit, everything is so right. I cut you, you bleed, and I bleed. That's why we get into the occult and all this shit, and we can't understand, and we always thinking it's about white people, so white people have spirits and all that. They have a spirit. Everything got a spirit. A spider got a fucking spirit. A rat got a motherfucking spirit. A snail got a spirit. But a soul is different. A soul is a son, solar. S-U-N-S-O-N. That's the difference. So the soul, once the spirit leaves, the soul remains in the body. And the soul identifies with it was trapped, and it doesn't rise up until the body decomposes. Then it says, oh fuck, I see my goddamn ribs. I must be dead. Then the soul exits. Now, that's why the people in India would burn the body so that they could take that soul and direct that soul back. But some souls was high. They didn't want to lose for reincarnation. So they could direct that soul and say, well, let's go and reincarnate this motherfucker over here. Okay, go ahead. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? So they say this soul, they will say the soul is going to reincarnate in this person over here. So they can direct that soul, they can go and get that soul, or that person, or that incarnate, and they can teach that person, and therefore it didn't end up being an advanced priest, but went up to the astral light and got shot back down on the motherfucking body, and ended up somewhere tap dancing. This motherfucker was a damn he was a fucking advanced priest. He go up here, you know, he's advanced priest, walking through walls and shit, go up to that fucking fucked up astral light, get snapped back down on the body, next thing he build Bojangles and shit. That old shit. You see? So they say, we gotta save this soul. Now, regular motherfuckers, they be like, well, if you let that motherfucker reincarnate, he wasn't shit no way. You know what I'm saying? We talking about advanced priests and stuff, or people that's got a high awareness. Then they would not want to lose those souls. Some of these, you know, they would not want to lose those souls, so they would have to direct it. So they would burn the body so that they could get the reincarnation factor up fast, and the soul escapes in a matter of minutes when the body is burned, and they can deal with that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So when the shark eats the soul or the body, the soul remains in the shark. You heard those stories, Jonah and the whale? It's metaphysical stuff. But actually the whale represents the physical illusion, the matrix, the Maya. And Jonah trapped in the whale is the story of us trapped in the whale. But also, they eat the shark, the shark eats the human, and the soul remains in the damn shark. And when the shark gives birth to another baby, the soul continues into a reincarnation in the shark. So what you got here is you got motherfucking African slaves that was eaten 200 years ago, 150 years ago, 170 years ago. Now these motherfuckers is in the generations of the fucking sharks, waiting on instructions from us. That means that right now, I'm going to tell you how this shit goes. We say we stop all the dumb shit. This is how this thing goes. That means that the best ritual is one you make up yourself, because it's coming from the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness. That's all the African did, and the ones you be doing now. So that means that one of y'all going to go home and write a goddamn ritual to the sharks, eat some crackers, because they're waiting on instructions. That's how the shit goes. See, when I asked the spiritual plane, what are them motherfuckers doing? They said they're waiting on instructions. And I said, well, damn, what do they mean, waiting on the instructions? And I said, oh, shit. That means that only you got to do is go write your motherfucking shark ritual up. And write it up in your own way. That means if the shit say, play some Barry White, play some Barry White, or play some Al Green, then that means you got to play the Al Green because it ain't got nothing to do with no motherfucker beating on no drum 2,000 years ago. It's got something to do with your energy and your lifestyle. So they say eat some goddamn white chocolate. So shit you might like, you know. Some goddamn oysters and shit, you know. Whatever niggas eat. Some Krispy Kreme or whatever. You know. Then, if it tells you whatever to do, but see what you're doing, you're putting your own energy in it. And that's how the ritual works. You are the doggone avatar. You are the necromancer. You are the magician, the magus. So what's happening here is those are souls from the middle passage rearing up, they're ready to go. That's the goddamn army. And them crackers know that shit too. But on the other hand, these are slaves. They go in and they looking at this nigga down in Bahama. They say, this a motherfucking cracker. Bite his leg off too. Because nobody don't want to be black no more. See how that shit go? Nobody don't want to be black no more. And you know, the conscious community always said it. The ones say, you know, there's going to come a time they're going to start fucking niggas up. Well, that's your sign now. You got to stay out the goddamn water. And not you. Because they know the conscious people. Ain't nothing happening to the conscious people. You see what I'm saying? Are the ones that's true with this shit. Not somebody just following the crowd. You know, when the shit get tough, you go back to goddamn the church. You see? Yeah. Right, see, going back to the church and shit. You know, that kind of stuff. So, this is what's going on. Now, the Aaliyah, this is why Aaliyah died. Anne Rice's vampire companion. You want to get a hell of a metaphysical book? Get this motherfucker right here. Anne Rice's vampire companion. I did a book called Vampires from Heaven. Man, shoot, I got so much science. I drafted a whole lecture off of the science in the book. But then, you know, I'm a researcher. Come to find out, she referenced in a book called Sumerian Mythology, where she talks about a god called Amel. You always get these, anytime you get the Greek word mel, it's actually Etruscan, that means black. The Greeks had a word for the Egyptians. We didn't know this in the Afro when we was trying to claim, you know, we was trying to get all this stuff back, this stuff was black. The Greeks called the Egyptians Maleppus, or Maleppus, Blackfoot. It's in the, and I saw all these years it slipped me, it's in the books, in the Serious Mystery book, Robert Temple. He translates it, the word Maleppus means Blackfoot, and the Egyptians, the Greeks thought of the Egyptians as the Blackfoot ones. In Sumeria, in the Gilgamesh and the Sumerian epics, they call them the black-haired ones. So they got a god called Amel. And Amel gets in the queen of the damned, Akasha. Now, Akasha starts the complete vampire journals. It started by one black woman in Egypt. This is in the book. And Akasha gets bitten by Amel, melanin, and from the Amel that's in her blood, she becomes the first vampire. Then Alicia is playing this Akasha, queen of the damned. Let me get this thing. Let me read this. This is important. This is why the sister died. It's a couple of things. Okay, now let me get this thing here. And it's you go see. I'm not really see. It's not like this shit happened. I gotta go and make up some shit. Go get my tape. Vampires from Heaven. Also a book called Vampires from Heaven is the stuff that's in there.
Vampires from Heaven. It's in there, you know, where the book, the tape I did 2 years ago in 99, and now, lo and behold, this shit is coming out. But, let's look. I want to read something. Now, she got Osiris up in this shit, Amun-Ra, Dionysus, Isis, Aset. She got the whole Camite pantheon all up in this book. Now, look at this. Amel. No, there's Amel. Amel is a spirit who fuses with Akasha. That's the queen of the damned. That's the one that Aaliyah is playing. To create the first vampire. Rice, that's the person who wrote Interview with the Vampire, and Anne Rice is the one. This is a dangerous motherfucking white ass bitch here. Yeah. Dangerous motherfucker bought a goddamn castle. When I read this book, I said, wait a minute, this motherfucking cracker here is nothing to be fucking around with. This bitch knows some shit. But it was a mess. See, it's always a part of trying to, it's investigative research. I was up here in New York in 1994. Did a lecture with me and Daoud at Phil Valentine's house. The next day, the brother Bill Lilly said, I want to take you to the sister store of Magical Child. I went to Magical Child and the guy had died and the shelves was all dust. There wasn't shit up in there. So we went to Enchantment. The Enchantment metaphysical store, and we went up in there. The crackers was like going crazy because the Interview with the Vampire was just released. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they was like, they had study groups. They had a meeting in the back of the store, and they was discussing this shit, and they was getting in an argument because they knew the pantheon. They were saying, no, it went this way. They were saying, no, it went that way. And I said, wait a minute. This Anne Rice shit here is some serious shit. These crackers up in Enchantment, it was almost like a convention going on. Now, and see, in Interview with the Vampire, in the movie, they say the best blood is of Creole blood. By the time they got the video, I don't know, you might get some videos, they cut it out of most of the videos, but you might be able to get it in this. They just put a new re-release video last year. They just came out with a new re-release video last year on Interview with the Vampire. They say the best blood is of the Creole blood because it has the melanin in it. And it's the same cracker. Now, going right along. So, Anne Rice had read about Amel in the ancient Middle Eastern word for evil and the witches of Mekari and Mekeret. Amel appears in several nights in the first communion from Egypt, whom, I'm going to get right to the point, where basically it's in the Akasha part. Basically, this Amel entity fuses herself in the blood of Akasha. Then Akasha becomes the first vampire coming out of Hemmitt. And you get the movie Vampire in Brooklyn. Where did everybody say they came from? Egypt. Who is the vampire? Break this down again. Osiris is in a coffin. Dracula is in a coffin. Dracula wears black. Osiris is the god of the black. It has the red on the inside of the cape, but he wears the black. Santa Claus got red, black, and white on. Dracula has red, black, and white. Guess what fucking Osiris is called? No, Santa Claus is called, in Spain, they call the Moor the Old Nick. The Old Nick. You hear the Satan or the Saint Nick and all, you got that? But they call it the Old Nick. This is in Moorish Spain. See what I'm saying? One man's God is another man's devil. See. Now, Osiris wears black. He's the god of the black. Dracula, you get the word constellation of Draco. The great mother is from Draco. Constellation of Draco, the great dragon. The house of Dracul. They got a whole dragon society over in England. That white boy, Sir Lawrence Gardner, is a part of that shit. You see, all this stuff here coincides. So you get,
Even your boy Bram Stoker said, I got my story from a dream. Anytime you get some shit from a dream, that's no different than the same shit that they was doing 18 years ago when the book of Enoch was drafted. When Sefer Yeser, all these particular books was drafted. They get them from transmission. He said, I got my book from a dream. The second only to the King James Version of the Bible. There's only one book that's in sales. The number one book in the world that sells more than any book is the King James Version. That's because the British Museum, the British Empire spread that motherfucker all over the world. Took everybody else shit and put it in the British Museum and gave everybody else the goddamn Bible. So the number one book in the world is the King James Version. Second only to the King James Version is Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's because there's something spiritual about that. Okay, Dracula has a coffin. Osiris has a sarcophagus. Dracula is always with his women. Osiris got him 2 women pimping beside him. Straight up. Nephthys and Isis. You see what I'm saying? But there's always 3 women, the Stygian witches, the Gorgons, Medusa, in the mythology. They got 3 women around Dracula and Bram Stoker. But they're talking about Egyptian mythology. So Akasha is the first person of the Vampire Chronicles that gets bitten by melanin. By melanin. So it's simple. They get a person that's virgin for a sacrifice. They couldn't get Whitney. And she done been in the news too much. Done kissed Kevin Costner. You know Costner? You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. She's a fucking space cadet. You know what I mean? They can't get no old molded, rancid, mildewed ass black asshole that done been pimped out by the white man in Hollywood. No rheumatism ass, molded, mildewed motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They can't get her ass. They gotta get somebody pure. You know what I'm saying? Some fresh meat. You know, 22, that's a master number. You see what I'm saying? So they gotta get somebody pure so they get a leader because they don't know about her yet. You see what I'm saying? We knew, but it's a sacrifice. Now this sacrifice goes on every fucking 2 years. 99, it was Diana. Which is after the goddess Diana or Artemis. Diana. 2 years later, 97, Diana. 2 years later, 99. John, little John F. Kennedy motherfucker. All of them died in the summer solstice after Sirius rises. 2 years after that, Aaliyah, they done gone black. They said, no, this is the fucking millennium. We got to sacrifice a Negro or a Negress. Oh, you got Selena. Selena, I guarantee you, in 1985, 85, 86, 85, I think. 1995. See, every 2 years. So that's a Latin. That's it, Selena. I knew it was somebody else. Jehovah's Witness. Also, now you also have other sacrifice also too. You got your Tupac and your Biggies and all of that type of thing. But we talk about on that every 2 years. Selena in 95. You see what I'm saying? Give or take. It's all the same shit. Well, she was up and coming, up and rising. She did her first English translated album right when the woman killed her. Some senseless bullshit. Up and coming. Then they go all the way, and Selena, Diana, John F. Kennedy Jr., then they say, we got to get black, this is the millennium. And it's the summer solstice. That's when they jug Lou Reem up their ass. Summer solstice. Always a lot of shit happening when Sirius rises. Sirius rising. So here it is, they get Aliyah, which means one exalted of the Most High, something like that. It's the translation. Most High exalted one. That's Ma'at. If they're dealing with a woman, see the whole concept? That's the whole Ma'at thing. But the key here is she had to become Mayat when she go do the queen of the damned. Now, in mythology, the damned, a lot of times, is not as you think it is. The damned is also the underworld. That's called the chthonic world. You see what I'm saying? And the queen of that, Mayat, would be a chthonic queen. What is a chthonic? Chthonic means earth, they come, the underworld to, if you in the heavens, the underworld would actually be the earth. And Osiris in the underworld, the Osiris in the underworld would be the black body of the black human, because this is the mummified, this is the mummy. Osiris is inside of the mummy. So the queen of the damned would be a form of Mayat, Set Mayat, Aset, Isis. Because you know the goddesses are interchangeable. Number 7 it's always a lot of stuff. JFK died on the 28th. Well, it's always the 7s or whatever, you know. So the key here is the Aliyah thing was a sacrifice. Yeah, well, see, it's just a sacrifice. But the sacrifice is now becoming black. You see, because that's another energy that they're dealing with now. So they took the sister out on that level with serious rising. Now, this is when you know it's a sacrifice. You can watch entertainment tonight. They'll never have shit black. It's always white people, sexy Brad Pitt. Sexy motherfucking Brad Pitt. You know, black people be doing shit, all these movies and stuff, they never have nothing black. Then all of a sudden, man, we're going to count down. They started doing, we're going to come back tomorrow and tell you some more shit about Aaliyah. We're going to come back tomorrow and tell you some more shit. And then all the news companies, news corporations around the world. Like she, you know what I'm saying? Now here, that means that white people didn't even know about her until she was dead. It's like that Bruce Lee thing. Most motherfuckers didn't know about Bruce Lee until after Bruce Lee died. After they slaved that nigga ass. You see what I'm saying? That's when Bruce Lee became an international superstar. You see, right, that's true too, but also too, they slaved him. It was a ritual back in 1973. He died June 30th, 1973. They slayed that nigga in 73 because they knew that they was going to drop Enter the Dragon around September of 1973. And Enter the Dragon was a ritual movie to kill the black man. Don't let nobody fool you. Where the fuck you think they got Jim Kelly ass on the movie poster hanging up in them goddamn chains? And not only did they kill him, it wasn't fucking enough to kill him. They had to drop him in fucking acid. And they ain't having 2 motherfuckers on the island that do goddamn kung fu. Jim Kelly and fucking Bruce Lee and John Saxon, no fighting motherfucking ass don't live. He didn't take karate until 4 years after the damn movie. Then they make mockery. He gets his ass whipped in the beginning of the movie and Jim Kelly gotta help him out. No, motherfucker, you gotta make this move. Well, he was one of them smart brothers. He knew that damn bottom was gonna fall out with that black exploitation shit. So he got into real estate. But he ain't no, so Jim Kelly, one of them smart motherfuckers. He said, no, this shit gonna fall by 79. Our shit gonna be through. So Jim Kelly started dealing with him some damn real estate before the shit. But see, they knew, they said, no, we gotta get a motherfucker that look a certain way. We don't want no Yappacat Hoto motherfucker up here kicking. We want a Jim Kelly with the real nice fucking afro. It's a fucking ritual. See what I'm saying? This is a ritual, and they had to kill Jim Kelly, but it was a ritual because look, the other movies, Chinese Connection, Fist of Fury, and Game of Death came out after that. It was Chinese Connection. It was 3 of them before that. Chinese Connection, Fist of Fury, Return of the Dragon, which also aired after him, but it was completed. But Chuck Norris became an international superstar because of that. But the first one where they put the most amount of money was when Warner Brothers and them picked the shit up. And they said, this is opportune time to do a fucking ritual. This was right in the heat of the Watergate shit. They said, goddamn nigga done blew the damn whistle on the motherfucker up there. That damn nigga found him in the hotel and shit and called his master, and ain't worked a day, and died 2 years ago on the bus to Georgia. Never got a job again, the guy that blew the whistle on the shit. But this was right during the heat of Watergate. And they said, wait a minute. They took Jim Kelly out, and they said, wait a minute. He's going to become an international superstar when they take him out. They had already made this movie, and it was a ritual to kill the black man. And the Spirit told me this shit back in 73. This shit has bothered me for fucking damn near 28 years. It bothered me. And when the movie came, when they digitally remastered the shit in 97, and I was going to get a copy, the Spirit said, don't get that shit. That was a ritual to kill the fucking black man. You see? So they do these things. That's why the black man always dies on the other movies, on all the sci-fi movies, until they wanted black people to start saving them. Then they start living. Like one of the best movies is Pitch Black. Only motherfuckers who lived on that movie was 2 black people and 1 little white girl. You see what I'm saying? That 1 little white girl, but they had to kill the other white girl just to let her live. I said, that was a good-ass movie. This man, only 2 motherfuckers live in the movie. One more, that Imam, Alhamdulillah, and the black man. Yeah, but he learned quick. You don't live with white motherfuckers sooner or later. And the only reason why they both lived because the things on the planet was black. When the sun went into eclipse, that's when the melanin realm starts. And the only one could see him was the one with the third eye, the black man in the movie, Pitch Black. It's a good-ass movie. That's one you need to buy and put on the shelf. Yeah, he was black. His name is Ben Diesel. He's a black guy. He's a black guy. He's a black guy. Now, but anyway, they do these particular sacrifice in these particular movies and stuff. They do this particular sacrifice, and when she completed, they didn't pick her for Queen of the Damned. Look. This book here, Anne Rice is top shit. Now that means they got people all over Hollywood just trying to be that. Anne Rice and they ain't gonna put no newcomer, Johnny Come Lately, or unknown in a major movie. Here's a bunch. She got one little movie, Romeo is bleak, Romeo must die, and then the next thing you know, she's trying to complete the Matrix thing. But my point is why the hell you think all of a sudden this motherfucker getting all the goddamn work? You know, niggas got to work hard for years before you see him in some shit. All of a damn sudden, you know, she's been out for a while, but still, yes, she's basically unknown. Anne Rice and they ain't gonna put them in the movie now unless it's a sacrifice. Now the damn movie is gonna be a major ritual. This is how this shit goes. This is how this thing goes. By the way, if you want to invoke this Zara Banda, the ones I was calling on, we got them in the front cover of this particular book, this Archosaurus magazine, but I'm going to go in that in a few minutes because all of a sudden, you got to stick around for this. Because I know we've been coming for years saying this shit here is up. But let me tell you something. They got some fools in the spirit world that went hog wild about a month ago. And these hog wild, but it ain't who you think it is. They went hog wild. Start fucking niggas up. You see what I'm saying? And they wasn't fucking up the messed up nigga. They was fucking with niggas on our side. I don't go into this stuff here. But they hit my ass good. Now I knew so. I said they hit me good. But for about an hour, I was like, look, okay, goddammit. I'll go ahead and die. Anything to get this motherfucking pain off my ass. And then what they did with me was so severe until I got through one night because I had these spirits to work on me.
But then when it started healing, they had done so much damage to me until in order for me to get through the night of healing, I had to go get some shit that they give to cancer patients to relieve the damn pain. My aunt, you know, I got an aunt that's a goddamn pharmacist and shit. She the kind of motherfucker the white man say, we gonna put your head on this skateboard. Your body fucked up. We gonna cut your head off and put it on this skateboard. She's so scared of death, she'll go ahead on, doctor. I just have to have my little son kick me around and roll me on that skateboard. This thing today, and we're gonna clear the stuff up. So also too now, feel free to are you straight? Yep. You on? Yep. Okay, we're gonna cover all aspects today. So feel free to no questions are too small or too big. No questions are too small or too big. And basically what we're actually retrieving, that's why at this particular time, how many people is this stuff new to you? This stuff is new to you as far as this particular acquisition of knowledge and information. In so many words, this particular information, yeah, I think you're gonna get some more chairs, or you all right? This particular information, when you see a person come before you at this particular time, and I know sometimes it's good to give those particular people a certain amount of respect when they're trying to teach you a certain amount of thing, but you got to realize one thing about this when you're doing that, and just understand this. This particular knowledge is your knowledge. So in so many words, the spirit realm chose a group of people to go through this to access all this particular information, to give it back to the ones who are waking up at this dispensation of time. So in so many words, it's your birthright to get this particular knowledge and this particular information. It's your information. It's not the speaker's information. You see, it's too often we look at that person and say that person has great wisdom, and we want to turn our life over to that particular person. And the whole key is that person was just a person to reintroduce you to knowledge. You understand that's not only within you, but it was knowledge that you put down before you went to sleep and agreed to come back to get this particular knowledge at this particular time. So in so many words, you agreed to come back at this particular time to rediscover your past and rediscover your particular information, and ultimately rediscover that you are gods and not humans. You see, you agreed to do that. We asked the question right now, how many people always thought that there was something special about them maybe since they was a child? Raise your hand. I go all over the country, and I have never been in a room where everybody didn't raise their hand. And what I mean by that, for the mere fact that you are up in here, at this particular time, and you're not interested in a football game going on or a party going on, or I'm looking at black people on Saturday nights. We got there's 75 people in a place on a Saturday night, and some of these people are young and they ain't interested in partying, then obviously you know that it's something spiritual why you are here. You're not here based on, well, this is just some good, let's go take in some knowledge or something. This is not another form of entertainment. You were born to be at this particular time, getting this particular information, because the people who are to return, we're looking at, they call it the return of the great old ones. These great cosmic beings is coming back. These people are, you see in the Bible, in the Revelations, which was not written by Patmos. They got they have a Persian Revelations that they got from Persia, that they copied it shamelessly. You can get the book Parallel Myths. Anybody got some? First of all, we need to do something. How many people got a pencil and a piece of paper? Right. So anybody, you need to, I got some paper here, because you need to write some of this stuff down too, because we're going to cover a lot today. So if you don't have some pencil and a piece of paper, you all need to share it around, and anybody need another pen or something, or something like that. Huh?
I have plenty of pens in the car. How many pens do you need?
Yeah. Yeah, go get some pens. And we got plenty.
Yeah, I'm gonna get us.
Got paper because you need to write this stuff down because this is no different than any other class. Emory, Georgia Tech, Georgia State does not come to the market on motherfuckers learning nothing. You see, and especially when it comes to them giving lies or whatever. No, they have truth there. It's just, you know, when you go there, they tell you time is money and you better learn what they tell you. But they got the truth right in the libraries, at least there. It's something to say about the black schools, you know, on that particular level. I went to Clark, Atlanta, and shit, you know. We didn't have any of this type of information, so. But, are we still on? Yeah.
Good.
So, but in so many words, going back, like I said, the book of Revelations, which was shamelessly taken from the Persian Revelations, and you can get the book J.R. Bierland's book. Let's see, J.R. Bierland. It's called Parallel Myths. Parallel Myths. And you can see the actual Persian Revelation up in there. And you can see that they just copied it from one another, and basically these were not the fragments. Raise your hand if you want a pencil. Yeah. These are not the fragments that came out of the Library of Alexandria and out of Hemmitt that floated around the ancient world and ended up being articles that was later on translated into what you would call the Bible. The Bible is nothing but a group of pamphlets and a simulation of information floating around, edited down by authors, and they had nothing to do with the real Word of God. You got the take for instance, you got your book of the book of Ezekiel, and most of your first 5 books of Moses is nothing but just copied from the Hermetic text out of Hemmitt. And then you have your Gnostic scripts, which is other ones out of Hemmitt, later day stuff, and that was later on translated into the New Testament. So you're talking about ancient editing. It has nothing to do no more than the Word of God that nobody else didn't have. The only difference here is, which has thrown people off, is the ancient world. The ancient world understood that these Abraham, let's say, what the Hebrews tried to fake the stuff is. The ancient world knew that these mystical figures, Isis, Osiris, Horus, and all of these particular figures, was number one, principles of the human body, and number one, groups of people that would resurface at the end of an era or end of an age or the end times. So most of this was prophecy, and they was talking about us. We got the actual Hermetic text that talk about that. The next thing was, these were principles, formulas, and they were mythical characters that didn't exist on one realm. At least they were mystical gods that existed in another dimension. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But as far as what happened is, by the time you had to set up whatever the Hebrew group of people, which is not the followers of Akhenaten, coming out of Egypt, because remember your Torah was written, what, 700 years after Moses. So these followers of Akhenaten, what they did is throwing people off based on Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And what is throwing the people off is they historicalized sublime figures. So you got Osiris, but you also have Amun-Ra. Amun means hidden. Ra means sun, hidden sun. Amun-Ra. The hidden sun is basically your soul on the inside of you. You see, so Osiris is the hidden god and a mentor, the underworld. Then you get Brahma in India. You see, one of the same figures, Brahma in India. And then by the time you get to Hebrew, you get the word Abraham. Look at the word Abraham. Look at the word Amun-Ra. Look at the word Brahma. There's another word, Abraxas, Abron. You'll find out that these particular Amun-Ra and stuff, you get Abraham, but the only thing about Abraham, which is the same thing that the priests knew, is they historicalized the person. So there was never no sons and daughters or no Abraham that existed as a human father that fathered the people of Israel. Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, Elohim, Al. The word Al is another word for Chaldean word for Horus, or Heru. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about principles here. So Jacob, Isaac, Jacob's ladder is the backbone of Osiris, the Djed pillar. The Djed pillar is called Shed pillar. Jesus, so the Shed pillar is the Kundalini energy in the blood, or your blood vessels in the back of you. These particular blood vessels, if you rip your skin off, you'll see they got these blood vessels in the back of you. So, in one mythology, Moses' rod parts the Red Sea. Well, the Red Sea is the blood vessels in the back. And the Kundalini energy rises up and parts the Red Sea. Who didn't get a handout? You need one more. You need one more, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Yeah, okay, I got 2 left. And the rest, when they come, and the brother back there didn't get one. Yeah. You get one, yeah. Okay. So, so the Kundalini energy rises up, and once the Kundalini rises up, you go to the higher level. So that's the Moses part in the Red Sea, the blood vessels rises Kundalini energy, which is a fire at the base of your spine rising up. It's called the backbone of Osiris, the Djed pillar or the Shed pillar. Jesus shed his blood so you can have life. It's the same nothing but the same retelling of the Kundalini rises on up. So the same thing as the whole Jacob's ladder thing. You see how these things go? So we're talking about metaphysical, esoteric principles later on historicalized. So sublime mythology makes grotesque history. Most of your biblical, what's throwing you off is you're thinking these are historical things that happen to people. And they're mystical principles that are inside of the human experience in the human body, but they're mystical people of a people in the future. You see what I'm saying? Of a people in the future. And the concept here, we're talking about dealing with magic today, or dealing with going to higher powers. It's all in your mind as far as you got the power. It's just like a person driving a gasoline truck. One person knows to deliver it somewhere, another person could be some person that's blind and just stole the truck and riding around with all this power and don't know what the fuck it is. You see what I'm saying? So the concept here is today is to break down just exactly in the principles of just exactly how to acquiesce this power, but based on also your mental abilities to just understand what you're dealing with in the world around you. But so before we start, anybody have some questions right quick? You know, that you know, because what we're doing is more other than a lecture, we're doing more of a seminar here to get to the bottom of some things. So anybody got a question about anything right quick, just to start things off with? Yeah, good.
Moses basically is an African word, Tutmosis.
Tutmosis, Moses to draw out of water.
Right. So, is there any historical evidence that Moses
lived
as a Christian deity or a Christian entity?
No, there's no historical. The story, basic. Okay, the only historical story we have, and that's which is good. When I get the paper, get Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. Anybody, you need something, you need some more paper or something, anything, you got some stuff to write on or something? Because there's a notebook here or something. Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. The Moses Mystery, that's a good thing about me. You benefit because I have all the scholarship. And that way it just don't be, oh father, can you give me some shit? And I go, oh yeah, you know, and then you gotta depend on me. You know, you can get some books. Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. I think the Jews got on and made him change it to Bible myth. But the other one is, his other book is, no, then another book is Ahmed Osman. And it used to be called Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same.
What was that called again?
Ahmed Osman, Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same. So you got the Moses Mystery by Gary Greenberg, which is a Jew, high-end Jew, all types of degrees. The other one is Ahmed Osman's book, Moses. In the new, it used to be called Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same. I think the name of it now is Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt. Is the new name. Okay. And then there's Moses and Monotheism by Sigmund Freud. So the story is you had a group of Akhenaten followers that was asked to leave Kemet after Akhenaten tore down the priesthood for 15 years at Tel al-Amarna and established his order of Aten, which was an Ethiopian deity of Ra-Heru-Kahudi or Ra-Ha-Kuit, coming out of Ethiopia, Atandis or Ra-Ha-Kidi, but he kind of misconstrued a little bit of the mysteries. But what he did is when he shut down the other priesthood, he created a form of dogma. Anyway, the priest was going to kill his behind, and they was like, you need to get the trucking and stuff. And they might have taken him out. But anyway, he had a high priest, because Akhenaten was raised in Kemet and couldn't speak his mother's language that came from Cush. So they had a high priest, a Cushite priest in the Mysteries of Amun-Ra, who could speak the language, and that was the actual Moses figure. But it's a combination of the emancipator is Moses, Akhenaten, and this high priest. Now the Torah, or the first 5 books of Moses, wasn't written until 700 years after this. Either this high priest died or Akhenaten died. We know it's a collaboration of two. The actual emancipator, or the actual person who was the heretic king that went against the Egyptian priesthood, was Akhenaten. But he had a high priest with him, which is this Moses fella, Moses, Tutmosis, these particular names, who was probably the person who put the actual text together by using the Hermetic text. They just basically used text that was already in Kemet. And one of those, the Exodus period, the Exodus thing of, now if you're uncomfortable, sister, you got that, you can chill back in the chair and you can get the brother, the soldier to see. Are you all right? You know, but the Exodus period was some scripts that came out of Egypt. It was coming out of Hermetic texts about a people being in bondage in a place for 400 years, and all of that stuff was talking about America. Because I said that these texts were talking about in the future. We have the Hermetic texts that talk about that in the Perfect Sermon. They knew we was going to go into slavery and all of that. 5,000 years before. And those still exist. The Hermetic text of Asclepius. You can get several books on that. The ones that's in print. That has that Hermetic text in there.
The Hermetic text of what?
It's called, it's called a Hermetica. And the name of the book that's still in print is, get this one, because one is going to be hard to get. One is called Hermetica by Peter Gandy and Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. Hermetica. That one is still in print. And it's a little smaller book and stuff, and it gets straight to the point. But the prophecy of what was going to go into slavery and all of this stuff is in that particular text. So we knew we was going to go into slavery. As a matter of fact.
So that is true.
Oh yeah, we knew it. We had a 5,000-year prophecy in the Hermetic text, which is some text that came out of Egypt. Hermes is the Greek word for Tahuti, or Thoth, or Tahuti. So it's called a Hermetic text, or the text of Tahuti, or the book of Thoth. You see what I'm saying? So we had those particular texts, and part of that was later on written as the book of Exodus, and these people being in bondage. You see what I'm saying? But the Hermetic text quotes, they talk about you will be on a land where the weak man will be considered strong, and the strong man will be considered weak. The pious man, which is us, or they said the impious man, which is, unrighteous man, will be revered. You always hear him, he will be revered. Will be revered. The impious man will be, I just don't want to cheat you out the information and all. Will be revered. And the pious man will be treated like a common criminal. That's us. They say, and although your body may look Egyptian or African, your mind would be that of another race. God damn, that is us. You see what I'm saying? They say death will be referred to than life, because shit, everything. You 5 years old, you done seen 100,000 people get killed on TV. You know what I'm saying? I watched a movie and I'm like, why did they do this? A movie Cold Mountain. I go through this whole damn movie damn near 3 hours, and they kill the nigga at the end, and I'm like, this got to come from a white man's head. Because the mythology, in all mythology, the guy gets the girl and they ride off into the sunset. There's a reason for that, because that's always the Isis and Osiris story. Because the basis of the love story is Isis and Osiris. You see what I'm saying? Because ultimately they got to get back together. That's the goal. I'm like, damn, do they always have to kill somebody? You know, I like the movie Untouchables. They get you in, you like Sean Connery's thing, you know, when the Elliot Ness, and then they kill him. I'm like, well, damn, I'm supposed to enjoy this. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm of another origin, and they like that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now, we are into that type of thing. So they said life will be preferred to death. And they just go into all this stuff. They said the gods will abandon Jesus. No, excuse me, the God will abandon, I'm going to get that right. The gods will abandon the humans. The gods will abandon Egypt. And what used to be venerated as the home of the gods will be nothing but a mass graveyard. And will be visited by all types of different races. And they said, these are archaeologists and different people like that. And all these white folks taking journeys over there every year. You see what I'm saying? So this is the text. And so it's talking to Tahuti is talking to Asclepius, which is the Greek word for Imhotep. Because when you do the Hippocratic oath, you have to pray to Asclepius, which is Imhotep. So the Greek gods, so Asclepius, which is Imhotep, is talking to Tahuti. Tahuti is giving him this knowledge, and all this stuff is getting ready to happen. And he starts to cry. And then when he starts to cry, he said, well, will we ever get out of this? And he said, yes. He said, Maya will be established. He said, what? How? He said, it will be a group of Egyptians that will live in these final days. Ironically, they call the Hemmitt spirits, the Hemmitt spirits, that's just by just accident, H-E-M-M-I-T, H-E-M-M-E-M-E-T, Hemmitt spirits, and it means those entities will be in the last days. And ironically, my name just happened to be Hemmitt, but they talk about these things. They said, but there will be a group of entities that will be spirits that will be, first they said there will be a land that will be established at the end of the setting sun. That's the west. The sunrise in the east comes to the west. And they said there will be a group of Egyptians that will be in this land in the end. Now, you know what? In Egypt, Cam, which means black land, the black people, Cush, Punt, you see what I'm saying? They say will be in this land at the last days. And those particular Egyptians will reestablish Maya. He said, well, where are these people now? He said they now live in the African hills, because they say the Libyan hills. Libya is a part of Africa, which is say the African hills. In so many words, they're now on the continent of Africa, or they are not, but they also said Egypt, which saying that in actuality, so they give Africa, they give a group of Egyptians, a group of Camites, and the reason why they give you two, because they're saying in actuality, these people will be a consortium of West Africa, East Africa, and all around the continent, because this thing is more than just one continent. You see what I'm saying? But it's, in so many words, they say that it'll be these Egyptians or African or black people will be in America. Now reestablish Maya. Now in the movie Highlander, the first one, he said we gotta walk the earth. We're immortal. We gotta walk the earth until until the last time, till a gathering. He said where? He said until the gathering. He said where's the gathering? He said it will be in a land that's not established yet. This was in the 1400s. I mean, he's telling the man this. He's saying in them last days it'll be a gathering in America. You see what I'm saying? So you get the Camelot myth, because the Camelot, so all this is our story. So the Camelot myth was brought up is the story of Isis and Osiris, which is documented in the book, Rundle Clark's book, Egyptian Myth and Symbol. And it talks about that your Osiris, your King Arthur and the Round Table and Guinevere and the Holy Grail and all of that is not but the Osiris story retold, which we know because the Moors is the one that brought this stuff up into Europe, brought these texts up into Europe. So in your King Arthur story, you get the word Camelot. Cam means black land, Cush, Egypt, and Lot. So it means new lot of Egypt. So it came up France, Ireland, Spain, and then when the British took over Ireland, they took the mythology of King Arthur and the Round Table. The word Arthur means the word Otha, which means dog star, which is, and you know, Osiris is Greek for Sirius. Sirius is Greek for Osiris. So you got Greek Osiris and you got Sirius, which is also Greek, which is also means Osiris. Also means Isis, Hathor, or Heru. It's got several things. Primordial star of all time. But in the story, in the actual Arthur, King Arthur, that's Osiris. Round Table. And I'll get into the metaphysical thing of that in a few minutes. But Britain tried to be like they got the Arthur and that was all Britain. No, they stole the story from Ireland or whatever when they got into war and all, and then here go again, try to historicalize it. But the story Camelot was talking about America. Even in their ritual, they call both the Kennedys, the New Camelot. They even mentioned that Clinton and them, when Clinton was ruled, they call that the New Camelot. So in so many words, they knew this was an American story, and the people of the gathering in Camelot was talking about us. You see what I'm saying? So these stories, and it go on and on. So you get your biblical version of you being in the land of 400 years, not your own. Well, it's just not but a retelling of the same Hermetic stories. You see, but in so many words, what this thing is talking about, not only is it us, which we're getting ready to get into. We're going to pour these libations. Not only is it us, but there's nothing but us. What I mean by that, not talking about the people on earth. This is one of the great mysteries, and this is very, very lonely. But if you're at a certain level, and I have to apologize if you're not on this level, but there's nothing else left in the universe but us. Ain't no shit up there looking down on you. There is no subordinates. It's about like we down here, and we represent the bottom of the hourglass. And you take the hourglass and turn it over, and then the energy of the sand starts to trickle down. You see what I'm saying? After the sand trickles down to the bottom, there is nothing left up in the top part of the glass. All the energy that you have prayed to all these years, all the things that you have learned, is now that energy is now fused in us. Very key. Because if the government ever have to get after you, you better tell that motherfucker that you God. Because if you tell him, I believe in God, he gonna say, lock that bastard up. Because the prison is full. 98% of all them niggas say that God gonna take care of them, and that's when they end up in prison. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods, John chapter 10, verse 34, 36, and the scriptures cannot be broken? Get that book, Annalise Scarron's book, Ye Are Gods.
What's his name, Annalise Scarron?
Annalise Scarron, S-C-A-R-A-N-E-N. Annalise Scarron. You can either get, if you got the title right, it'll pop up the thing. Annalise Scarron, but it's called Ye Are Gods. And on the first page, they give you all the Bible verses where ye are gods. Huh?
While you're on the titles, Moses and the Pharaoh of Egypt also called...
Ahmed Osman.
Yeah, Ahmed Osman. How you spell
Osman, O-S-M-A-N.
Okay.
Right. So the government already know. You be like, oh, all I gonna take care of me, they're gonna like, this idiot don't know that we've been in the mystery system, we figured this shit out yet. God is who ruled this motherfucker. It's like, there's a battle of supremacy, and they understand about the cosmos and the energies and where it is. Now let me give you an example. There's a book, it's a little passage in a book, Kabbalah, by Gershom Schröder. Got a lot of books. You see, that's when you know a nigga knows some shit. You see what I'm saying? Motherfucker come before you and be running that damn mountain, you be like, back that shit up, and he can't give you no text. It's time out for that shit, because it's not about that nigga up there in the seat looking good. It's about you learning, because this shit is about you. So in Gershom Schröder's book, Gershom Scrollum, a book called The Kabbalah. Some of the book lists I put on the paper. In there it said that both God and man exist with this potential. But what is potential in God unfolds and manifests in man. God is just this energy or potential, and we know the principles that we have been taught based on religion, but in the scientific aspect, because the religion and science was not separated in ancient world. We are the perfecting agents of God. That's what it says. Man is the perfecting. So in so many words, that's what we are. We're the ones that bring this shit about. Not nothing up in the West Coast. All that down there is the rays of initiations that emanate inside of you to get you to a certain level. You the one gonna do it. You see what I'm saying? They say what exists seemingly in God unfolds and manifests in man. Then they go on down, they say, but it's by a Neoplatonic energy. Neoplatonism comes from the word Platonism, Neoplatonism, all so all that is nothing but talking about Hermeticism, and in Kemet it's called alchemy. The wisdom of Tahuti is the mistress of alchemy. Neoplatonic formula, alchemical formula, means melanin. Alchemy is the study of melanin. Precious stones, but spiritual alchemy is talking about everything that's in that universe exists inside of us. And what exists inside of us exists inside of melanin, inside of the body. Because it doesn't matter how light you are. We're talking about the melanin in the central nervous system. You see what I'm saying? And that's the Neoplatonic formula. It exists in us. This chaos in the body. We're going to get into all that in a few minutes. I'm going ahead of myself. But just to set the paradigm up of what we're talking about here. Y'all all right? Yeah. Is this interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
What?
It's inside of us. So in so many words, this is how we get in this thing. You say you want to depower. Is we still are looking at this thing as us being subordinate, and we calling on energies that is outside of us. Now these energies exist. They exist in another dimension. But the conduit or the gateway in which they manifest is inside of the central nervous system and inside of the energy of our bodies. You understand what I'm saying? Right. But we are one with them. So you're saying, well, how can I be one with God or above God or whatever? Look, or with God. If you take this water and dip it in the ocean, and the ocean represents God, you heard me talk about this a lot of times, is not the content in this bottle the same as the content in the ocean? It's the same. Well, the energy that we talking about, we permeating when you talk about this Kundalini energy, and the chakra systems, there's 160 of them, we got 7 major ones. That particular energy, you see what I'm saying, is all it is. It exists inside of us, and that which makes us gods, or the deity. You see what I'm saying? So, at this particular point, you say you want the real deal at this particular point. The way this stuff works is based on your mindset of finding out what you are. Are you humans, or are you gods having a human experience? We are gods having a human experience. Our nightmare. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You see, so these are the concepts. It's just that the Romans, man, I should have brought that damn tape. I should have brought that tape and let you. The Romans are the ones that we got enough outlets. I'll be damn. You can't do everything. The Romans are the ones that turn the Jesus figure into an objective entity that you got to look at outside of yourself. Right. Because the Horus, because there's several names of this thing. It's Horus. You got Hercules in Greece. That's a form of the Christ figure. You got Jason in Greece. That's a part of the Christ figure. Now, when I say Greece, I'm not talking about white folks. These are the ancient black Etruscans, Etrurians, people that the white folks migrated in. But we still, be honest with you, you go to Greek right now, those people are dark people. As a matter of fact, one of the brothers in Greece, when I went to Greek town and was doing a lecture up in Detroit and went to Greek town, And went to Greek town, and the guy was serving me was your color. I said, where you from? He said, I'm from Greece. What the hell? He said, my family's been there since the beginning of time. So we talking about black people. Right. You see what I'm saying? And most of the white statues you see was made in the late 1800s.
That's a migration.
You know, I'm talking about the white people just literally went over there in the late 1800s and made these statues recently, about 100 years ago.
That's crazy.
A Renaissance period.
That's right.
You go to Hemmitt, you go to any other place, you see shit falling all off of people, or what they didn't knock off their nose. You go to Greece, the statues are perfect. They made those statues about 200 years ago. Cuneiform. Did you think the oldest right in the world? That shit was made at University of Chicago. Made at University of Chicago. Cuneiform. You gotta know it's a fake shit. They ain't got the 4 or 5 tablets that's supposed to explain all this damn history. Hell, you go to damn Hemmitt, you have a whole damn temple with hieroglyphics from top to bottom, and you can't get all the history. But how the hell you gonna get all the history of Samaria off a 4 or 5 little piece of rocks? You bought that. That shit was made at University of Chicago. What's that? What's that, brother?
How can I research?
One of the brothers that did the research on that is Brother Walter Williams. Wrote a book, Historical Origins of Christianity, and a new book, Historical Origins of Islam. Those Walter Williams, he did the research on that and stuff, and he told me it was from made at University of Chicago. This is interesting here. They got Champollion, who's supposed to be the guy who went and translated hieroglyphics. He didn't translate shit. They had a few little alphabets that he was able to get. You know how they got hieroglyphics? How they do everything. They went outside to a motherfucking nigga on the street. The nigga on the street looked at the shit and could read it. And that's how they translated hieroglyphics. This story, now if you go to University of Chicago, this story is prevalent because the sister Raketi Wimbley, who is one of the only black Egyptologists, this woman who could read Metanetta at the time, she told me the story in her home in New Jersey. Now I know this to be true because I got a guy named Yehoshua who used to speak on my tapes. Learned how to speak Hebrew in a damn week. So good until he was at Boston University teaching rabbis how to speak, because some of the glyphs, because they don't have melanin in their eyes, they can't see certain curves and they was getting shit wrong. So I know that you can learn the stuff in a doggone way. The reason why I know that and stuff, let me show you what I'm talking about. I was up in Philly. There was a guy up there. They had this white boy come and build some space-age machine that these corporations is using, clay and all kind of stuff. The white boy go back to Europe, from Germany or something. The machine might break down in the middle of something, and they can't fly this white boy in from Germany. They gotta wait, and they got some production. You know what they do? They say, go out in the street and get a nigga from around that liquor store or something. This brother here said, you know, I was on the damn street. He said, white boys come and pick me up, take me to a room, this big ass machine. He said, I didn't know what it did or what it was for. He said, all I knew was I could fix it. Now we know niggas like that right now can fix cars. There was a nigga, man. I said, where you get this fucking bum ass nigga here from? I said, you know this nigga crackhead? He said, look. Every time I see this nigga here, they got him around some mechanic shop fixing Mercedes, BMWs, and all them German cars. He said a lot of Negroes can't fix them shit. So he said, this the nigga I pulled over from the street and gave him some money. This brother could fix anything. I said, man, how the hell you do that shit? He didn't know nothing about no magic or nothing. He said, look, I pray to the Lord. and then I go to bed at night, and when I wake up in the morning, the shit is blueprint in my brain. He said, I got so good one time, I stepped to a woman's car and put my hand on the car, and the damn car started. See what I'm saying? So my point here is, it's called genetic memory bank.
That's right, the DNA.
So that's how they was able to get the stuff. And so the cuneiform and all that, that was a joke anyway. We didn't even have to even deal with that, because it ain't up a 4 or 5 clay tablets. How you gonna get a whole history of damn Samaria, Babylon, or whatever on some little old tablets? Some bullshit. And they saying it was older than hieroglyphics, but they done found a hieroglyphics that's older than that. Plus, The hieroglyphics of the hieratic, demotic, and stuff you get in Kemet, they said that when you go over there, even not Renoka Rashida, your boy, Oshawa Kwesi, so they got about 4 or 5 scripts that they can't even translate. Hell, when they built an Aswan Dam, they covered over 300 temples, covered them over in Nubia. Now they claim all the stuff that they needed the water and all that. Look, this is 300 temples, but the reason why they covered them over because that was Nubia, and they knew that they wouldn't be able to front that the Egyptians was white and all this other type stuff. Now let me tell you how this thing also goes to clear up some stuff. They had all these people, the Hebrews, the Greeks, the Romans, and all these people, and they were all black now. You see, none of these were white folks. That's later. That's a fabrication. And they were all in that land, and they had all these languages, but they didn't have a script. Guess how they got these scripts? Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. Because it can't be no savage Arab. The Arab is so savage, so he wipes his hand with his left hand to this day. Some of them wipe their ass with their left hand to this day. You see what I'm saying? These people were some of the most savage people till they sat on Kemet for 1,000 years until the white man had to come and start unearthing that stuff. Those texts that we have, the Egyptians wrote those texts for their language. So they would come and say, we need a text for this language. And the Egyptians would write out a text, an alphabet and text, and give them that, and they'd learn the language. That's how you got all that shit. But we talk about masters, gods. So that old cuneiform, that's a joke. But when he told me University of Chicago, I laughed because I knew how they do things. But it ain't up but 4 or 5 tablets. How the hell you gonna have 4 little clay tablets that's supposed to explain everything in the universe? So that's all a joke. That's all a joke. One of the oldest languages is Kemet, the Meta-Netta, or hieratic, demotic, and Meta-Netta, and also Sanskrit. That's in India. Because remember now, that's the pre-dynastic Egyptians, the Kushites. The book, Wonderful Ethiopians in the Ancient Kushite Empire by Drusilla Dundee Houston. Black wrote that in the 1930s. That Kush, Ethiopia, used to rule. All of Arabia was Kush. All of Egypt was Kush. All of India was Kush. All of Samaria, all that was one land, the Kushite Empire.
What was the name of that book again?
Wonderful Ethiopians in the Ancient Kushite Empire. I think they still sell it at the Shrine of the Black Madonna.
Yeah.
By Drusilla Dundee Houston. Y'all all right? Is this boring you? Okay, we got to get all this stuff out of the way.
Drusilla Dundee?
Dundee Houston, yeah. So now, moving right along in this metaphysical thing, what we setting up and stuff is, ye are gods. That's the mystery. Now, this is funny how this thing works. Because you set it up yourself. Let's say you decide you want to follow somebody or follow something. And guess what? By you being God, when you decided, you got to do that. So, under Christianity, the way the laws go, when you sin, you actually sin. Why? Because you up under a system that you either voluntary or involuntary decided you want to follow. So under that system, you won't see. That's the way it is. It's called cause and effect. As above, so below. As within, so without. As on top, so up under. The laws of correspondence. So if you set up that law, if it's bad for you, it's bad for you. So if I say, drinking is bad, and I believe that, guess what? Drinking is bad. Right. But if I say, no, this ain't nothing but some damn shit, we don't even exist. This is only a damn illusion. And I drink that. It just depends on your mindset.
That's right. That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, you put limitations for yourself based on your trainings.
Right.
Who said fucking was bad? But a people that they had a lot of your homosexuals, what happens is this here. When a system goes nomad, they have a civilization and everything is harmonious. And that's when you see more of a correspondence between the male and the female. But as the civilization, if they break down and they go nomad, and they becomes, you know, nomad just means they just dwellers. They just go all over the world or whatever, just traveling around. Usually when the system becomes nomad, then the first thing they do is the males, when it's a hostile environment, the first thing they do is the males turn against the females. You see what I'm saying? Like even in the European tradition, they would stick a hole in the damn ice. And they go up under there and they pull out some fish. And they can say, well, the fish is abundance this year. That's fine. But when the fish was low, they say that they have to kill every other female child. So in sexism is a book more than racism. When a system goes nomad, the first thing they do is turn against the woman. You see, turn against the woman. On that particular level. So then certain things become taboo. Then a certain female hatred, which is nothing but an extension of homosexuality. So you know, you be a manly man and say that bitch ain't shit, you still a fucking faggot. It's amazing how this shit goes. The xenophobia and all that homosexual stuff, it all comes together. And the hatred of a woman, although you could be the manly man and you could be screwing 1,000 women, never got poked up the butt, you still a part of the gay realm because you hate the woman, and that's the origin of where this shit come from. You see what I'm saying? It's real key on that type of thing. You see, so it's just now. On the other hand, see, it's like chaos. Whenever you try to fight it one way, it's gonna come back the other way. On another hand, when you deny males the right to not tap into their, when you deny the males the right information to tap into their feminine side, then the body has to overcompensate, and then it jumps and goes to bisexuality. See, that's an imbalance. Male and female have both a masculine side and a feminine side. And so when a woman is denied her masculine side, you see, sometimes it overcompensates, and that's when you get that type of thing that's going. That's a psychological disorder that happens based on society. Because in so many words, we all both have a male and female side. Because ultimately we're nothing but concepts or different aspects of the divine feminine. You're going to get this goddamn magic to work for you. You got to understand that. The male is just the masculine half of the divine feminine. You see what I'm saying? And that's the concept of this. Ain't no father, what the art guy. That's some faggot shit. It's about the great mother. Now the key here is we're talking about the Typhonian system, which existed in pre-dynastic Egypt before the first monuments was built. It was already destroyed before the first monuments was built. The Typhonian system, Ophidian system, or Draconian system is the realm of the great mother. I just gave you a zodiac for the people. The zodiac here of the Temple of Dendera. Everybody got one? The Temple of Dendera is the oldest zodiac known to man. Although the Temple of Dendera, now let me say, this is the Temple of Dendera, first of all. This is the Temple of Dendera. In the top of this temple, see, am I still on? Am I still being? In the top of this temple, you got that? In the top of this temple, I'll sit back down since you will do it there, and when I get ready to stand, in the top of this temple is this zodiac. Now, is this zodiac of Dendera, which is now in, the French blew it down and took it to the Louvre in Paris. They put up a plaster one up in Kemet. But, and in the top of this temple is this zodiac. This is the Temple of Dendera. Now, what I'm giving you, let me show you now. I'm giving you these pictures. If you take these pictures and put them up in your house, wherever that temple was, or wherever that temple is, you bring that energy in your house. Right. This shit is real. They didn't build these shits just for pretty pictures. You get the real deal shit. Let me give you an example of what happened. Let me give you an example. I was working at the AU Center. A friend named Spiegel in the AU Center. I was working for him And he hired me to deal, because I went to the school, and so I dealt with the students. So he had me to come in there. I just called out and almost tell them to come get their food, and I dealt with camaraderie with the students. And in the AU Center, because I had gone to Clark over there. So I worked for him for 4 years, and he paid me big time money under the table. So was up in there one time, so this nigga got cheap, decided he gonna let a nigga cook. Because it was summertime, I'm just calling out, so all of a sudden he put my ass on the grill. So, and I could cook real good on the grill, but shit, this nigga ain't had no nigga, I wasn't no short dog cook. I was taking the damn grease and was dumping that shit in this little hole, the way it wasn't supposed to be. Well, the motherfucker, he gonna get cheap and put a nigga on the grill. After I left, the goddamn stove was on fire. That damn grease caught on fire and started. Now let me tell you what happened here. I had these pictures, this Dendera. This is the temple of Horus. I gave you both the male and the female. This is you're gonna be your energy base. You're gonna get a lot of energy from these. These are very important. I had about 5 other temples that we will produce in the next couple of months. I had the wall with all these Egyptian temples. The damn backs, the kitchen burned up in the stove. They came out before it got the stove. Just the kitchen burned up, and the back wall that was near the kitchen, where I had all this stuff on the wall, the back wall burned up. It burned up the damn store license. It burned up the where you get your little your rating for your inspection, and it burned up all other paper on the wall. But these pictures, this Dendera, it was a damn thing. I wish I had put it on video. We walked in the store, and these pictures were sitting up on top of black ash. And I had about 10 pictures up there, these Egyptian temples, and none of them was burned up. Want to know why? Because this energy on here is the same damn energy that's in Kemet. You see what I'm saying? That's in Kemet. So I just want to put that. In the middle of this zodiac, you will see a picture of a little hippopotamus goddess. It's one right in the middle. She's a hippopotamus goddess. She got a little cane, and she got a little dog coming out from her. That's the mother and the son. It's the oldest concept of God there is. Now this temple was built in the Ptolemy period, which is the Greek period. What it was, they had a papyrus and a crack in the wall of an old temple that they tore down because it was so old. And they took the papyrus and they made a new temple from it. But the engravings, and they took the bricks from the old temple. And so this temple, this zodiac is 90,000 years old. The concept of this zodiac. So we're talking about a Typhonian in origin of the great mother, and the mother and her son. You see what I'm saying? So how does this break down to the human body? Because we're going to get into this magic polis libations. It breaks down to the human body and stuff. Even they did a thing in the early 90s where they cut open a man, you know, and they said that the cells and the tissues inside of just the male's body is the same cells and tissues that lines the vagina walls. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about different entities, and it's like what's the name said, a man is a degenerative female. Well, we know that and stuff. They say, well, I disagree. Well, we know that based on sex. Like they say, and so there's a mystery to that. When God was handing out the shit with sex, the woman got all the stuff, and then God, you just say, well, here's some leftover residue for the man. Because the simple fact is that she got a system. She can have as many orgasms as she wanted. She trained herself. Right. And she can go all night with multiple people, and we get one little nut and it's through. Right. That's it. See what I'm saying? You through dealing. So obviously one is more superior than another. But the mystery is, man becomes closer to woman and superior to woman when he learns how to have orgasms instead of ejaculations. Right. On the Shiva aspect, and once he starts doing that and learning how to maintain it, on the Shiva aspect with orgasms and orgasm and ejaculation, two different things. We're going ahead, so we'll get into all of that. We got the books, and there's an excellent book on this book list called Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine. It's the last book before the Magician. Andre Von Leisbeth. That's the one to get. We got several other ones. But a man becomes that with a woman after he learns how to maintain her. Because the first thing happens here is, once you learn how to go indefinitely where you don't come, then the first thing starts happening after a certain while. She starts getting her particular orgasm. Then what happens here is, once your penis gets to a certain level, you start sucking in her energy. See, a woman is a succubus. Negative, not negative in the evil sense, but she draws in. She's the black hole. We're the dagger that sticks out. So even our energy comes out of the penis. So once you become equivalent to her, yeah. Once you become, I'm going to finish this. Once you become on that level where you don't ejaculate, you become one with her, and your penis actually becomes a vagina. It becomes just a big ass clitoris, because all the penis is an extended clitoris anyway, because it's a clitoris until what, the last couple of months, last 2 months or something, it turns into an elongated penis, or elongated clitoris. So we talking these things, and we still talking about these dual forces. You see what I'm saying? We don't get into this shit of being inferiority. Like they say, Africans didn't say that they, it's a stupid question to ask whether you was inferior to your mama. It's a mute question and stupid. You want to change on that? Yeah, we're going to go into this thing. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got a lot to cover. A lot to cover. We got a lot of things. So these things I'm giving you here, we're going to get into these things. These shits work. They work. You see. You ready? Okay, we on? Okay, now. All right. So now what we get ready to do now is we get ready to go into this lecture. Well, not a lecture. We're going to go into this type of stuff of how to get this. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Well, I tell you what, just see how it goes first. You don't have to gesture that shit, you know. Yeah, that's kind of cool out there too. Yeah, you did that one. If you, for what we said thus far, does anybody got any questions? You see, because we don't want this to be a lecture. We want this to be more of a roundtable seminar where no questions are too big or too small. Yeah, what's that?
The question that dealing with spirits in a sense. How do you know when they're present?
Well, first of all, you're saying about with the spirits. It's going to get to, sometime it'll get so powerful in your house until, well, it can get to the point where you can feel them. You'll be able to see them out the corner of your eye.
Yeah, I have.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest with you. There's no time that spirits are not really present. It's just that every now and then you become aware of them. You see what I'm saying? We live in multi-dimensional worlds, this corresponding with us at this particular time. There is no, they say we are not local, but we're not foreign either. Which means the only thing that is different is your brain is telling you that this here is the only thing it is, and the other stuff doesn't, you know. It's just like if somebody that came and, when you get hit in the head, you see stars. Those are entities. That means you done been jarred to the point where your brain is not so much in control to give you the 5 senses of the physical illusion. And so therefore you see things. Or you see what I'm saying? So when people took certain things like the peyote or the sacred mushroom or type of mind-altering drugs, only thing they were doing was allowing their brain or the rational functions of the mind to go in a small recess to the point that they could witness the world around them. So it's the whole notion that they gotta come from somewhere. There's no such thing as space and time. It's just the only thing here is what is separating us is the actual human brain. This is the matrix. You say the matrix, well, this doesn't exist. The only thing to tell you that is this human brain that gives you this touch and this feeling and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? The matrix that they talk about in the movie is the human brain. You see what I'm saying? It gives you these signals and the wiring of the brain that gives you these things that make you think that this reality is the reality.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So, in so many words, the first thing here is to understand that there's no such thing as you being separate from them. Now, as far as the experience of stuff, the first thing you need to do is this here. To make way so you can get a certain amount of spirits around it, you need to get a certain amount of spirits that's negative. Now, I'm not talking about evil, because evil doesn't exist. I'm not talking about moralism. We're talking about this. You got certain people have fucked up thoughts, negative, always thinking low, messed up thoughts. Sometimes, two things will happen. They can bring those thoughts and stuff into your house and then lead the shit. It's called thought forms. There's a book out called Thought Forms by Annie Besant. Thought forms. Some of these thoughts, a person can be negative thought. Annie Besant is her name. She also got a book called Esoteric Christianity by Annie Besant. Let me see, there's another book called, I'll tell you the name of it. For the people that try to understand the Bible thing. There's a name of Annie Besant. B-E-S-A-N-T. There's another book called, I gotta get the name of the guy's name. It'll come to me in a minute. It's a book on the esoteric wisdom of the Bible. It'll come to me in a minute though. But anyway, thought form, let me tell you what happens. If you got negative, some negative people, they have negative thoughts and then they die. And when they die, those thoughts still live. And they go up in the astral plane and bounce around until they find a host. And a host, they can only gravitate towards a host, and the host is a person who's thinking negative. Or, you know what I'm saying? And so they'll latch on to you or they'll come in your house. That's why you got to get some stuff called, what's the name of that stuff? It's called creolin. Let me spell that. You got to get this stuff called creolin. How you spell creolin, you know?
C-R-E-O-L-I-N.
C-R-E-O-L-I-N, creolin. It's all-purpose cleanser. What you put that in your house, anything negative got to get the hell up out of it. Smell like, got to get the hell up out of it. It smells like strong magic marker, like permanent magic marker. Now, how many people got hardwood floors? Because you got hardwood floors, that's good. But if you don't, if you have carpet, you at least got to do the bathroom or the kitchen. As long as you get that shit in your house, mop the kitchen with it. And nothing negative can stay in your house.
Where can you pick it up from?
See what they do. See, this is what they're doing, the government. Right. They're coming in and they're giving you CVS and Walgreens. That's for a reason. That's to take these old mom and pop drugstores out of the neighborhood. So there's only a few of them left. The one now that you can get stuff from, and they might have a few bottles. The last time I think we bought the last bottle, but you can call them and they can order it. Okay. It's one called Miller's Rexall Drugstore. Downtown on Mitchell, off of Mitchell Street. Just, we should have brought that phone number. Just to look at the thing and get Miller's Rexall Drugstore. They sell it. They sell it. They sell all kind of the mojo stuff that, you know, it's a botanica. You know, like there's one thing you need to get for money is something called a buckeye. A buckeye is a little nut, look like a little nut. And you take it and you wrap a dollar bill around it. And you take that dollar bill up and you wear it in your pocket. Let me see, I got one. I think I put it in my bag. They sell them down there. They sell multiple things. We'll get into some stuff, spiritual baths and all that, but going back, I call a buckeye. You wrap a dollar around it and put it on your person and it brings money. Another thing, I gave you one here, because this is well, the one you want to deal with is this one here. This is the goddess Lakshmi. I put this in your fold out. This is the goddess, huh?
And also, you take the money, oil, and rub it.
Oh, there's some stuff called money. They sell all that down there.
Yeah.
Money oil, court case oil.
Court case.
Yeah, niggas need that shit much as niggas go to jail. They got all that shit down there. That's still a magic stuff.
You said it's downtown off of what?
Mitchell Street. I don't know the name of that street.
It's near Underground, right?
Mitchell, I think is that Pryor Street? Let me see. Okay, I'll tell you what street it is. There's the street right behind the one that they catch the bus. It's Alabama and it's Pryor.
It's Forsyth. Right here.
Forsyth Street. I think it's Pryor.
Yeah, it's right after P Street.
Right when you're on P Street, you just go around the next block, and that's the block.
Yeah, Miller's Rexall Drug Store. I think that's Pryor Street. That's the street. And you go there and they sell all the magic stuff. Candles are very essential. And this is Lakshmi. This is the energy that's on the planet at this time. This is Mayat return. She wouldn't return as in the word Mayat. She returned as Lakshmi. This is the one that give you her history. She's the goddess of prosperity and wealth. But she goes further than monetary. But here, right here, on the second page of her information is a mantra that you can do, an affirmation every morning and every night. They got 7 times, but most niggas work. This is for people who ain't got a lot of time and can want to sit around 7 times a day. But if you did it in the morning and did it at night, it's the same as the Think and Grow Rich concept. Feng Shui, she's the original Feng Shui goddess. So you want to clean your house. Clean your house up real good. And then use that Crayola to get those negative entities out of there. And then you want to recite this thing to her, and she brings prosperity. You see what I'm saying? The gods will come back, but they'll come back, when they come back based on what reason they will show up. Well, we're not dealing with concepts out of books, and we're talking about real life shit that's actually happening. And so they will come up at this particular time. This is Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the Egyptian Heru, or Hathor, which that temple of Dendera is built after. She's Sumerian Ishtar, Babylonian Ishtar, Sumerian Inanna, Greek Aphrodite, Roman Venus, West African Izuli in Voodoo. She has many names, but she is also the East Indian Lakshmi. The reason why she's Lakshmi is because they never stopped worshiping her. So as a result, the energy still goes up. We're going to go into how this magic works in a few minutes. But anyway, this is the one that you call on. You align yourself up. But this is prosperity is also not necessarily just monetary. See, sometimes you miss it. Let me give you an example. Me and the sister got a certain energy. So when you get the right 2 souls come together, one that's equivalent to my energy, then certain things start happening. So when we start to bumping and grinding, motherfucker, thunderstorms start happening and all this. And so as a result, when we realized what was going on, the goddamn roof, the ceiling fell in the dining room because of the water, because it had a roof in the leak, a roof leak. So, now where was I going with this shit? I was going somewhere with this thing.
It's success.
Yeah. Okay, now prosperity. So now this brother came and we said, "Now we got to get that roof fixed before we get the ceiling fixed, because all it's going to do is wet the sheetrock and it's going to do the same thing, and the plaster." Brother came by one Sunday, got on top of the roof, patched the damn roof, patched up the leak. Now, you call somebody to do that, they might charge you $700. But see, that's how she works sometimes. So sometimes you don't just look all the time based on the money, currency, sometimes the prosperity comes in several ways.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Several ways. You might have a certain hookup. You know what I'm saying? Like you late for a plane, and then all of a sudden the plane get delayed based on weather. Well, that's spirits to do that. You see. So now going back to your question, once you set up an environment, pretty soon you will just know they're around based on the essence and certain things that might happen. Let me give you an example. They got a temple over in an island called Java. And there's a temple called Borobudur. And on this temple wall, they got the history of slavery in both that and the temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. I got a tape on this shit, Africans in Asia.
Yeah.
And so I did a whole lot of work on the Angkor Wat stuff, not knowing that it was on his tape, because I watched his tape about a year earlier, but my research would led me to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Vietnam. Then I was going to this temple called Borobudur on the island of Java in the south, in Indonesia. So I did a lecture in Chicago last weekend, and a week ago today, I sat down, I told people I got to go back and get this book. It cost about $75. I got to find this book. It costs $125. I said, but I got to break down and get it. Because these pictures you get, this book here is now maybe $300 just to get these type of things. This book here is $300 just to get these. You see, those pictures of Lakshmi, that book is about $200-300. So what happened is this. I went to this store in Chicago and I found the book. The book was $125 new. It was $75 used. I said, damn, I wish I could. And I opened, I said, well, the bind is a little cracked. I said, I wish he could take something off this book. And just then he walked by and he said, damn, man, I can't sell that book. He said, look, it's separated from the cover. I'm like, you can't. He said, well, I can just give it to you half price for $35. I said, sold. Now I knew damn well when I took that book off that shelf, that book was nothing wrong with it. Later on, when I got that thing, it was the guy Shiva that came forth and said, I fucked the book up so you could get it. Because there's some stuff up in there that I need. So what I'm trying to give you an examples of how prosperity also works. You see what I'm saying on that particular level. on that particular level. That's how the prosperity thing also works. And we're going to get in a whole lot of things. So let's post some libation, because today is a very powerful day. We got a lot of books and stuff like that. We got a lot of books that we got to give to people. And like I said, the book list is some of the selection. And we'll go through some more books that you can add to that book list, and I'll probably update the book list. The book list. But I want to pour some libations right quick. Okay, pouring the libations changes the energy in the room, it changes the energy in your house, and these particular entities are no different than formulas. So when you pour these libations and stuff, it is for protection, but it's also drawing out the energy from the inside of you when you pour the libations. So that's the reason why we pour libations. Why we pour libations. Be sure to note, and we'll go and get into this on whatever. We're not talking about moralism, because that's political. Most of the moralistic things was the ancient Romans, the Hebrews, and later on the Islam, which is interesting here because, and it makes common sense that they said that the Quran was put together by the Jews. Now the reason why we say that is well, if you know anything about ancient texts, if it wasn't put by them, why the first 5 books of Moses end up in the Bible and the Quran? You understand what I'm saying? If it was a new book, it wouldn't have those, because a lot of ancient texts floating around. Why the first 5 books of Moses end up in those 2 things? So that means we're talking about a political thing to further a doctrine throughout that land. Very key. They're also supposedly inspired by God. Well, it depends on what you understand based on that, or what do they mean by that. But whenever you pour the libations to these entities, you acquiesce a certain amount of power. Now the key here is when you humble yourself and not arrogant, it was never to humble yourself to a deity. You humble yourself so that you allow your soul time to access itself, or you allow your soul time to express itself. So what happens is this here. Most of us, we function based on ego, which is the illusionary self that is fooled into thinking that it is real. But it's only an illusion. The soul is on the inside of us, sleep. So most people don't exist. Their souls are asleep. The reason why you are here is because your souls have just woke up. So we're like in a daze period and we're searching to find ourselves. So the more and more you neutralize the ego with the humility, it's not humbling yourself to God above. It's humbling yourself so that you give your soul inside an opportunity to wake up and to know itself. That's the whole deal based on the ego thing. You see, based on the ego. And you do this by rooting out and asking yourself the question, well, why am I here? Why am I doing this? If I'm doing this for some type of self-aggrandizement, some type of pleasure based on entertainment, because I want a new form of something to appease myself with or to show off with, or am I doing this because I generally want to know the truth and want to get to the end of why is it the way the world is the way it is. Like they said in the Matrix, you always knew something was wrong with the world, you just didn't know why. So in so many words, that is your soul saying, I want to know myself. So you humble yourself by neutralizing your ego. By neutralizing your ego so that you so your soul gets to know itself. There's several techniques and stuff on this. And one of the things is, so the first thing you got to do here is you have to basically, because I know some of the people here, and this is very, very basic, some of the people here have shortcomings because of family. Right now, your family, if there's something fucked up in your life, it's because you got some family somewhere with some kind of thing, you trying to live up to something with somebody else. In the spirit world, what you call your family is not really your family at all. See, what happens is this, these souls get down here through choosing a certain path, a certain vessel to come through. Once it gets down here, they are your family in the rearing stages. Once you are grown, they no longer are your family anymore. That's why you can be conscious and trying to do some stuff and your family don't want to hear it. You see what I'm saying? They're not your family anymore like you think. You have no relationship with them. Certain things happen on souls. Some souls come down here to teach the parents. And some souls come down here to get taught some type of lesson by the parent. But when you become enlightened, you are a star child, which means in so many words, you're not even related to those people. You see what I'm saying? Every now and then you'll get a family where you get 2 or 3 people that's conscious. I got 2 brothers that's conscious. And this conscious. My mama is conscious if she hear it from my youngest brother. She don't want to hear shit I got to tell her. But I'm just trying to say, hell, there is there's questionable even in a conscious family. And then most of the people, you might be the only person in that family that's conscious. But it means in actuality, what we're talking about here is this being an individual. In a particular aspect is your path is unique to you. And I'm going ahead of myself now. So you pour these libations, these are to the certain entities, but these particular entities are not for you to venerate or worship. These entities are given power, and in so many words, the power is being harnessed outside from you. And in so many words, they are empowering you or opening up the centers inside of you. So the gods is 160 something chakras, and there's 160 something pantheon or whatever, or multiple things. You're only calling on the energy centers within yourself. You are the vessel that's having this experience. You see what I'm saying? Y'all get where I'm coming from? Any more questions before we go into question and answer right quick? Before we go into the libation? Okay, let's do the libation. Now, yeah, go ahead, yeah, good.
If you can't find a Creole, is there anything else you can use?
What you got? What you get?
As far as
Yeah, you can use. Yeah, you can use.
I would say just regular.
Just regular.
Regular cleansing shit.
No, they can just start with the sage. Bring in the sage.
As far as that, oh yeah, sage and frankincense, myrrh.
Frankincense and myrrh to clean out the thing. Sage.
And things, yeah.
I got it.
And also you can also use this. Now this is different. Now this says rich and rare. Let's just start with this, how you make an elixir. The art of distillation, or the art of alcohol, came up to Europe by the Moors. The Moors got this science out of Egypt. It came out of the mystery schools of Tahuti, which gives you the alchemy. Alchemy is the study of all the elements in the universe. So alchemy, you get the word chemistry comes from alchemy, because chemistry, chem. But alchemy is the high art of ancient Kemet. You know, anybody in that motherfucker talking about I'm Osiris and I'm this and I'm doing this kind of shit, he ain't never taught you about alchemy. He ain't talking about ancient Kemet. Let me see if there's a, that's why I got the book list, because that's, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. I have to go with the spirit. I know I said I'm going to do this, but I have to go when the spirit give me shit, that's when I got to roll with it. Let's see if I put this book down there. Kundalini, see if there's any book. Dictionary of Ancient Deities, which is a must-have. The Emerald Tablet by Dennis William Hawk, H-A-U-C-K. That's a book on alchemy. He gives you just a historical aspect of alchemy. How it came from Kemet up into Europe and even in the United States. Half the shit they be doing rituals is to line up certain things alchemically. The government. The alchemical aspect here is the high art of ancient Kemet. So what is the royal art? Everything they talk about breaks back down to alchemy, which is the study of every particle in the universe that's outside that we have with nature, but also on the inside of the body. And then, okay, then there's some stuff outside of the universe that's outside of universe A, which is what we are in. Universe A. We're talking about universe B. So they'll tell you something like comets and meteors or something that was leftover particles formed, that was left behind after creation. Well, the great mystery here is inside of our bodies, because we are the ancient entities, we got some stuff on the inside of us that is outside of this known universe. And that's what melanin is. Because there's universe A and universe B. There's a sister. There's several things, but you want to get, what's the sister? Her name is, you look at, her name is, there's a book, I think it's called The Modern Sex Magic. But get that book, Modern Sex Magic. And in the back of that book, there's a woman talking about orgasmic magic. Orgasmic magic. In there. We're going to go into some of that today. Modern Sex Magic. And in there she's talking about going between universe A and universe B. Universe B. Universe B is the other side. That's what we're slipping into. Everything inside of our body, in the universe and even outside of the universe, is inside of our body. We're the ones that have that. Because we are nothing but what's left behind from a leftover dimension inside of us. We'll go into that in a few minutes, what I'm talking about here. Y'all all right? So now, when you pour the libations, you line up those particular frequencies. Now, what this is made up of is this here. So, they understood the art of alchemy, the Moors. They came out, it was nothing but Egyptian priests. And so the alcohol that they taught, the distillation that they taught the Europeans was a more holistic part. Still alcohol, well, what the Europeans did to come out cheap or whatever, they had what is called their fermentation, where they split up certain grains and stuff and made vodka one here, gin one thing here, bourbon one thing here, scotch one thing here. Whereas the ancient one is those particular distillation is based on light and dark. So listen to what I did here. So I went and bought some R&R. This is a rich and rare Canadian imported rum, Canadian imported whiskey. And what I did is I go in and I would mix this with some white rum or white gin. So you mix light and dark and put it back together. Therefore the entities will come. And so when I mixed it and made it back into my elixir, this stuff can heal. So let me give you an example. I had some entities try to strike me and hit me or whatever, and we're gonna get to the other side too, as far as some ones that don't want us to rise. I'll get into that. But in so many words, they messed my whole mouth up. And so some of the entities came through and said, mix the light and dark. They said, you guys, what you got? I said, well, I got some gin and I got some scotch. So mix that shit together. And so what happened was it was a conduit. So when I mix it together with the alcohol, what it is those spirits came up in there and they repaired my mouth better than what it was 20 years ago. Everything in your body can be healed. You could take the long way with herbs and the diet and all this type of thing. But then again, you can go with some high magic and heal your shit. And stuff like that and all. So certain ways to heal certain things also. So what I did was, this is a mixture. This is called elixir. We'll get into the elixir also as far as for magic. But anytime you buy any alcohol and stuff, you know, like any high-end shit like cognac and all that old stuff, they drink the hell out of it. And that tequila. What's the one of that one they like? Cuervo. You see what I'm saying? So so this is just a conduit to bring those spirits through. And so that's how that works. And there ain't been no religious organization that didn't do it. Like I said, they even did it up until the early 1900s, until Welch's came up with Welch's grape juice. And then they start having wine, you see what I'm saying, in the regular churches. So the alcohol is all, even at the Holy Roller Church, up until the 1800s, they had damn wine. You see what I'm saying? At least. So that's just a part of the spirit life. So now this also, if you didn't have Creole, you can also hook your house up by splitting four elements also and bring these things through. Okay, let's start out. But since the day is a day of Lakshmi and the goddesses of love, we'll start off with them. So the people that know what I'm talking about. Lakshmi. Ashe. Ashe means power. And several other things, but one of the things basically means power. Lakshmi. Ashe. Vishnu, Ashe. Venus, Ashe. Aphrodite, Ashe. Astarte, Ashe. Ishtar, Ashe. Anana, Ashe. Erzuli, Ashe. Dambalwedo, Ashe. Edawedo, Ashe. Ganesha, Ashe. Brahma, Ashe. Shiva, Ashe. Sarasvati, Ashe. Durga, Ashe. Now give me some loud Ashe. Parvati, Ashe. Vincho Swasha, Ashe. Rama, Ashe. Krishna, Ashe. Radha, Ashe. Kartika, Ashe. Kali, Ashe. Ganesha, Ashe. Hanuman, Ashe. Garati, Ashe. Tara, Ashe. Durga, Ashe. Lalita, Ashe. Yama, Ashe. Sita, Ashe. Rama, Ashe. These are Native American spirits that came, earth, wind, fire, air, water, ether, that came through on election day. I guess they needed to come through to balance out something. Yakaipa, Ashe. Boson, Ashe. Yalvez, Ashe. Fleeman, Ashe. Zimrig, Ashe. Kuparini, Ashe. Bilfra, Ashe. Treyanka, Ashe. Puriyanka, Ashe. Lavado, Ashe. Luigi, Ashe. Atama, Ashe. Potawado, Ashe. Ogawadi, Ashe. Leoa, Ashe. Godugo, Ashe. Biwasta, Ashe. Yamagi, Ashe. Brigida, Ashe. Segum, Ashe. Keku, Ashe. Haniel, Ashe. Tarek, Ashe. Hanai, Ashe. Arun, Ashe. Aduma, Ashe. Joseph Harris, Ashe. Artemis, Ashe. Athena, Ashe. Diana, Ashe. Apollo, Ashe. This is going right along. We got a Ishtar, Ashe. Oticha, Ashe. Tiesha, Ashe. Sheola, Ashe. Shumala, Ashe. Omagumu, Ashe. Alcala, Ashe. Lokeo, Ashe. Kakambo, Ashe. Lalila, Ashe. Owalinsu, Ashe. Ishtar, I say Monu, I say Noku, I say Mana, I say Imatu, I say Titi, I say Joba, I say Babylonia, I say Aya, I say Oya, Ayo, I say Amalek, I say Drakon, I say Notorio, I say Mona, I say Netsu, I say Litu, I say Yehelo, I say Pele, I say Ezadi, I say Kasimbo, I say Nisaba, I say Apiulukea, I say Pazuzu, I say Lucifer, I say Numeresh, I say Mayat Tekbo, I say Setek Boat, I say Sekmet Boat, I say Seka Boat, I say Hinu Boat, I say Heru's Boat, I say Heru's Boat, I say Set Boat, I say Atarti Boat, I say Hin Boat, I say Amp Boat, Hinbu Boat, I say Ra Boat, I say Antu Boat, I say Newt Boat, I say Osar's Boat, I say Aset Boat, I say a few of those. Amin Ra, I say Nekabet, Uwajet, Amit, Apep, I say Hemmitt spirits, I say 4 sons of Harish, I say Anpu, I say Tahudi, I say Thoth, I say Sashet, I say Selket, Bastet, I say Sekmet, I say Sekmayat, I say Raherukahudi, I say Newt, I say Hadit, I say Rahakuit, I say Hamaku, I say Hamakis, I say Hamerti, I say just a few more. Osar Tekiamenti, Satis, Anakis, I say Satis, I say Heru, I say Nebhurch, I say Isasatis, I say Mut, I say Reret, I say Medusa, Hamamadadi, Diana, Psyche, Malku, Diana, Sebek Kronos, Thou, Melania, Atalanta, Aristogu, Achinda, Minerva, Gargan, Melasi, Dambalawedo, I say Adawedo, Simbi, Azuli, Bridget, Ransamani, Arabi, Tanit, Alita, Delit, Akamet, Anana, Astarte, Aphrodite, Ashura, Adeth, Babelo, Shri, Baba Yaga, Melusine, Kalia, Tara, Tin Mahamadayas, Kamala, Hecate, Demeter, Stephanie, Surah, Sophia, Gaya, Harry Hera, Shiva Hamapadati, Kundalini, Hermanubis, Athene, Netrinet, Pan, Dionysus, Tammuz, Adonis, Baal, El, Mil, Minovis, Electas, Cerberus, Pegasus, Yama, Agosdema, Metratros, Negas, Mamu, Unkulu, Nakumba, Umbelaga, Umbaba, Uwawa, Labu, Bacchus, Phanes, Eros, Papakras, Baby Krishna, Baby Buddha, Guade. There's a few more, y'all. I know that strenuous, but you know, I gotta do this at least 3 times a month. Or if I don't do them every day in the house. Mama Shula, Mama Pasha, Asheeshka, Mama Koka, Leowa, Akio, Kosiku, Sinio, Jinowita, Astanaman, Alatan, Maka, Astanaditi, Shuganadek. Let's see if there's any more. I think that'll do for right now. 1, 2, 3 family members, the Hemmitt family, Shaw family, Davis family. Start calling out your family members. This passed on. Ashe, 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 Ashe. So, okay then. So, to get that out of the way, you give the gods their energy. Now, let's go into, now, is this thing picking up a glare?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I can see.
I can see that. Put it down some.
Yeah, you can put it down some, yeah. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, it's good. It's great. Give me a question.
I heard you say Lucifer as one of the names that we said.
Exactly.
Who exactly is that?
Lucifer means the pineal gland. Remember, one man's devil is another man's god.
Yeah, that's true.
The Egyptians, you gotta take that and roll that. Yeah, that way. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's cool. Can you still see? I don't want it too dark now.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. One man's devil is another man's god. What they call satanic is the gods of yesterday. That means that you got one group of people that came in, and it is customary in the ancient world, if you got a succeeding religion that's coming after the preceding spiritual system, is you always name the other one gods and goddesses the devil. So Lucifer just means light bringer, and the light bringer is the pineal gland. That's why even in the Bible, that's why the ancient priests understood that the neophyte or the common day people, they got moralism, mores and different things, so you don't bump into nothing. You gotta have a strict code of ethics. most of those ethics that they had was basically political. Those things went along with civilization. They went along with the people. So in so many words, they would take moralistic things that would be codes and ethics to survive in the actual civilization, survive in the actual community, and they would encode it into these particular sacred texts. And over the years, the people started thinking that these things actually had something to do with God. And so moralism has very little to do with spiritualism. Let me give you an example. The modern day Christians say when they study the ancient texts, yeah, whatever you got to do. You got to turn it up a little bit. It's a little too dark. Just to do a little, it's a little too dark. I just want to take a little bit, but you can still take some of that, yeah. And let me know when it brightens up.
Oh no, you can close it.
Oh.
You said close it.
Yeah, close it. Make it darker. There you go. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see you trying. Okay. The damn, what was my thought? Okay.
Modern day Christians.
The modern day Christians. There was something I was getting ready to say about moralism. Okay, about moralism. As far as moralism goes, you would have one is set in motion for behavior. It has very little to do with spirituality. Spirituality is something totally different. The modern day Christians say when they look at ancient texts from the ancient world, when we talk about ancient world, we talk about before 2,000 years, before what is religions. Religions are a new form of worship. Religions only are about 2,000 years old. Before then they had educational systems which included a whole spiritual ecology also. So when they looked into the ancient world, they said these people didn't have moralism. No, they didn't have moralism. They were dealing with religious things. Moralism has something to do with your rites of passage based on how you was raised. So the Africans went through a rites of passage. And in their rites of passage, based on their culture and customs, they learned certain things was taboo that you just didn't do. You see what I'm saying? That coincided with society.
Like incest.
Well, like incest and different things like that. No, you know, they had people that didn't even have a jailhouse.
Right.
Why? Because murder was taboo for most of the part. You see, most people didn't get murdered unless they had invasions where people came in and killed them. But as far as the society, it was taboo. You see what I'm saying? It's hard for us to think of that because we've been living with a person. We've been living in civilized barbarism.
Right. That's it. Right. That's
it. It's not civilization, it's civilized barbarism. There's a difference. You see what I'm saying? So, even John Henry Clark took a bunch of children over to Africa in the 80s, and they played with the African children. It might be a little different now, because they done had some shit that done went on over there with the government and put Africans against Africans, but I think it was in the 80s, maybe in the 70s, but they played with African children for 3 months. It was little children. He took them over there and they played. And they said, after that, he said, what happened that was different than America the whole time you all was playing? And they came and they couldn't figure it out. He said, you've been over here for 3 months playing with these children, and the entire 3 months you didn't have one fight. So it's possible that you could have a civilization where certain things, you understand what I'm saying, is not synonymous, are not prevalent in your civilization, because you understand what I'm saying? Because you had a rites of passage and a customs and culture that don't produce that. You understand what I'm saying? So in this particular case, you didn't have need for behavioral systems encoded into a religion. So therefore you could be about the level of religion, or no, of spirituality. You see, so in so many words, when you really think about it, we have been cheated out of spirituality, because so much of what we deal with in religion is based on how you behave. And spirituality have nothing to do with that. You understand what I'm saying? So one is a political system that was devised by a group of people that want to keep a control over people in a certain society.
That's right. That's right.
And the other one is a spiritual system which has nothing to do with what you do morally or social behavior, because you learned that from growing up in your society. You understand where I'm coming from? You get this? Now try to understand this particular part. Spirit told us that those books came about because they knew prophecy. They knew that the white man was coming out of an ice box and coming out of a cave. They didn't have no form of a civilization and behavior. And he would need a guidebook to go about just to learn how to be human. So therefore, a lot of this stuff was encoded into the Bible, which makes sense to me because look what he did to the world with the damn Bible. Can you imagine what this beast would do if he didn't have no code of ethics? Hell, he damn near broke every law known to man on the planet to this day with the Bible. As a matter of fact, the devil in the book don't even go with the white man because the devil in the book is a damn Mickey Mouse. They got to create a new mythological character to deal with this white boy because we ain't never had nothing in mythology to this day to describe what diabolical shit this motherfucker doing. You name it. You understand what I'm saying? You name it. 90% of the foods you eat on the planet now is all artificial. You see what I'm saying? And don't fuck around no more and go to these Japanese and Chinese restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
Those are cats and rats.
Yes, sir.
Those are rats. That's a whole nother story. I got a lecture on that shit recently. Those are rats they eat. The Mexicans came over and they know how to make a rat as big as a chicken. Mexicans now work for the Chinese and they started and so what it is a cut. So they and then the CDC got in on it. And so what they started doing is they started serving rats. It's a delicacy over there. Where they are. If it, in China, if it moves, they eat it. That's on National Geographic. So they start serving rats, and the CDC say, "Good, serve them to niggers." And in the black, and then you go to the underground, you'll see. If you go to the underground now, you'll see on the food court, you'll see everybody with a toothpick. Used to be one Chinese, Japanese place with a toothpick. Now everybody got a toothpick. You can walk around the food court and eat the food, and by the time you get to the end of the food court, you can be full. Yeah. That's because most of that shit is rat. Because they make them as big as chickens now. The CDC is in on it too to see what they do to get the movie Demolition Man. They was eating rat burgers. And they say, you see any cows around here? Now the reason why I know, I just did a lecture 2 weeks ago in Columbia, South Carolina, and the sister said they was on the news telling niggas not to kill these rats because they got rats now running around as big as dogs and cats. Because the Mexicans is Mexicans are everywhere, and they know how to feed them to make them big. And they say, well, don't feed them. They say because the Mexicans use them for their chili and their tacos. That's why Taco Bell was all up in damn Demolition Man.
That's right.
And so I said, wait a minute, hold on. Why did the damn news come on? NBC News down in Columbia, South Carolina, Channel 10 will come on and say, don't poison the rats because the Mexicans use them for chili and food. Instead of telling the damn Mexicans, look, you motherfuckers don't be eating no rats because these niggas is going to poison them. But it was the other way around. That's because they're serving them shits in the restaurants too. And they don't want people to get killed with the wrong people walking in and get a poison rat. That's what I'm trying to say. In the Asian food, when you got all that shit chopped up, and since everything tastes like chicken anyway, there you go. Right. There you go. Don't eat no motherfucking. I'll tell you. Don't eat none of that Asian food, man. Because that shit and the soy products now, they got a synthetic. It's called genetically modified soybean, and it shuts down melanin. Yeah. That's a whole other thing. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But the point I was making was here is that white man needed the Bible in a code book just to learn how to behave, because he didn't have the behavior. And look what the motherfucker did with the book. You know what I'm saying? We got the land, he got the Bible, now we got the Bible and he got the land. And that's been the world supremacy all over. And that's why this Pope down was great. Because the papacy has been one of the worst realms and even sanctioned slavery. Right. You see what I'm saying?
He's a Nazi too.
And the new one is a doggone Nazi. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? The old one helped smuggle gave the cyanide pills supposedly to Hitler, but we don't even know that because they can't find Hitler's body. They say Hitler died in the 50s or something. They smuggled him out of there. Yeah. And they said on the History Channel they had so many lookalikes.
And just to share with you, when I was in Germany, this girl I was with at the time, her and her brother told me that Hitler was staying in California.
I would agree because Hitler was a part of cult society, and the biggest people in the occult in America at that particular time was the people over out in California. Out in California. That's why Master Farad Muhammad, whatever it was, which was a real person actually, he was out in California before he went to, and he was out there teaching some white folks out in one of the schools out in California, and he used them to finance his trip, and he doubled back and went to damn New York, went to Detroit, and started teaching the black people there. And the white folks was mad, was trying to kill his ass because he used their money to get over there to teach them, and he taught them for a couple of years, and then they hauled ass over here because everybody was looking for a spiritual master from the east, and he used them to get over here at one of them occult societies and stuff like that in California, and then haul ass to Detroit. And once they found out, when Elijah Muhammad surfaced, and they found out when they tracked him, they had a worldwide manhunt. When the government tracked him, they found out he was in Detroit. He had taught these black people for 3 years, and then they was trying to kill his ass. And that's what that shit was about. So yeah, California was real big based on that. You're right. Hitler survived that whole thing. Hitler survived that type of stuff. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give me. Go ahead. It's all. That's what we're here for.
When you said when you were going through the libation, and I was going Yashe. When you said Lucifer, I went Yashe because in my mind immediately I went to the morning star.
Right. That was the part I was getting ready to say that I forgot. In the Bible.
Serious, because you didn't say Satan. You didn't say Satan.
Well, no, even that.
But you went to Gorgon, you went to Medusa, you went to Pegasus, which is a flying horse.
Yeah, Pegasus, all that. Yeah.
And then you didn't say Jesus, but you said Athena, and you said Artemis, I think, and
yeah.
So, but basically, but Jesus is Greek for God Zeus, and you didn't.
Jesus.
And you didn't introduce.
I didn't do Zeus because Zeus is a demiurge. We're gonna get into that in a few minutes, but I want to piggyback off of what you said here. Two things. In the Bible, Lucifer appears in Genesis as the morning star. By the time you get to Revelation, Jesus is the morning star.
Right, that's true.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Is the morning star.
Right.
So
the mystery here is
instant. That's why I say, you know.
Right. See, if you're talking about formula, see, even the damn priest that put this together understood this. Okay, you look at this. Two incidents, and one is the same Jesus story. They say that what Job wrestled with the angel all night, and in daybreak, Jacob wrestled with the angel all night, and in daybreak, he saw the face of God, which was called what? Pineal gland. Pineal. Pineal in Kemet is called Heru, light. Heru in Kemet is called great face. Heru in Greek is called hero, which means what? The great face, face of God. So Heru is face of God. You see what I'm saying? Pineal is the great face of God. You see what I'm saying? Now, Jesus conquers Satan. When you conquer something, it's not talking about a physical fight. When you conquer something, you synthesize. So you say, I have conquered mathematics. You understand what I'm saying? Satan in the darkness is the ancient primordial realm that he doesn't know about because he hadn't gone through it. So it's seen as evil, prime evil. It's just those mysteries, or it's just those energies that are dormant that you don't know anything about it. When you conquer it, you become it or you synthesize it. So in so many words, what this is talking about, Old Testament, New Testament, old body, new body. The ancient priests, okay, now let's get this right. The ancient priests understood this thing as being not good and evil, but different formulas. Now, so to break this down, the ancient priests, you got your exoteric religions, and you have the esoteric spirituality. The exoteric Christianity is Christianity, you know, Jesus and on the cross and all that. The esoteric Christianity is Gnosticism. That's where it came from, because it came out of the Egyptians had this thing in Coptic Egypt. They even had a Jesus there. And the Romans took their stuff, made the New Testament out of these Gnostic texts, and then killed off the Gnostics. See, when the Gnostics said, hey, wait a minute, we got this Jesus, and there ain't no man walking around no damn Jerusalem or no Rome with no Herod and all that shit. It's talking about Horus and the end of this and all this, and they said, kill them motherfuckers off. You see what I'm saying? The esoteric Hebrew is the Torah, the laws of Moses and all that lie. The exoteric is Kabbalah, the Kabbalistic system, the tree of life. The esoteric Islam is the Islam and Moses and the angel spoke to Gabriel, but to Muhammad, and Muhammad was illiterate till the day he died. How the fuck you gonna get a Quran from a motherfucker that was illiterate till the day he died? Which was written by a Jew and all that. Bilal, actually, they say the slave, which actually wrote it. I'm on these planes and they got this recycled air with these crackers. And so, every time I get off one, you know, I have to, you know, yeah, we got to tell them spirits to knock that shit out. Okay, yeah, go ahead and cut it off. We go.
All right, there you go.
That's the difference. Now, what's
No, let's put that cross.
oh, all that stuff there, yeah. No, I'm going to take a sip of this. I realize there's some chemtrails out there you got to watch out for. We went out yesterday, and they must have dropped something. A sister called us from California, said they had dropped something in the sky and got everybody coughing. We went out yesterday, and last night when I got out, I said, something is wrong. We did, you know, something is wrong, and didn't do anything, you know. I had on this wool shirt, so I knew it wasn't changing the weather, and it's the chemtrails out there. They dropping some stuff from the sky, and all that's very key. So I went and got some cough syrup. See what that is. Well, shit, you want stuff to work. Now, okay. Now, let me, first of all, I've been in the spirit realm for the last 15 years, last 13 years. It's been the last, okay, I've been in the spirit realm for 15 years. Hell, it was about 9 years before I even knew I was in it. So 5 years, I didn't even know that I was in it. You see what I'm saying? And I know about the spirit realm. I know about the spirit realm. And that's why I can tell you, not just based on ample study, which is key too, because because I studied for 10 years on different systems before I even got into the damn zone. Now, first part of my study for the first 10 years of it was to access all of this esoteric information. And I went to the bookstore damn near every day and numerous amounts of things. But since 2000, I've been in the spirit realm as far as a crossover into the particular realm. Now, I know all about the whole alien thing and all this type of thing, but ain't no green looking people out here coming. Ain't nobody being abducted. The people that's being abducted, that's European phenomenon, and that's the United States government. There's a book, Man-Made UFOs, from 1947 to 1994, that's when the book came out. And in so many words, there's two kinds of UFOs, or two kinds of spacecraft. The things we deal with are not physical. Never were and never will be. The things that are physical that abduct people started from Area 51, and that is the United States government and the powers that be. Think about it. Why in the hell would somebody have the kind of technology to get here light years away? Abduct somebody. They would have, they pretty much know, and my point here is this here. It's interesting here, all this UFO phenomenon, we don't never see that shit in the ghetto. You don't have no reports of no black people being abducted damn near, and if they are, you get one or two, like I knew one black woman was the government fucking with her. But all these white folks being abducted, and this is when you really ask this question. If all this abduction going on and all this UFO phenomenon, what they talking about, why are they hitting the black community? Black people walking around oblivious to the information.
You know, when people get abducted, they don't come back in good spirits.
No, let me, man, listen to me, man. Now look, you asked me to come here. Now you can deal with spookism, or you can deal with straight up scholarship and straight up experience. There is no aliens out in the universe. It's irrational. Think about this. I want you to think of this is information, but let me try to explain something to you. Now just listen to me. It is irrational. Let me explain something to you, brother. Let me show you something. You New Wabian, right?
I'm a brother.
Well, are you New Wabian?
Yeah, we all New Wabian.
And I'm going to show you something when I'm talking about mind control. We get to the bottom of this. Since I got in the car with you, and since you've been sitting in here, you have asked me to document my sources. You ain't dare ask Dr. York not once to document his damn sources. You took his shit as face value.
You can't say that, but I don't want
now,
to
come on, man, come on now. You took your shit as face value because the simple fact is there ain't no bibliography in the back of his books.
That's not true. You got some
majority of that shit, man, come off the dumb shit.
Nah, I'm telling you.
Majority of that stuff, because I've been knowing this man long before you even, when he thought, when Egypt was evil in 1990, with the Leviathan books from 1990. This is the same man that attacked Dr. Ben in 1990, when Egypt was evil and the ark was a symbol of the devil. Now, I ain't got to say you can get all his Leviathan books in 1990.
But it depends on what school we're going through, though. Yeah,
man, look, what I'm trying to say is this, look. Now, check it out now. You can deal with scholarship. You can deal with scholarship. And you can deal with the real shit, and you can stay in the fantasy world. Now, the choice is yours. You see what I'm saying? Now, the choice is yours. Because I've been out here long goddamn time, and the government been knowing about me for years, but they don't dare want to fuck with me. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to fuck with me. You see what I'm saying? Harvard, the government received my information in 1994. They got all my shit. And Harvard came, Yale came, Dartmouth, and all these colleges started calling me to come lecture. And I already know what that was. Because the same time was the same Miles College. They came, what Miles, or not Miles, it was King's College that came and got College to come up there. College to come up there. And then attack him and the whole congressional shit. So I'm trying to say, it ain't no big deal. I'm just trying to say, the reason why they don't fuck with me because they don't want to fuck with me. Now I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to say this here. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. The majority of that shit ain't got no fucking bibliography. You see what I'm saying? They ain't got no doggone bibliography. And what I'm trying to say here, there's a progression of information. Now you can learn the information, and that's going to take you to the other thing, or you can pussyfoot around and believe shit. It's the difference between your belief system and what's real. Now, just rational alone, why the hell would somebody come down here, bypass the majority of people in the ghetto, which is the people who are the original people and the indigenous people, and go straight to some crackers and abduct them and do all this kind of work with them? You see what I'm saying? My point here is, if you got that kind of technology, and it is proven we got the knowledge to know every science of what in the world. If we got that kind of technology, why the fuck we gonna come and abduct somebody to experiment on them? We supposed to already know that.
You know
what I'm trying to say here, that's government hoax. There are no physical UFOs. Now there are vessels out there, but they're not spiritual. They're not physical. They are spiritual. And the things that we are dealing with are spiritual. I can show them to you tonight. They're out there if you want to see them. I can show you these things tonight, but they're not no tin cans. That's government. All that UFO information that you're getting and stuff, most of those things are round spacecraft created from Area 51 since 1947. So what has happened is this. You got a conspiracy going on. I just want to say this one thing. You got spiritual things that is out there coming from other dimensions other than planets. It's a difference. Planet hell, Sirius takes you 8 light years to get from, and that's one of the closest one in the far out solar system. You see what I'm saying? Hell, we can't even go to motherfucking California. We can't go across time without running out of gas. So the cracker can't even produce no fuel that could take us from one planet to the other. Hell, he ain't never even been to the goddamn moon. That's fake. They created that right out in Hollywood. It's even in the movie Diamonds Are Forever. Sean Connery's last movie before he came back in 83, hit his last movie as James Bond. They hoped that was a whole hoax. And everybody in that Apollo program from 1961, the majority of the people are dead. They faked all of that type of stuff. My point here is this. Now to try to understand this type of thing. The physical side of the UFOs, what it was, there was a whole spiritual side that people had been seeing things all over the world that they were going to have to answer to. So the government decided to come in with the physical stuff, start abducting people, have the same little old green bug-eyed suits. Now the green bug-eyed suits, if you get the movie Fire in the Sky and go to they was on the ship, they showed a closet full of the suits hanging up. So when these people report seeing the same thing, those are suits that these people get into, and they drug these people all up and they see the same images. The real image that came from Aleister Crowley's vision of Lamb that he got in 1919 that they aired at Greenwich Village up in New York City, and they took that picture of Lamb. If I got some pictures of Lamb. They took that picture of Lamb and put the bug eyes and been seeing the same little shit over and over again. That is government. That is government. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, I deal with the same spiritual. I got one follow me all the time. It's been following me the whole time. The other week I was on the plane and the plane dipped. And everybody kind of jumped, and I looked outside and the ship was right out there. But I know what that ship is. It ain't no physical ship with no bug-eyed people from no other planet. It's no different. Even your boy Pat Robertson. You got to understand these crackers that run this world. And the ones that's on TV. They don't run this world for not knowing. Even Pat Robertson, when Independence Day came out, he said the people are looking for this physical bullshit. See, this is when, you know, he do all that Jesus shit, but then he had to come on and he started dropping. Because he don't put no cracker, got a whole network if he ain't down with the Illuminati and all that shit. Right. He do the Jesus shit to keep motherfuckers dead. You see what I'm saying? He came in and said, these motherfuckers thinking there's physical ships out here. He said, but there are spacecraft and there are aliens. But he said this, he said, but they are angels. They are entities. There was a book called Thompson put out called Angels and Aliens back here in the early 90s. You still might be able to get it. But the thing about it here is this here. Now you talking about that thing out there. The Michael Talbot's book, The Holographic Universe, and he's getting it from the occult realms. It's all explained in the Kabbalistic system, which came off the Temple of Komombo in Egypt and the Temple of Dendera in Kemet. You see what I'm saying? Temple of Dendera in Kemet. See, this is what I say. You ought to be able to trace certain things back to when your people were speaking and make the analogy. Then these crackers and new motherfuckers coming up with this new shit that you can't find. Right here is the same concept of the UFO, where you see these gods among the boat. You see that all over Kemet, especially the Temple of Dendera. The gods among the boat. Now, this is the key on that, is this. These gods are nothing but components of us, so that means that we are connected with the ships. I'm going to get into all that type of thing because I gave you something in your package that looked like this. You will see something in your package. See, this is based on scholarship. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying you can fool around What's going on?
Now, what about things like the Dogon tribe? And what about things like the what about because you know the Dogon tribe talks about what they call the Nomos.
The Nomos. I got an extensive study on that. My first tape was on the Dogon.
They talk about the Ark and the Ark.
Nomo's Ark.
And then what about the ancient Tamarans where they talk about the different troglodytes or the reptilian beings? Or what do they talk about?
Okay, look. All right, we're going to get into all that. That's good stuff.
How about the Zulu?
Wait a minute.
What about Shaka Zulu?
You fucking with the master. I can
What about
all that shit.
the stars and the stars?
Wait a minute. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Listen to me. Listen to me. I just said, I didn't say that there weren't aliens in spacecraft. I said that they weren't physical.
I'm just checking you.
Just, no. Wait a minute. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is this. Now listen to me. Now go back. Everything I just said, didn't I just show a picture? Y'all gotta listen to what I'm saying here.
That's
just listen to me.
I feel you.
Listen, I just said, I didn't say that there were spacecraft and, hey, no, you're gonna get this, I gave him one. But I'm talking about there's a yantra in there. Let me hold your thing. There's a picture that's folded up.
Oh, okay.
Right here. This thing right here.
Okay.
This is called a Sri Yantra. Later on, you know it as the Mandela in Tibet. You know the Mandela in Tibet. Now, let me give you some example. This is where we get trapped. In Hemmitt and around the world, they call the Nagars in Asia, in India. They call the Uraeus crown in Hemmitt. You see the serpent all over the world. Now you got a bunch of new niggas come up like David Icke and a bunch of people telling you that they're physical reptilians, and that was a cloak. That was a whole government setup. Let me explain this shit to you. The reptilian people mean the people of the Uraeus crown, which means the people who have full access to the Kundalini energy. That's us. That's what it's talking about. Hell, even in science, they talk about a reptilian brain and all of this type of thing, which is talking about cerebral cortex. It's the people with the full access to the Kundalini energy inside of us. Now then you get, this shit started with Zachariah Sitchin. Zachariah Sitchin works for the Jews. The Jews in 1978 said, look, we realize now that the whole Egyptology and all this type of stuff is getting away from the branch of Hebrew that came out of Kemet, and now we must come in and we must not only did we try to carve out a history for ourselves with this, with Judaism, now we got to go into this metaphysical thing and we got to carve out another ancient metaphysical history. And they chose the main scholar, Zachariah Sitchin. And all of a sudden, what used to be the reptilian, which was talking about the Uraeus crown and the serpentine crown, which was the Kundalini race and the full access to the Kundalini race, all of a sudden start becoming physical reptilian beings.
They have physical reptilian beings on the wall of Egypt.
They got ships on the wall of Egypt.
I didn't say, you all not getting this thing, what I'm saying.
He's saying, yeah,
I'm saying that in symbology.
We're going to get it.
Okay, we'll figure it.
Do your thing.
You ain't telling me shit about Egypt, nigga. I studied Egypt for the last fucking 19 years. Hell, on the walls, what walls? I tell you all the goddamn temples there. Temple of Como, Temple of Esna, Temple of Dendera, Temple of Karnak, Karwari. Old news. I'm just trying to say here, I know all of the particular stuff like that. What I'm trying to tell you is this here. Yes, they have ships. Didn't I just show you the bark, the celestial bark with the ship? No. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to tell you is this. It's symbology. See, this is it, what I'm trying to tell you. Now, you want to get into the magical aspect. There's two. But just listen to me, because this is all important.
I agree.
See, if you want to be revealed information, you see what I'm saying? You can't flinch at what's coming to you, because there's a wall you got to break through.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Forget what you know. Break on through to the other side by saying, no, just take what you got and set it to the side and just listen. Now you want to get to the other side I'm trying to show you, but you...
Go ahead, bro.
You see what I'm saying? Look, now,
come on with it.
there's reptilian beings on the temple wall, but they don't mean a physical reptilian being. They are symbology. Now let me explain what I'm talking about. The neophyte comes up, and they are trained that everything is based on the apparent, literal. The priest will come up and go, well, you was thinking it that way. That's the first level of this. But in so many words, it's esoteric, which means that these shits are not literal. They are components on the inside of the constitution of your physical body and on the inside of you. There's no difference between the ships and the damn chakras. Now here's a mantra. This is the damn spaceship. Right here. This is the supreme mantra. Before you get mandalas in Tibet, you get the mantras or the yantras in Hindu. Right in the middle here you have what is called the Bindu seed. The Bindu seed is the pineal gland and the clitoris and the G-spot in the woman. You see what I'm saying? These are all esoteric terminology. They didn't have no fucking literal reptilians, or you would see the literal reptilians now. They are symbology. They are symbols. Signs and symbols of primordial man, Albert Churchward. Myth and symbol of ancient Egypt, Runnels and Clark. And the neophyte thinks that it is apparent, and that's how you get trapped, and that's why you can't break on through to the other side. Let me give you an example. In the book Sacred Science, E. Schwaller de Lubitz, R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz, Sacred Science. I'll show you what I'm talking about. There's a picture on the temple walls of, I think it's on the temple walls of Luxor, of the Battle of Kadesh. And all the white folks was coming. He's got a picture of whatever the Pharaoh is at this time. It's either Ramesses, the Ramesses covered over King Tut's material. So it's either King Tut in one age, it's Ramesses on down the line where he's in the chariot and he's battling these people.
Right.
They was thinking that the Battle of Kadesh was a historical event.
Okay.
What Schwaller and Lewis did, by studying at Luxor Temple for 15 years, was they didn't look at the other panel. There's a Battle of Kadesh, and then in the middle of they got a Pharaoh, he's on in his chariot with the horses. And he's got the smiting scenes where he's smiting. Then they got a ripple like this on the wall, and they got a hole in the wall, and then they got some other people in a castle, and they're rejoicing. The people was thinking that this was versions of civilization, and they didn't realize until Schwaller and Lewis understood, oh shit. The people in the hole in the wall, they ain't even talking about the physical earth. They was talking about another dimension and another realm. But the literal neophytes came in and they was reading it literal. Let me give you an example. See, you want to get to the other side. I got a lot to cover. That's how you got to learn. You want to learn, I'm here to teach you, but you can't. There's a reason why there's a block.
That's right.
And a standstill. You see what I'm saying? There's a reason why there's a block and a standstill. It's because somebody is reading the shit the wrong way and they're reading it to teach it to a layman on a literal level. So what you thinking is reptilians on the temple walls is nothing but showing the energies of the Uraeus crown and the serpent energy on the inside of you, which is the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? You see the same sephiroths on the Kabbalah. Them ain't up with the same wheels of life and the same ship, but they out there. I can show you these motherfuckers tonight. We got a clear sky. Goddamn it, we gonna see some ships tonight. But if you're looking for some physical tin can, you're not gonna see it.
Yeah, you had to back that one up. I'm gonna wait to see that.
And there's no big problem. Hell, I backed it up with 200 motherfucking people in Brooklyn, New York. I got the damn tape. I was at the slave theater. I said, when we get out of here tonight, we gonna see the ship. Now, I was in Brooklyn, New York. This was 2 years after I started. Had I not produced that goddamn ship, I wouldn't have been able to lecture no more.
Well, we want to see the ship.
See what I'm saying? I wouldn't have, that ain't nothing.
I got the video camera.
I wouldn't have been able to lecture no more. But I got another film when I was in Harlem the next night and everybody was being witness. You see, it's just out there, you just don't know what you're looking at. You just got to know how to spot them. And once you know how to spot them, you see them all the time. You see what I'm saying? Now, the point I'm trying to make here is, it's just like Faulkner. When they started dealing with Hemmitt, the first thing the people said was, the Egyptians didn't know their religion. This is the arrogance of the Germans. You see what I'm saying? This guy, Adolf Ehrman, the arrogance. It was Faulkner that came around after years and said, hey, look. Because what they were seeing contradictions in the text. They were seeing shit that, a nature that didn't make no sense. They were seeing stuff that is straight out wrong. And Adolf Ehrman said, oh, I get it now. They was purposely building in mistakes inside of the religion because that's how nature is. Anything that is smoothed off and is repetitiously the same is artificial. They was looking at the patterns in the chaos. And they know that there's no greater blade of grass that grows the same way. So when you go to Rome and Greece, you will see the columns, they're all even. But when you come to some parts in Kemet, they got columns like this, and columns like that. They said, what kind of crazy people is this? No, these people was copying the lotus that grow out of the marshes of the swamps. And none of them grow the same size. You see what I'm saying? No. So the concept here is, you're talking about magic. The first concept of magic here is never think on the apparent. It's not literal. You see what I'm saying? It's not literal. Now I done did every damn ritual known to fucking man. And I done had every damn thing show up. But ain't no bug-eyed green people from no other motherfucking planet showing up. So you say, well, wait a minute. We see the planets out there. How you can say they're not real? Well, you see the trees out there. You see the mountains out there. You see the river and the ocean. And based on the Matrix, they ain't real either. They're Maya and illusion. Well, it's the same thing with that universe out there. It's one holographic universe, which is universe A, which is called the petty universe. Universe B is called the real universe that we have been separated from in this thing called creation. You see, creation is a botched job by a subordinate deity that broke away from the great mother. Now in the Dogon, they call it Alma, which is, Alma is actually a feminine principle. It's just a matter of the culture, because they were breaking it from Amun Ra, as Diop says. But the Dogon culture, they talk about Ogu broke away, and Ogu was halfway formed in his mother's womb before he tore out the side. Well, in the Gnostic scriptures still coming out of Kemet, Pharaonic thought is this entity, Adaldabrath, broke away from his mother before he was formed and went and set up a universe of his own, but because he wasn't formed all the way, he botched the job. So creation is a botched job that is not really finished yet, because the spirits had to come in, incarnate into creation, and further it on down the way until it gets to the point where it's finished. So they had to take a botched job, go in through the stream of incarnations until they alchemically got to the right level to destroy this shit. You see what I'm saying? To destroy it. But it ain't coming from some beings out. That's why they ain't showed up. Because they ain't going to show up. Guess why they ain't going to show up? Because they showed up a couple of millions of years ago, and you the motherfucker sitting in the room. You the goddamn aliens. If you don't understand this shit here, you're wasting your damn time.
And that's the reason why you say as time go on, things change, and it's coming to the point to where we're coming there now.
Did you see the movie X-Men? The first one?
Yeah.
They tell you all of it on the first movie. They said it is talking about a series of mutations till you can get to a mutation. Now they're talking about us. They say that this process is slow till we bring on a new species. This process is slow. We the only people that's been around long enough to transmutate into a new species. on the DNA inside of us, which you see the staff of Tahuti, with the wings of the Medical Association, the staff of Tahuti, on the DNA and the same caduceus is the same fucking damn mitochondrial DNA inside of us. On that DNA inside of us, if you know anything about melanin and alchemy, melanin is a series of amino acids. And they study the amino acids in us every day. And they know that our amino acids is changing. So this whole shit that was put out by fucking Zachariah Sitchin about the 12 DNA strand, we follow that old white man shit. That's for white folks in the barotheric gland. The barotheric gland is nothing but the fucking pineal gland. See, they got to play on words. They know that they're DNA, they know they're not the people. You understand what I'm saying? So they would rather make a goddamn excuse about this barotheric gland that these aliens took out of us while we couldn't rise. The barotheric gland is nothing but the pineal gland. And they're talking about them. And the aliens they're talking about is us because we created them. You see what I'm saying? So in so many words, the reptilians, now let me go back to this thing so you be sure on this, because it's a government plot. And see, as you think, is going to be the way you're going to have to unlock these gates. Now you can play all you want to, I'm just trying to say, look, let me explain something to you. Now I don't know everybody, most of y'all are New Wabians. There's nothing wrong with that. He came down to introduce you to some information, to get you to a certain point, so you can go out on your own and become gods on your own. And there's a group of people that was in there that can't go beyond that, but that's all right. They couldn't go beyond it in the first place. There was a group of people, every group out here got a certain amount of gods, and they got a certain amount of people that has to belong to the group. Even in the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad said, we got scientists up in here, and I don't want no more believers. It's right in the damn theology of time. That's when he really started talking this shit. He said, I want gods. But there's a certain group of people that they can only take things face value, and they gotta wait on Dr. York. Dr. York, I've even heard from one of the sisters that Dr. York even told the motherfuckers, God damn it, I'm waiting on y'all.
That's right. Say something new.
He said this shit.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. That's real.
In some of the things, I'm waiting on y'all. Y'all supposed to do it.
Yeah, that's right.
He was giving the people the thing because he understood. Okay, that was the group. And that's by way you came. I'm just saying though. That's by way you came by. Well, why are you here? If it's just a group, you go to Dr. York and tell Dr. York to teach you something.
Big brother.
No, I'm just trying to say, my point here is this. No, what I'm trying to tell you is this. Because that's exactly what I'm going to tell you, because the part of the first thing I'm going to tell you when I get into this thing in a few minutes is, in order for you to get to the other level, you got to renounce calling yourself anything down here related to a goddamn group.
Thank you.
Because you are beyond the groups.
I agree with
and
that.
I'm going to tell you how the alchemical shit inside of your body lines up. Remember I told you before, if you say, I want to be a sinner, then the alchemical process inside of you lines up that way. Because ye are gods, and whatever you want to do, you got to do.
You're going to substitute too.
You're going to do it. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is this here. The man already done told you. Did he ever tell you in his teaching that you the gods? All the time. All right then. Then end of story. Now what we're talking about here is the level of the gods. You understand what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to say here is this thing here. Is my ass. You got to come out of the groups. Because I'm trying to tell you, this stuff you don't line up based on groups on the mundane level. That's a part of your training.
I can feel that.
That's a part of your training. I was a part of one of Dr. Ben's groups. I was one of his mystery systems. And that was good. I needed that at the time to learn a certain amount of Hemmitt history and stuff like that. But I realized, hey, look, that's not the end all to be all.
Thank you.
Now, so there ain't nothing wrong with that. How can you come before something unless you join something at first? So that's what I'm trying to say. But the point I'm trying to make here is this here. When you go, they call it path working. That's when you rising up the system of spirituality. And a path is your own journey.
Right.
The initiate has to go on its own journey. And you can't take nothing with you. Remember in the Star Wars, the motherfucker told him, he said, what's in that cave? He said, only what you take with you.
That's one of the tests.
You see what I'm saying? Only what you take with you. I'm not saying that the man's stuff is wrong. All I'm trying to tell you is you at a level now that you got to make the decision. You at the goddamn crossroads. And the crossroads is, are you ready to go to the next level? Because guess what? I can't take you to the next level. You got to make that decision. Remember, in the Matrix, when they was in the dojo, and they was fighting, and the guy said, your problem is not in your technique. Why didn't you beat me? Why did I beat you? The problem is in here. So now, you see what I'm saying? You can't be no New Wabian. You can't be no Nation of Islam. You can't be none of that stuff. You got to be straight up chaos. Because you can't name it a name. When you name it a name, it dies. Melanin inside of you, every time the white boy extracts it, it dies. Melanin never stops moving. And chaos is what melanin is chaos in the blood. Told you that in the movie Phantoms. He said chaos, plain and simple. The rules of chaos, get the book Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. In the book, the first rule of chaos is change is supreme. And if you're not willing to change, then you die.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Or you just stay at the same level.
There you go.
And you want to go to the next level, you just stay at the next level. Because change is supreme. And I'm going to tell you, at this particular time, you can't let nothing define you. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
You can't let nothing define you. What's that, sister?
The author of that book?
Phil Hines. Phil Hines. H-I-N-E. Condensed Chaos. Then he got one called Prime Chaos. Talking about chaos magic. What is chaos magic? Chaos magic is the white boy looked back and said, look at these silly niggas. One over here calling himself Yoruba, one over calling himself Igbo, one of them calling himself Egyptian, one of them calling himself Al-Hausa. These assholes don't know that every tradition is just a fragment of itself because it's thousands of years old. And although those traditions was complete 2,000-3,000 years ago, they're only fragments. He said, now look, I'm ruling this motherfucker now.
That's right.
And this is what I'm going to do. I'll show you how the white boys do. They say, since we didn't create none of that shit, we will let them become divided in these traditions and in these groups. And what we going to do, we going to use all of it. And that's what they call chaos magic.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I want to add with that. I was at a conference yesterday with some quote-unquote Hebrew Israelites. And at the end of the conference, I made a statement. I put some books down on just 5 big sheets of paper. I said, the reason why we can't come together as a people all together or just in the whole, the government has, each one of us has a organization set up under EIN numbers, making it a non-profit organization. That's right. We will never come together because as long as we separated, who gonna come together, put all this stuff in?
Man, not only that, let me tell you something. All you gotta do is take your ass and I don't know if you know it, but become a prison guard.
I have been.
You become a prison guard, and one of the things they give you is a sheet of paper showing you all the different religions and the different groups in there. You got to learn all that shit.
That's right.
They already know, and the government feed that system.
That's right.
Because they know as long as you separate it, and as long as you don't accept all of it, especially the goddamn dark side.
That's right. Exactly.
Now, I'm the foremost scholar on the fucking devil and Satan. You understand what I'm saying? And that is us.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's what the crackers say. Them niggas, they don't even know their true stuff. You used to call yourself Osiris, and you don't get into the fucking dark arts. It's the underworld shit. Black magic itself is the black man's magic. You see what I'm saying? And they don't make no shit that I'm scared of, and I done been through all of it. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is, they call it chaos magic. They've been dealing with this shit since the 70s. Our shit. But it's just like the Egyptians were saying when they was building in mistakes. white boy Thomas Dolby did Blinded Me with Science. Remember that movie? Remember the song Blinded by Science?
Right. Mm-hmm.
This white boy, they said, well, damn, this shit is awesome, man. They said, what make this song so popular? So he purposely built in mistakes in the side of the damn synthesizer, so when it come up, you see, that's the anomaly. Well, guess what? That's what jazz is. Mm-hmm. Even jazz. When the Crackers wrote it down, jazz died. Now, you see, look, it's the same thing. You want to take the tradition with you. Duke Ellington was in Central Park. Greatest master ever lived, composer. Was in Central Park. He said, I ain't got time to go to fucking school. He said, I don't have time. He said, I don't have time to go to school and learn this shit at conservatory. The guy said, you're going to need some classical training. He said, I ain't got time for that. Right. The guy told him, well, I don't know who the guy was in the car. He said, well, take everything that you have learned and everything you think them schools are teaching you and throw that shit out the window and just go from the heart. There you go. And as a result, why is it you got to go to school learn Duke Ellington now? Here it is, the black man can create this shit and then the white man can come and tell you, you got to have a degree to learn jazz. We talking chaos. Right. Jazz is chaos. Everything, look, the white boys in the blues and jazz, now that's because we abandoned it. Because chaos has to change. And so the white boy only mastered it after we abandoned it so he could slow it down, write it down, and synthesize it. You understand what I'm saying? And become proficient at it. But it's dead music. People don't understand this before you could even... Eminem came out, what, the end of 97? Before Eminem came out, has become the king of rap now by 2000. See, that's what they calling this white boy. And to let you know they calling this white boy the king of rap, they gave him an Academy Award. They ain't got two black people that's got Academy Awards for music. Isaac Hayes for Shaft and Quincy Jones. Right. But Eminem, a newcomer, got a doggone Academy Award for that fucking movie. Dumbass movie. But rap was already in for damn near 17 years before they could even master it. Right. It came out in 79. Right. The point I'm trying to make here is, we talking chaos here. And you got to come out of traditions. Right. You got to come out of the traditions. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to knock your school and knock the people in. What I'm trying to say to you, that was all fine and where it was. You see what I'm saying? And he did a good job, commendable. You understand what I'm saying? But the point about that here is if he said, you all are supposed to become gods, now it's time to y'all become gods. So what the fuck you talking about what you did in the past?
Come on, let's do it. Let's go into the lecture. Let's do it.
No, I'm just saying, you got to understand these things. You can't let the limitation. This is not to compare. It's just like one of the brothers back at, when we was going to see Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, he was sitting up there always mad because he was on Elijah Muhammad. And I told him, I said, look, the messenger of Elijah Muhammad did a certain work that stands on its own. It don't have to be compared to something else. It stands on its own. That's the problem. We compare shit too much. Right. And trying to see whether your teacher was right. It doesn't matter. It's only... Well, did you get what he was trying to tell you and what did you get out of it? Right. He only could take you to the bridge. What it was is this here, in any group, there's a certain amount of scientists and there's a certain amount of followers. And some of the people that come up out of there are scientists and some of the people that follow. That's the way any kind of group, otherwise you wouldn't be able to group to exist. Right. You understand where I'm coming from here? But the point I'm trying to make here is you got to become gods. And in this particular case, I'm going to tell you something. There can't be no limitations on your thought. You see what I'm saying? On your thought. You got to check shit out. Now, the reptilians that they're talking about, if you don't get this motif, you might as well go home now because it's all talking about the Kundalini energy. The next thing here is this here. That Kundalini energy is a feminine energy. You see. Now, I'm going to go into some things right now and it's going to end up a certain place. Y'all all right? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Y'all all right? Yeah. You see, but we talk, this is different now. You see, this is different now. That's why I never started a group. I put out the information and I keep moving. There you go. You see, I keep moving. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to say, it's different now. We now have the ability, at this particular time, to shape our own destiny. You see what I'm saying? To shape our own destiny. And so that's what the deal is. So let's go into this thing. First of all, For you all to become on the higher level, you shouldn't start no groups. And what I mean here is, this is pertinent. This is chaos realm. This is how the gods, it's like Bruce Lee said, you got to be like water, my friend. Water don't have no standards. You see what I'm saying? There's no methodology to water. When you box it in, it'll find a little crack. Even the goddamn Hoover Dam is only built to last, what, about 150 years. And that bitch is coming down. They ain't built nothing that can hold back water. But it can be the softest thing. Babies are born out of it. You see what I'm saying? But it can be devastating. How you hell they think it wet? The hardest thing is a fucking mountain and a water down, wet down a mountain. Bust a fucking pipe. But water is the physical manifestation of chaos. It never stops moving. And what happens when water stops moving? It dies. It becomes stagnant and it dies, and then what happens? It evaporates. You're right. It evaporates. You see what I'm saying? So the concept here, when you're dealing, with the gods, you see what I'm saying? Because let me explain where this is going so you understand how this works, how this magical universe works. It all works based on your heart chakra. That's what this Sri Yantra is. It's the supreme chakra. It's the heart chakra. There's a little dot in the middle. There's a little dot in the middle of the Sri Yantra. Inside of your heart chakra. What they're not telling you is this. There's a book. There was one put out. The woman put out the book when God was a woman. Yeah. She mentioned something in the book. She's the only one honest to mention it. Because all the other people that was into the Egyptology thing was males. And they flinched at what they saw. So they couldn't bear to mention it. Wasn't until another book came out. It's a book called Egyptian Mythology by Geraldine Pinch. And in there, because it's another woman, she was honest and she mentioned what she saw in them texts. And what she saw in those texts was Osiris was worshipped as a god that was slain, the god of the underworld. You see what I'm saying? They gave all the characteristics. And the other thing, he was worshipped as a mother goddess. That's the part that the other Egyptologists couldn't put up in there. We're going higher up into this mystery shit. Osiris is also represented as the god, as the sign of Venus. The other representation of the sign of Venus is the goddess Het Heru. Het Heru is a cow goddess. That's where you get your golden calf in the Bible. Osiris is called a bull. Well, why is it that Osiris is represented by Venus and Het Heru? Because Osiris is nothing but the masculine side of Het Heru. Osiris and Het Heru is the same. Now, in the heart chakra, this has all got to do with magic. You want the gateways to open for you. In your heart chakra, the reason why most people can't get it out here because this knowledge resonates on the root chakra. So when it resonates on the root chakra, the root chakra can only give them things that is mundane, societal, and what society says is reality. That's because they're on that level of ride, because the soul is still asleep. You don't even become awakened. The reason why you in here is because everybody in here is vibrating at a certain level of heart chakra. The heart chakra. And that's the reason why you are here now trying to get this particular information. You understand where I'm coming from here? Of the heart chakra. The key here is that heart chakra. In that heart chakra, there's an intelligence. And that intelligence that you call, that intelligence decide on whether you go on up to the pineal area or whether you stay resonating. So you have been, so the first thing here is you're already awakened to the point that you're not like everybody else out here that's dead. They say you stay 80, 95, 85%. No, this motherfucker is like 0 point something. There's only like a 2 or 3. Shit, it's like 0 point something amount of people that's awake. And the reason why you're awake because you're resonating at a certain part of the heart chakra. Then the other part is once you get there, you got to go to the crossroads. Now that means you can decide to just stay at that level and be satisfied with the knowledge you got and you understand that these niggas out here dead, you know, or you'll cross over and start living magically. It's a difference. And what makes you cross over is this. Inside of everybody's heart chakra is a woman that sits up in there. And she judges. That's Osiris, but in so many words, that's this goddess Lakshmi. That's the Maya thing. There's a goddess that sits up in there. And she judges in your heart chakra on whether you get to the next level or not. So, and so what you have to do to get to the next level here is you have to neutralize all forms of the ego that suggest that you are somebody, that you exist. Only thing exists is your soul. And a series of events that get you to know what your soul is. And the rest of the shit is an illusion. That's why you can't take nothing with you to get to the next level. I just want to put that out there. We're going to go back to that particular part in so many words. Now, let me explain this thing to put this on tape so you understand. The Egyptian or the Canaanite level, most of those terms are generic terms now, which means the energy is chaos. So what used to be called Osiris back then, they put it on the temple walls as principles so you can learn the principles of Osiris. You understand what I'm saying? But it's chaos. It has to keep changing. So what you call Osiris is a generic term, which is a term for knowledge. But to invoke the Osar, you understand, to get the full mastery of that and stuff, you got to call on something else. Why? First of all, it's because it's trying to show you that knowledge is not geographical. This thing here, first of all, it was one planet, one landmass at first. You see what I'm saying? Before you had whatever, continental drift, or some cataclysmic thing to break it up into continents. You understand what I'm saying? So when the Native Americans, which was black people up in the Montauk Indians, say that we got that the first place where man stood up was Montauk, Long Island, they're telling the truth. When the Egyptians say it was at the god at the beginning of the Nile where the god Hapi dwelled, you see what I'm saying? They're telling the truth. You see what I'm saying? When the East Indians say Shambhala, they're telling the truth. They're all telling the truth because it was all one landmass and one people. And you can't conceptualize it based on geographical location. It's one landmass and one planet. You understand where I'm coming from here? Now, in this particular aspect, those terminologies, so what happens is this with these things. They're intelligence, they're formulas, but they're living entities. And they all exist, we're talking about the spirit world, based on when you invoke them. Well, after the Arab invasion, which was the last level of Hemmitt, the group of people, the Egyptian priests, went out as the Moors. Some people say, I can't understand that. How could the Moors be Islamic, but be Egyptian, and give all that Egyptian and all that stuff to Europe, but there was Islamic? We don't understand the mind of an ancient person. The ancient person could go into a system, because they're masters. They could go up into Islam like you go into the Democratic Party, or like you go into the Republican Party. They could go up in a system and use it politically to advance their cause. So you know, you're a black person, you might live in West Atlanta, you might eat hog maws and chitlins or whatever, but you might be a Democrat. You understand what I'm saying? But that's your party. You understand what I'm saying? These people were masters. They weren't into religion, but they could understand that Islam at that particular time, based on the Arabs being the foot soldiers, and based on some other thing, it was a force that they could couch the Kemetic system in and take it up into Europe. Some people say, well, why did they take it up into Europe? Well, the black man all over the planet became dead. And when we came out of our sleep, if the white man didn't gain a certain amount of knowledge, you understand what I'm saying? We wouldn't have access to our particular materials. So they made the white boy the custodian of certain material so we can gain access to it when we wake up. So it's like a whole umbrella of shit that's looking at this shit on the spirit realm and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It's like pawns in the game. It's like a chess game. You see what I'm saying? So now they advanced this thing into, the Moors advanced this stuff into to Europe so that we could get it on the other side when we come out of slavery and come out of the whole thing. Because they did know that slavery was going on. We got text on that. Now, the other thing here is, other than that Arab invasion, there was a time when the Egyptian system was dead. It wasn't even called on in worship for over 1,000 years. Hell, they had to retranslate Metanetta because the Arabs sat on it for 1,000 years under Islam and didn't even know what the hell he had. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is those entities, whenever a system dies, they have to go to other systems where the practitioners are still using the energy. You see what I'm saying? So, a lot of it went, so two streams of the energy. One went to East India, because the East Indians were the pre-dynastic Egyptians, the Kushites, that went on up into what they call Indus Kush or Hindu Kush. The Dravidians. The untouchables of the Dravidians. So, and no matter what the pantheon, because what they call the Aryans, first of all, the original Aryans were black people. That's the first thing, there wasn't no white folks around at the time when they had this one. All of that Hindu is nothing but just Dravidian, because we can trace all of the deities that the Dravidians had also. So the system was already set. It's Kushite, pre-dynastic Egyptian. The other systems also went on into West Africa. So we got two streams of where the energy went. Now, the mistress of Osiris is the mistress of the underworld. And the underworld is the deepest realm of the subconscious mind, which is the most advanced level. So a mentor is the deepest realm of the subconscious mind. The underworld is the inner world.
I understand.
Okay. The other ones went on into West Africa, became your Yoruba, your Dogon, and Igbo, Hausa, Bambara, and all of these types. And over the years, a lot of those became more and more deteriorated. And the ones that left in the traditional things, the biggest one you have is the Yoruba and the Voodoo coming out of their homie, which later on we can even say that their homie is where you even get the origins of the Yoruba. But in so many words, what happened with the Yoruba was they completely obliterated or got rid of their underworld. They got rid of the underworld deities, which is going to represent on a psychological level the subconscious mind. The Voodoo is mixed with the underworld, but they have what is called a demiurge figures on top of them. And those are the Orishas aspect of Legba, Batala, Ogun, and Shango, mainly the four male deities that's on top of them. But Ogun's job is to hold down Kumbanda. We're tracing this Osirian shit to where it still emerges. You see what I'm saying? Untouched from ancient world. Yeah, we came in and we re-picked it up. And yes, we learn a lot of the things, and a lot of the groups learn a lot of things, but they learn the things, but those are the principles. We had to reintegrate the principles. You see what I'm saying? Reintegrate the principles, and that's where the whole researchers of the Egyptology and the whole thing came up, which encapsulate the black conscious movement and everybody else. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, So we integrated the principle, but when we're talking about the stream of energy, where's that Osirian energy that was untouched? Okay, yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Based on, a lot of this stuff is not going to come based on what you see is what you perceive this magic to be. A lot of this shit is a mindset. I said living magically. Now I'll explain where I'm coming from here. Because I already know that most of them spells and shit, them motherfuckers don't work. They only gonna work now unless you do one thing. But you got to simplify it, and you got to become very humble. Not to me. Not to me. If you say you overstand, first of all, the word is understand for a reason. Because that's some black terminology that just popped up. And a lot of Afrocentric conscious people use it. Understand means you go into the underworld, because that's where the true shit is. These terminologies didn't come from you. These terminologies came out of the mystery system. That's why they said understand. Because it was based on the underworld or the inner world. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, you're going to miss the point. Let me explain something to you, what I mean by that. You got to understand real key. You see me curse a lot. Motherfucker shit. That, this. See what I'm saying? Hell, I might fart up this motherfucker. Now, try to understand where I'm coming from here. Man tried to find God. He went for 300 years. The first 100 years he went down this road, couldn't find him. Second 100 years he couldn't find him. Then on the third level, he went down there, and halfway he said, God damn, I ain't been able to find God. But he remembered there was a prostitute on the side of the road. Now, each time he went, he only saw one person, which was a prostitute on the side of the road. He went up to the prostitute and said, can you tell me where to find God? And the prostitute said, I am God. He said, but you a prostitute? He said, no, that's what I am. The concept here is, it's going to come in the simple. See, the whole thing is initiation. You got to listen to what I'm saying and allow yourself to process it. And now you're here waiting for me to give you some real, spells and anything. There ain't, none of that shit works. But I'm going to give you the stuff or how the shit is, because I'm in it, goddammit. I'm in the motherfucker. That's the difference. I'm in it. And there's a gateway that you got to be let in, but you're not going to get let in that gateway if you think you know. Never say you damn know shit. I thought 10 years ago I knew goddamn everything, and I was lecturing. And what I know now compared to what I knew just 5 years ago is sublime. So this whole thing about knowing is unfolding. But not only that, it's chaos. It's chaos. You can't track it based on a methodology. It keeps you. The whole concept is what you got to do in order to understand this shit. Is you got to let go and annihilate yourself. Anybody know anything about martial arts? You seen enough of them karate movies. The best student get his ass kicked the whole movie. He the top student. And he get his ass kicked the whole movie with a motherfucker out there and don't understand for the simple fact he's still thinking about the methodology. He don't understand. He has to die. You gotta let go. You understand what I'm saying? Let me explain. You say, what is this talking about? Look, you have an ego that wants to survive. So what it will do is it will take the knowledge that you thus learned and inflate itself in the ego. And you thinking that I know this. You kept saying layman's term and surface knowledge and stuff like that. You got to change your doggone thinking and stuff, man. Because I'm trying to tell you, man. Wait. Hey, man. It's not the methodology. That's why they had to trickster figures. Give you the story. I'm telling it to you. It's going to be on the film. We're going to cover all this, but you got to understand this shit. Now, you want me to come, and I'm trying to tell you, but you can't just be happy with me, you see what I'm saying, telling you the shit you want to hear. Yeah. You gotta hear the shit, you gotta listen to the shit you need to hear. Look, you got the Tarot deck, which is the Book of Thoth coming out of Kemet. The only motherfucker that's able to use throughout the whole Tarot deck is the Fool. Just like the damn drunken master in the Kung Fu movies. Right. The only, don't ever say you don't master a shit. See what I'm saying? Sometimes me and this sister right, that sister back there is more powerful than half the motherfuckers in Atlanta. And sometimes we eat ice cream and cake traced down with fucking Pepsi Cola. The damn fool in the Tarot deck is the only one that can be used throughout the Tarot deck. Because as long as you innocent, there's a possibility of you learning something new and getting to the next level. You see what I'm saying? Don't look at the appearance on how I can come and just break down all it, because that shit ain't gonna work. You in another zone now. I'm gonna explain it, because it's a whole other realm now, especially the last year. Especially since that new tsunami hit. There's another zone now. There's another energy in there. That's true. Now just listen to me. Parzival in the Arthurian mythology, Parzival is a person, he saw the knights with the shining armor, but he was a country boy. His father was a knight that got killed. The mama took him and raised, it's the Horus story. The mama took him and raised him in the forest. So when he saw the knights in the shining armor came, he thought it was God. He came back and said, Mama, somebody told me, I thought I saw God, they told me they were knights. I don't want to be a knight. She said, oh shit, that's what the fucking father got killed. This is the Horus Heru story. So I want to be a knight. So what she did was, she knew she wasn't going to be able to stop him because he was coming of age. I think he was coming 18. So she sold him up a court jester's outfit. And said, this is going to be your knight outfit. Hoping that when he go to King Arthur's court, the knights would see him, they would laugh his ass out of there. He wouldn't want to be nothing but a knight. Would never want nothing to do with a knight. So when he got there, they started laughing at him, at his outfit, and immediately it got him face to face with King Arthur, which normally wouldn't happen. And as a result, the story goes, he become a knight because there was other knights that was around him, and they were the brave knights. They had already been knighted. And they were the greatest knights. But because they were the greatest knights, they had mastered a degree of the sublime information. So that means that they were stuck in a house. Because they became a master, you understand what I'm saying? It locked them into a realm that they couldn't go beyond. Because Parzival was the young Horus and he was the fool. And he didn't master the shit. He didn't become a specialized because his knowledge is infinite. He was able to go on as the fool and get the grail. Remember in the movie The Matrix, the woman said, this has never been done before. And he turned around and said, that's exactly why it's going to work. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly why it's going to work. We talking, look, I pulled these libations. I'm not coming to you as Bob, I'm coming to you as spirit. Trust me when I tell you, you can't get to the other side, you understand what I'm saying, with any preconceived notions. You got to break down all of that. There's a certain level, you see what I'm saying, that you learn to a certain level. You got to break that particular down, and then you got to be like water. You see what I'm saying? So the court gesture is the master. You see what I'm saying? So there ain't no surface fucking knowledge. I'll tell you right now, you don't know. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. I'll tell you this to your face. Because if you did, well then goddamn it, tell me something right now that's profound. I'm giving you the chance. Give me some knowledge and some information that's profound, that's going to unlock these people up in here.
Nothing you said is new to most of the people in here.
Wait a minute. Give me some knowledge and information. You know, well then give me, okay, in that case, then give me something. Give me something Since you on the fucking level, because there ain't none of this shit new, because you're joking yourself. Since you're on the damn level, then give me something profound right now.
The fact that you said you wanted to be a master, and then you claimed yourself to be a master.
No,
we don't know anything.
No,
you said
no, I didn't know. No, I said no.
I
I was talking about a master of a certain thing that I was talking about.
Right,
but,
on a level.
But, everything I gave you, I was honest enough to give you bibliography, material, and also, I was honest enough to tell you the sublime truth. I didn't sit back and just tell you some stuff, what you want to know. I'm telling you the stuff that you need to know. You see what I'm saying? I'm still telling you. If you at a certain level, then teach us something right now. You see what I'm saying? On the science level, on the knowledges of the thing that's going to get us to the other realm. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Going back to this thing here, you got to understand this. Going into the science. You are no longer, you are not subordinate to even the deities. The deities are somewhat into you. One of the keys to tread this thing to go to the next level is this. You must go to the middle pillar. Now the middle pillar is this. If you take one extreme, we're going to go into the whole thing. You can take one extreme, and here's another extreme. And if you take one extreme, and you go from one extreme to the other extreme to get away from the original extreme you came from, what you have done is made a complete circle in actuality, and you are just as bad as the extreme that you came from. In order to tread, you see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So you got to stand, if you see the Kabbalah or the Staff of Tahuti, you see what I'm saying? They got several aspects of it. Or Excalibur sword, same thing. It's one bar, but it's the middle pillar. It's the middle pillar. Now, the middle pillar here means, and that's your whole scales of Maya, the balancing thing. That's Athena in Greece. You know, that's Maya with 8 arms in East India, which is the energy. With the extreme, you balance it off. So what happens here is, in this particular science, you got to stay to the middle pillar in the particular aspect of. When I'm dealing with the spirits, they never come up and say, you shouldn't drink that liquor. You shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't do that. They know it's balances. They know that for you to go totally one way or one other system, you're basically locking this thing down. So the chaos that we're talking about, you got to go to the middle pillar. You got to go to the middle pillar. Now, in the particular part of the magic, going back, because we're going to show you where the stream of the energy went. Okay, the ancient Kamite system is the principles and the generic term that you learn about the system. It would be more the intellectual side. But when you're talking about the stream of magic or the stream of energy, the most powerful one is not in the day side. Now let's explain what the day side is. The day side energies are the gods that consist of the creation. Our world is built on several other primal worlds that existed about the same amount of time. Our creation has been existed. So let's just give a rough thing. Since the white boy came up with a good number back in 1998, he said 14 billion years. Let's just say, he said 14 billion years is creation. Since we can't count that long, we just use that number. Whatever number this particular creation has been into, we had primal worlds that existed prior to this particular creation. Our world is built on several other primal worlds that existed was in existence about as long as this creation has been in existence. This particular creation that we're talking about now is old. It's petering out. It's dissipating. That was the light side, dealing with that particular sun out there, which is a hologram, because when you go outside of the atmosphere, it's black out there. It's only sun relevant to the inside of the electromagnetic force field of the earth. You can't see your hand out there. Even the woman, Mae Jameson, the sister that went up back here, was it early 90s or late 80s? She said, you can't even see your fucking hand out there. But you don't even see that sun. You see bigger suns, like the star Sirius. So that means that we're talking about a hologram or a day side, which is dissipating. This is the realm of illusion, the realm of Maya, is dissipating. The night side, meanwhile, has been dormant. That's the world to come. That's called the dark side of the tree of life. You have the tree of life, which is the front side, which is 10 luminous emanations. That's the world of the appearances. The dark side is the world to come. Is the world to come. Now, as far as chasing the stream of energy, as far as the magical system, you have what is your Yoruba, they got rid of their dark side. They became more of a day side, and what happened was, in so many words, what happened was, they started using the rituals for everyday life. When the white boys started coming in, the priests had to go underground because they couldn't give up a certain amount of secrets. Because if they gave out a certain amount of secrets and stuff, they had to go underground, the white boy would have got this shit and it would have been some trouble. So the white boy later on did get some of the stuff, and they got all these rituals that they can't understand how these rituals work. Meanwhile, the priest went underground, and then the priest died out. The remaining priests, the so-called underworld side, or the dark side, when they lost the knowledge of the Osirian realm, when they lost that particular knowledge, it became taboo to them. So as a result, they say, we don't mess with the dark side. Meanwhile, because it died out, the only dark side that was left in the West, in West Africa, was Palo coming out of the Congo. Now, disregard that shit that the white boy talking about, the Satanism. That's some made up shit that they put a bunch of our shit together and made that shit up. And it still fucks them up. But I done did the rituals on none of that shit and was mad. I was wishing some shit happened. So all the demonic, satanic shit that they talking about, that shit don't even exist. I done went through all that shit. All the deepest, darkest shit they got. And that shit, I was mad. And the spirit showed up and said, nigga, you can't get no effect from your own energy that's already inside of you. The only reason why they being affected by it is because they are being affected by your energy. And your energy is too powerful for them and alien to them. You see, you can't be affected by their energy. So in so many words, that all the stuff they talking about, Satan, that shit don't even work. You see what I'm saying? That stuff don't even work. Now I'm gonna show you how you can tap into it in a few minutes, on how you can tap into it. It's real simple, because it's all based on what you do. Now, that means that the only one, okay, and so although your voodoo has a dark side to it, most of the practitioners has got a ceiling over it because, and let me explain what this is. First of all, there's 3 million white practitioners in Europe alone in the continental United States. That ain't including Santeria, which is a whole Latin world. These energies, I'm going to put this on the tape, were not made for mass worship, mass application, mass practitioner. The priesthoods in the ancient world were smaller in an initiate style So they weren't made for being a religion. So Yoruba becomes a religion. Voodoo, they say, is somebody's religion. And so what happened was, and although the voodoo was taboo, but it become popular with the movies, white folks have come in and usurped it, and they got millions of them dealing with the Yoruba, the voodoo, and the Santeria. And as a result, those rituals don't work because they're being saturated. You see what I'm saying? It's just like any other kind of formula. You can saturate these particular formulas, and too many people dip into the pool and it saturates stuff like that, so you get minor aspects. Meanwhile, you go to every store, Barnes & Noble's border, you see just full of magical books. And there's tons and tons of magic books. It's because those spells and those rituals don't work. Why? Because they don't work because most of them was outmoded when they picked them up. And like when they picked them up, because those are systems that somewhere in the course of time, other than the West African and the East Indian, somewhere in the course of time, what has happened is the systems, the priesthoods stopped worshiping them, or the priesthoods stopped practicing. And although they picked them up later, part of the center of energy had to go to the places that was the centers where they were still practicing. You understand how this goes? So those things are just defunct. We'll show you how to activate them in a few minutes. There's always a comeback. So those centers are defunct. The next aspect of it is the Palo Manombe ended up being your dark side, which too many people were scared of, and then the government, knowing what it was, they made it taboo. They made sure that hardly no material on the planet got on it. So a few little things on the internet now, and the only book that came out of Manombe in 1984 is this particular one here that we're gonna give to the people, and the brother gonna synthesize it. But it became your dark side stuff that existed from the Congo, Africa. And Osiris is found in here as El Cristo Negro. God, El Cristo Negro, the crucified black God. So there's two gods in here, there's two composites of the same entity. El Cristo Negro and El Cristo Rey. El Cristo Negro and El Cristo Rey. Two composites of the same energy. There's a big statue of El Cristo Rey in San Antonio, Texas. No, excuse me, in El Paso, Texas. The people make a pilgrimage down there every year from all over the world. That's Osiris Amun-Ra complex. You got Madre de la Luna, which is a form of head hair rule, because she has sometimes you have the moon over here. You got Mama Shola goddess, that's Aset, because she's a goddess of fertility. So that's Aset that have the babies. See, you got to realize these three goddesses. You got your cosmic Isis, or Aset. You got your earthly Aset, and you got your future Aset. Your cosmic Aset is Het-Heru, the star Sirius. Your earthly Aset is the Madonna and Child. She's the one that has the god Horus. That's every black woman. Then there's your future Aset, which is Mayat, which is the transformation of what is called the Shakti power, or the Shakti energy. You see what I'm saying? Or the Shakti energy, which we're going to get into in a few minutes. But, so there's three aspects of the same energy. We talk about formulas. So you got Madre de Agra in the Palo, which is the mother of the waters. Madre de la Luna, mother of the moon, the lunar thing. La Santissima Muerte, she's the god that sets over witches. So she would be equivalent to a Sekhmet or a Hecate in ancient Greece, which is black, Etruscans. Wasn't no white motherfuckers. Never was any white people went to the mystery schools. Never. La Santissima Muerte, and then you got Mama Shola, she's the goddess of fertility. You got San Simone, which is the god of divine justice. You got La Spiritus and Tranquillus, those are seven entangled spirits. That's the chakra system. You got La Santissima Piedra Eman, it's a powerful entity over magic. Then there's El Cristo Rey, Lord of all the worlds, and El Cristo Negro. All things, and then you got Sarabanda, which is the gateway. But all things must bow down to El Cristo Negro. The crucified black God ultimately is yourself. If you set yourself up as El Cristo Negro, you see, it's ultimately yourself. Now, going back to the magic, you get any of these books. So let's say you go and buy any of these books. This is the mystery. This is the great mystery. Because it's chaos, and chaos is melanin, and we have the melanin in us, not your skin. Yes, the melanin in your skin is melanocytes. Melanocytes can degree based on whatever racial mixture, but it don't mean that the brother on the continent got more melanin than you. He just got more melanin in the melanocytes. The melanin that's on the inside of us is probably higher than the brother from the continent. Let me explain how that is. How that is. In voodoo, before it was saturated, in 1950 something, they said they had over 14 different African nations, tribes, or what we call nations, to come together to make the voodoo that they put together in the Caribbean. By the time of Reginald Crawley's book, Voodoo Quantum Leap, which is one that's in this thing, and I think I put it in the book list. By the time of Reginald Crawley's book in 2000, they had already counted 25 different tribes of things, even on into the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia. You take the picture of voodoo and you see the different multiple makeups of the different tribes that go in to make this one religion, this one system, especially the one in Haiti. Thus, in the blood system of the black man in America, we are more African because the Africans, one of the problems was in the ancient world, they were broken up into certain nations or certain tribes. Whereas, and so when they took us out in slavery, when we went across the water, when we first went to the Caribbean, there was 2 bulk tribes. So you might have under this Igbo Hausa, you might have just 2 major tribes because they dropped big settlements in the Caribbean and they couldn't contain them all. That's how they was able to free themselves at an earlier time. Whereas they learned from that by the time the American slavery came about, they brought smaller increments and they broke them all up with different things. So in us, whereas you go to the Caribbean, you might have 2 or different strains. In the ones in America, you got Igbo, Hausa, Dogon, Yoruba. You got all these different strands of ancient tribes on the inside of our blood system. Thus, what makes the Jews mad. Because based on the Kabbalistic system, they understood that there was supposed to be a futuristic great mixing bowl in the West. Yeah. The Shekinah, which is the feminine face of God, which is Maya. She's called Shakti in India. She's called Maya in Egypt. She's called Shekinah in Hebrew. You see, the return of the feminine energy. The Shekinah is supposed to be the great mixing bowl in the West. It's a makeup of the different, they call it tribes of Israel. It's the tribes of Africa. Because Israel is this, it just means black people. It's the Trinity. So it's Egypt and Africa. So the tribes of Israel and the tribes of Africa comes together in the Shekinah, or what is called the finished product of the smooth ashlar in masonry, which is the philosopher's stone in the alchemical thing, which ultimately means the pineal gland. It is the smooth ashlar, which represents the cornerstone that the builders rejected. The stone that the builders rejected will become the cornerstone. It's the foundation, it's the fountainhead, which means we have all these particular African tribes, plus some shit outside of Africa, including the white boy, in our veins to make what is called the alien strain. All that bullshit they talking out here, they stealing your birthright by giving you some green motherfuckers, and the whole time they talking about you. When they say reptilian, they're just talking about the ones who have full access to the Kundalini energy, which is black people. This is some shit that was contrived based on Zachariah Sitchin and later on David Icke And it's some shit that was put out by the Illuminati to keep you from your birthright. You are the damn reptilians, which means the ones with the Uraeus crown, which means the full access to the Kundalini energy. That's what the reptilian is. The serpent people, called the Nagars in Asia. The Uraeus in India. They got different names of the Djeti. The Djet pillar, which is the serpent pillar. There's a book called The Return of the Ancient Serpent. What's that guy name? Mark Amaru Pinkham. Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. But all that shit there, if you take it literal, the government say, these niggas don't know. It's the ones with this complete Kundalini energy. Everything down here has a spirit, not everything has a soul. It's a difference. Spirit means everything that moves on the face of the earth. A roach has a spirit, a rat that has a spirit, anima. But everything doesn't have a soul. A soul is a sun, S-U-N-S-O-N. It existed in the beginning of creation. So those particular souls are the ones that have the original, most supreme access to the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? And that's the reptilian that they're talking about. So you get these terminologies, you're talking against yourself. It's just like a Satan, just like the word devil. The word devil comes from the word diabos, which means double, doppelganger. Your double is your other self, your other half. In India, you got Krishna, who is the God of all the worlds. Krishna, Christ, same thing. But he had a brother named Balarama, the dark god that was never born. This is mythology, that's explaining what it means scientifically. He got a brother that was born, that was died at birth, that was never born, but is with him at all the time. In Hemmitt, you got the Typhonian. There's several forms of Typhonian Horus, Heru, but one called Khonsu. It's a moon god, but it's a Typhonian form of, which is pre-dynastic form of Heru. In their Typhonian, in the Typhonian one, Khonsu has a brother that was never born. And it's like a shadow or a shade that follows him through life. Now, metaphysically, what this means, the shadow and the shade is melanin. It's the substance that's on the inside of you. It's the ka that is given off by the ba, your soul. These dual entities that follows you in this particular one. That melanin that they talk about is the double diabos devil. Doppelganger. So, you get the word Sut, pre-dynastic god of all gods, Sut. Later on becomes Set. Later on degraded as the enemy in the dynastic period. Pre-dynastic god is Set Typhon or Sut. Sut means blackness. No other god exists beyond Sut. And his mother, Apit, Tyre, the hippopotamus goddess. Sut. Sut has a dog face. The attributes of pre-dynastic Set, was the primordial god of all time, became the attributes of Osiris. Sut was the god of the perfect black. Osiris became the perfect black. Sut had a dog face. The dog face was a dog, a black dog with gold ears. Sut becomes Anubis. That's where you get the word Sut on, Shut on Satan. Sat, Saturn, on Anubis. Anpu, Ani, Anubis. These are terminologies that's degraded later on to keep you away from, because you're scared of some spook shit out here. And all it means, Satan simply just means melanin.
Yeah, black, yeah.
The triple blackness of space, of melanin. You see, so you say you know alchemy too? Are you telling me you know alchemy? Because you said there's some shit you know. I just want to know, do you know alchemy? Because I'll put your motherfucking ass to the test. You need to drop on me with alchemy.
It's a science. Alchemy is a science of blackness. The same black magic in which you're speaking, which is not new to 90% of the niggas in this room.
I know you to break down some fucking alchemy. I'm not talking about a basic... I'm
keeping it where you kept it.
I'm not talking about this a basic synonymous thing. You just repeated what I told you at the beginning of the lecture. I told you to break down the concept of alchemy.
Oh, I can break that down for you.
You know, I'm just saying, my point here is...
Can I break it down, though?
No, I'm just trying to say here, my point here is that particular royal art. You see what I'm saying? The particular royal art. The soot on melanin that they're talking about, the inner aspect, that is the Satan. That is the darkness. You see what I'm saying? That is the darkness. Soot on. Soot set Anubis. Now, going back to the Typhonian region of what we're talking about here is, most of the systems out here, that's been wiped away. The one that is the last survival of the Typhonian realm in the aspect of the black magic that you're trying to deal with is Palo. Now, what you can do as far as all the other magical things, this is a good book called Hermetic Magic. Why I suggest this one by Stephen Edred Flowers, PhD. Hermetic Magic.
What's the author name again?
Stephen Flowers. Just put Stephen Flowers, Hermetic Magic. The reason why I suggest this one more than some of the other magical books is because this one is taken from the Ebers Papyrus and is coming right out of Hemmitt as the magical text. There's a bigger book on this one here, but he did synthesize, so a lot of the books you're getting is other traditions that they done did some stuff in Europe and came up with some whatever stuff, but this particular one, Hermetic Magic, is one that's coming from the priesthood of Tahuti that was around during the time, you see what I'm saying? So, during the time of the ancient aspect, where all you got to do now, although the mystery of this particular thing died for the European and they can't tap into it, now this is the great mystery on how this shit works. You have melanin. You are the gods that has returned for the future. Because inside of your melanin, and melanin is called creative physics. It's always creating, it's change, it's chaos. Because you are the chaos beings. All you got to do to reactivate this type of stuff that's lining the shelves is, to give you an example, real simple. Let's say they have a thing up in here on, this is one of those on Osiris. See, theology of daemonology. See, the word demon is the Christian version of the word called daemon, which is the Greek version, which is the Egyptian version is Amen, hidden substance. Amen, Damien, which means one's own genius. Demon. The demons.
Could see father in the gods, right?
Huh? Well, not only with the demon, but the daemonic reality. The daemon is nothing but the particles of melanin. There's the ancient text called the Goetia. You know, that Crawley got the illustrated Goetia. It's supposed to be these demons. Now there's 72 daemons, but there's supposed to be 72 archangels. But there's 72 children of Ptah. Now Ptah is just a pre-dynastic form of Osiris. Same person. Because you'll see Ptah, Osar somewhere. You get the word Ptah and then Osiris, and you get the word Pythagoras. That's Ptah and Osiris. You see, Pythagorean theory, Ptah, Osiris. Pythagoras, this is the Greek word for Ptah and Osiris, which means just the Osirian theory. The Amian, or the Damien, which means hidden substance, there's 72 children of Ptah. There's 72 Goetias, which is supposed to be demons or Damians. You get to go, it's called Aleister Crowley Illustrated Goetia. Anybody seen the book? Aleister Crowley's Illustrated Goetia. I'll give you one to get, give you two of them to get. All you got to do now, you're going to reverse this thing. The 72 Goetias is these demons on the backside of the tree of life called a Kalipoth. The 72 Goetias are nothing but the 72 sons of Ptah, Osiris. The Goetias are supposed to be these entities in which Solomon binds together in his signet ring. The signet ring, or the ring, is the same as the so-called Lord of the Rings. The ring is the pineal gland. He binds because the pineal gland, if you took this way and you look at a black dot, it's a circle, which represents the pineal gland. But that's the ring that they talk about, a Lord of the Rings forged in hell. Okay. Solomon, which is Sol, which is son. Amen, which is hidden son. What is the hidden son? Amen-Ra, which means hidden son. Amen means hidden and Ra means son. Amen-Ra, the hidden son, is Osiris, hidden in Amenta, the underworld. In this case again, Solomon is Amen-Ra. There was no historical Solomon. They built the temple of Israel. The temple of Israel is the physical body, the temple of Solomon. O Lord, I am black and comely. The 72 Damians are the 72 demons that Solomon binds to do his bidding, is the 72 chakras within inside of the pineal complex. There's 160 of these things. There's 72 within the pineal area. These are demons, Damians, hidden substance, alchemical substances, which is melanin. So Solomon binds the demons with his signet ring, which he binds the demons with his third eye. Now, there's magical text. There's the Goetia of King Solomon. You'll get it. Aleister Crowley's Illustrated Goetia.
How you spell Goetia?
G-O, let's see, I think that's G-O, let me see how I spell Goetia. Did I put it in what you call it? G-O-A,
G-O-A-T-I-A.
Yeah, that's it. G-O-A-T-I-A. Aleister Crowley's Hidden Goetia. The Goetias mean howlings, which is talking about harlots, howlings. It's talking about these magical substance or these particular demons of the inner world. Now, listen. The Goetias, if you get Aleister Crowley's Illustrated Goetia, which doesn't work for them, that's why they're selling it out here, but I'm going to show you how you're going to do it in a few minutes. And you just have the lineup of those Goetias and whatever little magical text they got in the back. All you have to do, because you are the gods, and you are the gods that's returned, only thing you got to do with any of these magical texts is somewhere within the magical text, whenever you get these books. Anybody got any books on magic? Yeah, all you got to do, the reason why that shit don't work, somewhere within the magical text, you got to go in and you got to create something that comes out of your head, which is, you are returned to God. So all you got to do is create something that comes out of your head and put it back with the magical text, and it automatically activates the shit. And only you can do it. You get what's coming here?
Yeah, hit it again. So in other words, you have to possess that which you profess to communicate.
No, this is what you got to do.
You have to possess it.
You have to possess it, but this is what you have to do.
If you say you're a magician, you have to have magic.
Right.
In order to make yourself efficient.
Efficient.
Or effective.
Effective.
So to be effective, you have to possess that which you profess to communicate.
Communicate. That's
so
good.
If you're trying to communicate something to me, you got to have it. You got to have it yourself.
Right. Now, one of the keys here is this. You're right. They say that if it didn't exist spiritually, you wouldn't be able to think about it. So, there's a whole thing that say never think that your thoughts are not real because you're the first that heard it. You're the first that came up with it. So what will happen here is don't think that your shit is not valid because you're the first to come up with it. So in so many words, magically is this. You the God now, right? If ye are gods, then it means that if you deal with these magical texts, you want to do some magic. All you got to do is to think up something out of your head and fuse it in with these texts, and you reactivate it, because what's coming out of your head is the now and the new. And it is the ongoing legacy of these texts that you are bringing back in this particular time. You see what's coming on here?
Yeah. Ideas have energy.
Ideas have energy.
Produce an idea. Even if it's like I want to get a car. You got to think about it first. Yeah. Then it manifests itself into something physical. Right. Even if you say I'm gonna whip somebody's ass. Right. It's a thought, and then it manifests itself into an ass whipping sometimes.
Not only that, every building, everything out here that we see in this civilization had to start with what? An idea.
Right. Oh, it's powerful.
Right. So what's happening with this stuff is all dead. Number one, white folks can't do it because they are not. They don't have the ancestral, original genetic makeup of the original man. And most of them don't exist because they don't have souls. The difference between the original sons, they'll tell you that Oprah says celebrating the spirit. Well, everybody got a spirit. Not everybody got a soul. Why you are here is for the simple fact you are the original souls, and you are waking up. So that means if you are conscious, see right now, if you're conscious right now, for whatever reason, it means that you're already ready. It's just that you got to have the belief system that whenever you tap into this stuff and you put that stuff back in, it can be anything. It don't matter what you think about. Whatever you think of in your mind is adequate. That's usually the shit that works. You see what I'm saying? That's usually the stuff that works. And that's how you reactivate these texts. They're dead, and if you do them verbatim on some stuff like that, really be honest with you. The first thing, everybody needs to build a certain altar in your house. That's what the first thing. You build an altar in your house, and that way an altar is a conductor. It's a gateway to another universe, and you pulling in a certain amount of energy. Every race has an altar, but white folks and now us black folks, because we into this Christianity bullshit. You see what I'm saying? They tell you all that's evil. You go to them Asians, they got an altar right in the Chinese shop. So you got to build an altar, because if you don't have an altar in your house directed to a certain, not deity as far as you being a subordinate, but a certain amount of energy that's going to, objective energy that's going to be set for a certain energy to come in your house, like keys and codes, then your house gets to, and your apartment gets to run in the middle of any motherfucking thing. You see what I'm saying? Anything can come up there. Any asshole in the universe, anything can come up there based on the run of the mill. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing is to build an altar. The second thing here is, right now we're so advanced now until you don't need a lot of the technical things. You just got to line up with the right deities, and guess what? You invoke these deities in these magical books where they have the invocations. Really, be honest with you, it should be at the level right now that you don't need all of that stuff they say you gotta need. If you could just invoke, just like that affirmation I gave on Lakshmi. A lot of things, if you just speak it out of your mouth and invoke it, you can bypass a lot of this stuff. A lot of white folks gotta have a lot of this stuff because they're on a certain level. And we used to have a lot of this stuff in the past because the cycles were old, were young. And so we had thousands of years ago, so we had to do a lot of technical work. But now what we are in what is called the Eleusinian period. Eleusius is the other word. Remember in Gladiator they say if you fighting and you see yourself in the fields and the sun is at your face, you say, do not fret, you're in Eleusis and you're already dead. Well, Eleusis is the goddess Demeter, which is the goddess Lakshmi, which is the goddess Heru, which is the goddess Sekhmet. And Demeter is a goddess who goes, when her daughter is snatched into the underworld, she has to go and set up residency in Eleusis outside of the underworld before she can go to the underworld and get the daughter back. Well, Eleusis is a gateway to the underworld, which is the other world to come. What used to be the underworld is the world to come. Now, since the tsunami and since the Venus went across the sun, which ushered in this feminine energy, the gateway to the underworld, has come up to Eleusis. So we're right at the gateway, and in so many words, the white boy know it. We are in what is called a null period, where nothing appears the way it seems. We are already pretty much in the other world, and this is leftover residue. It's just that we are still thinking that we are in the world that we are now. But then again, the old methodologies and what you used to do to be successful out here ain't working. That's right.
That's right.
It's not working. And the reason why the old methodologies and what you used to do to stay above water and be successful is not working, because the atmosphere and all of that type of thing has changed. And the tsunami, since that tsunami, we are in what is called the Eleusinian period. We're right at the border of sliding into what is called Universe B. What's that?
I was gonna share this. My father, he's a master when it comes to, when I say master, he grew up and he can read the moon. I mean, when he can read the moon. And he said after the tsunami, he said it will always, he's in Mississippi, it always sets in the north at that time of the year. He said that after the tsunami, he said that instead of sitting in the north, it was sitting in the south. You know, see. So he said there's a whole shift. There's a whole shift and a whole gateway, and we're right in the Eleusinian period. So what's happening here is we're in an extreme accelerated period. So what it means is what used to take a lot, let's say when these rituals were put down a couple of thousand years ago, and you had to go through all of this preparation. That's all wiped out now, because you are the ones that's coming back, and you are the ones that's here, and you're the one that's creating this perception around. The only thing you got to do is speak it. Right. So the only thing you got to do is take some of these invocations, especially in this Everest papyrus, the Everest papyrus, and speak it. You see what I'm saying? And it automatically appears. But somewhere in the speaking, you got to put your own creation, and the shit reactivates. Right. That's all you got to do. And be chaotic about it.
Okay. Won't you open gates for anything though?
Huh?
Won't you be like opening gates for anything to come through? Like anything.
Right. Let me explain. They say nothing to fear but fear itself.
That's right.
The only anything is because you've been trained that there's anything. So if you got these fears and these spook fears, that's what's going to manifest. If you have fearless, see, what you're dealing with here, you're dealing with commentary and knowledge based on people who was using our stuff that wasn't for them. Now we are the gateways and the stuff. Remember I told you I did half this shit and get mad? Spirit said, you can't damn get the same experience these crackers gonna get with your own energy. You the God now, and once you declare yourself the high entity, like I said, remember I said at the beginning of the thing, see, everything is for a reason. I said you can't be subordinate no more. Let me give you an example. About 10 years ago, I'm riding around the country talking about year gods and all this type of thing here, but I was still worshiping these entities on the level that it was above me. My damn apartment shit ended. Staying with another motherfucker, the car got hit. All kind of shit was fucked up. I'm like, what the hell going on? I done did all this with the guys, and the spirits came back 1995. Spirits say, oh, we can't help you no more. I said, why? They say, because you one of us now. So if you're going to be one of us, we can't help you in the aspect of a subordinate position. So if you're going to be one of us, You got to be one of us. So what it means is this. It says when Horus is a child, the elementals are his protectors. They look over him when he's a child. When he becomes an adult, they become his servants.
That's right.
It's a chain of command. So I was still looking at them as being subordinate. Oh, please, can you do this and all? When I was supposed to be doing like this. When you roll with your boy, you don't go, or your girl, you don't go, oh, sister so-and-so, so-and-so, or omnipotent being, can you help me so-and-so? You be like, look, motherfucker, we got to be at a place at a certain time. You need to get your goddamn ass over here now. Bitch, too late.
Demand is what you're saying.
Right. I'm saying, you see what I'm saying? These are intelligent. So this is what it's a mindset. Yeah. It's a mindset.
Yeah.
What is happening?
But you saying that one messes out of your mouth up though. You said one of the things messes out of your mouth.
Now let me explain what that is.
Oh, okay.
That's a good example. Let me explain what that is. Let me explain what that is. Okay. And that was interesting because what you just said was going to lead into what I was getting ready to Okay, now, check this out. Now what's happening is this. Let's say you're 17 and you go out to party and your mama tell you had your ass back at 12. What they don't tell you is when you turn 18, the house that you living in, based on your grandfather, has left the house to you. And when you turn 18, you ain't got to have your ass back in the house because motherfucker, it's your house. And they don't tell you that when you turn 18 and you still running in the damn house. And they forgot to tell you that the house is yours. And you tell them to get the hell out. Well, it's the same thing with a group of entities. There's a group of entities, which is the gods of creation. They call Yahweh in Hebrew. They call Zeus in Greece. They call Ra in Egypt. That's the demiurge. You got to go to the coffin text. There's a difference between Ra and Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra means the hidden sun. That's Osiris. Ra is an entity called the demiurge. That's the sun, which is the hologram, which is a subordinate deity. And I'm going to give you an example. You go to the coffin text. The coffin text, there's fragments still left behind. They tell you this story. You can get it in a book called The Daily Life of Egyptian Gods by, I think, a woman called Deatra Meeks, M-E-A-K-S. Just put it. All you need is that last name, Meeks. Daily Life, the only thing you need is the title to The Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods is the name of the book. And in there, they printed a piece of the coffin text that talks about Ra, that he was old, and he invited the gods to dinner. And when the gods got to dinner, he swallowed them up. Now, you break that down on the metaphysical level of what happened to us is, we were gods, and then we got trapped into the physical realm, and we got covered over into the physical body. So the earth has several variations of existence. We were on one level, and we were these gods that had more access to the universe. Then the vibratory rate slowed down, and we became more and more cased and densed in the physical bodies. And then this brain group over us, which had another intelligence in it, and we started thinking that we were the physical bodies. Well, Ra, in the same story of the coffin text, when he invited the gods to the dinner, and he swallowed them up, it's the same mystery of a demiurge deity that was getting old and didn't want the ones that's coming to rule, and he swallowed them up and bound them and encased them more and more into a physical body and put a physical brain over them. If it wasn't so, another text, Isis or Aset comes and poisons his ass and kills him. That's in one of the texts. That's even in Budge's Osiris books.
Osiris, the Egyptian Resurrection by E. Wallace Budge. It's even in that. One of the books you need to get, we talk, is the Dictionary of Ancient Deities. When you look up Isis in there, it's in there. Now what does that mean? That means that that's a demiurge figure. The demiurge is a group of entities that came and set up this particular creation, botched the job, and had some co-conspirators, and trapped souls in it. Meanwhile, the Great Mother, or the Great Mother had to come in and take the energy of the souls and put the right energy in it. The same story of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man. Or it's also Ptah comes in and he cuts up the choice body parts and the choice meats to put into man and fashion man so man can be God on earth. So on one aspect is being trapped, the entity, these souls being trapped, and the other aspect is there had to be something above this particular creation that had to be filtered in.